Place your brain here, everyone hurry, and put your brains away. If you're too slow, be careful, or the zombies will eat them. Hello everyone, my name is Youqian. I am just an utterly ordinary senior high school student who has just finished the college entrance examination, yet I have always been deeply dissatisfied with my own name. Because of this name, maybe, just maybe, there is a faint hint of rustic tackiness to it. Fine, to be honest, it is explosively tacky. The origin of this name was utterly absurd. His original name had actually been calculated by a so-called master. It was supposed to be Li Zhaoshan, meaning that he would grow robustly under the radiance of 3 golden mountains. But his father, who loved to mess things up for his own son, felt that it was all just flashy nonsense. With a grand wave of his hand, he thought, isn't the point simply to bless the child with wealth? So he scrapped all the frills and directly named him Li Youqian. Li has money. Upon learning of the turbulent twists behind the naming of his life, Li Youqian could only clap his hands like a helpless panda in disbelief. Fortunately, although the name was tacky, he had never been mocked for it while growing up. For this, he had to thank his good brother, who also happened to be his neighbor. His brother's surname was Pei, and his given name was Qi. From childhood through primary school, then junior high, then high school, the two of them advanced together. In primary and junior high, which were both in their small local town, everyone's names sounded rustic. The first brother had no right to mock the second. It was not until they entered high school that he truly became nervous, afraid that he would be mocked for his name. Yet that year, a certain animated series featuring a pink hairdryer-shaped pig suddenly became hugely popular. Pei Qi, who had originally been ready to laugh at his brother's name, was instantly dumbfounded. It's over, I've become the stand-in. Under the overwhelming presence of the names Pei Qi and another classmate called Long Outyin, those two crouching dragons and young phoenixes among names, the name Li Youqian did not stand out at all. He happily finished his 3 years of high school, even secretly delighted every time someone misread his name as "you have money." From time to time, he would comfort his brother Pei Qi, whose name was being mocked. "So I don't even mention it, I'm really heartbroken for you, bro," he would say as the corners of his mouth quietly lifted. After the college entrance examination, although he had guessed on many questions, Li Youqian was extremely confident, convinced that all his guesses were correct. On the night before the results were released, Li Youqian slept soundly, even dreaming that once the scores came out, he would stride straight to the pinnacle of life. Suddenly something felt wrong. He jolted awake with a carp-like flip and opened his eyes wide because he had felt a cold wind pass by, bringing with it a sorrowful chill to a very delicate part of his anatomy. When he opened his eyes, Li Youqian found himself in a pitch-black alleyway. He fell into deep contemplation. Did I transmigrate? Does it have to be this hasty? Do dump trucks and big rigs no longer do overtime these days? This makes my transmigration feel so unofficial. And my dad once said there was still one more thing. If I just transmigrate like this, what will happen to my family? What about my college entrance exam results that I guessed all correctly? A miserable scream of no echoed through the pitch-black alleyway. What Li Youqian did not know was that when the results came out the next day and his parents checked his score, they were completely stunned. His score was so abysmally low it was unbearable to look at, especially the multiple-choice section where the error rate was terrifyingly high. So much for all the guesses being correct. If anything, he had guessed every single one wrong. As for his sudden disappearance, his father and mother simply assumed he had realized that his multiple-choice guesses were wrong, and once the truth was exposed, had run away from home. When it came to his safety, his big-heart parents were not worried in the slightest, because Li Youqian could write web novels, earn a little money, and certainly would not starve. After all, with 3 packs of instant noodles a day, how could a web novelist who earned a mere 1,000 a month possibly starve to death? Since the main account was ruined, his parents unanimously decided to start a small account, feeling not the least bit of sorrow. In another world, Li Youqian was worrying for nothing. Though in truth he was not very worried at all, for he had long known how carefree his parents were. If he were to disappear, his parents would definitely assume he had gone off on some distant voyage and would not worry about him in the slightest. At that moment, the spiritual resonance between parents and son reached its peak. Standing in the pitch-black alley, Li Youqian pressed his palms together with his eyes closed, then suddenly snapped his eyes open. "I choose you, come out, system." Huh. No response. He tried another approach. A second later, an indescribable glint appeared in his eyes. "Use the golden finger on him, system." What the? Still no reaction. Damn it, did I transmigrate without a system? A transmigration without a system is like instant noodles without the seasoning packet. What's the difference? Li Youqian was utterly desolate. The resentment surging from his body was enough to nurture an evil sword immortal. At that critical moment, a crisp voice suddenly resounded in his mind. Host has successfully checked in and obtained the first special reward, Comedic Sandsculpt World Character Template. Li Youqian felt power surging through his body and instantly grew excited. As expected. Of course I have a system. He let out a strange, gloating laugh. I told you I'm a man destined to become the protagonist. How could I possibly not be equipped with a system? Although he did not really understand what a comedic Sandsculpt world character template was, as long as he had a system, what was there to fear? He closed his eyes and began to examine his system as a flood of information poured into his mind. The system was called the Myriad Worlds check-in system. In each world he stayed, he would have one check-in opportunity every day, and after checking in he could obtain rewards. Moreover, when he encountered special events, grand scenes, or accomplished special deeds and achievements, he could also gain additional check-in opportunities. Since it was called the Myriad Worlds check-in system, naturally, it could send him to other worlds as well, though that depended on his own luck in checking in and drawing a world travel card. These check-in opportunities could also be stored up and used later all at once. Youqian nodded in satisfaction. A check-in system sounded simple and brainless, very much in line with his expectations. As for earning check-in chances by completing achievements, that would have to depend on fate. It was like when Genshin Impact had just come out, without various moms to carry you who knew how those ridiculous achievements were completed. That earlier check-in had been his arrival in this world, combined with the special reward for his very first check-in. A special reward. Just hearing it sounded impressive. In his heart, Youqian asked the system, "Comrade system, what time period is this?" After a long while, a mechanical voice finally replied, "Dully, host needs to obtain information on his own." This system was like an artificial idiot. He complained inwardly, but on second thought, an artificially stupid system was not so bad. At least such a system would be less likely to harbor sinister intentions. Listening to the system's dull voice, he felt that calling it simply system was rather impolite, so he casually said, "System, can I give you a name? Calling you just system feels so distant." The system remained silent. Since there was no response, he took it as tacit approval. In his mind, he said directly, "Then from now on I'll call you Eguang." In his impression, systems were most likely glowing white spheres anyway. Eguang, a light, a white glowing ball of light. The name was perfectly fitting. Seeing that Eguang offered no objection, he nodded in satisfaction and stopped worrying about the dull-witted system. Gazing toward the mouth of the alley, he took a deep breath. The life of a protagonist would begin here. Suddenly, a black man stepped into the alley from outside. Seeing Youqian, he looked a little surprised. Then taking in Youqian's attire, nothing but pajamas, the man licked his lips and gave a wicked grin. "Bro, you smell so good." "Odd." Upon hearing this, Youqian's eyes tightened instantly, and his facial features leaped up. His mouth, nose, eyebrows, and eyes expanded in an exaggerated manner as he jumped into the air. "What the hell?" The black man was dumbfounded. When encountering strange things, don't panic. A great-great-grandmother summoner, check it out. The black man directly pulled a gun from his pants pocket. To be honest, Youqian wondered, keeping a pistol in his pants pocket, wasn't he afraid of blowing his own balls off? What kind of place had he traveled to? Although carrying a gun everywhere fit the foreign environment, as the saying goes, talented people come from America, gunshots fill every day? But casually stuffing a pistol in a pocket was still absurd. Could it be that he had traveled to Talentrich, Florida? However, he also noticed how his own features had just jumped up. So this was the template for a silly cartoon world. Youqian thought of Tom and Jerry, who never die, and Big Cousin, who achieved sainthood through the flesh. Wait, a series of legendary characters. Really, I'm super brave now. Youqian looked confident and was about to say something, but the black man in front of him had no martial virtue. After a few gunshots, Youqian clutched his stomach. Pain. Too painful. At this moment, the black man who fired the gun had a look of regret in his eyes. In his mind, he had caught this handsome brother. Then he thought, let me see. And the other guy would shout, no. No. The more the other resisted, the more excited he got. Pity the guy's look just now was too terrifying, so he pulled the trigger instinctively. Before the black man could lament, the next scene stunned him. Youqian opened his hands and looked down at his stomach. There were several gaping holes. Having holes after being shot sounds normal, but these were straight through and not a drop of blood. What kind of nonsense was this? What the hell? Why aren't you bleeding? Youqian suddenly understood. Oh right, I need to bleed. The next second, the holes turned into spouts and blood sprayed out like a fountain. The black man was silent for a moment. So getting shot makes you bleed, but isn't spraying like this too much? And why is your blood green? Youqian looked at his blood, and the next second it started changing color, black, pink, all colors, but never red. Youqian felt a bit embarrassed. What was this inexplicable sense of shame? Maybe because Chinese parents don't give it. Wait, why the heck am I feeling embarrassed? So you're the one who shot me. By the way, some silly comic characters don't even bleed, okay? As he spoke, Youqian's wounds healed instantly. He flashed a confident smile and let out a hee-hee sound. I heard you're pretty brave. The black man immediately reacted. Faced with such a freak, he should turn and run instead of complaining. So the black man turned and ran. At that moment, he turned and left as if he had made up his mind. Youqian saw this and shouted, trying to run. You black guy is such a loser. The next second, Youqian started running frantically in place, then looked down at his unmoving legs. Why won't they move? Before Li Youqian could react, his upper body shot forward like a rocket while his legs were still running in place. After 2 seconds, his legs seemed to realize what had happened and chased after him. The black man who had just run out was sent flying by a rocket headbutt from Li Youqian. Li Youqian rubbed his head. The next moment, a huge bump popped out on his head. Then, after a few seconds, the bump vanished without a trace. Li Youqian looked around the main road outside the alley. The sky was dim and a few pedestrians were around. But after seeing him send the black man flying, they simply turned around and walked back without changing expression. The next second, they turned around expressionlessly and retraced their steps. Their skill was remarkable. Li Youqian dragged the black man by the leg back into the alley. The black man instinctively covered his butt. "I'm not brave. No. No." Li Youqian dragged the black man into the alley, his face darkening. "I'm straight, okay. I like women." The black man didn't believe a word and kept his rear tightly covered. Li Youqian gave him a few solid punches that knocked him out, then searched him and picked up a wallet with disgust. He looked at the amount of dollars inside and spat, "Broke ass." As the saying goes, you need money when you're out. This black guy who came to him was just the first pot of gold. Faced with this black man who was after his handsomeness, Li Youqian surely wouldn't let him off easily. He needed to study his abilities, and this black guy would make the perfect lab rat, or black rat. Li Youqian thought back to his reaction when shot. It hurt, sure, but healing was as easy as pie. It seemed he had an invincible body, just like in a cartoon. After all, which cartoon character ever actually dies? Too bloody, parents would report you. And he could understand English. It finally dawned on Li Youqian that everything the guy had said was automatically translated into Chinese. Universal language. Well, that makes sense. Even some bald guy with a chainsaw can talk to 2 stinky bears. Tom and Jerry of different species communicate. Understanding English is nothing. Li Youqian kept pounding the black man's head. After a while, he only managed to make him more bruised and swollen, but the guy just wouldn't die. Damn, cartoon characters can't kill people. That's a problem. Li Youqian thought, picked up the black man's pistol and shot him in the butt. Bang. The bullet hit the black man square in the butt, waking him up in pain. Li Youqian didn't care and gave him 2 more punches, sending him back to dreamland. So using external force could inflict effective damage, even kill? Li Youqian looked at the gun in his hand, then at the black man on the ground. He put his hands together and muttered, "Using you as an experiment, being a little black rat can offset sins. Maybe you'll go to heaven." Wait, are there black people in heaven? Never mind, not important. What kind of hellish joke am I thinking? Forget it. Just sacrifice yourself for the experiment. Li Youqian shot him directly in the forehead. With a pew, little black guy who had just appeared a while ago was dead in a tragically ordinary way, just like a normal gunshot to the head. Li Youqian nodded. So he could attack with external objects. High defense, low offense. And not important. Maybe he'd unlock a suitable attack skill or item later. Li Youqian set that question aside and remembered that he had been able to change himself earlier, like spouting blood and changing its color even if he couldn't make it red. But it felt like some kind of I think therefore it is power. With this thought, Li Youqian glanced at the gun in his hand and rubbed his stomach, feeling hungry. Time to test it out. He focused his mind, thinking, "You are a chicken leg, you are a chicken leg, you are a chicken leg." The next second, with a pop, a puff of smoke dissipated, and the gun in his hand had turned into a chicken leg. Holy crap, it actually works. I'm absolutely invincible, all right. Li Youqian exclaimed excitedly, biting into the chicken leg. However, as he slowly pulled the leg away from his mouth, he opened his jaws, and his teeth cracked apart like broken bricks. Though they restored themselves in the next instant, Li Youqian still felt the searing pain in his teeth. Pain. Such excruciating pain. Li Youqian watched as the chicken leg in his hand transformed back into a pistol. It seemed his ability was unreliable. He needed to study it further. Despite the erratic nature of this outrageous power, Li Youqian was still brimming with excitement. With an undying body, what did he have to fear? He puffed out his chest and strutted out of the alley with an arrogant swagger, watching the sky darken. Li Youqian fell into deep thought. Should he find a place to stay first? He headed toward the distant, dazzling lights of the city. This area seemed remote, but over there it looked vibrant and bustling. Li Youqian wandered into a prosperous commercial district, looking at the foreigners around him and rubbing his chin. He muttered instinctively, "Why is everyone here a foreigner? Up close, they have so much body hair. Not even 1/10th as handsome as me. Hey, you're the foreigner here." The foreigner who had just brushed past Li Youqian stopped, clearly annoyed. "And my mom says I'm handsome. The most handsome." Li Youqian covered his mouth. Damn, he almost forgot. Now no matter what language he spoke, the other person could understand him. Awkwardness intensified. In the next second, he pretended to be nonchalant, whistling and letting his eyes wander, then acted as if he had a sudden realization, looking at the foreign man. "I don't understand. Annyeonghaseyo. Front will doesn't turn back. Will doesn't turn. Annyeonghaseyo." The foreign man, irritated by Li Youqian's feigned ignorance, turned and walked away. Li Youqian instinctively wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, then clutched his heart, which felt like it was about to leap out. Not a metaphor, but a literal statement. It really was about to burst out. How absurd. Li Youqian pressed down on his racing heart, sighing. Thank goodness I was clever and didn't embarrass my country. I totally docked points from that little Korean. Li Youqian aimlessly strolled around the commercial district, casually buying some burgers and a mountain of snacks, spending half of the black guy's money. Li Youqian discovered another perk of this body: no matter how much he ate, he never felt full. Even when his stomach bulged, it would return to normal after a while. Delighted with this Luffy-like physique, he thought, "I'll eat and eat." While munching, he mused, what kind of crazy world is this? Why haven't I found any clues yet? After wandering for a while, he ended up back at the starting point of the commercial district. He stretched and looked up. On a massive shopping mall screen, a cocky man appeared before Li Youqian. Tony Stark, CEO of Stark Industries, has been awarded. Li Youqian felt a tingle in his brain, as if it were growing. Robert Downey Jr. Tony Stark. This is a no-brainer. This is the Marvel Universe. If he had arrived in the Marvel world, shouldn't there be a bald, big shot who knows everything? After all, that guy spends all day watching timelines like some perverted old man. Unbeknownst to Li Youqian at that moment, the Ancient One, Sorcerer Supreme of Kamartaj on the Himalayas, was furrowing her brow deeply. The eye of Agamotto hanging on her chest was emitting a faint green glow. The Ancient One stared at the suddenly shifting timeline, lost in thought. The original timeline was already complex and diverse, but the Ancient One had seen it all, witnessing all sorts of bizarre events. Yet these newly emerged timelines and the eerie figure within them, what was his deal? In the timeline, she saw Li Youqian being chopped into 5 or 6 pieces, then instantly turning into 5 small Li Youqians before snapping back to his original form. And if she tried to capture Li Youqian, offending him, she couldn't kill him, she could only seal him away. Then one day he would break free from the seal, and she watched as Li Youqian with absurd persistence tore through mountains and relentlessly sought to beat her up. Especially when Li Youqian casually threw a rope and it snagged a tree on another continent. Then with a single tug he pulled the 2 continents together, a sight that made the Ancient One break out in a cold sweat. This isn't magic, nor is it science. Forget it. Let him be whatever I give up, the Ancient One thought. As long as she didn't provoke Li Youqian, he wasn't a bad guy. She decided not to meddle with this bizarre fellow. The Ancient One felt that if she kept watching, her Tao heart would shatter. How was this any different from those Taoists seeing milk kill ghosts? The Ancient One closed her eyes, feeling the need to consolidate her worldview. Meanwhile, Li Youqian, who had shattered the Ancient One's Tao heart, looked at his newly bought phone. As midnight passed, he eagerly wanted to check in. With a ding, a Taoist robe suddenly appeared in Li Youqian's hand. Through the information conveyed by Guang, he understood its function. Fortune-telling robe allows the wearer to see a person's recent good and bad luck. It also reveals the method to resolve bad luck. Li Youqian was stunned. What use was this to him? To make money as a charlatan. He thought it over and decided it might work. After all, his income from robbing the bad guys was unstable, and a side gig wouldn't hurt. As for his skill in writing novels, who would write novels unless they were starving? Out of 100 authors, 90 are failures. Enough said, it's all tears. Li Youqian found a public restroom, changed into the Taoist robe, and strode out of the commercial district, heading for a park. After all, isn't that where fortune tellers usually set up shop? At least that's how it is back home. It should be similar abroad, right? Thinking this, he opened his phone, bought with half of the black guy's remaining money, and looked at the map. Yes, Li Youqian was now penniless and desperately wanted money. Since discovering he could eat endlessly without getting full or bloated, and it digested quickly. He had gone on a crazy eating spree, then bought a phone, and now he was broke. And this phone was bought from the same black guy selling goods on the street. Seeing the brand new phone and its low price, Li Youqian made an impulse purchase. As for why it was so cheap and looked new, claiming to be genuine, well, nature knows what's up. It's American $0 shopping, right? After wondering a bit, Li Youqian was hungry again, or rather craving food. What's the point of life if you can't eat? He had asked some passersby and figured out the current timeline. None of Marvel's big events had started yet, so making money was the top priority. Li Youqian arrived at the park only to find he was early. There were no fellow fortune tellers, just a few homeless people with small tents. Well, not exactly homeless, more like those professional ding-pongsy gold medal lecturers. Seeing those guys enthusiastically pat the grass to invite him over, Li Youqian waved them off. Though if he joined their ranks, he'd be a beggar with more backbone than others, since the old Buddha had already paid his dues. But he was a transmigrator, the protagonist. He couldn't disgrace the title of a transmigrator protagonist. At noon, Li Youqian sat dejectedly on a small stool, lamenting how hard it was to make money these days, and how unpleasant life could be. He sighed, life is truly difficult, if only my name could serve as my descriptor. By the end of the morning, he had only 2 clients, and he made just $10 from an elderly lady. Forget it, I might as well resort to blackmail. It was infuriating to think about, but Youqian never expected that someone, a foreigner no less, would come to him asking about his luck and even take advantage of him. Indeed, there are freeloaders everywhere. Youqian dusted off his pants, stood up, and returned the small stool to a homeless man in the park. That's right, he borrowed the stool from the homeless man. Feeling rather unlucky, Youqian realized he could only act chivalrously while making a little extra money, grateful for the selfless contributions of those rogues. As Youqian walked toward the park's exit, he seemed to have thought of something. His Dao robe could predict a person's fortune and misfortune and even resolve bad luck, allowing someone to maintain good fortune. That person could very well be himself. Youqian felt he had discovered a loophole. Why be a fortune teller when he could directly predict his own luck and buy lottery tickets? Excitedly, Youqian exclaimed, "Hey, my little money," and dashed out of the park. Then with a loud bang, a red sports car hit Youqian and sent him flying. He was stunned, soaring through the air for several meters before crashing heavily against a building's wall. Like a lump of mud, he stuck there for a moment before struggling to jump off the wall, looking rather flattened. With a disgruntled expression, he muttered, "I was careless, I didn't dodge in time." He slapped himself hard, using all his strength to return to his original shape. With a puzzled gaze, Youqian looked at his Dao robe, wondering if walking in that direction would truly bring him good luck and great wealth. I just got hit by a car. But in the next moment, Youqian suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Of course, he was invincible. His Dao robe had arranged for him to be hit by the car. It was all part of the plan for him to stage a car accident. Quick cash. His physique was perfect for this, though it seemed a bit too embarrassing. Youqian thought it was not great to have crossed over just to stage an accident. The next second, the sports car's door opened, and Youqian rolled on the ground with great enthusiasm. Making money isn't so scary. After all, this guy driving a sports car must be rich. Passing by the park, he should have slowed down. He deserves to be taken advantage of. Tony Stark felt he was seeing ghosts. He had partied all night and was just about to drive his sports car home for a good rest. Perhaps it was due to exhaustion or having overexerted himself the previous night, he accidentally hit someone. But what shocked Tony the most was that the person he hit just patted themselves and returned to normal. Oh no. Could it be that he had partied too hard yesterday and now had some issues with his body, leading to hallucinations? Tony opened the car door, looking with a baffled expression at Youqian, who lay on the ground. At that moment, Youqian was looking at his phone to check for nearby rental properties. Without even looking up, he directly asked credit card or cash. Although my conscience slightly hurts from scamming someone when I saw the rental prices on my phone at this moment, I have no conscience at all. The pain sensation vanished instantly. Tony glanced at Youqian, who seemed unfazed and was engrossed in his phone. Money isn't the issue, but I feel like you're completely fine. I have a sense of being duped. Why is that? Also, didn't you just get flattened? Are you an alien? For Tony, losing a bit of money was nothing, but encountering someone who could recover from being flattened was extraordinary. That was truly amazing. Youqian, hearing that familiar voice, looked up and pointed at Tony in surprise, exclaiming, "Tony, shit big. It's Stark, thank you." Tony felt that this guy had a sharp tongue and wanted to punch him. But after hitting someone, it wouldn't be good to hit him again, so he restrained himself. Realizing he had spoken his mind, Youqian cleared his throat and stood up straight. Ahem, I am definitely human. How could I possibly be an alien? Nonsense. I've never seen someone so flattened, Tony commented lazily. Youqian, unfazed by Tony's comment, replied, "Since you've sincerely asked, I'll generously inform you. That's right, I am the legendary superpower user. You hitting me counts as fate. Seeing your face, so dark and grim, you must be in for some bad luck soon. How about this, you give me $100,000 a month, and I will protect you." Youqian calculated in his heart his broken body had no wounds at all, and though Tony didn't care, he figured he could compensate a little. But sustainable small money is much better than a one-time payout. Plus, there's the issue of passports and personal identity. Right now, I am practically an undocumented person in this world. These issues are somewhat troublesome for me, but for someone like Tony with deep pockets, they should be minor problems. Tony Stark looked at his reflection in the car window. He wasn't that dark. After considering the strange behavior of the odd guy who had just been hit by a car, he said, "Sure, let's be friends. You can be my bodyguard." "Oh, just right. Happy has been saying he is busy with work lately. I was originally prepared to give you a few $1,000,000, and you didn't want it. That's quite something." "Oh, I'm a bit regretful now. Can you just give me the money?" "That won't do. We just agreed on this." "Then I demand you pay me this month's salary and provide me with a place to stay." Youqian patted Tony on the shoulder. "Don't worry, you really will encounter bad luck soon. They'll help you through it, and you'll thank me. By the way, I'm not just a bodyguard. Oh, I will help you deal with things you will encounter in the future." Tony looked at the confident Youqian and shouted into the car, "Jarvis, have Pepper help me deal with this strange guy in front of me." "Sure, sir." A somewhat masculine mechanical voice came from the car. Youqian felt pretty good. Having crossed over, he found a job that provided food and accommodation, plus he could slack off. Most importantly, he had a greater chance of being involved in major events near Tony, thus earning achievements. It was a win-win situation and he was quite pleased. On the expansive balcony of Tony Stark's seaside villa, Youqian basked in the sunlight. Sinful, sinful. How could I be so idle? Blame Tony Stark. His extravagant lifestyle has nearly corrupted this bright and cheerful lad. Youqian examined the rewards he had earned from idling and checking in over the past 6 days. A small pocket dimension behind him, an empty space for storage. By reaching behind, he could retrieve or store items. The handkerchief that suffocates the shadow tyrant, placing it before an enemy's mouth induces suffocation. A conceptual ability. Ignoring whether the mouth, nose, or breathing passages are covered, merely placing it in front causes suffocation. The reversal pistol, the first bullet fires from the muzzle. The second requires turning the gun around, and the bullet fires from the rear. Each shot alternates direction. A cup that can never hold water, and a large pack of tissues. Youqian scratched his head. Aside from the first item, the rest felt rather useless. And that handkerchief, so powerful it's a conceptual ability. Man, that's a bit too abstract. Just then the sound of high heels echoed behind Youqian. It was Pepper Potts, also known as the pepper behind Iron Man. She walked over with a displeased expression, sighed, and pressed her hand to her forehead at the sight of Youqian lounging on the balcony. Her boss was already a playboy. Now she had a slacker colleague to deal with. Happy Tony's burly bodyguard had initially thought Tony hired another security detail because he was underperforming and about to be fired. But these past few days made it clear this Youqian was just one of Tony's idle friends loafing around and doing nothing, essentially a freeloader. Youqian, you're accompanying Tony on a business trip this afternoon. Happy's on leave back to his hometown. Don't argue. It's useless. You've done nothing for 6 days. If this continues, it'll make Tony fire you. No need for that, no need. Youqian actually has remarkable abilities. You just haven't discovered them yet. At that moment, a disheveled Tony emerged from somewhere in his enormous villa, winking at Youqian. Given his messy appearance, it was obvious he had been out carousing the night before. Still, it suited Youqian fine. He lived in this seaside mansion for free eating and drinking without spending a dime. The only downside was that the Marvel plot hadn't started yet. It's been so boring with nothing to do. Youqian nodded. All right, fine, I'll go with Tony. After agreeing, he continued lounging, his laziness permeating the air. Pepper stormed out, unwilling to see her playboy boss and his slacker colleague. Tony sidled up to the idle Youqian with a grin. So my alien minion, you're just coasting on your salary. Even Pepper can't stand it. How about this? Give me a blood sample for research and it'll count it as work, something to show Pepper. Tony was now convinced Youqian was an alien. He had no trace of life on Earth, appearing as if out of nowhere. Moreover, his body was extraordinarily peculiar. Days of having Jarvis monitor his surroundings yielded no biological traces, no skin flakes, nothing. He couldn't be normal. Even Earth's superhumans left some mark of daily life. Youqian crossed his arms. Thanks, but no thanks. Don't worry, soon you and Pepper won't think I'm just loafing around. Youqian pondered when the plot of Iron Man 1 would begin. Once he saved Tony, that life debt would secure his retirement for life. Tony shuddered at Youqian's eerie laughter. What decent person laughs like that? In an armored vehicle, Youqian stared at the desert outside, and Tony, who wore sunglasses and held a wine glass. The scene felt oddly familiar. Combined with the missile test they'd just witnessed, it was even more recognizable. Though had been daydreaming earlier, the situation now was unmistakable. Youqian asked casually, Tony, what exactly are we here for? Tony was speechless. You call that not slacking off? You've been sleepwalking the whole time. I was demonstrating my latest missile system to the military. We're heading back to base now, buddy. Keep this up and it'll dock your pay. Your loafing is way too obvious. Youqian looked around. Wait, in the movie AU's soldier sat next to Tony Stark asking for an autograph and a photo. Oh right, now he was the one beside him. A flash of realization hit Youqian. The next second, a thunderous explosion roared as artillery fire rained down. Damn, I wasn't ready. No fair. In the chaos, Youqian was blown far away by the blast, saved only by his invincible body. He spotted a disheveled Tony hiding behind a large rock and almost burst out laughing. Zigzagging, Youqian ran to the same rock. Though he couldn't die, he still feared pain. Behind the rock, amid the gunfire, Youqian shouted, Tony, if I save you this time, can I retire at your company? Tony quickly replied, deal. If you get me back to base alive, you can skip work entirely and still get paid. Let's do this. Youqian felt a surge of power. Reaching behind his back, he pulled out a pistol, stood up, and started firing wildly. But under the terrorist's heavy firepower, his efforts seemed feeble. The terrorist jeered, haha, a little pistol? You think this is a video game? Go home and play with the kids, lady. Youqian grinned. A pistol? He'd show them what firepower really meant. The next scene left Tony utterly stunned. Youqian kept pulling pistols from behind his back, firing them into the air, then letting them go. The pistols hovered as if controlled by an invisible force firing autonomously with seemingly infinite ammunition. Tony realized they looked familiar. They were his own collectible guns. The Golden Desert Eagle confirmed it. Those are my guns. Since when are they infinite ammo? Youqian thought under the influence of the I think it works power guns not needing ammo was perfectly normal. Youqian, under Tony's bewildered gaze, continuously pulled out handguns and shot them into the air. One person single-handedly suppressed the opposing side, not knowing how many terrorists were involved. Looking at Tony, Youqian felt a sense of satisfaction in flaunting his abilities. Low profile, low profile. I told you I am a superpower user. These mere terrorists are insignificant to me. As he spoke, Youqian pulled another gun from the pocket behind him and aimed it in the air. Tony was stunned for a moment and said in a somewhat perplexed tone, I just don't understand how so many things fit in your back pocket. The space doesn't seem right. And your position. Youqian gave Tony the finger and immediately performed a demonstration in front of him, placing his hand behind him and pulling out a grenade from thin air. With a swoosh, he threw it outside. Should I say it or not? Tony, why do you have so many weapons at home? Tony clearly understood this was Youqian's spatial ability. Somewhat regretfully, he shook his head, thinking he expected it to be some sort of four-dimensional anomaly. I don't know what was with this odd thought of mine. Damn, I've been assimilated by this fool Youqian. My family sells arms, isn't it normal to have more weapons at home? Youqian agreed that Tony's explanation made sense. At this moment, a chime sounded in his mind. Iron Man Desert Battle check-in completed. You have earned a check-in opportunity. Youqian instantly remembered something and almost forgot he was here to check in. If his intrusion caused Tony to miss capturing the cave. If he didn't become Iron Man, how many check-in opportunities would he lose? Caught between his conscience and the check-in opportunity, Youqian didn't notice a missile manufactured by Stark flying towards them with a whoosh, landing beside the large rock. To be precise, it landed by Youqian's feet. He was stunned for a moment before a loud explosion occurred. In the next second, only Youqian reduced to fragments and Tony struck by missile debris in the chest remained. Dozens of handguns still floated in the air, firing away. After eliminating a few stubborn U.S. soldiers, the terrorists looked at the bizarre floating guns and felt a chill run down their spines. They quickly lifted Tony into a vehicle and ran away without looking back, as if they were being chased by ghosts. After a while, Youqian, reduced to powder, had his hands emerge from the powder, and he began to piece himself back together. Watching the rapidly fleeing terrorist convoy, Youqian's legs turned into tires as he sprinted after them. He truly wasn't trying to recover, only now deliberately letting Tony get captured by terrorists. He was just after the check-in opportunity. What bad intentions could the poor and helpless Youqian possibly have? On a cold desert night, Youqian was panting heavily. Thankfully, he wasn't an ordinary person. Running alongside the car, he miraculously didn't exhaust himself. Looking at the terrorist base glowing in the distance, Youqian shouted in his heart, Come on, Youqian. Just 1 or 2 kilometers to go, hold on a little longer. Youqian took a step, restraining his mouth. After running the whole way without food, he felt like he had lost dozens of pounds instantly. After a few more steps, he collapsed onto the ground, waving his hand. I can't go on, I can't go on. I'm too tired, too tired. I need to rest for a bit. Tony will be fine. After all, I remember Tony was locked up for several days. One day of rest, he'll go tomorrow. In the next second, a big bubble of snot appeared on Youqian's nose. As the saying goes, youth is great. He could fall asleep just like that. Meanwhile, inside the cave, Tony had just been splashed awake by the terrorists. And he was demanded by a bearded terrorist leader to create missiles. Originally, Tony disagreed, clearly stating his refusal and saying something like, Even if I die, I won't make missiles for you. In the next second, after taking a few punches, Tony agreed. It wasn't that he was cowardly, it was merely a strategic feigned compliance. Holding his stomach, Tony asked the bearded man for some materials, watching as the bearded leader led some terrorists out of the cave and shut the iron door. He then sat down in relief. Damn, Youqian, you are so unreliable. If you don't rescue me soon, your retirement job will be gone. At this moment, the soundly sleeping Youqian suddenly sneezed, certain that someone was thinking of him. After all, he was so handsome. Youqian turned over and continued to sleep, but he was unaware that during the night the wind in the desert grew stronger, with sand almost burying him. Tony, meanwhile, had figured out the general situation in the cave. He had a doctor named Ethan with him. The battery on his chest was installed by Ethan, aiming to save his life. And under these conditions, Tony never expected that one day he would be in such a dire situation. Where are you, Youqian? You didn't get blown up by the missile, did you? Achoo. Stop bothering me. Can't you let me sleep well? Youqian prepared to scratch his back, but it seemed he sensed something was off. Youqian opened his eyes and found himself seemingly buried in sand, barely able to move. To get out, he would have to dig through the sand and run away. Youqian felt speechless, but reassured himself that he wouldn't die. With his strength, he would definitely be able to get out. After an unknown amount of time, Youqian gave up. Damn, how long do I have to dig here? Right, how long will it take? The bearded terrorist leader subtly gestured to his subordinates. One terrorist instantly understood and threw a punch at Tony. After that punch, Tony felt like he was about to turn into a milk carton. I can make it quickly. This missile is my sole project, so it's normal for it to take a little longer. The bearded man sneered. It better be that way or if I catch you doing anything funny. The bearded man left after throwing a few harsh words, taking some of his terrorist minions with him. Looking at the chaotic blueprints on the table and the unfinished parts, Tony gritted his teeth and said, looks like I need to speed things up. I'll help you. The nearby Dr. Ethan nodded at Tony, both their eyes filled with determination. They then started feverishly using the salvage tools to manufacture parts. Thus the two of them frantically crafted parts, paying no heed to the gunfire erupting outside for what were gunshots in a terrorist camp anyway. Though the gunfire was intense, who could fathom the twisted logic of terrorists? They worked tirelessly on the parts until the very last one, which Tony held in his hands. He shouted in exhilaration, it's finally done. They'll get you out of here, Ian-san. Just watch me don this armor and wipe out all those damn terrorists. As he spoke, Tony assembled all the parts into a suit of armor, crude in appearance, yet unmistakably a formidable war machine. Oh, who are you going to kill? Youqian's voice came from beyond the iron door, startling Tony, who had secretly believed Li had perished in the explosion. The next second, Youqian kicked the iron door open with a bang. Hey, Shirima, your emperor has returned. Tony stared dumbfounded at Li's antics, then said in exasperation, where are the terrorists? Youqian patted the yellow sand off his clothes, spitting repeatedly. Killed them all, of course. They couldn't kill me, so I just shot them dead. Simple as that. But you too. Sorry, carry on. I saw nothing. Youqian closed the door and said from outside, two men stripped to the waist in a pitch-black cave. How passionate. Sorry, Tony. I never knew you had such a hobby. No wonder you let me stay at your place. You weren't plotting something against me, were you? What, you think I'm some kind of creep? You never truly know a person. But of course, being human, a little perversion is normal. Understandable. Go to hell. Don't spread rumors about me. Tony, utterly exasperated, pushed open the door. Seeing Youqian grinning outside, he realized it was just a joke and flipped him off. He walked out, basking in the sunlight he hadn't seen for days, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Yet turning back to see all the perfectly crafted parts in the cave, Tony felt he had wasted his time. Tony looked at Youqian. If you hadn't shown up, I would have found a way to escape myself. I'd already built my weapons. You arriving now makes me think you're trying to steal my thunder. Tony's expression was one of pure relaxation, so at ease that he could joke. Youqian stepped into the cave and glanced at the crude armor. You can build a better one with better materials when you get back. Then you can wear that armor, fight for justice, and show off all you want. Tony said nothing, gazing at the sunlight with a look of rebirth. But behind him, Yinsen's voice rang out in surprise. Sir, what did you do? Where's the armor? Huh? What armor? I don't know. Was there armor here? Tony turned to find the spot where the armor had been was now empty. Where's that huge armor? Where did you put it? Damn it. Give it back. That's a groundbreaking creation of mine, a priceless keepsake. Youqian spun around. Don't frame me. Do you see any armor on me? Unless your armor is a figurine small enough to fit in my pants pocket. Tony and Youqian bickered as they walked out, with Ian-san following close behind. Tony suddenly thought of something and asked, by the way, do you know the way back to the base? Youqian stroked his chin. I thought you knew. Damn, had almost forgotten that Tony had gotten lost in the desert in the original story too. Just then, Ian-san quietly raised his hand. Well, I don't know how to get to the base you're talking about, but I can lead you to my village. Youqian and Tony exchanged a glance, instantly understanding each other. Great, it's settled. Off to Yinsen's hometown. Meanwhile, in Youqian's mind, the crisp chime of Agwong sounded again. Another check-in opportunity. Hiding behind the two, Youqian used up all his accumulated check-ins, pulling out 5 packs of tissues and 1 item card. Wait, why so much tissue? Was the drop rate for this too high? He demanded an adjustment. This tissue was ruining the game. Unfortunately, the Agwong system remained indifferent to the host's complaints. Damn it. But this item card was pretty good. Summon card for 100,000 troops, summons warriors of extraordinary combat prowess. Oh, not bad. A day later, the three trudged across the sandy desert in one direction. Tony looked at Youqian. Are you okay? Youqian now floated about like a sheet of paper, his face etched with hunger. Like Luffy after 10 days without food. I'm fine, just hungry after days without eating. Chicken leg. Don't bite me. How could I be a chicken leg? What chicken leg is this big? Tony felt like he was losing his mind, desperately pushing Youqian's face away. By the way, you have spatial powers, and pack my arsenal. Didn't you put any food in there? Youqian's paper-thin body instantly snapped back to normal. All right. Let me check. The next second, Youqian kept pulling things out from behind him. Various pistols, bombs, and submachine guns appeared before Tony and Ian-san. But there was no food, not even the crude armor Li Youqian had pulled out. Realizing his mistake, he stuffed the armor back in. Tony's face darkened. I saw that. I'm not blind. Li Youqian shoved the arsenal back and flattened himself again. So hungry. What armor? What's armor? I don't know. All I know is I'm hungry. Seeing Tony give up on retrieving the armor, Li Youqian breathed a sigh of relief. This thing was a valuable keepsake. He was keeping it for himself, oh no way was he giving it back. But this incident taught Li Youqian a hard lesson: next time store some food in the space. Hunger was real. Though Li Youqian felt he wouldn't starve to death, the sensation of hunger was unbearable. At this rate, he'd have to eat dirt. Cannibalism was out of the question. His tender heart wasn't that twisted. Mistaking Tony for a chicken leg earlier was purely an accident. Yes, that was it. Ainson, perhaps frightened by Li Youqian's terrifying appearance and fearing he might bite, led the two behind him in a frantic dash. He pointed at the village ahead and shouted, "We're here. We're here." A day later, Li Youqian lay in a dilapidated, drafty house, utterly devoid of hope. To be fair, Ethan's home village was truly impoverished. No food to eat, no water to drink, and nothing to do for amusement. Li Youqian could only lie there like a corpse. However, he heard that Tony had already contacted the U.S. military and would likely arrive in the afternoon. Glancing at his daily check-in opportunity, he used it out of sheer boredom. Luck +1 card. After use, your luck increases by 1. Oh, finally something other than tissues. Li Youqian perked up slightly. Men do go through tissues quickly, but if he kept getting tissues every time, soon he wouldn't need to buy any. The check-in rewards alone would suffice. Li Youqian immediately used the luck +1 card. A flash of light enveloped him, but after patting himself down, he felt no discernible change. He wandered around Ethan's village for half a day, but didn't even find a single coin. Why did it feel like that extra luck point made no difference? Could it be that he was so inherently unlucky that a single point couldn't save him? Lost in thought, he reached behind his back and pulled out a coin. A protagonist like me can't possibly have bad luck. It's just not obvious yet. Let's give me a heads. He flipped the coin, and it landed on the number side. Luck was intangible, and coin flips were tied to concepts. Not very accurate. He decided to try again. Li Youqian flipped the coin once more. Staring at it on the ground, he picked it up silently and tucked it back into the space behind him. I should trust science. Luck sounds utterly unscientific. His forlorn figure wandered through the village, leaving Tony and Ethan utterly bewildered. Ethan asked, "What's wrong with him?" Tony replied, "Nothing. You'll get used to it." The U.S. military finally arrived in the afternoon, taking Tony and Li Youqian back to New York. As for Ethan, he declined Tony's invitation to return to New York for a life of luxury, choosing instead to stay in his hometown and support his community. Li Youqian greatly admired those with lofty aspirations. Then he chose to slack off, returning to Tony's company to get paid for doing nothing. At the airport, Pepper Potts was in tears as she watched the two brothers-in-arms disembark from the plane. Li Youqian flashed Pepper a confident smile. "Comrade Pepper, I just saved Tony's life. You won't mind if I slack off from now on, right?" "Of course, thank you so much." Pepper's eyes glistened with tears, making Li Youqian, who had been about to joke, feel a bit embarrassed. Afterward, things proceeded much like the plot. As soon as Tony returned to New York, he called a press conference, presumably to announce the closure of the Weapons Development Division. Li Youqian didn't follow. Instead, he took the bonus Tony had given him and headed off for a feast. He found a decent Chinese restaurant in Chinatown and enjoyed a meal. Rubbing his stomach, Li Youqian found the food passable, though a few dishes were hard to stomach, especially the pork, which had an unbearable gamey smell. He'd have to go to the Great Eastern nation for authentic cuisine. This was far from genuine. Full and satisfied, he hailed a cab and soon arrived at the venue where Stark Industries was holding its press conference. Inside, Tony's voice rang out. "I hereby announce the closure of Stark Industries' Weapons Development Division." With a clang, the moment of witnessing Tony Stark shut down the weapons division was marked. A Guang's voice echoed in Li Youqian's mind, lifting his spirits. Since had arrived just in time for the check-in opportunity, he decided not to go in and instead headed back to slack off. Li Youqian pondered. Now that he had Tony's check, the so-called bonus, it was enough to buy a luxurious house and comfortably coast through the rest of his life. Just think, a transmigrator like him having to work for money and buy a house. It was all because of his template, the "I think therefore I am" power, which worked only sporadically. He had to play it safe. Save me. When can I be the one saying I don't eat beef? The goal of earning money was achieved. Now a new small goal: fully master his template and unlock the achievement of I don't eat beef. With Pepper's help, Li Youqian found a reliable real estate agent and began his house hunting journey. Following the principle of look more, lose less, he viewed houses during the day and crashed at Tony's place at night, repeating this routine for several days. Special mention, this was paid house hunting. Along the way, he completed several achievements, like witnessing the birth of the Mark II armor. Coupled with the news of a figure in a gold-ended iron suit taking down terrorists, Youqian knew exactly where the plot of Iron Man once stood. He then directly told Tony that the mastermind behind his kidnapping was none other than his uncle Obadiah Stane. Seeing the flicker in Tony's eyes, Youqian understood that Tony believed him but couldn't bring himself to act. After all, Tony was a man of loyalty, but Obadiah wasn't one for sentiment. The villain was utterly committed. Seeing Tony's stubbornness, Youqian decided not to interfere. Maybe it would net him another check-in opportunity. That night, Youqian kicked open the door of Tony's seaside mansion. Had always coveted that place. The view was simply stunning. But despite being his lifesaver, that jerk Tony refused to give him the house. What a bastard. As he pushed open the door, the room was pitch black. Suddenly, a frantic mechanical voice rang out. Mr. Youqian, please save Mr. Tony. Obadiah has taken the arc reactor from his chest, and he's dying. Following Jarvis's guidance, Youqian found Tony writhing on the floor like a worm, desperately trying to crawl forward. In the direction he was heading lay an old arc reactor. Hey Tony, is this your thing? Quite the kink. Tony's face darkened at the words, even as he saw Youqian as his last hope. Come on, just get me that reactor. If you don't, I'll die, and you'll lose your cushy job where you get paid to slack off and crap. Youqian picked up the old arc reactor, examined it briefly, then tossed it to Tony. Saved you again. I don't need money anymore. Just build me a suit of Iron Man armor. Not asking for much. Just include after-sales service. Your silence means consent. Tony's face turned as black as charcoal, making him look like he'd changed ethnicity. He took a deep breath, said nothing, and shoved the arc reactor into his chest. As the reactor clicked into place, Tony felt alive again. With a pop, he sprang to his feet. Tony moved his body slightly. The sensation of being on the brink of death was truly excruciating. He cast a grateful glance at Youqian, saying, "Thanks, buddy." Youqian patted his chest, saying, "We're brothers after all. We're the kind of men who can stab you in the back for a little favor. It's nothing, just remember to make me a battle armor for fun later." Initially, Tony felt quite moved, but he couldn't shake the odd feeling about Youqian's words. At that moment, Jarvis' voice chimed in, "Mr. Youqian, what you meant was to stab you in the ribs, not stab you twice." Youqian remained unfazed, replying, "It's all the same, all the same." What nonsense. Just when Tony felt touched, he found himself wanting to complain about Youqian's antics for the 8th time in a single day. Little Pepper might be in danger. Stay here, and don't move, or I'll go deal with the crisis. As Tony spoke, he ran towards the area where the iron armor was stored. With a dazzling assembly, he completed donning the iron armor. Then he shot up into the sky, directly crashing through the ceiling of the luxurious seaside villa. Youqian stroked his chin, thinking, why do I feel like I'm being taken advantage of by him while I just sit here? Forget that feeling. Ever since meeting Mr. Lee, Tony has often studied Eastern cultural knowledge. He's just playing with you. Jarvis' mechanical voice honestly answered Youqian's self-talk. Youqian exclaimed, all right. So that's how we're playing, huh? Beneficial. No, Youqian sensed something was off. Damn, Tony is going to fight Obadiah. That must be a prime opportunity for a showdown. No way, I have to go check it out. Youqian swiftly ran out of the seaside villa, pulled out a bicycle from the space behind him, and without a second thought, he hopped on it. His legs pedaled, leaving remnants of speed as the bicycle zipped away like a motorcycle. Oddly enough, wasn't the Mark I armor supposed to be stored in that space as a collectible? How could Obadiah still follow the original plot and steal Tony's arc reactor? Did he somehow manage to create the Ironmonger? Without the original armor wreckage, how could that fat guy have the capability to build the Ironmonger? The force of plot correction is terrifying. Youqian was exceptionally displeased with Obadiah. Every time that fat guy came to Tony's house, he would flaunt his laziness while being sarcastic. Now he's the villain, it's all set in stone. Just watch me knock you down, I'll let you know what justice feels like. At that moment on the road, 2 police officers were leisurely sitting in their patrol car. I heard that there's been a legend around here lately about a super fast bicycle with a speed rivaling that of cars. I wonder if it's true. That's just a story for children. Let me tell you, if such a bicycle really existed, do you see this gun? I'd eat this gun. One officer scoffed while the other rubbed his eyes and pointed into the distance, saying, but I just saw it. On the road, a guy whose legs seemed to be kicking out sparks was riding a bike at an unfathomable speed, zipping past the 2 officers in a flash. The officer who had just rubbed his eyes silently took his partner's gun and handed it over. The officer who had just sworn looked at the gun and swallowed hard. Youqian observed the 2 combatants in New York City, letting out a sigh of relief. He had finally caught up. Fortunately, due to his constant practice over the past few days, he could barely control that kind of thought power. Though he couldn't achieve anything too absurd, he could still ride the bike at car speeds and change his body at will. Youqian watched as Tony engaged in a friendly exchange of force with Obadiah. Plus, with such a scene, the DNA in his body stirred. Stop fighting. You 2, please stop. Youqian felt as if it was about to rain. Tony was nearly exasperated. What time is it? Can we stop with the bad jokes already? The joke was discovered, revealing the absurdity of it all. The Eastern superpower of this world was too similar to his original home, even the jokes shared similarities. Tony manipulated the iron armor, and the originally stylish gold red armor had become somewhat tattered. There was no way around it. This suit was simply too fragile compared to Obadiah's ironmonger. Although Obadiah might not know how to create an arc reactor, he certainly understood that in war, durable and powerful weaponry is the best kind. Thus, the iron armor he controlled, the ironmonger, was like a burly man compared to Tony's Mark III, which looked like a frail young man. Tony was completely at a disadvantage, and they were still exchanging verbal jabs. I should be the true owner of Stark Industries. I devoted my life to it, while you want to shut down the weapons development department with just a few words. Do you have any idea how much loss that would cause? Oh, is that so? But you know Stark Industries, you should know who the real boss is. Is this all you can do? You're nothing but a big turtle. Obadiah, controlling the ironmonger, directly charged forward, adding a fist strike that sent the Mark III iron armor flying several meters. Obadiah was unusually excited. As long as he took down Tony, he would be the sole voice at Stark Industries and could become the real boss. Stark Industries grew under my leadership. Oh, why should you be the boss? That's not fair. Why is it unfair that your boss is unfair? It's been the same for so many years, okay? Over the years, have you ever achieved anything good in your work? Just think about it. A sarcastic voice came from behind Obadiah, sounding infuriating. Youqian directly pulled out a conceptual weapon, covering the face of the ironmonger with a cloth. This scene stunned Tony, who had just been sent flying. Buddy, are you serious? Obadiah laughed at the ridiculous attack method, saying, Ha ha, this is too much. You must be kidding. This is an iron armor, do you understand me? My mech doesn't even have a nose on its face, and you're covering my face. You're killing me, Tony. Where did you find this talent? As Obadiah laughed, he sensed something was wrong. Oh, why was it getting hard to breathe? Is it a psychological issue? Something's off. Oh, I really can't breathe. Obadiah struggled desperately, trying to pull the absurd Youqian off his back while controlling the ironmonger. Unfortunately, the ironmonger was too large, and while its many weapons and high defense were benefits, Obadiah never expected that the ironmonger also possessed the sole weakness of a strongman. He couldn't reach his back. Obadiah felt the suffocation intensifying, and panic finally seized him, setting aside the question of life and death for the moment. If he were to be smothered to death by a handkerchief through his mask, and if this were ever discovered and recorded, it would undoubtedly rank among the top 10 most absurd ways to die. It would be something people would write about in books, mocking it until the extinction of humanity. Let me go, will give you a fortune, more money than you could ever earn in a lifetime. Youqian's anger flared instantly upon hearing this. Who do you think is poor? You're the poor one. Your whole family is poor. Besides, even if you have money, can you be richer than Tony? You are just his employee, and a hereditary one at that, passed down for 2 generations. Youqian's words struck a deep nerve, inflicting immense psychological damage on Obadiah, compounded by the suffocating grip. Sensing he had only a few minutes left, Obadiah began to flail wildly in the ironmonger's suit, launching missiles and rockets indiscriminately in every direction. Tony had just gotten up, ready to applaud Youqian's sharp tongue, when he was hit by a blast and sent flying dozens of meters away. Jarvis' voice echoed from the suit. Sir, energy levels at 7. The arc reactor in Tony's suit was the old original one, and combined with the recent battle and the beating he had taken, it was clear that power was running dangerously low. Tony's HUD flashed red with warnings and alerts. Impact system offline, missiles offline, multiple soft tissue contusions. Damn it, I can't let Youqian fight that iron turtle alone. Jarvis' mechanical voice continued from the suit. That may not be necessary, sir. As Obadiah's frantic barrage of weaponry subsided in a final desperate frenzy, the colossal figure of the ironmonger slowly crumpled to the ground at the center of the battlefield. Indeed, Youqian had used his handkerchief to smother the primary antagonist of Iron Man 1 to death. Youqian gazed at the handkerchief in his hand and couldn't help but marvel. Truly a conceptual weapon. In the right hands, none are weak. Tony approached the motionless ironmonger, his eyes filled with bewilderment as he examined the seemingly ordinary handkerchief. Tony sighed in amazement. Seeing him die like this is a first for me. But the ventilation on this suit isn't even on the faceplate. That ironmonger doesn't even have a nose. How did you manage to suffocate him? Youqian tucked the handkerchief Tony coveted into the space behind his back. I told you I'm a superpowered being. Smothering someone with a handkerchief is perfectly normal, isn't it? By the way, how did he build the ironmonger? Did you leak the schematics to him? Tony nodded. He copied some of my data when he came to visit me earlier. Youqian now understood how that fat man had managed to create the ironmonger without the remains of the Mark I. Tony looked around. The air was filled with the sounds of phones taking pictures, and even people live streaming. It wouldn't be long before the press arrived. Youqian and Tony exchanged a glance. Youqian nodded and stashed the ironmonger into the space behind his back. Tony watched as the suit larger than Youqian himself vanished. Tony's face twitched as he muttered under his breath, "Is this even reasonable?" Then he took Youqian and flew directly toward his seaside villa. Tony stared at the door, which had several large footprints kicked into it, and pointed at the marks, looking at Youqian, who seemed entirely unrelated. "Did you kick these, eh?" Youqian waved his hand dismissively. "No idea, don't know. Maybe someone else came in after I left." The next second, Colonel Rhodes emerged from the villa. "Tony, are you alright?" Youqian waved his hand again. "See, I told you someone definitely went in after me." A bewildered Rhodes. "What happened?" Inside a dimly lit room at SHIELD headquarters, it seemed empty. Yet a screen on the table played the footage of the battle between Youqian, Tony, and Obadiah. A knock echoed through the room before a voice finally responded, "Enter." A one-eyed black man slowly revealed himself. Why had he seemed invisible moments before? Perhaps because he had just closed his mouth. This was the Earth's spymaster, the director of SHIELD, Level 10 Agent Nick Fury. The man who entered with his thinning hair and amiable demeanor was easily identifiable. He was a character one inevitably meets when traversing the Marvel Universe. The village chief of the newbie village SHIELD, Level 8 Agent Coulson. Coulson looked at his taciturn director and asked, "Director, you wanted to see me?" Fury fixed his gaze on Coulson and spoke slowly. "You were originally investigating the mysterious armored figure, and now it's confirmed that the suit was built by Tony Stark. So I'm assigning you to make contact with Tony Stark and this man named Youqian." Coulson glanced at the transmitted data and nodded. Just as he turned to leave, he heard Fury's voice again. "Be careful with that Youqian. His methods of attack are too bizarre, and he seems to be able to foresee the future. His background is also suspicious. Proceed with caution and remember, trust no one." My eye is the best example. Coulson watched his director cover his eye patch with his hand and nodded with firm resolve. He assumed his director must have lost that eye in a terrible disaster, a horrific betrayal. Truly admirable director. Fury, satisfied with Coulson's expression, nodded and dismissed him. Coulson was an excellent subordinate, hardworking and uncomplaining, the perfect tool. His increasingly thinning hair was ample proof of that. Fury even considered keeping Coulson at SHIELD for his entire career. Would that be too cruel? Never mind, head, set that thought aside for now. Fury looked at the data on the screen before him. The information was sparse, but outlined Youqian's general activities since arriving in the Marvel Universe. Meanwhile, on the floor directly below Fury's office, in an identical office with the same dim setup, two Level 8 agents, John Garrett and Jasper Sitwell, were present. John Garrett was a relatively low-key agent, appearing like a simple, honest, middle-aged man, while Sitwell was a bald man with glasses. It was hard to imagine that among SHIELD's few senior agents there were two bald men and Coulson with his receding hairline. Perhaps the key to promotion at SHIELD lay within. Suddenly, a large screen in the room flickered to life, displaying the emblem of HYDRA. The symbol was like a giant octopus, except the octopus head was replaced by a skull. A man's voice emanated from the screen. "We must use SHIELD to obtain the Iron Man suit's manufacturing method. Hydra's great cause requires that power. And that mysterious Youqian, he might have the ability to foresee the future. If we can't recruit him or kidnap him, kill him." "Yes, sir." Outside the seaside villa, a crisp knock echoed. Youqian, his face a mask of annoyance, went to answer the door. Tony and Pepper had been flaunting their affection all night long, leaving Youqian, a confirmed bachelor, feeling rather discomfited. He had only managed to shoo them out of the villa with a barrage of sarcastic remarks, hoping to sleep in. Yet here he was rudely awakened at the crack of dawn. How utterly infuriating. Buying a house was now a priority. He had his eye on one in the heart of New York City, surrounded by countless eateries. Besides, New York was a hotspot for major incidents, perfect for his check-in opportunities. Youqian mused as he opened the door with a resigned sigh. On the doorstep stood a middle-aged man with a kindly face, though his receding hairline was hard to miss. He flashed a bright smile at Youqian. As someone who had thoroughly dissected the Marvel storyline, Youqian instantly recognized the man, the quintessential newbie village chief Coulson. Pepper had mentioned last night that a government agent with a receding hairline had helped her out. Feigning ignorance, Youqian asked, "What's with the early morning knock?" "Delivering a package." Coulson paused for a split second before whipping out an impressively official-looking badge. "Hello, I'm from the Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division. I'm here to inquire about a few things. Ms. Pepper should be able to vouch for me." Youqian waved dismissively. "Pepper and Tony are out carousing. It's just me here. How am I supposed to know if you're telling the truth?" Youqian had no desire to get entangled with SHIELD L, D, primarily because what was called S, H, I, E, L, D, might as well be HYDRA. Out of every 10 agents, at least half were Hydra plants. Absurd. And that bald, paranoid Nick Fury was nothing but bad news. Stay far away. Coulson, ever the seasoned diplomat, kept his smile intact despite the rebuff. You can verify with Ms. Pepper. Our division would also like to discuss a few matters with you. Youqian slammed the door shut. What strategic homeland? Whatever it is. The name is ridiculously long and sounds like anything but a legitimate agency. Sometime later, Youqian stared in exasperation at Tony, who was now standing beside Coulson. Back in the villa, Youqian sat on the couch watching news coverage of the previous night's battle in New York. The two sleek Iron Man suits had sparked a frenzy among netizens, but it was the image of Youqian suffocating an Iron Man pilot with a handkerchief that truly set the internet ablaze. On one hand, some dismissed it as fake special effects. After all, smothering a mech pilot with a handkerchief seemed preposterous. On the other hand, numerous videos and photos proved it had really happened in New York. While the armored suits were somewhat futuristic, but still within the realm of urban fantasy, Youqian's bizarre abilities and the fact that he had pedaled a bicycle to the scene, one that rivaled a car in speed, were baffling. Thus, netizens affectionately dubbed him the handkerchief god of war and the bicycle king. An elderly lady even came forward proclaiming that the young man in the video was a master with the power to foresee the future. This earned Youqian another nickname, Taoist priest Youqian. His face darkened. What kind of ridiculous monikers were these? And that old lady. At her age, she was still surfing the internet. So trendy. Was she trying to tempt fate? Speaking of which, that Taoist robe had been stashed away in his inventory for ages. Tony, meanwhile, was thoroughly enjoying himself, mocking Youqian. Oh, how cool is my name, Iron Man? And my superhero buddy, the Bicycle King, how are you? And bro, you didn't even think to wear a mask when you made your grand debut. Ha ha. Youqian's fists clenched. Had this guy picked up his own sarcastic streak? Or had he caught it from him? He had been so focused on suffocating the ironmonger with his handkerchief that he had completely forgotten to put on a mask. A rookie mistake. Just then Coulson cleared his throat, drawing their attention. Mr. Stark, I represent the Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division. We're here to help. Your father had close ties with our agency. We can assist in managing the public fallout. However, Mr. Lee, your face was captured quite clearly, which makes things trickier. Youqian waved his hand dismissively while Tony echoed his earlier sentiment. What's with that mouthful of a name? Strategic Homeland. Whatever. It's ridiculously long and sounds shady. Coulson's expression remained unchanged, but internally he was exasperated. Every stranger who heard the agency's name reacted the same way. Their first instinct was to mock its cumbersome title. Could they please just rename it? Field agents were tired of being laughed at every time they introduced themselves. Clearly, Coulson's visit was primarily to mitigate the media frenzy. That afternoon, they held a press conference with the military, providing Tony with a script for his alibi. Afterward, Coulson kept finding excuses to chat with Youqian, clearly probing him. Annoyed, Youqian fled the villa to go house hunting. That afternoon, Youqian watched the news as Tony, defying the script, uttered the iconic line that would kick off the Marvel Universe. I am Iron Man. Youqian couldn't help but sigh. That line was both the beginning and the end of Iron Man. If he had the chance, he might try to save Tony. Despite being a pain, he was a good friend at heart. During a break from house hunting, Youqian used up all his accumulated check-in opportunities. Unsurprisingly, he got mostly tissue packs. Honestly, these tissues were overpowered, if not nerfed. And why was there no pity system like in some gacha games? Frustrating. Amid the stacks of tissues and useless trinkets, one card stood out. Righteous Slap, slapping an opponent's face, forcibly stuns them for 3 seconds. Note he's just a child. This was practically a god-tier skill. Finally, he had an offensive ability. Feeling elated, Youqian, with Pepper's help, purchased a luxurious penthouse in downtown New York. He could have bought a villa, but he preferred the convenience of stepping out into a bustling commercial street filled with delicious food. Youqian indulged in a feast along the street. After helping Tony take down the ironmonger, Tony had gifted him some shares. Now, even without working, his bank account balance grew at an alarming rate. He could finally declare with confidence, money is just a number. Yes. The thrill of one day being able to casually drop such a line and flex effortlessly was exhilarating. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the commercial street. It sounded like a terrorist attack, with explosions and blasts erupting in the distance. Military forces were already moving in. Youqian eyed the scene. It was definitely a major event, likely a check-in opportunity. If possible, he might go take a look. He couldn't help but marvel at how true to Marvel's New York disaster was inevitable once Iron Man kicked things off. A mangled car was hurled through the air, crashing onto a vehicle belonging to a man not far from Youqian. The man instantly lost it, screaming, "Ah, I haven't even paid off my car loan, you bastard." How tragic. His car was wrecked before the loan was cleared. Some onlookers pitied him while others seemed almost gleeful. The man bellowed at the crowd. Are you happy now? You cold-hearted people. I will never forgive you. What kind of melodramatic nonsense was that? Youqian felt assaulted by cringe-worthy cliches. Though the unfortunate man whose car, still under loan, had been smashed to pieces was somewhat pitiable, his recent remarks reminiscent of a certain childish prince made Youqian unable to contain himself. He covered his mouth, feeling he might die of laughter. The next second, a battered automobile flew from afar, crashing straight into the newly purchased penthouse of Youqian. Among so many floors, it struck his residence with uncanny precision. Youqian froze instantly, then writhed in shadowy anguish. My brand new house. They'll make you pay. Without a second word, Youqian dashed toward the origin of the wrecked car. No matter who did this today, he would kill them. Not even Jesus could save them, he swore. The weeping car owner, still in tears, watched Youqian's retreating figure. Glancing up at the evidently expensive penthouse, his mood improved considerably. Beside him, an old man gloated, Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Two unlucky souls. One lost his house, the other his car. These youngsters. The next moment, with a bang, my supermarket. Admittedly, the one tossing cars was fair in a way, attacking everyone equally. Youqian felt he was going mad. Since arriving in this Marvel world, his luck had been abysmal, hit by a car, stepping on faulty manhole covers, and a string of other misfortunes. He had finally earned money, bought a house, and now it was destroyed. Enough was enough. He would annihilate them all. At that moment, on a chaotic street, the military had begun to intervene. A grotesque, massive creature with bone spurs and a khaki hide was locked in battle with a gigantic green-skinned being. Clearly the green one was the Hulk, while the yellow one was the villainous Abomination. The Abomination felt terrifyingly powerful, having finally achieved the strength he craved, albeit at the cost of his appearance. Suddenly, the Abomination felt a chill down his spine, as if danger loomed. Several U.S. soldiers were evacuating the crowd, blocking reckless reporters and fame-hungry influencers. All at once, a figure with eyes blazing with fury charged straight into the street. The soldiers couldn't stop him. How could they tell his eyes burned with rage? Because literal flames flickered in his eyes, utterly unscientific. The Abomination dismissed the sudden chill and resumed his man-to-man brawl with the Hulk. Massive fists pummeled each other, the terrible force sending ripples through the air. Walls, concrete lampposts, and shops were reduced to rubble in their clash. The two behemoths were like pile drivers or demolition crews, tearing down nearly half the street. Suddenly, the Abomination felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning instinctively, he saw not a face, but a hand. Following the arm down, he found a peculiar young man with abnormally long arms patting him. The Abomination whirled around and roared spittle, nearly hitting Youqian's face. Disgustedly, Youqian stepped back, then swung his arm in a wide arc. Taste the righteous slap of justice. With a crack, the Abomination was stunned. How could an ordinary human dare strike him? But then he realized something was wrong. His body wouldn't move. Youqian gazed with satisfaction at the Abomination, frozen as if under a paralysis spell. Truly, Aguang's products were top-notch. A pity it only lasted 3 seconds, but no matter. Rubbing his hands together, Youqian began slapping the Abomination left and right, delivering the very slaps he loved to give. As he slapped, he roared, "You shit-colored monster destroyed my house. They'll make you pay." For a moment, the surrounding soldiers, the distant crowd, and the survivors hiding in corners were all stunned. The scene was too shocking. High above in a helicopter, an old man in a high-ranking U.S. military uniform stared in disbelief. How is this possible? How did this guy defeat my super soldier? He was General Ross, head of the super soldier program and father-in-law to the Hulk. He had always believed the Hulk was the ultimate weapon, though uncontrollable. The Abomination was his subordinate, Emil Blonsky, transformed. Greedy for power, Emil Blonsky had forced a doctor aiding Bruce Banner, the Hulk's human form, during a mission to capture the Hulk. He injected himself with a massive dose of Hulk serum, turning into a terrifying monster. Now Youqian was slapping the Abomination's face furiously. Under his "I think, therefore it is" power, the Abomination's thick skin, impervious to bullets, swelled up grotesquely. Judging by the Abomination's state, a few more slaps would knock him out. But unfortunately, Youqian's template couldn't kill anyone. Damn it. Blame those annoying parents. Meanwhile, the Hulk, who had been suppressed by the Abomination, snapped out of his stupor. Rage filled the Hulk's face. General Ross had injected him with massive sedatives during the chase, weakening his power. As a result, the Hulk had been dominated in the fight. He was furious. With bloodshot eyes, he charged at Youqian and the slapped Abomination. With a crack, Youqian's arm extended, impossibly delivering a slap to the charging Hulk. The Hulk froze mid-charge, though his eyes still blazed with fury. Slap, slap, slap. After 3 slaps, the Hulk's eyes cleared, becoming as innocent as a fresh graduate's. Only then did Youqian cease his slapping. Regaining mobility, the Hulk retreated fearfully. Seeing Youqian's growing ferocity, the Hulk immediately shrank on the spot, collapsing to the ground and reverting to Dr. Banner. Youqian focused on slapping the abomination left and right. Yes, this bastard loved hurling nearby cars during fights. He was the one who wrecked my house. They'll knock him out, then smother him with a handkerchief. Unknowingly, these absurd skills complemented each other. This was Youqian's passionate and boiling combination technique. As the abomination's eyes lost their light, Youqian stopped. As expected, the abomination's legs gave out, and he collapsed, his body shrinking into the older human form of Emil Blonsky. Youqian declared that even in human form he would kill him. Now that he was human, he wouldn't need the handkerchief. A gun would do. Hold your fire. With a bang, Youqian drew a pistol from behind and finished off the abomination. Youqian gazed at the dead Emil Blonsky and the trembling Banner, noting their perfectly intact underwear. He couldn't help but marvel. How are both their underwear so durable? Unbelievable. Scratching his back with the pistol, he looked toward the source of the voice that had cried, "Hold your fire." At that moment, General Ross was storming off the helicopter in a fury. The aircraft hadn't even fully landed, and in his haste, he nearly stumbled and fell flat on his face. Struggling to regain his balance, he rushed over to Youqian. "Why did you kill him? What department's super soldier product are you?" "Shinjin." Youqian stuffed the abomination's corpse into his space, then reached back, yanked a bicycle from his back pocket, swung his leg over, and sped away like the wind. Ross was about to say something, but was instantly silenced by a mouthful of dust kicked up as Youqian abruptly pedaled off. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the crowd, Youqian fled on his bicycle. Youqian felt he had gotten a bit carried away this time, and needed to lay low for a while. But there was no helping it. The first house he had earned was destroyed. How infuriating. However, there was an unexpected silver lining. As Youqian glanced at the message in his mind, his legs pedaled so joyfully they nearly sparked. Special achievement unlocked: beat up the Hulk and the abomination. Reward: 10 random draws. Youqian's laughter faltered as realization dawned. "Aguang, wait. You never told me about special achievements." The host never asked. Aguang's dull voice answered Youqian's question. For a moment, Youqian was at a loss for words. Damn, what a stupid system. He stared at the idiot-faced Aguang in his mind and could only curse silently. Suddenly, inspiration struck. "Then what else haven't you told me? Spit it all out now." Aguang began transmitting a flood of information. Youqian's mouth twitched. There really was more. Special achievement rewards were essentially achievements unlocked by altering the original storyline. The more outrageous the change, the more draw opportunities were granted. However, altering the world's original plot incurred the world's rejection. The most obvious consequence was terrible luck, and in severe cases one could be struck by lightning. Youqian finally understood why he had been so unlucky lately. Damn, he had planned to stir up more trouble for special achievements, but with such obvious side effects he needed to study this carefully and find the right balance. Youqian rode his bicycle back to Tony's seaside villa. He had no choice. The house he just bought was destroyed before he could even move in. Next time, he'd have to buy insurance along with the property. Damn it. A miscalculation. He happened to run into Tony, who had just returned home. Tony was shocked. "Youqian, didn't you buy a house and move out? Why are you back? Want me to throw a party to celebrate?" Youqian had just started to feel better, but Tony's mention of the party instantly darkened his face. Just then, the watch on Tony's wrist emitted Jarvis' voice. "Mr. Lee's property has just been severely damaged in a special incident." "Ha ha, you're so unlucky I can't stop laughing." Tony mocked mercilessly as a true friend. Youqian flipped him off and headed into the villa. Tony followed, closely, speaking leisurely. "Did you see the news today? I was absolutely stunning at that press conference." Youqian ignored the cocky Tony behind him and opened the door to enter. It was getting dark and the room was dim. Suddenly, a set of white teeth appeared floating in the air. Youqian and Tony stared in bewilderment. The next second, Youqian pressed a switch on the wall. As the lights came on, a bald black man with an eye patch appeared before them. It was Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Fury's face. He had planned to approach them slowly, gradually revealing himself to create an imposing presence. Who knew Youqian would just turn on the lights? Just as the profile analysis indicated, an unpredictable fellow. But Fury remained unfazed. Of this was a minor setback. "Good evening, gentlemen." Youqian nudged Tony. "Hey, aren't burglars supposed to be scared when caught these days?" Tony replied, "Maybe, because he can just run outside and blend perfectly into the night." Fury's face grew darker. "Tony, I'm your elder, show some respect. And Mr. Youqian, your background is quite mysterious, isn't it?" Tony raised an eyebrow. "I don't know you, and my parents never mentioned you. Besides, sneaking into my house and disabling Jarvis isn't exactly elder-like behavior." Seeming prepared, Fury tossed a USB drive to Tony. "Your father was once my colleague, but due to our department's secrecy, he never told you. This will prove my words." I'm here to invite you both to join an alliance, the Avengers. Youqian's eyes lit up. Why call it the Avengers? That name is terrible. How about the Justice League? Renaming the Avengers to the Justice League, just the thought was exhilarating. Maybe it would unlock a special achievement. Fury shook his head, rejecting Youqian's suggestion. Tony rolled his eyes. Seriously, Youqian, how much do you love DC? Do you even have the copyright for that name? Youqian's mind raced. Right, in the Marvel Universe, DC Comics existed, and vice versa. That ridiculous setting was indeed a thing. Damn, there goes my special achievement. Youqian instantly lost interest. Then I'm out. The Avengers sounds like a hassle. Agreed. Tony nodded. Fury's expression remained unchanged. One rejection was nothing, there was plenty of time. He dropped off his contact information and jumped out the window. Tony looked puzzled. Why does he have to go through the window when the door is right there? Youqian thought for a moment. Black Eggplant is a spy. It's probably professional protocol. Like he came early, climbed the wall and window, set up his gear, got bored, played on his phone, and when he heard us he had to stash it and strike a pose. Not easy. Stop, that's too vivid. And the nickname Black Eggplant is perfect, ha ha ha. Tony seemed to picture that Black Eggplant sneaking over the wall in the afternoon, waiting until he was bored out of his mind. Playing on his phone, then scrambling to hide it, and strike a pose he thought was cool when he heard them coming. Ha ha ha, the image was so clear. Flight skill grants the ability to fly like a bird soaring through the sky. Any door you will be bound to, and any door, upon opening it you can step through to any corner of your world. Body enhancement card, upon use the body undergoes a reinforcement. Following this was a pile of tissues as Youqian, using the accumulated check-in opportunities, pulled out the items in one go, feeling quite satisfied. Especially these three, which seemed quite useful. Without a second thought, Youqian activated them all, and instantly a pink door materialized before him. Youqian strongly suspected that this any door had been snatched by Ah Guang from some blue cat, not even bothering to change the color. Two more flashes of light passed, and Youqian felt he could take flight. Moreover, his boat's strength and speed seemed greatly enhanced. However, due to his inherent template, Youqian's original strength and speed were already ambiguous, so the enhancement card's effects weren't very noticeable. Without hesitation, he leaped out the window using Homelander's inward need stance for leverage and shot into the sky with a raised fist. He first soared straight up, then hovered in place, unmoving. Youqian flailed his arms, looking as if he were swimming through the sky. It couldn't be helped, he was still unaccustomed to this new skill. Tony, exhausted from working overtime on the latest Iron Man design, walked out of the basement. Looking up, he saw Youqian swimming in the sky. He paused for a moment, then turned and ran back to his room. Damn it, I'm about to die from overwork. Hallucinating now. I actually saw Youqian swimming in the sky. After a while, Youqian no longer needed the swimming motion to fly, merely controlling the innate instinct within his body. He could fly freely in any posture. He tried standing and Superman-style flight, finding the latter more aerodynamic. Moreover, this ability could reach supersonic speeds. After flying in the sky for some time, Youqian reluctantly prepared to land. After all, the sheer thrill of soaring freely through the heavens was indescribably exhilarating. Suddenly a thought struck Youqian. He had mastered takeoff and flight, but how to land? The next second, with a thunderous crash, another gaping hole was blasted through the ceiling of the seaside villa. Youqian nonchalantly dusted himself off, vowing to land slower next time and find a better spot. The next day, the renovation crew stared speechlessly at the massive hole in the ceiling. This seaside villa kept getting holes in its ceiling daily, and anyone would think they were incompetent. Meanwhile, Youqian had left the villa, asking Pepper to find a repair team to fix his penthouse. He then wandered around, ate something, took a stroll, and experienced the life of the wealthy. It must be said the repair crew in disaster-prone New York was efficient, finishing the job in a few days. He also signed insurance, so he wouldn't have to worry about superheroes or villains wrecking his home again. Youqian finally moved into his own place, filled with a sense of accomplishment. Suddenly a phone rang, and he casually answered. A hoarse voice came through the line. Hello, Mr. Lee, I represent a mysterious and powerful organization and invite you to join us. Sure, I agree. Youqian answered without a second thought. The caller seemed momentarily silent, taken aback by such a swift agreement. Although he should be pleased, the quick acceptance felt oddly unsettling. Suppressing this strange feeling, he continued, It seems you have a destiny with our organization. Hold on, I have conditions. I'll name them. Our organization can fulfill any request. His tone brimmed with confidence and pride in the group, like a fervent zealot. The unsettling feeling vanished as having conditions was normal. Youqian didn't pause. Youqian, send 50 million to show your strength. Alright, if you help us acquire Tony Stark's Iron Man armor technology and provide future information, you'll receive due compensation. Send the money first, then we'll talk. Youqian hung up immediately. Anyone this wealthy yet sneaky was undoubtedly from Hydra. Whatever. If Hydra actually wired the money, great. $50 million for free, all about freeloading. But as for future information, Youqian recalled when he first arrived in the Marvel world reading someone's fortune for $10. Could those guys have misunderstood? Thinking he had precognitive abilities. What a hassle. Lost in thought, Youqian's phone buzzed with a bank notification. Holy crap, Hydra had actually transferred him $50 million. The next moment, Youqian blocked that number in one swift move. Meanwhile, in a base, the man who made the call stared at the perpetually unreachable phone deep in thought. Damn, that's shameless. He reported the incident to his superior, Alexander Pierce, the former director of SHIELD, and a high-ranking Hydra leader. After hearing that his subordinate not only failed to recruit Youqian, but was also swindled out of $50 million, he felt a surge of rage. Damn it, he was always the one deceiving others, never the deceived. After ordering the caller thrown into the sea to feed the fish, Pierce casually instructed his subordinate. Since he refuses recruitment, capture him and imprison him. Let him contribute his power to the great Hydra world. He lives alone now. This is the perfect chance to seize him. Yes. Meanwhile, Youqian was lounging at home, unconcerned about Hydra's retaliation. After all, he was invincible, had any door to escape, and his house was insured. If Hydra provoked him, simply tell the bald Nick Fury that his SHIELD had become a snake pit. Even if it meant losing some achievement check-in opportunities, Youqian wasn't worried. He might even stumble into some special achievements. Of course, Youqian also stuffed some valuables from the house into his space. As he packed, a sudden thought struck him: could he stuff himself into the space? Acting on the idea, he bent his body, using his unique template to tilt his head back repeatedly. With a swoosh, he actually entered the space behind him. And he discovered that whenever he wanted to exit with a snap, he reappeared outside. However, to re-enter, he had to perform a backflip, or at the very least continuously lean back. What kind of absurd rule is this, hey? Youqian glanced at the space behind him. It was vast, comparable to the size of 5 football fields combined. At the end of the space, everything was a blurry white like mist, but it felt extremely hard to the touch. Youqian gazed at the mountain of firearms and some snacks and chips piled up in the space. He took a deep breath, finding the air inside surprisingly fresh, and instantly felt he had made a mistake. If only he had known the space could accommodate people. Why did I buy a house? Forget it, since I bought it, I can't let it go to waste. With a flicker of thought, Youqian reappeared in his original spot, did a somersault, and then vanished again. Hey, I'm back again. Hey, I'm gone. He kept experimenting as if playing with a novel toy. Meanwhile, a squad of soldiers fully armed with high-tech gear quietly sneaked in. This team was a group of SHIELD agents sent by Hydra, led by Crossbones. Crossbones, a seasoned Hydra agent operating under the guise of SHIELD, had done countless similar tasks for Hydra. Thus, he was brimming with confidence. Nothing but practice made perfect. This mission's target was a superhuman with bizarre attack methods and impressive regenerative abilities, but lacking area effect attacks. And his offensive power wasn't high, so capturing him by restraining him would be simple. To prevent Youqian from using any special abilities, Crossbones decided to sneak into his home and catch him while he slept, binding him effortlessly. Yes, that was the plan. Crossbones led his team quietly into the spacious penthouse, muttering about the wealthy bastard. The dim room, sparse furniture, and white walls created an eerie horror movie atmosphere. Crossbones swallowed nervously, reassuring himself, what era is this? How could there be ghosts? Crossbones turned to signal his team, but when he looked back, a face was right in front of him. Odd. A ghost. Crossbones stumbled backward, landing on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. Damn it, there was absolutely no one in the center of the room a moment ago. What's more bizarre was that the face appeared upside down. Youqian had gotten used to doing somersaults and instinctively did one when he emerged looking innocent. Crossbones' team instinctively raised their guns. Youqian smirked. Here comes the little flying palm. His arm stretched to an incredible length. Just as Crossbones' team stood in a row, a single slap sent them all reeling, completely immobilized. Crossbones, having been startled, was already on the ground, dodging the slap. As he scrambled backward, watching his team stand motionless under the blows, he shouted in terror, "You don't come near me." But Youqian's other hand delivered a slap that, though delayed, was inevitable. Youqian realized the enhancement card was useful. Now his slaps could create afterimages. Within a minute, the fully armed Hydra agents had their faces swollen from the slaps, collapsing to the ground and falling asleep. Their puffy faces resembled those of big-head dolls. Youqian looked thoughtfully at Crossbones. As a minor antagonist, Crossbones was vaguely familiar. His Gearbore SHIELD insignias. Killing him outright would be troublesome, given his official status as a SHIELD agent. There was only one solution. "Hey, Black Egg, why are your agents sneaking into my home fully armed in the middle of the night?" Was the person who called me today from your strategic homeland whatever agency? When did your agency rename itself Hydra? Is the name too long and cumbersome? Why not just call it H-I-E-L-D for short? Youqian called to lodge a complaint, subtly hinting you're in trouble. Black Egg. Hydra is still around. Fury was taken aback when he answered the phone. Who was Black Egg? Then he recognized Youqian's familiar voice and understood the implication, his face darkening further. In the office, Coulson, who was waiting to receive a new assignment, watched the unusually grim director and caught faint mentions of Black Egg in the phone conversation. He glanced at the director's bald head and made a connection, feeling a pang of guilt for judging someone by appearance. Coulson looked at the director again. There was no denying the resemblance. Fury's expression turned serious when he heard the word Hydra. Mr. Lee, what are you talking about? Hydra is a long-defunct terrorist organization. Are you joking? Youqian, feigning ignorance, replied. Someone called me today to join Hydra. I wouldn't even join your agency with that ridiculously long name, so why would I join Hydra? It doesn't sound like a reputable organization. Then tonight a squad of soldiers showed up, fully armed and aggressive, wearing your H-I-E-L-D insignias. Youqian paused, then said ominously, could there be spies among your H-I-E-L-D agents? A spy within a spy. You people sure know how to play games. Fury immediately sensed something was wrong. After learning that Youqian had subdued the squad, he instructed him not to move and said he would send someone right away. Before long, Director Black Egg arrived with the ever-affable Coulson without any other subordinates. Black Egg likely found his own agents untrustworthy. Already paranoid, his suspicion now rivaled that of Chow Chow. He stared at the 13 men lying neatly on the ground, led by Crossbones, and fell into a brooding silence. He had never ordered Youqian's capture, and no relevant operation report existed suggesting Youqian's claims were likely true. There might be spies within H-I-E-L-D, and they were Hydra. It was hard to imagine how much Hydra had profited from H-I-E-L-D's success over the years. The thought was chilling. Fury spoke to Youqian with sincerity. This appears to be an internal issue within our agency. I apologize for the trouble caused. Youqian pointed to a shattered teacup on the floor. What good is an apology? This was my favorite teacup, very expensive, a Shang Dynasty antique. Fury stared at the clearly modern teacup and fell silent. Shang Dynasty. I'd believe it if you said last week. After a moment of exasperation, he asked, what compensation would you like, Mr. Lee? A little while later, Youqian saw another 50 million added to his account and felt delighted. He had earned a small fortune today. Money was too easy to make. No wonder everyone wanted to time travel. Fury, on the other hand, wore an expression of deep pain. That money had come from his personal slush fund, painstakingly embezzled from the agency's budget. He had been planning to build another secret base, but this Youqian was utterly mercenary. However, Fury also thought of a way to win Youqian over, by throwing money at him. Youqian was already wealthy enough, yet he still had such an insatiable love for money. It was almost a peculiar obsession, but among the strange and varied preferences of people, it was fairly normal. Nick Fury was contemplating just how much money it would take to recruit Youqian into the Avengers Initiative. Just then, Coulson, who had finished tying up all the Hydra agents lying on the floor, wiped the sweat from his brow. Sighing about his declining physical condition, he panted and asked Director, what should we do with these guys? Should we find a few more? It's just the two of us, and with so many spies, it'll take forever to transfer them. If we tip off the Hydra moles inside H-I-E-L-D, it'll be trouble. Fury refused outright. No. Right now, besides you, there aren't many I trust. The others aren't in New York and can't get back in time. Mr. Lee, perhaps you. Although the dark-skinned egg didn't finish his sentence, Youqian understood the meaning. He rubbed his fingers together, signaling for the dark egg to show some appreciation. Fury scowled, and after transferring another sum from his hidden funds, Youqian reached behind his back and pulled casually. A pink door materialized before the three of them. Youqian asked the dark egg where to. Give me the coordinates. Fury stared at the absurdly appearing door and provided the location of one of his secret bases. After Youqian opened the pink door, it stood precisely at the entrance of that secret base. Coulson splashed a cup of cold water on each of the still unconscious Hydra agents, then slapped them twice to wake them up. Strangely enough, Youqian realized that his righteous slap also had a knockout effect. It was probably because in those silly animations, characters always passed out when hit hard. Combined with his righteous slap skill, his crowd control was maxed out. When the Hydra agents woke up and opened their eyes, they saw the dark egg standing before them. The so-called director on the surface. They instantly understood their situation. Faces filled with despair, some of them desperately bit down on their teeth. But it was already too late. Coulson had already taken the poison from their mouths. Suicide was no longer an option. Still, it was fortunate that Hydra had underestimated Youqian, otherwise they would have sent agents rigged with bombs. When the Hydra agents realized their plan was useless, Crossbones tried to bluff. "Director, are you here to rescue me? We were carrying out orders from above and failed. What is this?" On the surface, Crossbones looked like an innocent employee who knew nothing. Unfortunately, their initial reaction had already exposed them. The Dark Egg ignored Crossbones' excuses. For now, he just wanted to interrogate this spy and find out how many Hydra moles were embedded in SHIELD. The Dark Egg comforted himself, thinking there couldn't be more than a dozen at most. After all, this was his department. How could so many spies have infiltrated? Coulson glanced at his director, then at Youqian, one his boss, the other a formidable figure. He sighed, rubbed his aching back, and started herding the Hydra agents. He made them step through the pink door into the director's secret base. Coulson's face was practically written with the words "workhorse tool," as if he were a brick to be moved wherever needed. Youqian couldn't help but sigh for him. He looked at the Dark Egg, lamenting the evil of capitalist bosses, then gazing at the vast whiteness beyond the door and feeling the cold wind rush in. He glanced at his own thin clothes and out of sheer kindness kicked a few Hydra agents to hurry them along. Once everyone was through, Youqian eagerly shut the pink door. It was freezing. Then, as if struck by an idea, he opened it again and shouted inside. "Hey, Dark Egg, next time you need help, just say the word. I'm always ready, as long as there's extra cash." After that, he slammed the door shut with a thud. Youqian looked at the money in his bank account and started smirking again. No wonder the arrogant male leads in novels always loved that crooked grin. It felt pretty good. A few days later, Youqian looked at the haggard Coulson before him and couldn't help but remark on how the Dark Egg mistreated his subordinates. "So how is it? Does your whatever department really have that many spies?" Coulson nodded silently. Although those guys had been tight-lipped, days of torture had yielded some information. At least they knew that SHIELD was infested with Hydra spies. Just call it SHIELD. Our director thought the old name was too long. Coulson changed the subject with a smile and continued, "Our director is busy rooting out the spies. He sent me to ask if you'd like to join SHIELD. Youqian shook his head. Joining SHIELD at this point had its benefits, but not many. Coulson smiled confidently. "We'll pay you 100,000 a month. You don't have to do much, just help SHIELD. With special cases. You might not even be called once a month and you'd still pocket $100,000. Mr. Lee, won't you consider it?" Damn, that was tempting. Youqian rubbed his eyes as usual, pressing the $ symbol back into them. "You make me sound like someone who's only after money. Plus, there's an annual bonus of 100,000. Damn it. They'd found his weakness. Youqian had to admit the Dark Egg, the king of spies, had some skills. Tell you what, if Tony agrees to join the Avengers, he'll join too. But forget SHIELD. I don't want to be part of a spy organization. Tony Stark was no pushover. As a troublesome friend, after getting to know him and knowing the storyline, once Tony joined the Avengers, he would definitely take charge of everything, leaving SHIELD in a supporting role. Youqian could just coast along, handing things over to Tony and enjoying a lazy, happy life. Coulson's face lit up. Though he didn't know the exact details of the Avengers initiative, he vaguely understood it was a team his director was forming. Joining the Avengers must be similar to joining SHIELD. Coulson turned around happily, ready to report the good news to his director. Youqian understood Coulson's thinking and shook his head behind him. In the later stages, the Avengers would only be allied with SHIELD. An ordinary person, even the Dark Egg, could never control a group of superheroes. The subsequent Civil War proved that point. After becoming wealthy, Youqian spent his days gaming, enjoying takeout, strolling through the streets, and flirting with girls at bars, living a carefree life. However, after a prolonged period of being corrupted by capital, he began to feel a sense of boredom. Youqian looked at the accumulated chances to draw, and without hesitation performed 10 consecutive draws. Although this thing has no guaranteed mechanism, the 10 draws had a certain mystical feeling. Upon seeing a pile of toilet paper from the draws, Youqian instantly felt like he was a reincarnated non-lucky person, undoubtedly infected by the bad luck of the black-boiled egg. However, he did get 2 useful items. Blindness skill. Even if you close your eyes, you can still gain the vision of a normal person. This skill sounded useless, and in reality, it was completely useless. Youqian tried it, and found that he could see with his eyes closed, but that was no different from having his eyes open normally. Then why not just keep my eyes open? Especially when I'm sleeping, I have to specifically turn off this skill. How ridiculous. Transmigration card can randomly search for a world anchor point to transmigrate into a world and stay in that world for 3 years. During these 3 years, the time flow of the main world will slow down, equivalent to passing 3 months. This card was quite good, essentially a golden draw. Youqian carefully thought about the Marvel timeline. The events of Iron Man and the Incredible Hulk had already passed. The next should be Iron Man 2. Youqian felt an overwhelming urge to transmigrate to another world to see its scenery. However, before leaving, he needed to deal with one matter. He almost forgot about Tony's palladium poisoning. Without a word, he pulled out a pink door from behind and walked straight in. Inside, a dejected-looking Tony was sitting alone on the sofa with his head down deep in thought. Even when Youqian ran up to him, Tony didn't lift his head. It was evident that Tony had realized his palladium poisoning and was currently feeling emo. Youqian sat down on another sofa without saying a word and grabbed a fruit platter from the table to start eating. "What's wrong, Tony? Why have you turned into emo, brother?" Tony forced a smile. "You brat, after so many days of not coming to find me. Wait, how did you get in here?" Tony looked behind Youqian and saw a pink door with the scenery outside completely different from his home. His attention was instantly captivated as he leaned closer, exclaiming, "Is this a spatial teleportation device? Such advanced technology, but why is the door painted pink? Your taste has always been absurdly off." Tony looked at Youqian with some disdain, thinking that pink was worse than a golden red color. Youqian replied, "You think I wanted this door to be pink? If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't change the color, I would have switched it to bronze long ago." A bronze door traveling through space sounds quite appealing. Youqian crossed his legs. "Comrade Tony, I calculated and found that you are in a great crisis. Quickly let me customize a set of your Iron Man suit, and it'll tell you how to resolve this crisis." Tony was puzzled. He recalled his palladium poisoning and wondered if this guy had a way to solve it. How did he know? Even he only noticed something was off with his body after a few days of feeling unwell. Plus, he hadn't seen this guy display any healing abilities. Forget it, it's worth a try. Tony led Youqian into the villa to a place where Iron Man suits were manufactured. Pointing at a half-finished Iron Man suit, he said, "Don't worry, I've already started making one for you, but it's not finished yet. What color do you like?" Youqian rubbed his hands together. "Jarvis, remember, I want it in black, and let's call it the Super Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior." Youqian didn't actually need to use the Iron Man suit. It was mainly for collection purposes, so he just wanted a memorable name. Hee. Tony rolled his eyes at Youqian's consistently absurd taste, but then he heard Youqian's words. "You look weak. You must be poisoned, right? I used to be a Taoist, so I calculated and knew your life force was on that model your dad gave you. That model is actually a new element that can solve your body's problems." Tony was stunned, and then turned to run toward the room where his father's relic was kept. Youqian admired his Iron Man suit for a moment before turning to walk towards his pink door. With Tony gaining the clue to the new element in advance, it would alleviate some pain from the poisoning, and Black-Boiled Egg lost another chance to gain favor from Tony. However, it was unknown how the plot of Iron Man 2 would change after Tony obtained the new element early. With a chime in his mind, special achievement completed, significantly impacting the plot of Iron Man 2, rewarded with 10 draw chances. Youqian smiled. "Now that's interesting, isn't it?" He stepped lightly through the portal back to his home after using the transmigration card in his mind. He transformed into a beam of white light and disappeared from the Marvel world. Meanwhile, on a rundown street, a flash of white light flickered, and Youqian appeared directly on the street. Youqian instinctively felt something was off. Looking down, he exclaimed, "Damn, where's the manhole cover?" With a loud thud, he fell flat on his face. After the fall, he realized he might be able to fly. Damn it. Youqian, feeling disgruntled, prepared to correct his flattened body. Looking up, he saw 2 monsters resembling bears, but somewhat humanoid. The surrounding environment was dark and damp with a large door ahead, and the 2 monsters stood nearby. A darker-colored bear monster spoke. "You're the new arrival here to join our association." The lighter-colored bear monster looked at Youqian with dissatisfaction. "Brother Bear, why does this guy look so silly?" "Brother Bear, that's normal. You must know that most monsters are quite silly. There aren't many as smart as us two." Youqian looked at the 2 dim-witted bear monsters and felt speechless. "How could you 2 have the audacity to call me silly?" Youqian noticed that these 2 didn't resemble the Bear Brothers from the show. They looked too fierce and terrifying. If they looked like that, bear infestation would have been taken down long ago. In this unfamiliar world, without knowing the situation, he decided to play along with their words. "Ah, yes, I'm new here, come to join your association." The bear monster Brother Bear looked at Youqian with confusion. Why does this guy seem so much like a human? Brother Bear slapped him, saying, "Have you ever seen a human look that flat? Quick, lead the way, take him to meet the boss." "Oh, okay." Youqian followed behind Brother Bear, walking inside. His flattened body had particularly short legs, and he struggled to keep up with the short-legged monster named Brother Bear. Li Youqian discovered that this underground world was vast and concealed many secrets. Following Xiong'er, he arrived at the deepest part of the cave, and in the next moment, he understood what kind of world he had entered. In front of him stood a gigantic humanoid horror creature covered in exoskeleton, with tentacles resembling white snake heads sprouting all over its body. Next to it stood a chubby Cyclops monster. Wasn't this the big boss of the Monster Association, Dashi? The Cyclops next to the big snake was just a puppet controlled by the mastermind Sykes from the Monster Association. Had I traveled directly to the presence of the big boss of this world? How am I supposed to play this? I'm quite anxious. Li Youqian kept complaining in his heart while his body moved on, following Xiong'er to queue behind a group of monsters. Xiong'er turned to Li Youqian and said, "You queue here, I'll go check the entrance. I hope you can become a qualified member of the Monster Association." Li Youqian stood behind a bunch of monsters watching as they demonstrated their abilities before Dashi. What is going on here? Boss direct hire. Dashi's method of recruiting members for the Monster Association was quite straightforward. Those with strong abilities stayed, while those too weak, including some amusing characters, were eaten. Li Youqian was a bit confused as he queued for a while, and finally, it was his turn. Dashi and the big Cyclops fixed their gaze on Li Youqian, and he felt a bit dazed. How was he supposed to demonstrate his ability? Should he just go up and give Dashi a big hug? With so many monsters around, even if he had 10 hands, it wouldn't be enough to fan them. He could barely fan a few dozen alone. This was under the condition that his body could transform. Dashi and the big Cyclops exchanged glances. This newcomer to the Monster Association looked quite weak, as if he had been flattened, probably yet another shame for the monsters. Suddenly one of Dashi's tentacles lunged at Li Youqian, piercing him through. Li Youqian looked down at the hole in his body, stunned, and in the next moment the wound healed without a drop of blood. Li Youqian was utterly displeased. He would remember this grudge. From now on, that fellow named she better keep one eye open and one eye on guard while he sleeps. Don't let me catch an opportunity. If I do, you'll have a bad time. Li Youqian patted his body, returning to his original form, ready to escape using his portal. Suddenly, he heard the big Cyclops' classic villainous laughter. And not bad, your recovery ability is terrifying, and you even have transformation ability. You qualify, but it seems your attacking power is too weak, somewhat like a zombie man. Li Youqian, seeing the big Cyclops' expression, understood that this guy was interested in his recovery ability. Oh, thank you, Lord Big Cyclopes, you are my idol. The big Cyclops felt quite pleased with Li Youqian's flattery. After all, most members of the Monster Association were indeed monsters. Every day was just fighting and flattering. This skill was indeed rare. The big Cyclops nodded appreciatively, signaling Li Youqian to stay aside. That area was occupied by truly qualified monsters. Li Youqian walked over, pondering, preparing to find a secluded spot, open a portal, and make a quick getaway. Then he would report back, letting the Hero Association discover the Monster Association in advance, concentrating their forces to eliminate this group of monsters. This way he would affect the plot. Li Youqian had already figured out that the more chaotic the story, the greater the rewards. Li Youqian contemplated for a while. The monsters in the queue had all completed their interviews. The big Cyclops stood beside Dashi and began a speech. Hello, fellow like-minded monsters. As long as we work together and continuously strengthen the association. A leadership aura radiated from the big Cyclops as he launched into the usual empty rhetoric of leaders talking for an entire hour. Li Youqian looked around at the densely packed monsters. He had no chance to sneak away. Then the big Cyclops announced the first task: monsters below the tiger level should go to other cities to spread the fame of the Monster Association and attract other monsters to join. For those above tiger level, there was only one requirement: to remain patient for now, stay at the headquarters of the Monster Association and not go out to be discovered by heroes. There would be corresponding tasks each month, and the relevant monsters would be notified in due course. With the sound of the meeting adjourning, various monsters gradually left, and Li Youqian departed with them. The entire Monster Association was underground, and the space was quite large, sufficient for many monsters to survive. As Li Youqian noticed that there were fewer and fewer monsters around, he was just about to slip away. Suddenly, the big Cyclops' voice rang out beside him. Newcomer, I have something for you. Li Youqian looked around. Stop looking, I'm talking about you. Hurry up and come with me. After arriving at a small cave, the big Cyclops smiled. What's your name? Just call me Youqian, monster. Li Youqian felt that the big Cyclops must be thinking something bad in his heart. The big Cyclops chuckled. I thought I'd assign you a task to join the Hero Association and then take the opportunity to eliminate those heroes. The more he looked at Li Youqian, the more he felt he looked human, though he was quite flattened at first, but he could transform, turning into a human form. It was just right for the Monster Association. Those without monster abilities were of the spy type and had to rely on the internet to learn about various hero abilities. This guy in front of him, who could transform into a human, was such a suitable spy monster. As for whether this guy in front of him was really human, the big Cyclops thought that such a flattened figure must be a monster. Besides, at worst, he could send someone to check in human society to see if there was any information about him. As long as there was no information, he must be some kind of creature or a monster formed from resentment. Youqian was momentarily stunned, staring wide-eyed, pointing at himself. Me. The big Cyclops seemed to think his statement was somewhat inappropriate and quickly added, I'm not asking you to deal with class heroes. You can gather intelligence, eliminate low-level heroes, and secretly sabotage during monster hunt sneak attacks, and so on. Youqian felt quite speechless. He didn't want to be a spy, even in Marvel, but now in another world, he had become a spy. This isn't appropriate, right? There's nothing inappropriate about it. Because of the needs of human society, I will give you some money every month and help you establish a human identity, don't worry. The big Cyclops gave Youqian no chance to refuse. Upon hearing the words money, Youqian immediately agreed with righteous indignation. The Monster Association is my family, you are my idol, I will definitely complete the task. The big Cyclops patted Youqian's shoulder. Work hard, the association will not treat you poorly. As long as you bring back useful intelligence or achieve some results, I will promote you to a cadre. For the money, cough. For the association, I will definitely work hard. Youqian spent a few days at the Monster Association headquarters. It must be said that Youqian, or rather the one behind him, Psychos, was quite capable managing to keep the chaotic monsters living in orderly fashion. Some monsters whose habits leaned towards humans were even given dormitories. As luck would have it, Youqian's roommates were the gatekeepers Bear 1 and Bear 2. These two were originally ordinary brown bears, but because humans destroyed a forest and felled the vegetation, the forest's resentment transformed them into monsters, tasking them with punishing humanity. Perhaps because that forest was too small, the two bears were actually quite weak. They were chased by a B-class hero wielding a chainsaw, a bald man. By chance, they heard the Monster Association was recruiting, so they came to hide from that bald nuisance. And because they were tall but weak, they were assigned as gatekeepers. After hearing their story, Youqian asked from the bottom of his heart, that forest, is it called Bear Ridge? Bear 1 slapped his thigh. Hey, how did you know? Are you a monster from that place too? Youqian fell silent. Just then, Youqian's voice came from outside the cave dormitory. Youqian hurried out. Youqian held human identification documents, a stack of cash, a phone, and a bank card, everything needed. He stuffed them all into Youqian's hands. Youqian accepted them with delight, but asked with slight unease, these won't be detected by the Hero Association, right? Youqian patted his chest. Relax, these are the identity documents of a person from a town destroyed by an unknown robot. There's no flaw at all. As long as you don't slip up, the Hero Association won't find anything wrong with you. Then I'm at ease. You're such a good person. Youqian felt it was like a pillow arriving just as he was feeling sleepy. Now he had a legal identity in the One Punch Man world. Youqian was also pleased. After investigation, the wealthy monster was indeed a monster with no related information in human society. With his abilities, he was a natural spy. With such talent, how could they fear the Hero Association? Youqian stuffed the items Youqian gave him into his bag, crawled out of the sewer entrance, and waved. Bye-bye, kind soul. Youqian felt something was off, but still waved back at Youqian. Work hard, and it'll make you an executive. Don't forget the new Hero Association recruitment is in a few days. Pay attention to the time. Youqian had no fear that Youqian wouldn't go as a spy. As a monster, killing heroes and destroying cities was an instinct ingrained in his bones. With the feeling of a warrior heading into the wind, Youqian carried a small stick and shouldered his bag, walking into the distance. Once far away, he stuffed the bag into his spatial storage, bent his legs inward for acceleration, and flew off, escaping swiftly. After flying far from the Monster Association headquarters, Youqian finally relaxed. Thank goodness for his acting skills. Youqian looked at the dilapidated area. With the Monster Association headquarters nearby, this should be the outskirts of Z City. Although Youqian claimed to have no spies infiltrating the Hero Association, he could still create a legal identity for Youqian in such a short time. This showed the Monster Association had some influence in human society, so he couldn't report them rashly. Youqian planned to participate in the Hero Association selection in a few days and achieve a good score. Then he would find a high-ranking hero to take him directly to the Hero Association headquarters and report them. This would make the Hero Association and Monster Association fight early, earning him a special achievement. Though his start as a transmigrator was unfavorable, as the saying goes, I laugh loudly as I stride out the door. How could I be a mere ordinary man? Gold shines wherever it goes. Despite his joy, Youqian still needed a place to stay. He decided to find a house nearby. Since these houses were unoccupied, Youqian picked an apartment building that looked clean. He kicked open one of the doors. Youqian saw a dazzling light. Wait, light. Wasn't this place empty? He gulped as he saw Saitama, the bald man with dead fish eyes, sitting in the room. Saitama felt speechless. He was just sitting at home when someone kicked his door in. Who was this? How rude. Too bad this guy wasn't a monster. With a whoosh, Saitama instantly appeared right in front of Youqian, extremely close. He looked puzzled. Why do you smell like a monster? And so strong, but you don't seem to be one. Youqian thought, of course. Sharing a dorm with two monsters would leave a strong scent. I'm definitely not a monster. I'm just a passing masked rider. No, just a passerby. Saitama looked at Youqian and held out his hand. Pay up. For the door. Youqian silently paid for the door. I'm looking for a place to stay. Where do you connect the utilities here? I think this apartment is nice. He'll live next door to you. Saitama was in a noticeably better mood after receiving the money. Hearing that Youqian wanted to be his neighbor, he patted his chest and told him about the renovation and utility companies. He even agreed to let Youqian stay temporarily until the renovation was done. A few days later, the renovation company finished fixing up the house next to Saitama's. Then the renovation company turned and ran without looking back, afraid that if they delayed, they'd be killed by monsters in the suburbs. The workers muttered, always thinking that weird bald guy living in Z City's outskirts would have died long ago. But he was still alive and even brought them a customer. How absurd. To thank Saitama for his help, Youqian had a hot pot at his new place. As for ingredients, he ordered takeout. After they ate their fill, Youqian thought about the upcoming Hero Association selection. He asked directly, Saitama, the hero selection is starting in a few days. Want to give it a try? Saitama looked confused. I'm already a hero. A hero for fun. In the next second, Youqian's class began. That's not what I mean. The hero selection is organized by an organization called the Hero Association. If you pass, you become a professional hero. Youqian started explaining to Saitama. Saitama understood what the hero selection meant, but shook his head indifferently. Too troublesome. I don't want. Becoming a professional hero pays money. Okay, I'll go. Youqian was overjoyed. With Saitama as his strong ally, he no longer worried about the Monster Association's tricks after he reported them. Nor did he worry about the Hero Association making unwise decisions. A handful of quicklime, a must-have for traveling the Jianghu. A bicycle that can reach 80 miles per hour, incredibly fast. Strengthening, defeating an opponent absorbs their energy with a chance to enhance skills and items. Alan is wisdom. Energy absorption works even if the opponent is not killed by the host. Tissues. Behind him lay a pile of tissues, the rewards Youqian had accumulated from daily check-in opportunities over these days. Not bad, especially the skill enhancement, which finally gave him a way to grow stronger. Youqian stepped out of his room, leading Saitama toward the venue for the Hero Association selection. This time I will reclaim everything that belongs to me. Youqian adhered to his principle upon arriving in any world: first earn enough money, then leisurely slack off, while stirring up absurd situations. Saitama rolled his eyes. This guy was having another episode. The timeline was still early, at least before the first episode of the first season of One Punch Man. The hero selection process was similar to Saitama's entry into the Hero Association in the first season: physical fitness tests and a written exam. Youqian breezed through the physical tests, then watched Saitama show off. A group of burly men nearby were about to mock Saitama, as his appearance was deceptively harmless and weak-looking. But after Saitama completed each test with absurdly incredible feats, the burly men were left utterly dumbfounded. Damn, he's so strong. But I'm still young. He'll definitely achieve something like that someday. A muscular man muttered beside Youqian, who patted him on the shoulder and said, "You little rascal, you actually think this method can extend your lifespan?" The muscular man paused, puzzled by the meaning. Another muscular man nearby couldn't help but explain, "He means you'll never become that strong." Damn, he insulted me in a roundabout way. The written exam was exceptionally easy. Youqian guessed it was designed to accommodate those who only knew how to fight. After finishing quickly under the question, "Why do you want to become a hero?" he scribbled a few bold words. "I have important intelligence and need to contact the Hero Association's top S-class heroes." He submitted his paper with brisk strides. The second to submit was Saitama, which was no surprise. His answer to the last question was simply, to be a hero for fun. While others wrote lengthy essays, Youqian and Saitama were undoubtedly the fastest to hand in their papers. After the written exam, they lingered at the selection venue for a while. Soon someone came looking for Youqian. In an office, a man in a snake-patterned suit stared intently at the two before him. He was Snack, ranked 38th in A class. For events like hero selection, a hero had to be present, but since there were no rewards, the task usually fell on the lowest-ranked A-class hero, Snack. Snack said with some dissatisfaction, "Youqian, I only asked for you. Why did you bring him along?" He recognized Saitama too, a fellow who had shown a very bad attitude in the exam hall, answering questions carelessly. What was this hero for fun nonsense? Damn it. But Saitama's extraordinary performance in the physical tests stirred a mix of jealousy and resentment within Snack. Youqian glanced at Snack without answering his question and said directly, "You're too weak. Get an S-class hero here. There's something important, arguably a god-level disaster." Snack was incredulous at first, but after a moment he blurted out a threat, "You'd better be telling the truth." Youqian patted Saitama's shoulder. Go on, shall you show him a trick? Huh, show him your strength. Oh. Snack instinctively assumed a defensive stance, but the bald man with the indifferent expression moved as if by teleportation. He threw a punch that seemed to enlarge before Snack's eyes, utterly unstoppable. The next moment the punch grazed past his head, blasting a massive hole in the wall behind him, the air itself cracking with a sonic boom. Snack swallowed hard, pulled out his phone, and notified the higher-ups of the Hero Association. The world was full of monsters, and Snack knew a god-level disaster was beyond his control. Despite his resentment toward the two before him, Snack understood his duty when it came to matters of great consequence. Especially after that punch, the bald man was undoubtedly an S-class level powerhouse. His words carried some credibility. As Snack made the call, Saitama curiously asked Youqian, "What's the secret?" "Oh, nothing much. A group of monsters formed an association, pretty strong with quite a few dragon-level ones." "Then why go through all this trouble? Just tell me where they are, and I'll kill them all." Saitama rubbed his bald head, utterly nonchalant. "Youqian, I know you're eager, but hold on. Let me inform the Hero Association first, get the reward money, and then you can go fight." Youqian had initially considered letting Saitama wipe out the Monster Association directly, but then he realized reporting such information to the Hero Association came with a reward. For heroes, it could also boost their rank. A fool wouldn't pass up such a bargain. Youqian told Saitama to wait until he got the money. Soon the sound of a helicopter echoed from above the building. A figure glowing green floating in the air, petite, yet with a haughty expression, a legal lowly, appeared before the trio. It was the S-class hero Tornado of Terror. Behind her followed a Hero Association staff member in a suit. Tornado said irritably, "Who is it? Who says there's something important that requires an S-class hero? I was about to take my beauty sleep. If I don't grow taller, who's going to take responsibility?" Tornado had been stationed at the Hero Association headquarters. Upon hearing about a god-level disaster, she rushed over without a moment's delay. The man in black Shichi looked sternly at the three inside and asked, "What exactly happened?" Youqian immediately explained to Shichi and Tornado how he had accidentally discovered the Monster Association. Thanks to his unique, shape-shifting ability, the Monster Association had mistaken him for one of their own, allowing him to live among them for a while. He claimed there were at least a dozen dragon-level monsters. He had only recently managed to escape, and of course he was human. They could check if they didn't believe him. He was a survivor from a town attacked by a terrifying robot. Eye of the Giant. Shichi raised a question, "Mr. Lee, since you claim the monsters are numerous and powerful, do you have any evidence or data?" Youqian waved his hand. "Just send someone to investigate, and you'll see him telling the truth. This is a matter of a god-level disaster. It can't be taken too seriously." He then rubbed his fingers together, and Shichi immediately understood, promising with a pat on his chest that if the information was true, the reward money would be paid in full. Youqian nodded, took Saitama back to the outskirts of Z City, and waited for the Hero Association to wire the money. After securing the reward, he planned to unleash Saitama to annihilate the Monster Association. Saitama was quite unhappy about the delay. Youqian reluctantly agreed to treat him to a big feast, which convinced Saitama to postpone destroying the monsters. However, since ordering takeout in the suburbs was too expensive, Youqian decided to cook himself. Chicken soup is here. Youqian made chicken soup along with a few dishes. After eating, Saitama ended up with a 3-day stomachache so severe that he forgot all about the Monster Association. Youqian dumbfoundedly earned 2 achievements, successfully defeated Saitama, and Master of Poison Creation. 9, because it was too hilarious. Youqian and Saitama successfully became Class C heroes, but unfortunately, without any notable achievements, they hadn't earned hero names yet. However, acquiring hero names was a simple matter. Defeat a few monsters, gain some publicity, and they would naturally come. For instance, Youqian was dubbed Slap Hero by netizens, while Saitama's hero name remained unchanged from the original story, Caped Baldy. Youqian frequently soared through the sky, scanning for any monsters to defeat. By vanquishing them, he collected enhancement energy and earned a modest income. Today, for example, on a certain street, people were shouting in alarm and fleeing to a safe distance. A man clad in simple armor with tattoos of oxen and horses on his skin was locked in battle with a monster that resembled a computer. The man was a Class B hero known as Oxhorse Hero, while his opponent was a computer monster born from the resentment of overworked programmers. Oxhorse Hero possessed the strength of an ox and the speed of a horse, tirelessly enduring hardships day after day. Thus the citizens had named him accordingly. The computer monster, judging by the force with which it shattered the concrete ground with a single punch, was clearly a tiger-level threat. Oxhorse Hero was being overwhelmed and seemed on the verge of defeat. Suddenly, the computer monster slammed its massive head into Oxhorse Hero. Caught off guard, the hero was hurled dozens of meters back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The computer monster let out an evil laugh. "You despicable oxen and horses and those wretched capitalists, you've squeezed me dry. What crime did I, a mere programmer, commit? The pressure is too much. He'll take revenge on society. As the monster gloated, the surrounding onlookers fled in panic. The next second, a shadow descended from the sky. Without a word, Youqian delivered a resounding slap to the computer monster. Then he pulled out a handkerchief, covered the monster's face, and gently patted its cheek with his other hand. Relax, feeling dizzy is normal. In an eerie atmosphere, the computer monster eventually suffocated to death. Its body withered and deformed as if its energy had been drained away. The fleeing onlookers halted and resumed their gawking. Is that the newly emerged hero slap hero? Why does he give off such a villainous vibe? Exactly. Anyone watching would think he's trying to kidnap a monster. What's with this kidnapping vibe? He's probably an esper. Anyway, he's fighting monsters, and Slap Hero is incredibly strong. He's already taken down many tiger-level monsters. I think he could even handle demon-level ones. He's definitely going to be the next class hero. If I start being his fan now, I'll be an Ultimer later. A monster suffocated by a handkerchief. Well, it's hard to judge. It must be some kind of psychic power. Youqian's expression remained impassive, but inwardly he was cringing so hard, he could have dug a villa with his toes. His character template was decent enough, but the fact that he couldn't directly kill anyone and had to rely on tools was a significant drawback. Moreover, when facing stronger monsters, blasting them with a submachine gun for ages left him drenched in blood. The handkerchief method was far more convenient. Tornado seemed somewhat embarrassed, while Bang, who stood nearby with a stooped back, white hair, and a kind expression, also spoke up awkwardly. Sorry to trouble you, Slap Hero. I'll forget it. You young heroes have such flashy names these days. He'll just call you young friend. Sitch has assigned you a mission. Would you be willing to accept it? These familiar words, this familiar routine. Youqian felt a sense of déjà vu. That Baijid freak had said something similar to him before. Although Bang felt somewhat embarrassed, he did not hesitate and directly stated the mission. The Hero Association wishes for you, young friend, to use your shape-shifting ability to act as a spy within the Monster Association. To provide the Hero Association with relevant information and intelligence about the Monster Association. Youqian's face was full of reluctance. This kind of thing makes it really hard for me to handle. Tatsumaki's face stiffened. Hard to handle? Then don't bother. A green aura radiated from her body as if she intended to teach the rebellious Youqian a lesson. Bang quickly stepped in front of Tatsumaki. No need for that, no need. We're all in the same association. Youqian, observing Tatsumaki's crow-like remarks, sighed in relief that there was no table in front of her and that he hadn't just eaten. Bang then turned to Youqian and said, rest assured, young friend. The association has also offered corresponding work benefits, double the monthly salary, of promotion to A-class hero immediately, and after obtaining significant valuable intelligence, a promotion to S-class hero. If you truly disagree, young friend, this old man will understand and will decline the association on your behalf. Sincerity was written all over Bang's face. He himself had been astonished when he learned of the Monster Association's existence. Acting as a spy within such a terrifying organization was akin to risking one's life. Money was secondary. What they truly sought in a spy was the determination to sacrifice for human society. Thus, if the young man before him refused, Bang could certainly understand. Youqian considered the generous offer. If he accepted, wouldn't he be a double agent? But there were benefits: 2 head, collect 2 salaries. Besides, he already knew the specifics of the Monster Association, having watched all of One Punch Man's first and second seasons. He wouldn't even need to be a real agent. He could just stay home and collect double the pay. How delightful. Youqian nodded at the thought. Though I disagreed at first, then again, if I don't enter hell, who will? I am too eager for progress. It's settled. I provide you with intelligence, and you promote me to S-class. Bang promptly patted his chest. This old man, stake my life on it. Meeting you today, young friend, is a great joy in life. You, my friend, are a true hero. Tatsumaki also approached, its Sundara expression on her face as she placed her hands on her hips. I haven't agreed to you becoming a spy yet. Let me test your strength. If you're too weak, forget it. Honestly, I could handle that Monster Association all by myself. Those idiots at the Hero Association just don't believe me. Damn it. As she spoke, the green light around Tatsumaki grew more intense, and a force bound Youqian's body. Youqian was lifted into the air. With the room's door still open, he used his flight skill, unleashing terrifying speed to break free from the restraint and soar into the sky. Tatsumaki followed closely. Though she hadn't used her full strength earlier, she hadn't expected Youqian to break free from her hold, and his speed was considerable. Even with just his flight speed, it might barely qualify him as an S-class hero, though probably at the bottom. Tatsumaki shouted from behind. Not bad, but why are you just running away? Come on, attack me. Use your strongest, most proficient attack. Let me see your true strength. Youqian looked at the approaching Tatsumaki with a strange expression. Are you sure? How absurd. His strongest, most proficient attack was slapping people in the face. Was someone actually asking him to slap her? What a ridiculous request. And if he added a handkerchief and gave her a resounding slap, it would be exactly like a kidnapper. Damn, when did his style become so twisted? Bang ran out of the room and shouted towards the sky. Little Tatsumaki stopped fooling around. The young friend's hero alias is Slap Hero. His specialty is delivering mighty slaps. Tatsumaki was stunned, feeling utterly mortified. Seriously, who has an attack that involves slapping people in the face and delivering mighty slaps? Thinking back to what she had just said, asking someone to slap her face. What was she, some kind of masochist? Another day of social death. Tatsumaki acted as if nothing had happened, her entire demeanor shifting to an extremely minimalist style as she slowly flew behind Bang. Your speed just now proved you're strong enough. So it's settled. Sitch will contact you later. Bang, with a face full of relief, handed over a black case. Youqian took it and opened it to find a black suit inside. Bang pointed at the suit. This is a combat suit made by Child Emperor. Put it on or just press it. Youqian picked it up and pressed the center of the suit. The combat suit flowed like water, donning itself onto his body. It was entirely black, resembling a light armor with excellent flexibility and defensive capabilities. Seeing that Youqian liked it, Bang smiled. This suit suits you with your shape-shifting ability. This mission is tough, so good luck. Oh, and young friend, please show us your monster form for a moment, so we can record it. We don't want any heroes accidentally injuring you while eliminating monsters. We will only share this information with S-class heroes. Rest assured about confidentiality. Youqian, holding the suit, had his smile freeze for a moment as he suddenly recalled telling the Hero Association earlier that he would transform into a monster form to infiltrate. Youqian looked at Bang, Tatsumaki, and Saitama, who was watching the commotion. Feeling a bit annoyed, he compressed himself, becoming flat. After Bang took a photo for the record, Tatsumaki snickered and led Bang away. Youqian looked at the combat suit in his hands and thought about the double salary for the month. Gloomy, he stood beside Saitama and pulled out a sausage. He put it in his mouth and said worriedly, being a double agent, I wonder if I can handle it. Saitama seemed to see the silhouette of a man in a yellow suit over Youqian. Saitama shook his head, dispelling the strange image from his mind. Didn't I say I'd go wipe out the Monster Association in a while? Now with this situation, should I go or not? Youqian picked up his phone, looked at the names of the two contacts, and a smirk curled on his lips. Of course not. Things are getting more interesting. Don't rush. The Monster Association is still growing and lying low. That strongest monster, Orochi, is still developing. If you kill him now, it'd be too boring. Wait a while, otherwise he'll treat you to another meal. He'll personally make you chicken soup. At the mention of chicken soup, a bad memory surged in Saitama's mind, and he quickly waved his hand. Forget it, forget it. Saitama couldn't be bothered with the Monster Association hiding underground in Z City anyway. As long as they didn't cause trouble, he didn't care whether they lived or died. Saitama sighed. How lonely it is to be invincible. Looking at Youqian beside him and thinking of his unique ability, an idea sprang to his mind. Perhaps Youqian could become his opponent. But then Saitama thought of Youqian's underhanded and irritating attack methods, and his fighting spirit instantly vanished. Forget it, he didn't want to eat a mighty slap. Youqian spent a few days and a days lying around at home like a corpse, occasionally heading out to eliminate a few monsters and absorb some enhancement energy. Since the plot hadn't started yet, he just needed to clock in daily. As for special achievements, being a double agent meant he had ways to influence the storyline. Youqian was planning something big. As he was casually flying through the sky, his phone suddenly rang. He quickly answered. Hello, oh, it's Big Cyclops. I was just about to report. I've successfully infiltrated the Hero Association these past few days, and after taking down some wild monsters, I've become a B-class hero. Becoming an A-class hero is just around the corner. Oh, worthy of my carefully chosen spy. In that case, you should begin your intelligence work. Big Cyclops' voice came through the phone. Youqian remained calm and steady. I happen to have some intel to report right now. The Hero Association has been particularly focused on the terrifying monster legend in the Z City suburbs. We need to be careful. Big Cyclops had also recently noticed the Hero Association frequently lurking around Z City. So they were searching for the terrifying monster legend. He was very satisfied with Youqian, who had reported such useful intelligence right after infiltrating the association. Good, worthy of our Monster Association's top agent. Just keep up your hero activities normally. If you kill some monsters in the process, don't grieve. Those monsters sacrificed their lives for the Monster Association's grand cause. They should be happy. Big Cyclops had also been keeping an eye on Youqian's hero activities under the alias Slap Hero. To infiltrate the Hero Association, killing a few monsters was unavoidable. After all, those monsters hadn't joined the Monster Association, so Big Cyclops didn't mind. If it helped Youqian climb higher and obtain more valuable intelligence, their deaths would be meaningful. Youqian's voice carried a hint of suppressed sorrow. Yes, Lord Big Cyclops. All for the Monster Association. Heart roar. As the call ended, Big Cyclops felt this subordinate was truly loyal. With such a person's help, how could the grand cause fail? The moment Youqian hung up, another call came in. Hello? Oh, it's Sitch. I was just about to report. I've successfully infiltrated the Hero Association, no, the Monster Association. And due to some circumstances, I've already gained the trust of one of the monster executives. Becoming a monster executive myself is just within reach. Sitch felt something was off about Youqian. His words sounded like reciting a script. No emotion, only practice. Sitch and Youqian had set up some code words. Youqian also took the chance to tell Sitch that the Monster Association had vaguely noticed the Hero Association investigating something near Z City. Sitch immediately understood and thanked Youqian for the intel. After hanging up, Youqian felt being a spy wasn't that hard after all. He didn't even need to change his lines or tactics, just a slight modification, and it was simple. After slacking off in the One Punch Man world for several months, Youqian officially became an A-class hero. By feeding some intel to both the Monster Association and the Hero Association, he had earned the trust of both sides. The Monster Association had gradually developed into its original form from the plot, with all the dragon-level monsters joining as they did in the original story. Youqian knew the plot was about to begin. He still had 2.5 years left in this world. He planned to turn everything upside down. During this time, Youqian hadn't been idle. Using his daily check-ins, he had drawn several skills, some items, and a lot of junk. He had also upgraded his Righteous Slap skill, succeeding in just 3 attempts. He was truly lucky. Righteous Slap 1 Enhanced version. As long as you swing your palm, it can hit any target within your perception range. The stun effect is increased to 10 seconds. Due to your peculiar taste, targets immobilized by you can still speak. You can use your superior skills to inflict secondary psychological damage on them. Psychokinesis, convert mental power into psychokinesis, allowing you to perceive the situation within a 10th centimeter radius and control objects weighing around 100 tons. Last stand, when carrying water on your back, your combat power doubles. Physical enhancement card, mental enhancement card, pepper spray, 7-wolf belt, inflicting 10-fold pain. A father sees his son not yet cold and draws the 7-wolf belt. Tissue. Side tissues just keep coming. Wait, why does my skill description feel so strange? What does peculiar taste mean? Why can he talk? Slander. Would you like some oil cake? Saitama handed him an oil cake, watching Youqian lost in his inner joy. Youqian took the oil cake and started eating. The two were taking a stroll, or to put it nicely, hero patrol. Suddenly, an energy sphere exploded right in front of them, blasting away both their oil cakes. Without a second word, Youqian flew up and headed toward the source of the energy sphere. Behind him, Saitama hopped along quickly. You have money, stay calm. My oil cake is gone. How can I stay calm? Youqian burst forth with terrifying speed, his whole body like a missile, in shape not speed. He realized that turning into a missile shape made him fly even faster. In the center of a city, a purple-skinned version of Piccolo Daimao was wreaking havoc on the surrounding buildings, using the prince's battle method, firing energy waves and energy spheres everywhere. This was the Vaccine Man from the first episode of One Punch Man's first season. Youqian arrived at the scene and spotted the rampaging Vaccine Man. Ridiculous. He was patrolling Z City, and this Vaccine Man was causing chaos in A City, throwing energy spheres all the way to Z City. Absolutely no sense of public decency. The Vaccine Man casually gathered energy spheres, blue orbs appearing in his hands as he tossed them carelessly into the city. By then, heroes from A City had arrived and were attacking the Vaccine Man. For instance, an A-class hero in a red tight suit with a smiling mask, Smile Man, but he was no match for the Vaccine Man. He was sent flying by a single energy sphere. The remaining A-class and B-class heroes didn't last long either. Youqian looked at the terrifying power radiating from the Vaccine Man and thought that if he killed him, he could absorb a lot of enhancement energy. Without hesitation, Youqian shot forward like a dart, striking the Vaccine Man. Psychokinesis continuously accelerated his body as he delivered a deliberate palm strike, landing squarely on the Vaccine Man's face. With just one hit, the Vaccine Man's entire body froze, then crashed heavily to the ground. 10 seconds of strong stun plus 10 seconds of suffocation. This was the perfect chance. Youqian smoothly executed a combo. A gouging throat choking and a kick to the groin. As the 10 seconds were about to pass, Youqian continued to slap the Vaccine Man across the face, maintaining absolute control. After finishing the slap, Youqian kept the Vaccine Man immobilized, then pulled out a large cleaver, a pistol, and a submachine gun from behind his back. He tested various weapons only to find them largely useless. Even the firearms were inferior to his own cleaver strikes. With his unique character template, the occasional enhancement cards he drew, and his telekinetic powers boosting his speed and strength, he found that using only cold weapons could actually break through the Vaccine Man's defenses. Not bad. Youqian thought he could now take on a demon-level monster even without using the big slap. As he tested his strength, the Vaccine Man howled in fury, his face twisted with humiliation. Youqian's brutal display drew exclamations of awe from the heroes arriving in the distance. I know him. He's the new A-class hero slap hero. He's a dark horse. I heard he could become an S-class hero. It's true. That monster is probably dragon level, yet Slap Hero has it completely under control with his psychic powers like a fish on a chopping board. That's so cool. Youqian overheard the hero's words and should have felt pleased. Though the name Slap Hero was a bit lacking, it was still better than Bald Cape Hero. Besides, being praised by the heroes behind him should lift his spirits. Unfortunately, Youqian noticed something wrong. The vaccine man whom he had been slapping continuously still hadn't died after all this time. Are you a turtle or something? How can you hold your breath for so long? I've been slapping you for 10 minutes, suffocating you, yet you won't die. The vaccine man screamed wildly. You little insect, what have you done to me? Why can't I move? Youqian frowned. After the enhancement of the Justice Big Slap skill, the target could now speak. What kind of upgrade was that? Annoying. Youqian slapped him again. Stop your yapping. The vaccine man's purple face darkened. Humans constantly consume and waste resources. That's why I was created. You humans are nothing but germs on this planet Earth, and you dare insult me. Truly, you pests and germs deserve to be eradicated by me. Slap. Youqian silenced the vaccine man with a slap and turned to the heroes behind him, shouting, Does anyone have a stinky sock? To gag him. At that moment, Smile Man, who had been knocked away earlier by the vaccine man, cheerfully approached, took off his own sock on the spot, and stuffed it into the vaccine man's mouth. The vaccine man smelled the foul sock in his mouth, his expression twisted, eyes glowing red, and his body began to swell continuously. Long fangs grew from his mouth, and his body expanded to dozens of meters in size. His terrifying aura forced the surrounding heroes to step back. But the next moment the heroes realized that even enlarged he still couldn't move. Youqian extended his arm, swung it in a full arc, and struck him in the face just the same. Youqian choked him again for a while, then noticed that this creature seemed to survive without breathing. So he directly took out his phone and called for backup. His own damage was insufficient, and the surrounding A-class and class heroes were even weaker than him, especially now that the vaccine man had undergone a second transformation, enhancing his physical capabilities. Saitama, where the hell are you? Why aren't you here yet? Hurry up, there's a monster here that I can't kill. At that moment, Saitama, who had just helped an old lady cross the street, answered the phone and instantly vanished from his spot, leaving only a blur. Shortly after Youqian hung up, a disheveled Saitama appeared before him. Youqian pointed at the transformed vaccine man. Go, Saitama. I choose you. Use normal punch. Saitama threw a punch with a look of annoyance, instantly turning the enormous vaccine man into a cloud of blood mist. Youqian stood stunned, about to use his enhancement skill to absorb the vaccine man's energy, but found that the blood mist only yielded half of its power. Damn it. Next time I can't let Saitama do the killing. It's too wasteful. Frustrated by the setting that prevented him from killing, Youqian looked bitterly at his character template, which still couldn't be enhanced. How long would it take to gather enough energy? After all, aside from the enhanced Justice Big Slap, his skills and items left only the character template unupgraded. Was it true that the more special and precious something was the more energy it required for enhancement? He needed to find another teammate, perhaps an S-class hero, to team up with. Saitama left no intact corpse after defeating monsters. The plot was about to begin, and the powerful monsters in the series were full of enhancement energy. He couldn't waste it. Saitama sighed as he looked at the vaccine man whom he had just obliterated with a single punch. Another one-punch kill. Youqian and Saitama didn't leave after defeating the vaccine man. After all, taking down a dragon-level monster meant substantial rewards from the Hero Association. As expected, the Hero Association rewarded them with a sum of money for jointly defeating the vaccine man and took the opportunity to promote Youqian to S-class hero. Saitama got 50% of the money, while Youqian took 95%. Absurd. The incident happened suddenly, but since it was contained early, it didn't destroy half the city like in the original plot. Surveillance equipment in the distance and nearby heroes witnessed the entire process clearly. Yet the Hero Association believed Youqian was the main force, with Saitama merely delivering the final blow. This absurd subjective impression was as ridiculous as Saitama's one-punch invincibility. However, it sparked Youqian's rebellious spirit. He had to make everyone recognize Saitama's strength and not let others take credit for his achievements. Saitama, however, didn't care. As long as he had enough money to get by, he was fine. Through Youqian's strong insistence and arguments, Saitama received additional rewards and was successfully promoted to class hero, no longer forced to complete one mission per week. Youqian also redistributed the money, giving 45% to Saitama. Then leisurely he led Saitama into an alley, took out a Doraemon-style anywhere door from his storage, and returned with him to Z City. Watching the sunset in the sky, Youqian began his daily training. With nothing better to do, he had started imitating Saitama's workout routine. Though it hadn't yielded any results yet, No one-punch invincibility, not even hair loss. The consistent training had cultivated a good habit. Before finishing his workout, Youqian received a phone call asking him to meet on the rooftop. Youqian, I heard you killed a dragon-level monster. Ordinary monsters, for the sake of intelligence you may kill them, but a dragon-level monster is a crucial asset of the Monster Association. You shouldn't have killed him. The voice of the great Cyclops, I was somewhat somber. Youqian stood atop a dilapidated high-rise in the suburbs of Z City and sighed. Why do spies always meet on rooftops? On the rooftop stood Youqian, the one-eyed great Cyclops, and a massive humanoid monster occupying most of the space. Clad in a black martial arts uniform with 4 eyes and a mouth full of fangs, he was none other than Geketsu, one of the dragon-level executives of the Monster Association. The great Cyclops' face showed displeasure. Stop changing the subject. Tell me, Youqian, what exactly are you thinking? Do you actually believe that joining the Hero Association means you're no longer a monster? Youqian inwardly retorted, I was never a monster to begin with. To be honest, the definition of a monster in One Punch Man was always vague. Take for instance the S-Class hero Pig God and the A-Class top hero Sweet Mask. If Pig God stopped eating monsters and started eating humans, he'd be a textbook monster. And even after Sweet Mask turned into a monster, he still fought for justice. Thus, the primary way to judge a monster in the One Punch Man world is by appearance and whether they pose a threat to human society. Yet both humans and monsters are so trapped by their own stereotypes that even Psychos stubbornly believes that once you become a monster you can't be good. Stereotypes are truly deadly. Sweet Mask suffered from this very flaw. In the later manga chapters, Youqian remembered that after Sweet Mask was exposed as a monster, countless people boycotted and insulted him, completely ignoring all the contributions he had made for humanity and the monsters he had slain. Human nature. Sigh. Youqian lamented, then his face instantly turned sorrowful. Time to show some real skill. 3 days, then another 3 great Cyclops. Isama, do you know how agonizing it is for me to infiltrate the Hero Association? If my identity is exposed, I'll die instantly. But for the association to gather more intelligence, I must climb step by step, reach the very top. I want to become. No, an S-Class hero. Do you know the trials I've endured? Youqian's sorrowful expression and forceful accusation left the great Cyclops momentarily stunned. But that still doesn't justify killing a dragon-level monster. Every dragon level can play a vital role. Youqian turned his head, exposing his back completely to the great Cyclops, and Geketsu. I didn't want to kill the monster either. It was actually a bald hero who did it. He's incredibly strong. I saw him kill several dragon-level monsters with my own eyes. Once he obliterated a dragon level in a single blow, then tossed its head on the ground and sneered at me. You have no idea how brutal it was. It inflicted countless traumas on my fragile psyche. All I could do was steal his credit and delay his promotion to S-Class. Maybe if he gets dissatisfied enough, he'll stop being a hero and hunting monsters. Youqian described the terrifying bald demon king from a monster's perspective. The great Cyclops, I seemed half convinced. Really? Is there someone that strong? How come I've never heard of him? Youqian waved his hand. That's because I've been sabotaging behind the scenes, quietly attributing his monster kills to others. Now that bald demon king is starting to grow dissatisfied with the Hero Association. Psychos controlling the great Cyclops. I rolled her eyes. She had actually believed this guy for a moment. But now his words were getting too absurd. Seeing the great Cyclops' eyes disbelief, Youqian shouted, You still don't believe me? Then just pretend him dead. Youqian is gone, the idol you chose. Let me silently contribute to the Monster Association. Youqian had recently discovered his own exceptional acting skills. If he hadn't been reborn, he'd definitely have pursued a career in the entertainment industry. Just then the silent Geketsu spoke disdainfully, What utter nonsense. I've never heard of anyone that strong. Tell me his location, and I'll go meet him. Geketsu had always looked down on Youqian, who seemed weak and small, though his abilities were somewhat peculiar, merely trivial tricks. Youqian was stunned. Seriously, dude, are you rushing to your death? With your strength, it's a one-to-nine matchup. One punch from him and you'll shatter into 9 pieces. Youqian wasn't keen on revealing Saitama's address to Geketsu. After all, Geketsu was still a dragon-level monster. And in the normal storyline, he wouldn't go berserk. He'd just stay put in the Monster Association, ready to be used as a pawn when Youqian planned something big. Otherwise, how could the big brother on the spaceship have his fun? How could Youqian stir up trouble? But before Youqian could speak, the great Cyclops directly said, the bald man he mentioned should be the one living next door to him. Geketsu nodded fiercely, then turned and dashed toward the direction of Youqian's home. He refused to believe there was a human that strong. Not even Monster King Orochi could shatter him into 9 pieces with one punch. Wait, Geketsu, are you serious? Damn, the great Cyclops, I had actually investigated him. Still, Youqian wasn't panicked. His story was a mix of truth and lies, and at least the part about the bald demon king was real. The great Cyclops I stared at Youqian with its single eye lost in thought. It was genuinely puzzled. Youqian's abilities were indeed peculiar with remarkable regenerative powers and odd combat methods. But it still felt that Youqian lacked the strength to kill a dragon-level monster. Could he be telling the truth? Impossible. That would be even more absurd. Within minutes before the great Cyclops I could figure it out, a massive head flew over its own and crashed heavily into a distant ruin. The great Cyclops I looked at the blood dripping from above, then at the enormous head. Wasn't that Geketsu's head? Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of being targeted by a terrifying creature surged within it, as if facing its natural predator. Even Psycho's remotely controlling the great Cyclops I trembled. Without a word, Youqian grabbed the great Cyclops eye and flew away. They soared 2 miles before descending onto another rooftop. Youqian patted his chest. Lucky the bald demon king didn't spot us, or we'd be dead, and my cover would be blown. The great Cyclops I trembled as it spoke. Everything you said was true. That man can really one-shot a dragon-level monster. Tears streamed down Youqian's face as he inwardly complained. Saitama, seriously. Did you leave only Geketsu's head? What a waste of energy. But on the surface he seemed to mourn Geketsu. I told you so, but you wouldn't listen. At that moment Youqian appeared as the truest of loyalists. The great Cyclops I thought, he's so devoted and moved to tears. Youqian looked at the big glaring eye behind him, feeling utterly speechless. If it weren't for the fact that you're a puppet, dying wouldn't matter at all. It would only expose yourself. Otherwise Youqian wouldn't bother saving an ugly bastard like you. Compared to the big glaring eye which paid a fixed monthly salary, the deep-pocketed Hero Association treated its workers far better. However, it had to be said that Hojo's death was too hasty. In the original plot his death was already rushed, and now it was even more so. He didn't even drop a special achievement. Thumbs down. Youqian now understood that special achievements were a tricky thing. They only appeared when something had a significant impact on the plot and the entire world. For a character like Hojo, who would kick the bucket early in the original story, killing him directly wouldn't yield anything good. The big glaring eye finally left alone with a grim expression. Behind him Psychos had to think carefully about how to deal with that terrifying bald demon lord. Youqian suddenly spoke up. Lord Big Glaring Eye, lend me the Monster Association's forces and manpower. The big glaring eye didn't refuse and nodded. In City B, inside a corridor, 2 bear-like monsters followed a man dressed entirely in black, with only 2 holes exposed. This strange group was none other than Youqian, Xiongda, and Xiong'er. Xiong'er said naively, Brother Youqian, why are we here? Xiongda patted Xiong'er on the shoulder. We're definitely here to do bad things. We're monsters. What else would we do? Makes sense. Xiong'er replied as if enlightened. Youqian wasn't in the mood to play with the fool. Are you sure the Monster Association's intel is right? That scientist named Fucko lives here. That's right. Youqian planned to steal the potion that could turn a person into a terrifying giant. It was the same potion from the first season of One Punch Man, created by the mad scientist Fucko, called the King of Biceps. This potion could transform a strong man into a giant hundreds of meters tall. The power contained within it made Youqian's mouth water. This item was destined to be mine. How could a hero do something like stealing? So now Youqian was a high-level agent of the Monster Association, the Rich Monster. Xiongda nodded. Don't worry, I've greased the wheels with the local monsters and used their network to find the guy you mentioned. He has a brother who loves working out in City A, also named Fucko. It's definitely him. He's in the basement of this building. Xiong'er grumbled indignantly. The local monster gangs were so rude. When we asked for help finding someone, they refused and made us beat them up. Youqian figured that any monster who could get beaten up by these 2 dumb bears was probably the shame of all monsters. Dog level maybe. Without another word, Youqian led Xiongda and Xiong'er straight to the basement floor. He looked at the basement door and kicked it open without hesitation. Inside, a scrawny man in a white scientist coat and a muscular man were eating hot pot. Who could understand this? My brother and I were enjoying our hot pot and singing when suddenly a monster kicked the door open. Where's the justice? Where's the law? With a thunderous crash, the door flew open, startling Fucko so much that the freshly cooked beef slice slipped from his chopsticks and fell to the ground with a splat. Fucko stared at the 3 intruders and instantly sensed a dangerous aura. Or rather, 3 monsters. Although the leader's identity was uncertain, the 2 humanoid bears behind him were unmistakably monsters. Fucko immediately shoved his brother in front of him, hiding behind him securely. Fucko's brother stood up, flashing a confident smile, and began striking various bodybuilding poses. How to put it? There was an odd feeling in the air. Oh, it was a philosophical vibe. Fucko, hiding behind his brother, figured the 3 had some intelligence and shouted, What do you want? Don't come any closer. My brother is very strong. Youqian gave a glance to Xiongda and Xiong'er behind him, but they didn't react at all. Youqian cleared his throat. Fucko, I heard you're researching a potion that makes people stronger called the King of Biceps. Hand it over, and let me have a look. Fucko's eyes darted around with a cunning glint. You wish. Brother, hold them off for a bit. We'll find a way to beat them. Fucko's brother, being reckless, didn't hesitate. He flexed his muscles and charged at Youqian, raising his fist to give the robber a good beating. A man with only 2 holes exposed in his black outfit. What else could he be but a robber? Meanwhile, Fucko turned and lunged toward the table behind him as if trying to grab something. Youqian kicked Xiong, who was standing around looking clueless, sending him to fight Fucko's brother. Surprisingly, Fucko's brother's muscles weren't just for show. He managed to hold his own against Xiong. If Fucko's brother became a hero, he'd probably rank around class upper or a class lower, considering Xiong was a tiger-level monster. But don't forget, Xiong had Xiongda backing him up. The 2 bears teamed up and pummeled the muscle man. Youqian used his telekinesis to restrain Fucko. For an ordinary person, Youqian didn't even need to use his own skills. A simple ability was enough. With a flick of his finger, the potion in Fucko's hand floated through the air and into Youqian's grasp. Is this the King of Biceps? Youqian asked, uncertainly looking at the potion. After Youqian released the telekinetic hold on his mouth, Fucko didn't speak at first, but glanced at his brother. Clearly his brother was no match for those 2 bears. His tone instantly turned sycophantic. Yes, that's the King of Biceps. I just haven't figured out how to make it strawberry-flavored yet. If you don't mind, take it. Fucko was all about flexibility, but his eyes still showed pain. The materials for the King of Biceps were far from cheap. Damn it, where did these 3 bastards come from? Youqian was a bit uneasy about using the potion, but sensing it could be converted into enhancement energy, he absorbed it all into his enhancement skill. Instantly, the energy in the enhancement skill surged upward significantly, though the character template still couldn't be enhanced. By then, Xiongda and Xiong had already beaten Fucko's brother to the ground and tied him up. Like a true villain, Youqian ordered Xiongda and Xiong to loot all the research materials and items from the basement. Youqian stuffed them one by one into the space behind him. These were all treasures. Fucko watched his home being emptied, a grimace flickering across his face before he forced an awkward smile. Oh, that big brother, not everything is taken. See, could you let us go? My brother and I depend on each other. It's not easy for us. Fucko's tale was so poignant, it would move any listener to tears. Even Xiongda and Xiong were stirred with sorrow. Wait, you 2 are freaks. What are you 2 getting sad about? Youqian felt that since his rebirth, he was either complaining or constantly griping. Fucko was far from a good man. He was once a scientist who lost his job for conducting illegal human experiments. In the original storyline, he used his talent to create the King of Biceps, transforming his brother into a giant. He attempted to conquer the entire planet with his intellect and his giant brother's strength. He was the true villain. Now it felt like I was the bad guy. Hee. Don't worry, you 2 are so weak, you're not worth killing. Fucko felt the man before him was like an ultimate villain. He was lucky to escape with his life. After all, with such an evil laugh, what wouldn't he do? Fucko breathed a sigh of relief, but the next second Youqian pointed at him. Xiong, go beat this guy to death. Wait, didn't you say you wouldn't kill me? I won't, but I never said my men wouldn't. Honestly, the psychic restraints on Fucko vanished, and he crashed to the floor, his face twisted as he pointed at Youqian. You bastard. The next moment, Xiongda's enormous foot slammed into Fucko. The frail Fucko perished instantly, dead, without a moment's hesitation. Xiong was still dazed. Hey, isn't this too much? It feels like we're the bad guys. You fool. We are the bad guys, we're freaks, all right. Xiongda gave Xiong a smack on the head. All right. Xiong suddenly understood. Xiongda seriously wondered how he ended up with such a dim-witted brother. Big Cyclops suspected something was off with brother Youqian, but now seeing how evil and malicious he was. He seemed so much like a villain, how could there be any issue? In comparison, his own brother seemed like the suspicious one. Xiongda pointed at Fucko's bound and distraught brother. Brother Youqian, what about this guy? Beat him too. Youqian waved his hand dismissively and led Xiongda and Xiong out of the basement. Youqian swaggered away with a sinister cackle, followed by Xiongda and Xiong mimicking his laugh. Fucko's brother was obsessed with fitness but had a decent character, so Youqian spared him. After all, robbing someone and killing their brother was clearly the work of a villain. What did that have to do with me, the newly promoted class hero Biko hero? Youqian listened to the chime of a special achievement completed in his mind and nodded with satisfaction. He had earned 10 more check-in opportunities. In the Z-City Monster Association headquarters, an abandoned tunnel, Xiongda and Xiong were recounting how Youqian had suddenly mobilized the Monster Association's forces and subordinates. After hearing that Youqian had robbed a man of his potion, emptied his home, and left with a sinister laugh along with all his other villainous acts, Big Cyclops finally believed that Youqian was a pure villain, a true monster. Meanwhile, Li Youqian was in a laboratory facing a young child who was sucking on a lollipop. Brother Li, are you sure about this? You want to use the sun as a signal transmitter to send a message into deep space. I think it's too dangerous. The child with the lollipop was none other than the fifth-ranked class hero child emperor. Li Youqian, dressed in a Taoist robe, stroked his non-existent beard. Wasn't my fortune telling for you accurate before? Last time Child Emperor helped Li Youqian build a battle suit. As thanks, Li Youqian had approached him, and using the Taoist robe calculated his recent fortune, warning him to avoid a minor calamity on a certain day. System products were always top-notch, only Youqian had no doubt the Taoist robe was correct. Child Emperor hesitated for a moment, then sighed. A psychic with such prophetic abilities must have a deeper purpose. Besides, Li Youqian was risking his life infiltrating the terrifying Monster Association for the Hero Association. A righteous man like him wouldn't do anything wrong. Even if the electromagnetic signal he wanted to send was a bit absurd. As Child Emperor pressed the button, an electromagnetic wave shot from the radar antenna outside the lab, flying toward the sun. Li Youqian's heart raced with excitement. The One Punch Man world was about to undergo earth-shaking changes. Now all that was left was to wait. Li Youqian thanked Child Emperor, turned around, pulled out a door of anywhere from behind his back, opened it, and stepped through. Child Emperor watched the door vanish. What a mysterious guy. After returning home, the light outside was dim, signaling nightfall. Without another word, Li Youqian started playing video games. Playing all night was nothing to Li Youqian's extraordinary body. He stretched lazily and stepped out of his room, but before he could breathe the first breath of dawn, he saw his neighbor Saitama kick down his door with a thunderous crash and leap downstairs. Saitama, usually drawn in a simple style, today looked as if he had transformed from a stick figure into a 3D masterpiece. Li Youqian had never seen Saitama so energetic. He floated down slowly behind him. Below, a group of small black figures. Many small black figures had appeared. They were tiny and frail, led by one in armor with 4 arms and 4 swords. Already black, the armor was a sickly yellow, making him look like a giant cockroach. He was shouting wildly, "The surface world is ours." Saitama delivered a Leo flying kick, instantly knocking down the arrogant giant cockroach. Then Saitama struck a pose and shouted excitedly, "Let's fight." Li Youqian's mouth twitched. These small black figures, and that giant cockroach. Weren't they the Subterraneans and the king of the Subterraneans, the shame of the 4 kings? Haha, looks like Saitama had a thrilling dream last night. The Subterraneans were masters of adaptability. The next second, they all scurried back into their hole and raised a white flag. Li Youqian flew over to the crushed Subterranean king and absorbed the energy from his corpse. So weak, barely reaching demon-level strength. Saitama looked at the pathetically weak real Subterraneans and returned to his room thoroughly dejected. The stark contrast with his dream had clearly dampened his spirits. Li Youqian, however, didn't go back. He used his psychic sense to probe the Subterraneans in their underground cave. The Subterranean king was weak, and these Subterraneans seemed just as feeble. An idea struck Li Youqian. With a slight gesture, he dragged all the Subterraneans hiding in the cave to the surface. Looking at these little black figures, he smiled wickedly. "I heard you're an underground civilization. Do you have any gold or diamonds?" A moment later, Li Youqian stuffed a massive pile of rare minerals, gold, diamonds, agate, and more, into his storage space. Whistling a tune, he pulled out an RPG from behind his back. With a cry of "Explosion is art," he obliterated the small black figures, turning them into strengthening energy. The Subterraneans thought, "Maybe we're not human, but you're truly despicable." After finishing all that, Li Youqian swaggered upstairs. Picking up money early in the morning truly lifted his spirits. Then Li Youqian began his daily routine, soaring through the skies of Z City on patrol, scanning for any suspicious monsters. First, he would bind them with telekinesis, then pull out a submachine gun and unload several clips into them. For Tiger-level threats or above, he would restrain them with telekinesis first, then deliver a resounding slap. It was a seamless all-in-one service. Li Youqian handled these encounters with effortless ease. During the day, he strolled around. No, patrolled. When tired from patrolling, he would half-heartedly feed false intelligence to the Monster Association. The Hero Association had already prepared everything, leaving Li Youqian with no need to think. Then he would call Sich and reveal the traits, appearances, and abilities of certain dragon-level monsters from the Monster Association. All of this was part of the original storyline. Li Youqian would drip-feed bits of information. Over time, his strategy focused entirely on milking the system. After that, he performed his daily Saitama workout routine, and finally, he buried himself in books to study. And honestly, Li Youqian truly lived up to his reputation as a high school graduate fresh out of the college entrance exams. His intellect was already at its peak, yet he discovered his mind had grown noticeably sharper. Or rather, thanks to his character template, the more he studied, the higher his intelligence became. Take, for instance, the episodes featuring smart SpongeBob. Sometimes he became clever after bumping his head, and other times after eating books. Youqian realized that the more he learned, the smarter he got. Thus, he resolved to collect all kinds of knowledge from the world of One Punch Man. At the same time, he aimed to boost his intellect and absorb the essence of this world. So in the days that followed, Youqian became exceptionally diligent, so much so that even Saitama was bewildered. Seeing himself so laid back while his buddy was so driven stirred a pang of guilt in Saitama. So Saitama made it a habit to interrupt Youqian's study sessions. Days passed one after another. Youqian's intelligence had grown to terrifying levels, and he had amassed extensive knowledge of the world's relevant science and technology. Youqian had begun attempting to deduce the manufacturing method of the Biceps King using Fukeo's data. He hadn't asked Fukeo for the method before killing him outright. The reason was that Youqian possessed no skills like mind-reading, hypnosis, or mind control. He feared that Fukeo might lie about the method, concocting some absurd fabrication, or even worse, force him into crafting a potion. Youqian was even more concerned that Fukeo might add bizarre ingredients to the potion. For instance, something like Old Eight's secret mini burger. After all, one must guard against the treachery of others. Fukeo, bullshit. How could I ever do something like that? What the hell are you thinking? Youqian, because if I put myself in your shoes, I'd definitely do it. I'd absolutely add Old Eight's secret mini burger to the potion. Fukeo. His silence was the Cambridge of that evening. But now upgrading his own scientific knowledge and deriving the Biceps King's creation method from Fukeo's data was also a viable choice. Unfortunately, this thing required a high level of technological expertise, and Youqian needed time to study it. However, he realized that before he knew it, his enhancement energy had accumulated enough. Youqian stared at the enhancement skill, which stated it could boost his character panel. A surge of ecstasy washed over him. I'm going to enhance right now. After a moment, Youqian felt no change at all. Then a dull voice echoed in his mind from Aguang. Enhancement failed. Youqian could barely restrain himself from giving Saitama 2 hard slaps to wake him up. Stop hitting. It's here, this building is about to collapse. Why can't you, this bald demon lord, even kill a mosquito? Does that make any sense? It makes perfect sense. All things in the world have spirit except mosquitoes. That saying alone shows how terrifying they truly are. Saitama, while swatting at a mosquito, spoke these bizarre words with utter seriousness. Youqian found himself almost convinced by the logic. Damn it, he was getting brainwashed by this guy. Youqian, scowling, took off directly from the balcony, scanning all conditions within 10,000 meters using his psychic power. He flew toward the gathering place of the mosquitoes, while behind him Saitama was still locked in a 300-round battle with his mosquito. Youqian silently wished that Saitama would get bitten until his head resembled the hairstyle of the Tathagata Buddha. In the residential area of Z City, a mosquito monster with a figure resembling a woman's was flying leisurely in the air, absorbing the blood offered by her little pets. Countless mosquitoes clustered together, enveloping her as she savored the blood. She was the mosquito girl who had escaped from the House of Evolution. What's going on? How are you all doing your work? This amount is far from enough. Little ones, you need to try harder. So, it's because of you, this monster, that the mosquito swarm has developed such abnormal behavior and peculiar changes. You have harmed many citizens of this city. You, this monster, deserve to be eliminated. A handsome blonde youth appeared at the entrance of the street. If one looked closely, they would notice that this handsome youth's entire body was made of metal. He was a cyborg. If you're the one controlling these annoying pests, then eliminating you should end this disaster. Genos' gaze suddenly sharpened as he launched an attack against the mosquito girl. She easily dodged a fireball. Just you. Ha ha ha, a meal delivered to my doorstep. Children, drain him dry. Target locked. Genos paid no heed to the mosquito girl and unleashed his full power. The incineration cannon fired at maximum output, sending fireballs and pillars of flame of all sizes hurtling toward her. The mosquitoes summoned by the mosquito girl surrounded Genos, but with a single shout of incineration cannon, he incinerated every last one of them. This mosquito-killing efficiency would surely astonish Saitama, who had struggled for ages just to swat a single mosquito. The mosquito girl was not to be outdone. She pushed her speed to its limits, using the sharp proboscis atop her head to repeatedly ram into Genos' metallic body. With the clang of metal striking metal, the proboscis on the mosquito girl's head pierced through and tore off the cyborg's arm. Before she could deliver a taunt, she was shocked to find her own legs severed by the very same cyborg. The real fight starts now. I won't let you get away, Genos declared with unwavering resolve. A series of explosions echoed through the residential area, carrying far into the distance. Youqian had already arrived at the scene, standing atop a building watching the golden-haired cyborg battle the mosquito girl. Sensing the tide turning against her, she immediately soared high into the sky. She began summoning the mosquitoes she had dispatched to the forest. My children, hurry and bring me the juice you have toiled to gather. Countless mosquitoes converged, forming a massive black sphere high in the air. It was enough to make anyone with trypophobia cry out in distress. Even Youqian felt a bit repulsed. Beside him, Saitama agreed wholeheartedly, so many mosquitoes, this is absolutely insane. Huh. Youqian was startled speechless by Saitama's sudden appearance behind him, nearly falling off the building in shock. Can you please stop sneaking up on me like a ghost? Scaring people can actually kill them. Youqian pressed a hand to his nearly bursting heart and spoke with irritation. Saitama scratched a mosquito bite on his bald head. I wasn't following you. That mosquito flew this way. See, I killed it. Pretty impressive, huh? Saitama held a can of insecticide in his left hand, and in his right, he pinched a dead mosquito, as if appraising a treasure. Very impressive, very impressive. Oh, you're amazing. Youqian replied with dripping sarcasm. Saitama looked at the black sphere of mosquitoes in the sky, then at the can of insecticide in his hand. This might not be enough. The next second, the blonde cyborg Genos, standing on the street, unleashed a full-power incineration cannon directly at the mosquito sphere in the sky. The terrifying blast instantly swept across a radius of 500 meters. Youqian glanced at his clothes, cursed under his breath, and performed a backflip on the spot, vanishing into his own dimension. Damn it, I'm not about to run around naked. Youqian stayed in his dimension for 3 seconds before flipping back, reappearing exactly where he had been. Beside him, Saitama, now completely naked and singed, wore an expression that was hard to read. This insecticide sure is tough on clothes. Is this the true mosquito-killing flash? Saitama cracked a cold joke. Youqian rolled his eyes and tossed him a set of clothes. The noise from Youqian and Saitama was loud enough to catch the attention of Genos below. He had just confirmed there were no life signs within a 500-meter radius. That was why he had used such a wide-range incineration attack to eliminate the mosquito girl, never expecting it might nearly harm 2 people. Fortunately, neither seemed seriously injured. Genos looked up at the 2 figures speaking on the rooftop, sensing they were no ordinary individuals. But before Genos could ponder further, an arrogant female voice rang out from the sky. The mosquito girl, previously clad in dark hues, had undergone a dramatic transformation. Her entire body flushed red, as if she had absorbed an immense quantity of blood. Seeing this, Youqian couldn't help but shake his head. In this world, it seemed any monster with a bit of fame could pull off a second transformation. It was frankly embarrassing for someone like him, who couldn't transform at all. At this moment, the mosquito girl, having reached a new level, paid no attention to the 2 on the rooftop. A bald man and a little brat weren't worth her notice. She would deal with the blonde cyborg below first. With a casual wave of her hand, the mosquito girl sliced a nearby building clean in half. She now possessed the power to destroy buildings many times stronger than at the start. Genos' attention refocused on the seemingly empowered mosquito girl, absorbing blood to become stronger. No one answered Genos' muttered question. The mosquito girl laughed maniacally, shooting toward him like an arrow. Genos attempted to defend himself or use his incineration cannon to restrain her speed. But the mosquito girl suddenly accelerated, flashing behind him in an instant. Her massive claws carved a deep gash into his waist. I have to say, this monster is pretty good looking, but her feet and arms are way too ugly. Those claws on her feet mean she can't wear stockings. Lacks soul. Youqian, I never knew you were this kind of person. So, obviously it's because she can't wear white stockings that it lacks soul. The mischievous voices of Youqian and Saitama drifted down from the rooftop. This flippant remark immediately drew the attention of Mosquito Girl and Genos, who was already beaten half to death by her. Mosquito Girl dropped Genos to the ground like trash. You 2 little cuties have quite unique tastes. Since you find my legs unsightly, then offer up your blood so I can evolve again. Maybe you'll become even more beautiful. Mosquito Girl flew toward the rooftop duo with a sinister grin, her eyes filled with cold cruelty. How dare they call my legs ugly? Truly reckless and courting death. Youqian glanced at Saitama beside him, her words sound so Yandere. As they say, a Yandere liking someone else is a story, but a Yandere liking you is a disaster. Too handsome, no help for it. Saitama felt that Youqian's thick skin rivaled even a divine-level being. His face twitched, and he directly threw a punch ready to obliterate the mosquito. Youqian, as if foreseeing the future, urgently said, "Cripple her, don't kill her. I have questions to ask." Oh. Saitama shifted his descending punch slightly downward, and the next second the lower half of the charging Mosquito Girl was blasted apart. Blood splattered all over Youqian's face. Mosquito Girl seemed about to say something, but her upper half thudded to the ground, writhing desperately. As luck would have it, Mosquito Girl's upper body landed right next to Genos, who was now only half his body remaining. The scene was exceptionally gruesome. Youqian wiped the blood from his face. Seriously, this is what you call half-crippled? You nearly killed her outright. Well, is she half-crippled or not? Youqian was speechless. He flew directly to the 2 half-crippled beings and poked the barely alive Mosquito Girl. As expected of a mosquito monster, her vitality was tenacious. Genos, on the other hand, was fine. Losing his lower half was no big deal. Since he was a cyborg, he could just have a new lower body installed later. At that moment, Genos stared at Saitama with shock in his eyes. Truly a low-key master. Even the bump on that bald head seemed to carry special significance. Saitama felt uneasy under Genos' intense gaze and instinctively stepped back. Genos then shouted loudly, "Master, please take me as your disciple." Saitama was bewildered. Youqian paid no attention to their exchange. It seemed the situation would follow the original story, eventually developing into a master-disciple relationship. Not bad at all. Since Saitama's cooking is terrible, having Genos as a housekeeper means I can eat well too. Youqian poked Mosquito Girl, still alive. "If you've lost consciousness, it'll just put you out of your misery." Mosquito Girl mustered all her strength to speak, "I'm alive. Give me blood, I can recover." Youqian shook his head. "I'm not a villain, where would I get blood for you?" Mosquito Girl lunged suddenly, trying to kill the man before her and drain his blood. But the next second, Mosquito Girl was pinned midair, unable to move. Youqian used his telekinesis to immobilize her, though his power was barely sufficient against a full-powered demon-level monster. Dealing with a cripple was child's play. Mosquito Girl struggled desperately, but found herself completely frozen. She quickly changed her tune. "Big brother, if you save me, I'll wear whatever you want." "Seductress, do not corrupt my Dao heart." Youqian declared that no matter how beautiful she might be, with only an upper half remaining, such tricks were useless. Mosquito Girl cried out in struggle, "Spare me, please spare me." Youqian replied instinctively, "I'm a hero, not a horse herder. Why would I keep sparing you?" Mosquito Girl was speechless. "Tell me where the House of Evolution headquarters is, and I'll let you drink blood." At the mention of the House of Evolution, Mosquito Girl trembled, as if recalling some terrible ordeal. After a moment, she gritted her teeth and said, "I can tell you, but give me blood first. At least let my wounds heal. Otherwise, I won't say a word. I'm about to die anyway." Mosquito Girl's gaze fixed on that detestable bald man, the one who had blasted her lower body apart. Her breath grew weaker, as if she might expire at any moment. At this point, Mosquito Girl hoped that the location of the House of Evolution headquarters was crucial to the man before her, so that he would keep her alive. Perhaps she could even turn him against that bald friend. After all, aside from the bald man, there was no other source of blood, unless this man planned to use his own. "How much do you need?" Youqian hesitated. Though he was immortal, pricking himself still hurt a lot. Mosquito Girl revealed a sinister smile. "At least a person's worth of blood to heal my wounds, and even more to regrow my lower body. Isn't that bald man beside you a perfect candidate? Kill him, and I'll tell you the location of the House of Evolution." Mosquito Girl felt certain she had guessed correctly. The headquarters location was indeed vital to this man. Youqian pulled out a fruit knife and lightly pricked his finger. Here. So annoying having a bloody mishap today." Mosquito Girl was momentarily baffled. Why make such a tiny cut? Before any blood could even come out, the wound was already healing. The next second, Youqian's finger erupted like a fountain, spewing green blood. The volume was like a high-pressure water gun. Wait, green blood? Mosquito Girl had spent her life drinking blood, but this was her first time seeing green blood. "Are you sure this is blood? Can this even be drunk?" Youqian raised an eyebrow. "Don't like green. It's not like I'm spraying it on your head. Fine, what color do you prefer? Take your pick." As his words fell, the green fountain from his fingers shifted into a rainbow of colors. Black, blue, but never red. Mosquito Girl's mind went blank. What was happening? Would drinking this blood kill her? Was it poisonous? And the sheer volume, wasn't it absurd? "Do you have a blood bank inside you?" Feeling her body grow weaker under the threat of death, Mosquito Girl threw caution to the wind. I'll drink. Youqian shoved the green fountain directly into Mosquito Girl's mouth. Within seconds, her condition improved significantly. Flesh buds began to grow at her wounds, slowly healing. Though her lower half didn't regenerate, it was clear her life was no longer in danger. Seeing this, Youqian shook his hand, and the green fountain vanished instantly. Mosquito Girl seemed a bit unsatisfied. Despite the strange color, the blood was unexpectedly delicious. The green blood gave her a sensation of running freely through a forest at sunset. It was the carefree essence of her childhood. Youqian watched the dazed Mosquito Girl with some guilt. Damn, did my blood make her crazy? Even though it's not red, it seems no different, except for the color. Youqian poked at her freshly healed wound, snapping Mosquito Girl back to reality as she let out a pained cry. Youqian patted his chest. Good. I thought you'd gone dumb. Now you can tell me the location of the Evolution House headquarters." Mosquito Girl looked at her own wound, still not fully healed, the skin pink and tender, only to have Youqian poke it again. The pain was no less than pouring salt on an open wound. In that instant, she felt this guy wasn't human. He was truly a dog. "I can tell you, but after you know the location, you have to let me go and give me enough blood with no time limit." Youqian nodded and swore with utmost sincerity, "If I lie to you, may Saitama get hit by a car when he goes out, step in dog poop, and suffer every misfortune imaginable." Saitama, who was chatting with Genos nearby, instantly twisted his expression. "Hey, I'm right here. Are you doing this kind of thing without even hiding it now? Mosquito Girl, satisfied with Youqian's oath, directly told him the location of Evolution House. After learning the location, Youqian casually stuffed her into his space behind him. He turned and ran towards Saitama. At that moment, Genos, with only half his body left, was loudly declaring his determination to become Saitama's disciple. Youqian looked at Saitama, whose face bore the words troublesome in large letters. His eyes darted, and he leaned close to Genos' ear, whispering a few words. Genos wore an expression of sudden enlightenment, shouted that he'd see them both tomorrow, and then turned to crawl away using one arm. Anyone seeing this scene might think Youqian and Saitama were the villains. Genos, perhaps finding crawling too slow, jumped up with one hand and weirdly gathered his broken body parts. After patching himself back together, he waved at them with his lower half still a steel skeleton, then left. Youqian and Saitama. They exchanged puzzled glances. Actually, we could have helped you pick up the parts nearby, and no need to hop on one hand to get them. 4 years ago, I was a human with flesh at age 15. In this chaotic world, my family and I lived a peaceful, happy life. But one day, an evil, rampaging robot appeared in my town. It destroyed everything, yet I miraculously survived. My savior Dr. Casino rescued and transformed me, granting me power. At Saitama's place, Genos was passionately recounting his story. I see, Saitama said thoughtfully. Over the years, I've been pursuing the evil robot's whereabouts, defeating many monsters and evil organizations, but never found a trace of it. This made me increasingly impatient. Until I encountered the mosquito monster earlier, I launched a direct battle without any data analysis. As you both know, I was saved again. I feel my responsibility has grown even greater. And I want to become stronger. Hey, don't just ramble on like that. Saitama watched Genos' mouth spout a long string of words, feeling his head was about to explode. Saitama, you really lack sympathy. The guy's been through so much, and you won't let him talk. Youqian shook his head at Saitama. Saitama retorted, who was it that when I talked a bit more last time said I came from Dunhuang with all those murals? Youqian put on an innocent face. Who said that? Not me. Saitama, accustomed to Youqian's shamelessness, rolled his eyes and said nothing. Turning to Genos, Saitama said, Genos, it's just that teaching a disciple seems too troublesome. Genos calmly presented a gift. Saitama swallowed hard at the stack of money. Genos, do you think I'm that kind of person? Genos silently pulled out another stack of cash and said with conviction, from now on, I'll handle all the teacher's chores, cooking everything. Becoming your disciple is my greatest wish. Saitama sighed, inwardly convinced he wasn't swayed by the money, but simply couldn't bear the boy's pitiable fate. Saitama accepted the money a bit sheepishly and also took on the disciple. He mused that after knowing Youqian for so long, his noble character remained untarnished by Youqian's influence. His moral integrity was still too high. Youqian, no, thinking that way means you've already been corrupted by me. Genos, overjoyed that Saitama had accepted him as a disciple, started chattering endlessly like a machine gun. Master Saitama, I have reasons I must become stronger. For years ago, Saitama watched Genos' non-stop mouth and felt a twinge of regret for taking him on. Indeed, being a teacher was too troublesome, but he offered too much. Youqian, meanwhile, paid no attention to the master-disciple bonding. Youqian silently chanted in his mind, Sanqing, Buddha, Jesus, God, bless me. Don't let me draw so much useless tissue paper. Let me try a temple first. Youqian used the 10 draw chances he had saved up. Height increasing pill. No matter how tall you are, taking this pill will make you 6 meters tall. The dwarves say this pill really works. Eliminate one item from the check-in reward pool. Tissue paper. Youqian. What the hell is that height increasing pill? 6 meters. That's not increasing height at all. Wait, among these 10 junk items, he spotted something useful. Eliminate one item from the check-in reward pool. If I'm not mistaken. Youqian tensed up and used the card, setting it to eliminate tissue paper. He casually took out a tissue from his space. If all the tissue paper had drawn before was still there, then this meant eliminating tissue paper from the check-in reward pool. This cursed thing is finally gone. Without that evil tissue paper, I bet I'll draw something good. He'll go all in. Super strength, gain immense power, maxing out at 100 tons. Super speed, gain incredible speed, maxing out at supersonic. Transformation, can change into others' appearances. The ultimate skill for sneaky players. Super healing, gain super healing ability, though it might be useless for you. Agus jab. Toilet paper. Youqian. Tissue paper turns into toilet paper. What's the damn difference? This system is screwing me. And what's with super healing? Fine, Aga, you always come up with new tricks. Thank you so much. All the save draw chances were used up. After hesitating for a moment, Youqian gritted his teeth and reinforced his telekinesis skill. Telepathy 1. Can sense information within a 100-mile radius and control objects up to 10,000 tons. It worked on the first try. Heaven is helping me. Youqian now felt terrifyingly powerful. From now on in male-dominated stories, call me Youqian. In female-dominated ones, call me Nyo Gulu Youqian. Genos, watching Youqian's antics, turned to his master. Saitama, used to it, even comforted Genos. Don't worry, you'll get used to it. He's always like this. Youqian felt like someone who had just maxed out a character in Genshin Impact, rubbing his hands together, eagerly itching to find a few people to beat up. Youqian turned to look at Saitama and Genos. Come on, partners, let's go destroy the evil villain organization, the House of Evolution. As he spoke, Youqian pulled an anywhere door from behind his back, placed it in the room, and opened it directly. Inside the door was a towering building in a forest, clearly the headquarters of the House of Evolution. Youqian dragged Saitama and Genos inside, giving a warning. Genos, don't go in just yet. Use your incineration cannon to blow that building to smithereens. Genos looked puzzled. But that would be more efficient. Youqian waved his hand. I need the cannon fodder inside the House of Evolution. If you blast them with one shot, there won't be any bodies left. Too wasteful. Genos nodded, followed Youqian through the anywhere door, his eyes filled with curiosity as he gazed at it. Youqian felt like he had forgotten something. The mosquito girl in his backpack. In a dense forest, a reinforced concrete building stood out conspicuously. After the trio arrived at their destination via the anywhere door, they took in the scenery. Youqian couldn't help but remark, with such a conspicuous place, how is it that neither the Hero Association nor the Monster Association has found it? That's just ridiculous. Genos, unlike in the plot, didn't immediately raise his hand to incinerate the building. He turned to ask Youqian, Mr. Li, what's our next move? Youqian snapped his fingers, and in an instant their appearances changed dramatically. Youqian transformed into a large frog wielding a knife. Saitama became a mantisman with his brain exposed, and Genos turned into a human-faced slug. Saitama touched his head, feeling that Youqian had done this on purpose. Youqian's face brimmed with confidence. These three forms are also from the House of Evolution. Saitama, you know what I do. Under my leadership, we'll disguise ourselves as members of the House of Evolution, infiltrate them, and then wipe them all out. Genos raised his hand. I still think blowing up the building with one shot would be better. Objection overruled. Oh. Youqian knew that the upper floors of the House of Evolution's headquarters were packed with monsters. It would be a shame if Genos incinerated them all. Moreover, this was a perfect chance to test his newly acquired skills. Full of confidence, Youqian led Saitama and Genos toward the House of Evolution building. They walked in with great assurance, only to come face to face with three monsters, a knife-wielding Yakuza frog monster, a mantisman, and a human-faced slug. Youqian. This wasn't quite what I expected. Oh well, let's just get straight to action. His psychic power swept across 100 miles, and a faint red glow began to emanate from his body. Just then, the Yakuza frog at the forefront of the trio shouted loudly, "What number modified human are you?" The mantisman beside him, with half his brain exposed, patted his own head as if he'd realized something and yelled, "That frog over there is glowing red. Is it a mutation? A special modified form?" Youqian. So after all this, those three idiots hadn't even noticed. Well, it made sense. The House of Evolution produced monsters, and each type wasn't made in a single copy. Behind every successful type were failed products. Youqian instantly stopped his actions. Yes. The boss told us to gather everyone in the first floor lobby. You three should go spread the word. The three dim-witted monsters agreed immediately and ran upstairs. Brothers, come down. The boss is calling us to assemble. Soon the first floor lobby was packed with a dense crowd of frogs, mantises, slugs, lions, and tigers. Like a zoo, but with even more variety than any zoo. The Lion King, an armored gorilla from the plot, were also among them, standing in the lobby looking somewhat dazed. Youqian, seeing no one else coming down from upstairs, patted Saitama on the shoulder. Go ahead, Saitama, use consecutive normal punches. In the next second, the entire lobby erupted in a spray of blood mist as the bald-headed Demon King's consecutive normal punches slaughtered all the monsters. Youqian absorbed the energy from the blood mist, feeling that having Saitama as his enforcer was quite a good deal. It would be even better if Saitama left the monsters intact after killing them. Soon all the monsters on the first floor were obliterated, and Youqian used his psychic power to sense the situation within 100 miles. He led Saitama and Genos into the elevator and pressed the button for the first basement level. Meanwhile, Dr. Genos, the founder of the House of Evolution, watched the video on the screen, lost in thought. A mantisman, as if cheating, was slaughtering the monsters of the House of Evolution on the first floor. What number is this mantisman? I don't recall conducting any special experiments on mantisman. Beside Dr. Genos stood a group of clones identical to him. One clone holding a notebook replied, "It might be a discarded defective unit that underwent some special change." Dr. Genos watched as all his monsters were wiped out on the screen, feeling a pang of regret. They were his life's work. But then he focused on the mantisman and the two peculiar monsters behind him in the video. That special frog seems to be absorbing the surrounding blood mist. Isn't that the mosquito girl's ability? Perhaps these three are unique mutations that could help me break through the limits of biology. But they look hostile, and we have no monsters left to stop them. Dr. Genus smiled confidently. Even if they've mutated, they're still creatures I created. I have my ways to control them. The trio took the elevator to the basement where they were greeted by a crowd of Dr. Genus clones, all identical in appearance. They had set up 3 tables, each bearing a pile of flies, a mysterious liquid, and a heap of slime. One Dr. Genus, dressed slightly differently, approached them joyfully. Children, due to some circumstances I failed to recognize your talents. That was my fault. I've prepared something for you, specially made flies that frog monsters love, a scalp-protecting lotion, and special slime that slugs adore. Youqian quickly figured out that Dr. Genus had misunderstood. He snorted coldly, and the 3 of them gradually reverted to their normal appearances. You guessed wrong. We're not monsters you created. Wait, Saitama, what are you grabbing that for? Saitama casually pocketed the special scalp-protecting lotion and then innocently started whistling. Youqian. He said it protects the scalp, not that it grows hair. Youqian chose to ignore the disgraceful Saitama and looked at Dr. Genus. A straightforward man doesn't speak in riddles. Since you prepared these things in advance, it shows you know what we were doing upstairs. Do you want to live or die? I need your research materials and your trump card, the Azura Rhino. At this moment, Dr. Genus, who was secretly gesturing to his clones to release the Azura Rhino, was stunned. How do you know so much? I have the ability to foresee. It's only natural that I know some hidden secrets. Dr. Genus looked at the 3 people before him with suspicion. Aren't you afraid of the Azura Rhino? Youqian pointed to the bald Saitama beside him. He is the perfect human you've always dreamed of, one who has broken through humanity's limiter, essentially invincible. You're the one who studies this sort of thing. You should know how strong he is. Dr. Genus glanced at the bald man who was applying preservation fluid to his head and snorted coldly. Do you think I believe that? This bald guy breaking through the biological limiter. He's strong, but I don't buy it. If he's so incredible, why doesn't he grow some hair? Saitama, if you can't speak, it's better to stay silent. Youqian directly said, damn it, shall you show him a trick? Saitama, expressionless, punched to the side. With a loud bang, a massive hole was blasted in the underground base. Peering into the hole, it was pitch black with no bottom in sight. Dr. Genus' face changed dramatically, and he shouted, not good, this place is going to collapse. The next second, the entire underground base began to shake as if it would cave in at any moment. Youqian pulled out a portal door from behind, opened it, and ran out. Saitama, Genos, Dr. Genus, and a few clones barely managed to escape. The remaining clones and the entire underground base collapsed and fell. Youqian and the others watched as the building once nestled in the forest gradually sank and turned into ruins. Youqian was somewhat speechless. He could have killed Dr. Genus and directly seized the research materials in the base, but now the entire base had collapsed. Big Spring, what have you done? Saitama scratched his head. I didn't mean to. Who knew this base was so fragile? Suddenly a commotion came from the ruins of the Evolution House. A massive figure burst out from the debris, a giant humanoid beetle monster. It was somewhat battered, even covered in wounds. Which bastard collapsed this place? Who just hit me? Azura Rhino, due to its overwhelming combat power, but vile nature and low morals, had been imprisoned and put into slumber by Dr. Genus. As a result, someone suddenly punched him while he was sleeping, nearly killing him. Help! Who understands this pain? He was just sleeping at home when someone punched him and his home collapsed. Youqian directly raised his hand toward him. I know. Come closer, and he'll tell you. As Youqian spoke, he approached Azura Rhino and raised his hand to slap him with a handkerchief tied to his hand. Unfortunately, Azura Rhino, as if sensing something terrifying, instantly retreated. Youqian's slap missed his face and swung through the air. Was this the creature's biological instinct? It's good at saving its own skin. Azura Rhino was fully alert. What a shameless fellow. But you don't seem to be the one who hit me. Release Genus, and I won't trouble you. Azura Rhino hated Genus for imprisoning him, but he knew that only Genus could make him stronger. Youqian cracked his neck, loosened his muscles, and without another word flew toward him. I'm not some shameless guy, I am a hero. Youqian began to fight Azura Rhino, having studied various miscellaneous things during this time. Combat was naturally among them, but his fighting style had only evolved from wild swings to a more scientific and systematic way of throwing punches. It was crisp and clean, but somewhat stiff. Despite his super strength and speed, Youqian was still being suppressed by Azura Rhino, who hadn't undergone his second transformation. Azura Rhino was somewhat excited because he found that as long as he dodged Youqian's slap attacks, his body wouldn't sense that terrifying feeling. If I'm careful, I can take him down. Azura Rhino thought to himself. At this moment, Saitama and Genos were watching the battle. Genos observed the fierce fight. I didn't expect Mr. Li to be so strong. Saitama nodded and added, Li Youqian's greatest strength lies in his bizarre abilities. If he gets the chance, that big bug up there will be dead in no time. Dr. Genus, watching Saitama and Genos chatting animatedly, was a bit speechless. Weren't they afraid he would take the chance to escape? Dr. Genus didn't flee either. He glanced at the talking Saitama, then turned to watch the fighting Li Youqian and stood there motionless. Dr. Genus knew that although the two beside him seemed to ignore him, if he really tried to run, they would surely stop him. And they might kill him. At that moment, as Li Youqian and Azura Rhino were locked in a fierce battle, Li Youqian suddenly radiated a red glow. His psychic power transformed into an invisible binding force restraining Azura Rhino. The next second, Li Youqian delivered a heavy slap to his face. Azura Rhino's biological instinct constantly warned him that being hit would lead to a major crisis. Under this pressure, Azura Rhino directly activated his second transformation. His body began to glow blue, swelling continuously, and his horn became enormous. He was about to enter a berserk state, indiscriminately attacking with a massive boost in combat power. Unfortunately, the second transformation came too late. Li Youqian's slap landed crisply on Azura Rhino's face. Li Youqian said coldly, Omi wa Maoshindiru. Nanny. Saitama from a distance shouted, Don't do that, voice acting with a pinched throat. That's so creepy. TCH, some people just don't appreciate humor. Li Youqian rolled his eyes and covered Azura Rhino's mouth. As the seconds ticked by, the powerful dragon-level monster Azura Rhino died from suffocation. His massively swollen body gradually shriveled, and Li Youqian absorbed the energy within him. Li Youqian estimated that it would take killing a few more ghost-level monsters or one dragon-level monster to gather enough enhancement energy for another Allen gamble. Li Youqian drifted back slowly, a smile spreading across his face as he regarded the silent Dr. Genus. There's an old saying, a wise man knows his place. What do you think? Dr. Genus adjusted his glasses with a hand. It seems I have no choice. What? Want to be a good person? Huh? Dr. Genus was puzzled. Li Youqian remained unflappable, his heart steady. Sticking with me is the first step to being a good person. Dr. Genus found the man before him utterly shameless, yet he nodded. All my research data is in the underground base. It collapsed, but the data is in my head. You'll need time to write it out. Li Youqian let out a sly chuckle. Don't worry, I've got a perfect place for you. With that, he opened a portal and stepped through with Dr. Genus and his clones. Saitama and Genos followed close behind. Genos surveyed the ruins of the House of Evolution and murmured, so the berserk robot from back then wasn't from the House of Evolution. Saitama nudged the distracted Genos. What are you thinking? Hurry up, or that Li guy might close the door. Genos snapped back to attention and quickly followed, remarking to Saitama, I've truly learned a great deal today. It's been incredibly rewarding. Is that so? Good. Saitama had no idea what Genos had learned, but he was happy for him. Huh, no way. You're leaving such a dangerous person in my care. I'm just a kid. Child Emperor Lollipop in Mouth felt he had been set up. Li Youqian quickly praised him. You're an S-class hero, not an ordinary child. I believe in you. Not waiting for Child Emperor to refuse, he turned to Dr. Genus. From now on, you'll stay by Child Emperor's side. You're dangerous, and your goal is noble. I want your research data, but I won't take it for nothing. Hey, raise something for you. Li Youqian pulled a monster cell and part of the abomination's corpse from the space behind him and tossed them to Dr. Genus. Dr. Genus' expertise in biological modification was truly impressive. Dr. Genus was silent for a moment, then pointed at Saitama, who was idly lounging around, and asked with curiosity, Didn't you say he broke through his biological limits? How did he do it? Some kind of biological modification. With these, he gestured at the abomination's corpse and the monster cell. Li Youqian shook his head. His method of getting stronger is unique. He simply trained, and in doing so broke through his own limits. Dr. Genus seemed skeptical. Li Youqian added, It's like how you were born with a higher IQ. Talent is something you can't really explain. Li Youqian said no more. He instructed Child Emperor to keep a close watch on Dr. Genus and reported the destruction of the House of Evolution to the Hero Association. After receiving some rewards, he took the opportunity to also enroll Genos in the Hero Association, saving him the trouble of waiting for the next selection round. Although due to Li Youqian's interference, Genos didn't immediately become an S-class hero upon joining, he wasn't Saitama either. He didn't suffer from that strange curse of obscurity. Given his strength, it was only a matter of time before he became an S-class hero. The days that followed were simple for Li Youqian. He continuously absorbed scientific knowledge from the One Punch Man world and stayed close to Dr. Genus. On one hand, he kept watch over him. On the other, he learned his biological modification techniques. Li Youqian had obtained the monster cell from Juro Juro. Its ability to make people stronger and turn them into monsters was of great research value. The abomination was also highly valuable as in a sense it was a very successful super soldier. Since the abomination could revert to human form, it represented a second-stage transformation for a human. Seeing these two valuable subjects, Dr. Genius set aside any ulterior motives and devoted himself wholeheartedly to studying them. Youqian continuously absorbed his biological modification knowledge. Dr. Genius didn't object. In fact, he felt quite pleased. He noticed that Youqian's intelligence seemed to be increasing as he learned. He believed that high IQ individuals could understand each other. Dr. Genius thought that one day Youqian would also dedicate himself to his grand goal, perfecting evolution for everyone and breaking through the limits of biology. Youqian, however, felt that the higher his IQ became, the more rational he grew, and he found that a bit unsettling. He was now able to research the Biceps King using the data left by Fucko. However, the raw materials required a dragon-level monster's body and other rare precious ingredients. Creating a Biceps King seemed counterproductive. It was better to absorb the materials himself to strengthen his own energy. Yet by combining the data from the Biceps King formula, his research on the abomination's body, the monster cell, and Dr. Genius' own biological modification techniques, Youqian realized he could develop an even more potent potion or cell. A flash of inspiration struck, and he set to work immediately, even producing a prototype potion. Being too smart had its drawbacks. He imagined that when his IQ became too high, he would look at the simple-minded Saitama and inevitably quote SpongeBob's famous line, "No friend, we've drifted apart. We used to have fun together, but now we're incompatible. We should go our separate ways. That's life." And then Saitama would cry. Ha ha ha. What a hilarious scene that would be. Nearby, Saitama watched Youqian acting crazy, completely baffled. Has this guy lost his mind? Apparently amused by his own thoughts, Youqian turned, snatched the freshly unwrapped lollipop from Child Emperor's hand, opened a portal, and headed home. Saitama followed close behind. Youqian declared he had learned enough and needed to slack off for a few days to relax. Dr. Genius. Well, perhaps he and Youqian were different after all. No matter how high an idiot's IQ, they remained an idiot. After returning home, Youqian rubbed his head. Seeing no signs of baldness, he breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Genos had already prepared a meal at Youqian's house. He was indeed Saitama's household robot. After a hearty meal, Youqian for the first time in a while remembered his mission. He sent some intelligence to both the Hero Association and the Monster Association. One could say my mission is complete. With that done, Youqian felt instantly lighter. He lounged on the sofa and turned on the TV. What greeted him was a shocking sight. On the screen, a group of bald men were grinning wickedly. The news was reporting. This group of criminals wearing special combat suits destroyed a high-rise building in F City. Calling themselves the Bald Crowd, they advocate for a world where one can have money and food without working, rejecting the 996 work culture. Their most distinctive feature is that all members are bald. But they are extremely dangerous. So citizens are advised to stay away from any bald individuals for their own safety. Youqian saw the news and hurriedly called Saitama over. Come take a look at this news, it's hilarious. Saitama had already become a B-class hero by this time and no longer needed to complete a fixed task every week. Thus Saitama embraced his slacker spirit. When he had nothing to do, he would loaf around with Youqian, though now Youqian was either reading or fighting monsters. Saitama had been quite bored lately, so when he heard there was amusing news, he eagerly scurried over. The next moment his expression twisted. Oh, damn it, this group of baldies is ruining the reputation of bald people. What does stay away from baldies even mean? No, I must bring them to justice and let the citizens know that there are heroes among the bald. Saitama, seething with rage, put on his mustard yellow uniform. Youqian quickly used the anywhere door. We can't let these scoundrels sullying the name of baldies escape. By the way, are you coming? Youqian pulled out the anywhere door from behind and opened it. Forget it, you go ahead. I have things to do. Okie dokie. Saitama didn't even look back. He had never been this proactive before. Youqian helped Saitama close the anywhere door, then opened it again, changed the destination, and stepped through. In the space behind, Youqian Mosquito Girl felt as if she had the worst luck in the world. She was starving to death, and that wretched man seemed to have completely forgotten about her. Help! If no one comes soon, I'll starve to death. Give me some blood, or at least give me something to eat. I'll stop worrying about recovering from my injuries for now. Just don't let me starve. Mosquito Girl had already changed from her red form to a white one. To survive, she had forced herself to regress. Weak and dizzy, she suddenly heard a noise and quickly looked up. Boss, you're finally here. If you hadn't come, I would have died. Give me blood quick. Youqian looked at the pitiful Mosquito Girl, nodded sympathetically, and stepped aside. He revealed the 10 fat pigs behind him. Mosquito Girl, you don't expect me to drink pig blood, do you? Youqian nodded matter-of-factly. You can drink the blood of animals in the forest, so why not pig blood? But that was after I had my little pets drain them and process the blood for me to eat. This is just asking me to bite into a pig. How is that the same? Mosquito Girl cursed inwardly, her face stiff. Then give me some food, even instant noodles will do. Youqian hadn't thought Mosquito Girl could eat instant noodles, but he looked at the fat pigs behind him and rejected her proposal. No can do. Then I would have bought these fat pigs for nothing. Hurry up and drink their blood. It saves me the trouble of bleeding them myself. Youqian planned to give the pigs to Genos to make a few more dishes after Mosquito Girl was done. Mosquito Girl's face twisted in disgust as she pounced on a fat pig and began to drink its blood. The blood of 10 fat pigs barely allowed her body to recover. But her face was still pale and her body looked weak. Mosquito Girl said impatiently, I've recovered now. Let me out of here. Youqian refused outright. No, you're a monster. A dog can't change its habit of eating shit. What if you go out and start drinking human blood again? Mosquito Girl grumbled inwardly, what does a dog can't change its habit of eating shit even mean? How vulgar. But you promised before. Don't you keep your word? You're a hero. Youqian remained unflappable. You're a monster. Do you believe a hero's word? How about this, you build a house for me in this space, and he'll provide the materials later. Mosquito Girl said excitedly, if I build it, will you let me out? No. Youqian's shamelessness was written all over his face. Mosquito Girl was furious, seemingly forgetting Youqian's strength. Then why should I build it for you? Youqian pointed at the surrounding space. Because I'm the only one who can let you out. If you don't do it, I'll have no choice but to eliminate you. Mosquito Girl's body stiffened. As an excellent villain, she instantly displayed her characteristic of bullying the weak and fearing the strong, as well as her ability to bend when necessary. He'll get the job done, boss. Youqian was very satisfied. Work hard and don't slack off. Youqian had originally planned to spend time building a house in the space, but he was too lazy. Oh no. His time was too precious, so he never got around to it. Now he had a perfect sucker. Under Mosquito Girl's resentful gaze, Youqian vanished from the space. Back in the room outside, the TV news was reporting that the Taoyuan group had injured the C-Class #1 hero Mumin Rider. Youqian watched the man lying on the ground on TV, wearing a green helmet and a simple brown armor suit, and unconsciously stroked his chin. Mumin Rider was a man of strong will, a true hero at heart. Unfortunately, his own strength was far too weak. And in the world of One Punch Man, there was no way for ordinary people to become stronger. No matter how much one trained, without talent or opportunity, they would at best be cannon fodder. However, Mumin Rider was a suitable test subject. Youqian seemed to have an idea and pulled out a potion from his spatial storage. Youqian had collected many things from the Marvel and One Punch Man worlds, but time was too short. The King of Biceps Monster Cells biological modification technology and the Abomination, 4 completely different things. Youqian wanted to learn from each other's strengths to compensate for weaknesses, and he had even created a potion. He was just lacking a test subject. He would ask Mumin Rider for his opinion later. Mumin Rider smiled and said goodbye to the doctor behind him. He was often injured due to his hero activities, and his frequency of visits was much higher than other heroes. As a regular at the hospital, the doctor knew Mumin Rider well, and had just advised him not to push himself so hard next time, as there were stronger heroes to handle such situations. Mumin Rider smiled without a word, pushed his bicycle, waved goodbye, and left the hospital. He touched the bandage on his head and sighed. Because he was often injured, the medical expenses were too high. Looks like he'll only be able to eat instant noodles this week again. But I can't stop training. Mumin Rider decided to intensify his training. Normally a hero as motivated as him, even if just an ordinary person. Through training, helping citizens, and completing tasks, could eventually become a B-class hero over time. They could buy high-tech equipment, seek guidance from masters, learn martial arts, or work out. There were always ways to increase strength. Then by taking on simpler tasks, life could actually be decent. But Mumin Rider could never stand to see disasters. His sense of justice always drove him to disaster sites beyond his capabilities. Thus, injuries were a common occurrence. Injuries meant spending money, and spending more money led to poverty. And without money, he couldn't buy high-tech weapons. All Mumin Rider could do was train. Unfortunately, Mumin Rider had no talent, even in the least expensive form of training. He could only do what he believed was right. Over time, some people appreciated him, and as his qualifications were sufficient, they wanted to promote him to B-class. But Mumin Rider refused because he felt his strength was not sufficient. Perhaps he could barely become a B-class hero and complete some simple tasks to live a better life. But Mumin Rider felt it was better to let some promising newcomers take that spot. He didn't want to steal the opportunity. His strange sense of justice didn't actually help others much, and the Hero Association wouldn't miss the salary of a B-class hero. In some missions, Mumin Rider was just dead weight. Yet he refused to be promoted to B-class, and kept rushing headlong into missions he couldn't handle. He wanted to contribute his own small strength, even if it was just a little. The unlicensed knight walked into a small alley when suddenly a sound of something breaking through the air came from the sky, and a man's voice appeared above. Unlicensed knight, do you wish to know the meaning of life? Yes or no? The unlicensed knight responded. What is this bizarre fellow in the sky saying? How dramatic. In the sky, Youqian stood with his hands on his hips, head tilted at a 45-degree angle, perfectly matching the darkening sunset. The unlicensed knight said, Your slippers are about to fall off. Youqian replied. In a hurry, he forgot to change his shoes. Youqian flew down directly, saying, None of that matters, look at my face, do you recognize me? The unlicensed knight looked closely for a moment, and with some surprise said, You are the hero of the pouch. Youqian replied. That nickname sounds terrible, not imposing at all. That's right, my name is Youqian, just call me by my name. Kid, I see potential in you. A beam of spiritual light bursts forth from your crown. Here is a potion. Drink it, and you will become stronger, tasked with protecting the world from destruction, safeguarding love and peace. Youqian pulled out the potion from behind him like a cartoon cat and stuffed it into the hands of the unlicensed knight. The unlicensed knight stared at the potion in a daze, feeling as if he were dreaming. Youqian patted his shoulder, saying, Kid, I have high hopes for you, but I must tell you this potion has side effects. Moreover, it's only an experimental product. It can make you stronger, but the extent of that strength is rather metaphysical, and it will also affect your mind. All of this depends on your emotions. Only as long as your will is strong and your character is just, you will become very strong without changing your spiritual character. Whether to drink it is up to you. If you do, I will check on your physical condition every day. Think it over. The unlicensed knight fell silent for a moment, then opened the potion bottle and gulped it down. The unlicensed knight believed that its level hero would not harm him, and indeed, he wanted to gain power. It has a sweet strawberry flavor. The unlicensed knight smacked his lips, finding the taste quite pleasant. However, his body seemed unchanged. If he had to say, it felt like a warm flow was hidden within. Youqian looked at the unlicensed knight, who showed no hesitation, and gave him a thumbs up. He pulled him into the portal heading to Child Emperor's laboratory to check the unlicensed knight's physical condition. Not immediately becoming stronger is normal. After all, Youqian did not use precious materials with potent energy for this potion. It primarily serves as an alternative, a key to initiate the user's evolution. Although it seems the unlicensed knight hasn't become stronger, in reality his body is undergoing subtle changes. Or rather, it is attempting to evolve, drawing from Dr. Genos' biological modification techniques and some characteristics of monster cells. This kind of change requires a long time, possibly a lifetime. But the acceleration method is simple. It requires the catalyst of one's emotions. This aspect draws from the advantage of Hulk's serum within the abomination. Once a certain level is reached, the unlicensed knight can achieve leap-like strength and evolution. Moreover, it seems that every kind of emotion can work, but each emotion's strength will also have side effects. Those who grow stronger through positive emotions will have increasingly positive and righteous characters, while those who grow stronger through negative emotions will find their personalities gradually becoming twisted. Youqian felt that the potion he had created from that mishmash seemed to have produced something extraordinary. Haha, I am simply a genius. Dr. Genos, so should I leave? After informing the unlicensed knight of some precautions, Youqian returned home satisfied. As he opened the portal to return home, a somewhat dull and stiff voice from Youqian echoed in his mind. Host, you actually don't need to study these things. Just focus on completing tasks altering the plot, and you can become stronger by gaining chances to check in. Youqian shrugged. This is more fun. By the way, I feel like your IQ has increased lately. What's up? Did you sneak some brain elixir? Youqian responded. In the room, Youqian feasted on a pig banquet, looking at the nearby Saitama. So did you catch that group of bald heads? Saitama waved his hand. I don't know, but when I got there it seemed like they were defeated by something called the supersonic crab. Oh, so it's the sadness of the eggs, the supersonic crab. For the next while he would have to eat the pig banquet. Youqian was almost nauseous. Next time he should buy some blood bags for Mosquito Girl at the hospital. Two crisp knocks echoed, and Youqian stood up directly to open the door, revealing a tall and beautiful woman in front of him. She wore a deep green long dress and black knee-high heeled boots, quite the type he liked. Before Youqian could speak, the beautiful woman Blizz awkwardly said, Sorry, I must have knocked on the wrong door. Are you the Slevel hero of the pouch? I thought this was the Bald Cape Hero's place. Blizz felt lucky today. Looking for a Blevel hero to join her team, she unexpectedly encountered an Slevel hero. Just in time to expand her connections. Who called me? Saitama, with a piece of meat in his mouth, walked over, followed closely by Genos. Oh, the newly promoted a level hero, the devil modifiable human, rumored to be the next candidate for Slevel hero. You're here too. Blizz was somewhat shocked. This small room actually gathered two monsters. Indeed, all those who could become Slevel heroes were monsters. Saitama, is my presence that low? Don't ignore me. So are you implying that Saitama is also quite powerful and doesn't need to join any group? Blizz looked at the bald-headed, unusually simple-looking Saitama with doubt in her eyes. Youqian nodded. Although Saitama does look weak, that's just how it is. It's indeed absurd for someone strong to look like this. Perhaps that's the cost of becoming stronger, becoming bald, but also stronger. Saitama felt that Youqian was mocking him, directing his anger towards the pig banquet at that moment, digging in heartily. Youqian looked at Blizz and sighed. You are much better than your sister. Your sister is truly a troublesome little devil. Blizz paused for a moment. You know my sister is Tornado. Did she tell you? Youqian nodded. I also know the reason why your relationship with your sister is poor. Do you want to become stronger? Do you have a way to help me become stronger? Blizz was somewhat excited, but after a while her mood dampened, seeming to doubt it. Do you know the Clevel unlicensed knight? You should pay more attention to him lately. He has collaborated with me on an experiment, and he should become significantly stronger if he can hold on. Becoming an S-level hero should not be a problem. If you want to become stronger too, I can help you. By the way, I still need a lot of experimental data, but you have to think it over first. Youqian finally saw Blizz off, and she kept her head down, not knowing what to think. Experiments sound risky, but can they really make her stronger? Blizz opened her phone and logged into the Hero Association's official website. She followed the unlicensed knight, wanting to see what changes would occur with him first. Oldma, are you alright? A mournful voice came from the Hero Liaison Officer. A tiger-level monster had suddenly appeared in Z City, wreaking havoc on the streets. The B-class hero Oxhorse Knight had rushed to confront it, only to be knocked unconscious in a single blow. Inside the Hero Association Command Center, they were debating whether to elevate the monster's disaster level and quickly summon nearby heroes to the battle. Are there any heroes nearby? Only the C-class number 1 Mumin Rider. Damn it, just Mumin Rider. Yes, and he's already rushed over. What? He's going to be a burden again. Don't say that. A grotesquely obese monster resembling a giant ball of fat was stuffing anything edible it saw into its mouth as it roamed the streets. Its body was layered with rolls of fat, making it look like a Michelin man. Oxhorse Knight lay beneath a utility pole, appearing severely injured. After gorging itself in a cake shop, the Michelin Man monster seemed to remember something and turned its gaze toward Oxhorse Knight. It then prepared to pounce, intending to crush the one who had interrupted its meal. It was a scene where it seemed to inflict maximum damage using its own life force. That single pounce flattened Oxhorse Knight. Release that man. A righteous voice rang out as Mumin Rider appeared before the Michelin Man monster. The Michelin Man monster instinctively stood up and turned to look at the newcomer. It was Mumin Rider. Mumin Rider and Oxhorse Knight were close friends. Oxhorse Knight was a workaholic with his missions, while Mumin Rider, driven by justice, would attempt even those tasks he knew he couldn't complete. Both took on many missions, and over time, they became friends. Hearing that Oxhorse Knight had been defeated by a monster and was injured, Mumin Rider rushed over. You monster, tell me, where did you take Oxhorse Knight? Mumin Rider looked around. There was no one nearby, only a crowd of citizens watching from a distance. There was no sign of Oxhorse Knight. As for the victim beneath the Michelin Man monster, it certainly wasn't Oxhorse Knight. He wasn't that flat. Mumin Rider, take down this fat bastard. Mumin Rider immediately said with righteous indignation, Don't worry, victim, I will avenge you. By the way, did you see where Oxhorse Knight was thrown? Oxhorse Knight. He directly performed a live demonstration, choked on his breath, and passed out. Mumin Rider felt he must act swiftly to uphold justice, to eliminate this Michelin Man monster for the sake of righteousness and to protect the nearby citizens. Mumin Rider shouted, Justice tackle, and charged at the Michelin Man monster. The monster swatted him away like a mosquito. Mumin Rider struggled to his feet and charged again. It was just like his usual approach against powerful foes, never giving up, charging forward as long as he could move. The citizens watching from afar couldn't bear to see Mumin Rider's state. Mumin Rider is worthy of being a hero, but it's a pity he's so weak. If only he were a bit stronger. I think he's just a burden, completely useless. Shameless. He's risking his life to protect us. Mumin Rider might know he can't beat those monsters, but he buys us every second he can. Isn't that protecting us? The one who had just mocked him was a scrawny man. Seeing the indignant crowd around him, he seemed a bit embarrassed, but then grew angry. What's the use of that? He's still being beaten around like a dead dog. Besides, professional hero is just a job. We've bought plenty of Hero Association products. We paid for it. His actions are his duty. What's the use of justice when he's so weak and puts on such a righteous show? No matter how you argue, it doesn't change that he's useless. If he's so capable, let him defeat that monster. If he does, he'll shit right here and eat it. The surrounding citizens were about to teach this scoundrel a lesson when suddenly one pointed toward the direction of Mumin Rider's battle with the Michelin Man monster. He shouted loudly, Look, Mumin Rider. At that moment, Mumin Rider had actually blocked the attack of the massive Michelin Man monster. Mumin Rider looked at his own hands in astonishment. He understood. He had truly become stronger, and it seemed he had explosively advanced by a whole tier. Fist of Justice. He threw a punch that seemed to embody his unwavering commitment to justice, landing a heavy blow on the Michelin Man monster's chin. Starting from its quadruple chin, the monster's fat rippled like waves, its entire body quivering. This single punch knocked the Michelin Man monster down. It tried to get up again, but Mumin Rider pounced on top of it. Tirelessly, he rained punch after punch upon it. Finally, the Michelin Man monster stopped moving. Not dead, but barely clinging to life. The citizens from afar rushed over and hoisted Mumin Rider into the air. At that moment, he smiled with pure joy. In the distance, the scrawny man was surrounded by several burly men. The scrawny man said, Hey, what are you doing? I was just joking. This is a crime. The burly men exchanged glances. Couldn't take on the monster, but they could take on this bastard. The burly men grabbed the scrawny man and tossed him into a public restroom. No one stopped them. The scrawny man deserved it. That night, Fubuki looked at the Hero Association's official website and saw that Mumin Rider, formerly the C-Class number 1, had been promoted to B-Class. She clicked on his homepage and watched the mission he had completed today, resolving a disaster caused by a tiger-level monster along with a related video. The video seemed to be from street surveillance. The monster was strong, at least among the stronger tiger-level ones. Mumin Rider was knocked down time, and again only to get back up. Then suddenly Mumin Rider became stronger, a leap in power reaching the level of an A-Class hero. Fubuki thought of Youqian's experiment and felt a stir of interest. If it could elevate a C-Class hero to A-Class, perhaps she could use it to reach S-Class. Then she could prove to her sister that she wasn't just a pretty vase. At Saitama's house, Youqian, Saitama, and Genos were eating together, watching the footage of Mumin Rider's battle on TV. Saitama was unusually excited. Mumin's gotten that strong, huh? It's not in vain, all his years of effort. Genos, watching the video of Mumin Rider's sudden power surge, was also curious. Sensei, do you know him? Of course I do. We went to the same school back then. He's a friend of mine, a good person. Saitama was genuinely happy to see Mumin Rider grow stronger. Genos was puzzled. In the video, he suddenly became stronger. Was he hiding his true strength all along? Or did he inject some kind of drug? Youqian suddenly spoke up. It means my experiment was a success. Saitama looked confused, having no idea what Youqian was talking about. But Genos understood. You mean your biological experiment? The one that allows ordinary people to gain power, unlocking the key to becoming stronger. Youqian nodded, and then sighed as he looked at Genos. Too bad it probably won't work on cyborgs. After all, Genos was mostly made of steel, the potion wouldn't affect him. Genos' expression remained unchanged. Being by the side of two such powerful individuals has already been immensely beneficial to me. Genos already knew about Saitama's absurd method of getting stronger, but he still found that he could learn a great deal from both Saitama and Youqian in terms of conduct and wisdom. His master, of course, silently eliminated countless monsters without fanfare, and now Mr. Lee had developed this potion. If the experiment succeeded, it might even change the balance between monsters and humans. Genos looked at the two men before him with profound respect. This made Youqian and Saitama, who were in the middle of fighting over a pork knuckle, feel a bit uneasy. They exchanged glances telepathically. Why is he looking at us like that? Oh no, we forgot to save him a knuckle. In the Child Emperor's laboratory, Dr. Genus Child Emperor and Youqian stood together examining the physical data of Mumin Rider. Dr. Genus was visibly excited. Our approach is correct. Using emotion as a driving force, as long as one's will becomes firm and intense emotions erupt, evolution can continue indefinitely. In theory, there is no upper limit. Isn't this another way to transcend biological limits? Child Emperor, sucking on a lollipop, remarked, but this data is still too limited. We need more participants for the experiment. However, selecting personnel is a problem. If a monster were to obtain this serum, it would be disastrous. Don't worry, I'll find suitable volunteers for these serums. Youqian gathered all the serums he had produced recently from the table. After feeding Mumin Rider a few words of encouragement, telling him to keep up the good work and that he could become the next S-Class hero, Youqian managed to confuse the earnest hero completely. Then, leisurely pulling out the anywhere door, he returned home and began to use the accumulated check-in opportunities. To Youqian's surprise, after Mumin Rider grew stronger, he received another special check-in achievement. With all the miscellaneous rewards combined, he had enough for 50 draws. Before drawing, he rubbed his hands together, washed them, and even washed his face. Embracing a bit of superstition, he pulled directly. Imposing aura. After using this skill, you will emit an incredibly powerful aura for 10 seconds, making everyone perceive you as a formidable expert. Multicolored hair allows your hair to change into a rainbow of colors. At first glance, others might mistake you for a scion. Gourmet tablecloth. Whatever food you desire, simply think of it, and the tablecloth will manifest it before you. 100% barehanded blade catch. Upon activating this skill, there is a 100% chance that someone will clasp their hands together and catch your blade strike. Simple Talisman Manual, a compendium of basic talisman making from a certain cultivation civilization containing 12 different talismans: body binding, cleansing, small fireball, small water ball. Toilet paper, toilet paper. Youqian felt that the check-in rewards had become increasingly random lately. Out of 50 draws, 45 were toilet paper. Fine. Before you said there was no pity system. Now you're guaranteeing that only every 10 pulls won't give me toilet paper. What are you trying to prove? Just then Saitama kicked open the door, staring blankly at the mountain of toilet paper in the room. Youqian, why did you buy so much toilet paper again? You need to. Take care of yourself. Youqian, expressionless, picked up a roll of toilet paper and whacked Saitama out of the house. Saitama gleefully carried a dozen rolls of toilet paper back to his place next door. It was hilarious. Ever since he became neighbors with Youqian, he never had to buy paper anymore. Youqian tossed all the toilet paper into the space behind him and activated all the skills. Instantly, he felt he could change his hair color to anything he wanted every day. Then combined with the 10-second imposing aura, in an instant Youqian's hair turned gold. Activating the aura, his entire style shifted dramatically. He looked just like a Super Saiyan, didn't he? Unfortunately, it was all for show. Youqian changed his hair back to black somewhat disdainfully. I can already change my appearance. Isn't this skill redundant? The imposing aura was somewhat useful for showing off. Youqian then picked up the gourmet tablecloth. Excellent. From now on, even if I travel to some desolate planet, I won't go hungry. With the gourmet tablecloth for food and his personal spatial dimension for shelter, his basic needs for eating, drinking, and lodging were completely taken care of. As for the other necessities, a normal person wouldn't be stymied by those, right? And with this 100% bare-handed blade catch skill, wouldn't he be invincible from now on? Youqian tentatively swung his hand down in a chopping motion. The next second, Saitama from next door crashed through the wall and appeared before him. With a bewildered expression, Saitama caught Youqian's handblade. Youqian. Saitama. The innocent wall. Saitama had just been about to grab some toilet paper for the bathroom. We don't get the wrong idea, it was really just for the bathroom. Suddenly a strange force compelled Saitama to rush over and catch the handblade, leaving him completely baffled. Youqian quickly lowered his hand and pointed at the newly formed person-shaped hole in the wall. Hey Saitama, I was kind enough to give you paper, and you go and smash my wall. You jerk. You absolute jerk. Hurry up and find someone to fix it. Saitama rubbed his bald head, feeling that something was strange, but he couldn't argue since he was in the wrong. Saitama decisively went to find Genos. Genos was like a reliable workhorse, hardworking, uncomplaining, and dependable. Genos. Youqian, having tricked Saitama into leaving, wiped the sweat from his brow. Just then Aguang, who was usually as silent as the grave in his mind, suddenly spoke. Isn't this skill great? Used in conjunction with your righteous slap, this kind of rule-based technique, if utilized well, is essentially invincible. It's a pity that due to your template you cannot kill. Youqian felt that Aguang was no longer as easy to fool, no as honest, as before. He sensed a conspiracy. At the very beginning, Aguang had seemed like an idiot. What was going on? Indeed. Aguang's mechanical voice continued. If you use enhancement skills to strengthen the template, two outcomes are possible. One directly increases the development level of Youqian's template. The other removes its drawbacks, such as the inability to kill or the inability to bleed red. Youqian said, Yeah. Aguang rambled on and on. In short, the gist was to urge Youqian to hurry up and hunt monsters to gather energy. Youqian immediately swore, promising that he would definitely hunt monsters when he got the chance. Suddenly, the talkative Aguang finally stopped his incessant chatter. Youqian felt that the template's restriction against killing was very vague. He could kill using external objects or skills he had drawn. So why couldn't he directly kill with his telekinetic skill? Something was wrong. It was 19 parts out of 10 wrong. Youqian felt that his Aguang was no longer the simple, honest system it used to be. After thinking for a while, Youqian stuffed the gourmet tablecloth back into the space behind him. He briefly flipped through the talisman manual. Although the content was detailed and comprehensive, Youqian didn't possess the spiritual energy or mana required to use them. His telekinesis might be somewhat related, but it would require some research. Youqian also tucked it away. Then he leisurely watched as Genos returned and began repairing the house. Genos was incredibly professional. Youqian felt a bit envious of Saitama. Genos might be weak and reckless, but he was versatile, cooking, cleaning, and now wall repair. Thinking of this, Youqian flipped Saitama off, leaving Saitama utterly confused. Youqian sat on the sofa, trying to recall the plot. What happened after the Paradise group appeared? Alright. The next story arc should be Saitama and Genos joining the Hero Association. Wait, no. Those two had already joined. So it should be the Hero Association sending people to investigate the outskirts of Z City. No, that's not right either. The trustworthy higher-ups of the Hero Association already knew about the Monster Association lurking beneath Z City. So was the meteor about to hit Earth soon? Youqian thought about the meteor. It would devastate Z City, and although Saitama would shatter the meteor directly. The debris would still leave Z City in ruins. He couldn't deal with that many fragments himself. Then a flash of inspiration hit Youqian, and he immediately thought of a solution. Hello, is this the Hero Association? A terrible, terrible disaster is about to happen. At the Hero Association headquarters, Sitch was so startled by Bidis' urgent report that he tumbled straight off his bed onto the floor, fearing it might be a full-scale assault by the Monster Association. Stumbling hastily into the command center, he finally heard the rest of Youqian's message. What? A meteorite massive enough to annihilate Z City is about to strike. Sitch immediately ordered an investigation, and the Hero Association indeed detected a meteorite hurtling through outer space toward Earth in the world of One Punch Man. Moreover, the meteorite size was utterly absurd, making it hard to imagine any means to avert this crisis. Hey Sitch, why have you gone silent? Youqian's voice rang through the operator's phone. Sitch quickly leaned in. Mr. Lee, do you have a solution to this crisis? Without wasting words, Youqian replied. I can shatter the meteorite, but the debris will still cause catastrophic damage to Z City. I need the Brat Tornado to help deal with the fragments afterward. Sitch promptly agreed, and then issued a citywide alert about the impending meteorite strike. Instantly, Z City erupted into chaos. Thanks to Youqian's intervention, the warning arrived half a day earlier than in the original timeline. Yet Z City's administrative capabilities proved woefully inadequate. Even with the extra time, a massive traffic jam unfolded, just as in the original story. On the tallest building in Z City, a crowd had gathered. Among them were S-Class Hero Bang, the newly promoted S-Class Hero Genos B-Class, Hero Mumen Rider, and Saitama, alongside Youqian. Youqian eyed the amiable old man Bang. Why are you here meddling? Aren't you a martial artist? In this world, martial arts usually have short reach. Bang winked, fully understanding the implication. Haha, my dojo is in Z City. If I leave, what becomes of it? I'm old and sentimental. I trust Mr. Lee can resolve this crisis. If needed, I'd like to lend my strength as well. All present are surely the most responsible heroes. What a joy it is to face disaster together. Mumen Rider spoke with unwavering righteousness. His words left Youqian, who preferred to slack off, and Saitama, a listless hero, feeling somewhat awkward. Youqian quickly changed the subject, gazing upward. The meteorite was now visible in the sky, though still small. Just then, another group arrived on the rooftop. Led by Fubuki, the figures behind her were unmistakably her Blizzard group. Youqian was surprised to see Fubuki. What are you doing here? My sister sent me, she replied, pointing into the distance where an armed helicopter was approaching. Before the helicopter even reached the rooftop, a figure glowing with green light burst out impatiently. It was Tornado. Hovering in the air, she sighed with relief, seeing her sister unharmed, but frowned at the group behind her. Fubuki, I told you to come alone. Why bring these extras? They're my group members. I'm responsible for them. Fubuki met Tornado's gaze with determination. Meanwhile, the helicopter landed, and Sitch rushed over to grab Youqian. Mr. Lee, you must save Z City. Sitch's eyes were filled with sincerity. Youqian nodded calmly. Let the meteorite fly for a while. Brat, you're awfully cocky. With that much kinetic energy, even I might not stop it. Spill it. How do you plan to shatter it? If you're not certain, I'm taking Fubuki away right now. Tornado glowed with green light, and Fubuki began to levitate, as well as Tornado prepared to forcibly extract her. If the disaster proved insurmountable, Tornado would rather protect her sister. Fubuki struggled fiercely. No, I want to live or die with my group. But Fubuki was too weak to break free. Youqian shook his head. Don't worry. You'll understand soon enough. If he revealed now that the bald, listless guy beside him would shatter the meteorite, Youqian was sure Tornado would flee on the spot. Tornado planted her hands on her hips, furious. Spit it out, you jerk. She insisted on an answer. Her sister's safety was at stake. As a devoted sister, she couldn't tolerate uncertainty. Without a word, Youqian emitted a red glow and broke Tornado's hold on Fubuki. His psychic power was weaker than Tornado's, but enough to release the grip. Freed, Fubuki quickly hid behind Youqian, astonished. Mr. Lee, you have psychic powers too. What can I say? I'm versatile. Youqian pulled out a vial of potion from behind and handed it to Fubuki. You've seen Mumen Rider's progress. This has been tested little and carries some risk, but likely no major side effects. Think it over. You have great potential. Good luck. Fubuki accepted the potion with excitement. Tornado was bewildered at first, then pieced it together. Youqian, you're using Fubuki as a guinea pig. Sister, don't say that. Exactly. How could you accuse me like that? Youqian, stop yelling at him, sister. Youqian smoothly ducked behind Fubuki. Damn, what a tall, striking woman. What's the matter? You're forcibly controlling your sister. Unlike me, I only want to help Fubuki. Youqian felt his tea-making skills had improved, his words dripping with false sweetness. Tornado was so enraged, she forgot to ask about the meteorite solution. All she wanted was to strangle this meddlesome schemer, but Fubuki kept shielding him. Hit me if you can, idiot. Li Yuqian felt a strange thrill savoring the chance to make the arrogant brat suffer. He chuckled darkly. The surrounding heroes watched in disbelief. The Blizzard group members were stunned. Their leader was protecting a man. Some muttered about sending him death threats. No goddess, as long as you're happy, ill buy 3 breakfasts every day. 1 for leader Fubuki, 1 for Bidu. Wait, you said that out loud. And seriously, clown. Get back to Gotham. Batman said he won't hit you anymore. Saitama felt mortified, hoping no one knew Li Yuqian lived next door. Genos noted. With just a few words, he stirred up a fight between 2 women. Impressive. I must record this. Genos pulled out a notebook and started scribbling. Saitama sighed. Don't write down everything. You're young, and recording everything will only harm you. Bang was speechless. Good heavens, I must say, these youngsters. The atmosphere around them lightened as Li Yuqian and Tornado disrupted the tension with their antics. Rubbing his hands, he said, It's not that we don't believe you. It's just that everyone wants to see something extraordinary. Mr. Li, why not deal with the meteor first? Li Yuqian nodded, glancing at the ever-growing meteor above, sensing it was about time. In the eyes of everyone, he stepped closer to Saitama and patted him on the shoulder. Go, Saitama, use a regular punch to shatter that meteor. Everyone at the scene was shocked except for Li Yuqian and Saitama. Tornado looked disdainfully at Saitama's face and pointed at him, saying, You must be joking. I could draw his face in 5 seconds. If he manages to blow up that meteor, I'll jump off the building tch. Without hesitation, Saitama jumped forward, leaping straight towards the meteor and then throwing a punch. With a thunderous boom, the massive meteor shattered into countless fragments, scattering like small houses across Z City. Saitama landed heavily back on the rooftop and turned to Tornado, asking, So? Tornado jumped off the rooftop without a word, glowing green as she floated back. Dumbfounded, aren't you? I can fly, you know. Tornado's face briefly showed embarrassment before returning to her haughty demeanor. Li Yuqian patted Zeki's shoulder, saying, I told you he qualifies to be an S-class hero, but you all didn't believe me. Now do you? Shichi, somewhat stunned, nodded as he looked at Saitama, wondering what he was thinking. Shichi was aware of Saitama's simplistic appearance, partly because of Li Yuqian's subtle reminders that Saitama was very strong. On the other hand, Saitama had a terrible reputation. The staff at the Hero Association always believed that this guy named Saitama, known as the Cape Baldy, had cheated during the hero selection. Not only did he cheat to achieve incredible results that were hard to believe, but he also excelled at stealing others' credit. Now it seemed those rumors were absurd. Such incredible results didn't even require cheating. This person was inherently strong. Coupled with resolving a dragon-level disaster, Shichi decided that once he returned to the Hero Association, he would elevate Saitama to an S-class hero. Li Yuqian observed Zeki's contemplative expression, feeling that Saitama's ascension to S-class was assured. In front of so many onlookers, they couldn't ignore Saitama's contributions. Li Yuqian turned to everyone, saying, Let us together shatter all those fragments in the sky. With that, he soared into the sky, red psychic energy enveloping him. He resembled a furious red meteor, crashing into the debris, breaking them down into even smaller pieces until they turned to dust. His exceptional physique, combined with the enhancement of various skills, allowed Li Yuqian to unleash maximum destructive power. What are you showing off for? Watch this. Tornado, observing the hundreds of massive meteor fragments, began to use her psychic power to bind them. Genos took a deep breath and opened the suitcase in his hand. He equipped numerous enhancements onto his arm, then aimed at the meteor in the sky and activated the incineration cannon. The sky above Z City was unusually lively today as the citizens who had been fleeing looked up at the spectacle in the sky and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Some people collapsed to the ground, exclaiming, We did it. We survived. Long live the Hero Association. Bangu stood atop the building, eyeing the meteor, tentatively jumping. He couldn't jump that high, his legs were indeed a bit short. Tornado and her group, along with the licenseless rider, stood by, feeling somewhat frustrated, merely watching. With determination in her eyes, Tornado finished off the potion Li Yuqian had given her, gazing at her powerful sister in the sky. Sister, I want to become strong too. Even if it carries risks, I would accept it. Tornado noticed her sister looking at her with admiration, feeling invigorated. Finally, under the united efforts of everyone, the meteor fragments above Z City were completely destroyed. The meteor incident was perfectly resolved. What? You drank that potion? Tornado exclaimed incredulously, feeling her sister was being foolish. How could one consume such a thing? In the next moment, Tornado charged towards Li Yuqian, looking fierce, as if she was about to pummel him. Unfortunately, she was blocked by Bangu, Shichi, and others. The licenseless rider weakly remarked, I drank it too. I actually think it's quite good with no side effects. At this point, Li Yuqian had already taken Saitama and Genos home, using a portal. Being a sister complex is the most troublesome. The potion posed no real danger to life, but its effects were still unclear. After all, it had gone through the research of three geniuses, Youqian Child Emperor and Dr. Genos. Unfortunately for those with sister complexes, they wouldn't listen. On the Hero Association's official website, B-Class hero Cape Baldy was directly promoted to S-Class. It also announced that Cape Baldy had resolved the dragon-level meteor disaster in Z-City. This change ignited public opinion. Many netizens commented that it's hard to imagine such a strong person has the face of a Cape Baldy. Saitama. This world has too much malice towards bald heads. However, with the support and confirmation from the S-Class heroes Tornado Silver, Fong Newman Rider, and the Demon Cyborg, the public recognized Cape Baldy as an S-Class hero, albeit without many fans. Saitama felt little had changed. The only difference was that the Hero Association paid him more. But Genos saw it differently. He thought it was a great thing that deserved celebration. He prepared a feast, and Youqian and Saitama happily indulged as foodies. Until a phone call interrupted Youqian, who looked at the text message on his phone. Rooftop in the outskirts of Z-City, same place as before. Youqian raised an eyebrow. It seemed that big-eyed guy had noticed that the bald Demon King had officially become an S-Class hero, and he wanted to inquire about specific information. Youqian stroked his chin, wondering how the Monster Association was developing now. Was it the same as in the original plot? If it is, it's time to commence the next plan. I wonder where the big brother with the spaceship is now. In space, a massive purple spaceship was heading towards Earth. At the control panel of the purple spaceship stood a tall man clad in golden armor, with purple hair, blue skin, and a single eye. He suddenly spoke. How far is that planet? A being resembling a humanoid octopus with blue skin respectfully replied, Lord Boros, it's about a month's journey. Juryganshio set the ship to full speed. Ooh, I can't wait for an exhilarating fight. After Boros finished speaking and was about to turn away, suddenly the control panel emitted a sound, causing Boros to stop in his tracks. Julugan Shiopu stared at the information received from the spaceship coming from Earth, his body stiffening. Boros was somewhat perplexed. What happened? Julugan Shiopu swallowed hard. The foolish natives of that planet actually dared to send a message to provoke us. They even used the sun as a loudspeaker to shout into the universe. Oh, interesting. Can they sense my arrival? What message did they send? Julugan Shiopu gritted his teeth, seeming hesitant to speak directly. He pressed a button and a mechanical voice echoed from the control panel. So you are Boros. Looking at those worthless subordinates of yours, upon seeing your armor, we must drag you down and slap your face. Let me tell you. You even dyed your hair pink, you punk. Once you arrive in Z-City on Earth, you won't have a good time. My name is Dashi, remember it. Remember it well. The control panel area fell silent. Boros was silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ha ha, interesting, truly interesting. First, let's head to that planet Z-City. Did he provide coordinates? Julugan Shiopu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with his tentacles. He did, and they are quite specific. Boros felt a surge of excitement. He dared to provoke me like this. I'm really looking forward to it. I want to see what good things Dashi can offer me. At the headquarters of the Monster Association, Dashi suddenly felt a chill down his back. The originally expressionless face displayed a look of confusion. He glanced around, feeling as if something was watching him. It was a strange feeling. Forget it, he'll wait for the advisor, the Great Bright Eye, to return and ask him. He should know what is happening. Youqian closed his phone, preparing to finish his meal before leaving. The world is vast, but eating is the biggest priority. While eating, Chiyu glanced at Youqian. Do you need my cooperation this time? Youqian swiftly and decisively shoveled meat into his bowl. No need. If I want to run, they can't keep me. Genos, listening to Youqian and his teacher, looked somewhat bewildered. Mr. Li, are you going out later? Youqian nodded. Yes, I will be infiltrating a monster organization as a spy. It's quite complicated to explain, but I need to go out and deceive a one-eyed monster from the Monster Association. Genos sensed the gravity of the situation. I don't mind complexity. Can you tell me more? It sounds like a world-saving affair. Looking at Genos' admiring gaze, Youqian immediately began to explain. On a rooftop in the suburbs of Z-City, the Great Bright Eye stood with his hands behind his back, feeling the cool breeze and gazing into the distance, exuding an aura of authority. An hour later, the Great Bright Eye sat on the rooftop, completely losing his composure. Meanwhile, Youqian continued to explain to Genos. Another hour had passed, and the Great Bright Eye felt he had been played. How could he be stood up? Damn it. Forget it, or maybe he had something going on. He'll wait another hour. After another hour, the Great Bright Eye's companion Sykes was almost driven mad. What on earth was he doing? Damn it, I don't care anymore. Ooh, I'm leaving. Just as the Great Bright Eye was about to leave, he opened the manhole cover to prepare to enter. On the original rooftop, Youqian looked at the Great Bright Eye with a puzzled expression. What a coincidence, did you just arrive? The Great Bright Eye slammed the manhole cover down hard, gritting his teeth as he said, Yes, I just arrived. The Great Bright Eye ran back to the rooftop again, hands behind his back, looking into the distance. That bald guy, didn't you say? His achievements have always been stolen by you. How did his abilities get discovered and he became an S-class hero? Youqian sighed, his expression filled with despondency. There's nothing I can do. This time he exploded a meteorite directly in front of many people. It was impossible to steal his glory. The great bright, I took out a pile of monster cells from behind. Find a way to get that bald guy to eat these cells and turn him into a monster. Youqian nodded seriously and took all the monster cells. This was perfect timing since the monster cells from previous research were almost used up and now he had a chance to restock. The great bright, I patted Youqian on the shoulder. Do well, the Monster Association will not treat you unfairly. As long as you come back, you will be an officer of the Monster Association. The dream painted by the great bright, I was big and round, but unfortunately, I am not a monster. Youqian pretended to be excited. I will definitely complete the mission. You must remember you are a monster. Don't let those people from the Hero Association deceive you. The great bright, I tentatively warned. Youqian instantly felt insulted, shouting loudly. 3 days after 3 days, 3 days after 3 days, it's been almost years. Didn't you tell me to be a spy? Idle. You're saying this to me now? Do you not trust me? You must know I'm a monster mingling among so many heroes. Do you know how much pressure I'm under? Although the great bright, I still had that same old look. Sykes, the operator behind him, felt somewhat embarrassed. Thinking carefully, it seemed that he had indeed recognized him as a spy, and his tone softened, but he was also a bit angry. Only I and the Monster Association know your true identity. Even Bear Big and Bear 2 only know you are carrying out a secret mission. They have no idea what you are really doing. If I don't say it, you can just go and be a hero. I won't have to worry about it or provide any help. When your identity is exposed, just wait for death. Youqian looked emo. You remind me every day that I am a monster. Do I need to shout that I'm a monster even in my dreams? The great bright, I patted Youqian's shoulder, preparing to use both soft and hard tactics. The Monster Association has reached a bottleneck now. Previously famous dragon-level disasters, the giant centipede elder, is also preparing to join us. As long as you can hold on for a while longer, once the Centipede Elder joins us, you will be responsible for leading a few S-class heroes to specific locations. At that time, we will surround and kill those heroes to weaken the power of the Hero Association. Once you finish these tasks, you won't have to be an undercover spy anymore. You can come back and be an officer. Youqian pushed the great bright eye's hand away. Don't even start. You have no idea how many times you have said that. The great bright eye replied. Did I say that? Isn't this the first time I've said it? The great bright, I felt a tickling sensation in his brain, as if he needed to grow a brain. Youqian also realized he had overly immersed himself in a certain joke, and let something slip, quickly changing the subject. Are you sure you're telling the truth, and not lying to me? The great bright eye nodded. Of course. Do you still not believe me? The great bright eye. Sykes expressed that what the great bright eye said had nothing to do with him. Youqian nodded seriously, and today's meeting came to an end. Youqian flew back home, and the great bright eye also arrived at the manhole, opened the cover, and walked in. Unbeknownst to the great bright eye, after Youqian walked far away, he instantly changed his heavy mood and whistled his way home. As Youqian walked back, he pulled out his phone and dialed Shichi. Shortly after the call connected. Shichi, let me ask you something. Has the prophetess Shibabawa met with any trouble? Shichi was somewhat puzzled. It was normal for Youqian to know of Lady Shibabawa, given her fame as a prophetess. But to ask outright if something had happened to her, what was going on? Could the Monster Association be planning to move against Lady Shibabawa? Shichi immediately ordered his subordinates to increase the protection around her. He quickly replied, is the Monster Association targeting Lady Shibabawa? She is safe for now. Youqian said the Monster Association has no such plans. I too possess the ability to foresee, though it is not precise. I wish to confirm certain matters by knowing the time of Shibabawa's passing. When that day comes, inform me at once. Shichi felt a deep unease. What did he mean by the passing of Lady Shibabawa? Can you give me a hint? You'll understand when the time comes. The art of prophecy, as you know, comes with many taboos. Youqian now needed the time of the prophetess Shibabawa's death to roughly calculate when Boros would arrive on Earth. He could not afford any mishaps. After ending the call, Shichi pondered for a moment and decided to move Lady Shibabawa directly to the Hero Association headquarters, arguably the safest place in human society. He thought, I refuse to believe any accident could befall Lady Shibabawa now. If it is natural death, then there is nothing to be done. But as for using her death to pinpoint a time, sorry, Youqian. Lady Shibabawa has contributed much to humanity. If she can live, I still hope she does. At Youqian's home, Saitama and Genos were still in the room. Seeing Youqian return so early, Genos looked excited. Mr. Lee, how did it go? A piece of cake. Youqian appeared unusually relaxed, but then, as if recalling something, he turned to warn Saitama, who was daydreaming. Oh, Saitama, have you ever seen anything like this? Don't go eating strange things in the future, especially this. Youqian pulled out a monster cell and showed it to Saitama. Although Saitama was incredibly strong, and the protagonist, even if he accidentally ate a monster cell, he might not turn into a monster. But the nature of monster cells, turning people into monsters upon consumption, made Youqian think caution was necessary. In the original story, Saitama had never eaten one, and no one knew if it would even work on him. Now that Juro was extremely wary of Saitama, who knew if they might try a dirty trick like slipping a monster cell into his chicken soup. If Saitama turned evil, it would be the endgame. Youqian would have to find a corner to hide in, and then look for a way back to the Marvel Universe. Just thinking about it was grim. But it seemed the cells could only be eaten raw, so they couldn't be slipped into soup. Well, forget the details. Just make sure Saitama doesn't eat anything weird. Saitama poked the unappetizing-looking monster cell in Youqian's hand. Wow, this thing looks like a dark cuisine. Even a dog wouldn't eat it. Don't underestimate it. If a human eats this, it will turn them into a monster. After explaining, Youqian put the cell back into his dimensional space. He still needed to study it. Couldn't let it go to waste. Genos raised his hand. Mr. Lee, I think it would be best for teacher to eliminate such a dangerous organization directly. Youqian immediately put on a serious expression, tilting his head at a 45-degree angle to gaze at the ceiling. Humanity cannot always rely on Saitama. Some hardships we must overcome ourselves. Damn. If Saitama wiped out all the monsters in one go, it would be like letting the first season's big boss fight the later big boss. That kind of chaotic, absurd plot might even yield a special check-in opportunity and be entertaining to watch. Genos looked at Youqian with admiration, pulling out a notebook to take notes. Saitama, on the other hand, was unimpressed. He knew Youqian was definitely up to something. In J City, on a seaside street, a giant humanoid octopus draped in a few white cloths was casually attacking nearby buildings. It roared, "Disobedient humans must be killed. I am the messenger of the deep sea. Surrender the surface to the deep sea tribe." With that, it let out a sinister cackle. Little did it know that uttering such villainous lines while laughing like that meant its end was near. Sure enough, from a distant street, Saitama approached with a blank expression, ready to obliterate the monster without a word. Youqian stopped him and pushed the licenseless rider forward. Saitama, don't bother with this small fry. Let the licenseless rider try. Saitama had come to J City, a coastal town, specifically to buy kelp. Youqian had discovered that the licenseless rider was active in J City recently. So he followed Saitama, and with the rider's guidance, they bought the cheapest, yet highest quality kelp in J City. Saitama bought a huge stash, enough to last him a month. Youqian turned to the licenseless rider. Your growth has started to slow. You need to strengthen your resolve through battle. The licenseless rider nodded, put down the kelp he was holding for Saitama, and charged without a word toward the deep sea tribe's messenger. Seeing the pile of kelp on the ground, Youqian glanced at Saitama's head and kindly reminded him, Saitama, eating kelp won't help your hair grow. That's a myth. Saitama remained expressionless. I don't know what you're talking about. His demeanor suggested he bought kelp simply because he liked it. Youqian snorted in disbelief. Like I believe you, you old fox. Watching Saitama's poker face, he muttered inwardly, you've changed, Saitama. Your skin has gotten thick. Who taught you that? As he watched the licenseless rider charge at the deep sea messenger, Youqian dialed his phone. Fubuki, come to J City. A wave of monsters is coming, and it's perfect for your current situation. All right. Without hesitation, Fubuki trusted Youqian's words completely and immediately set off with the Fubuki group toward J City. By now, the licenseless rider had engaged the deep sea messenger. It was clear he was no longer the same. He had the messenger completely suppressed. Even though the messenger had 8 limbs, 2 arms, and 6 tentacles, it was no match for the rider's 2 hands. The rider's powerful fist slammed into its face, knocking out all its teeth. Youqian saw the toothless mouth of the deep sea messenger and gasped. Good grief, I can't believe it. This thing looks like an octopus, man, but has something to do with abalone. Wait, what's going on? Why is my mind full of dirty thoughts? How did I suddenly go there? I'm such a pure person. How could I think like that? Damn it. This must be the fault of that weird light that's been messing with me lately. Youqian shouted in disappointment toward the light. Curse you, wretched light. The light, having no idea what was happening, replied. Agwong felt utterly speechless. He was just standing there doing nothing and still got cursed. Fine, Youqian. You have already earned yourself a death sentence. Just you wait. After you fall into my trap, I'll show you how I deal with you. Agwong took a deep breath, remained silent, and endured Youqian's false accusations in stoic silence. Youqian was somewhat surprised. The Agwong in his mind didn't utter a single word. How could he endure so much? Was he a reincarnation of a ninja turtle? Youqian pondered over Agwang's strange actions in recent days while watching the distant battle between the unlicensed rider and the deep sea envoy. At this moment, the deep sea envoy, this abaloman no octopus man, had all 6 of his tentacles severed. Then, with a shout of fist of justice from the unlicensed rider, a single punch blasted straight through the deep sea envoy's head. The surrounding citizens of J City erupted in cheers and soon the Hero Association staff arrived to manage the scene. The unlicensed rider ran back joyfully. How was it, Mr. Li? Youqian frowned. It's still lacking. Theory was beautiful, but reality was harsh. Although the potion Youqian had developed could theoretically allow infinite evolution and infinite growth, each evolution required an exponential increase in emotions and willpower for the next. Youqian felt that this potion could no longer be improved within the world of One Punch Man. After a few more rounds of experimental data, he would just release the complete version. Don't lose heart. Stay in J City for now. Soon a wave of deep sea tribe monsters will attack the city. This is your chance, so I hope you can undergo a second evolution. The unlicensed rider nodded firmly. Then he'll stay here for a few days. Youqian took Saitama and opened a portal carrying a pile of kelp inside. Meanwhile, the unlicensed rider pulled out his phone to search for nearby inns. A few days later, the coastline of J City was unusually bustling, with A-Class, B-Class, and C-Class heroes roaming everywhere. The former C-Class #1 unlicensed rider was quite famous among heroes. Some mocked his weakness while others praised his conviction. He was controversial but undeniably well known among heroes, and his sudden explosive growth and strength had drawn significant attention. Rumors spread that the unlicensed rider had obtained a method to directly become stronger. Many heroes yearned for power and sought to acquire this method. After the matter festered for a while, some heroes eventually couldn't resist asking the unlicensed rider about his method. Unable to bear the relentless questioning, and with Youqian's approval, the unlicensed rider issued an announcement. It roughly stated that a certain S-Class hero from the Hero Association had developed a special potion. This potion could induce evolution in a person's abilities, but as it was still experimental, it carried certain risks and was limited in quantity, mainly because Youqian was too lazy to make more. However, since many heroes in the association were desperate for a path to power, a special announcement was made. The anonymous S-Class hero would use the upcoming demon-level disaster in J City as a benchmark. Heroes who performed well during the disaster would receive the potion with the condition that they must cooperate with related research after taking it. This announcement immediately ignited the passion of heroes below S-Class. After all, the current unlicensed rider could handle tiger-level disasters and was already among the top A-Class heroes. Such a potion might even be useful for A-Class heroes, potentially elevating them to S-Class. Countless heroes seeking power flooded into J City, eager to shine in the impending demon-level disaster. The Hero Association officially supported this event, quickly evacuating residents near J City's coastline while heavily promoting it on their website. Sitch also wanted to use this opportunity to verify if Youqian's foresight ability was real. Would a demon-level disaster truly occur again? Even the disaster level was predicted so accurately. At headquarters, Sitch gazed at the white-haired, old woman Madame Shibabawa, lost in thought. Madame Shibabawa suddenly slammed the table and said to the side, "My throat feels uncomfortable. Get me some throat lozenges." A Hero Association staff member immediately rushed out. Suddenly, beneath the once calm sea, over a dozen enormous shadows flickered past. The next moment, they burst out of the water, roaring at the sky to announce their arrival. Normally, the weak and terrified humans nearby would flee in panic. But when the leading tiger-striped octopus monster looked down, the scene before him left him stunned. A crowd of oddly dressed, bizarre-looking individuals stared back at him with gleaming eyes and drooling expressions. The tiger-striped octopus monster. The deep-sea tribe monsters behind him. This isn't right. Something's off. What kind of strange situation is this? Maybe we're not used to the surface yet and are hallucinating. No, let me look again. The deep-sea tribe monsters blinked. It wasn't an illusion. It was real. Have humans' fashion sense become this avant-garde? And what's with that muscular guy wearing a fairy costume? Oh, my eyes. The heroes along the coastline shouted, "Monsters are coming. Monsters are coming. There are only a dozen, not enough to go around. Charge. The chance to get stronger is right in front of us. He's my monster. Bullshit. He's mine. Hee. You guys argue all you want. I'm making my move. Bye, you shameless old rogue. This hero scorns to be in your company." The deep-sea tribe monsters. We're monsters. What's going on here? Why does it feel like the tables have turned? Why are you so excited? You're throwing us off. Can you at least show some respect for monsterhood? Among the crowd of heroes, Stinger, an A-Class hero wrapped in black bandages and wielding a giant bamboo spear, watched his fellow heroes pounce like hungry tigers and broke into a cold sweat. It felt like if he didn't run faster, he wouldn't get a single monster. Stinger felt a hollow ache in his heart. He felt these monsters should have been his, as if someone was stealing his moment of glory. With that thought, Stinger didn't hesitate. He clamped his bamboo spear between his teeth and swung his arms like wind and fire wheels. He sprinted at full speed toward the group of monsters. He had to snatch one. Soon the deep-sea tribe monsters were surrounded by a horde of heroes. There were A class, B class, and C class. Every deep sea tribe monster faced at least 10 heroes. The heroes declared they had never fought such an advantageous battle. The tiger-striped octopus monster's heart sank as he looked at the heroes encircling him. Aren't you supposed to be heroes? How can so many of you gang up on me? How about a fair onion? The heroes preparing for a righteous beating exchanged glances. We only care about results. Don't be shy. He's a monster. No need for honor. Everyone attack together. Whoever lands the final blow gets the kill. The once ferocious tiger-striped octopus monster suddenly looked pitiful. You have no martial virtue. Young people should be kind. After a miserable scream, the tiger-striped octopus monster was righteously beaten by a group of heroes. The tiger-striped octopus monster used to bully opponents with fewer hands by relying on its many tentacles. Now the tables were turned. Its tentacles were many, but the enemies were even more numerous. 6 tentacles were not enough for everyone. The surrounding heroes each grabbed a tentacle and unleashed all sorts of bizarre attacks upon the tiger-striped octopus monster. In just a few seconds, the tiger-striped octopus monster was covered in wounds and fell to the ground with a thunderous crash. It only managed to utter a single sentence. I have trodden on thin ice all my life, but seems I will never reach the other shore. The scene made it look as if the surrounding heroes were the villains. The heroes nearby asked, what did that monster just say? I don't know, didn't catch it. That doesn't matter. By the way, who landed the final blow? It was me. No, me. The tiger-striped octopus monster dying with eyes wide open. The dozen or so deep-sea monsters that had rushed to the surface fell one by one under the relentless beating of so many heroes. In the distance, the licenseless rider and Fubuki were both somewhat stunned. They hadn't even stepped into the fray yet. At that moment, the last deep-sea monster, still standing resembling a small tyrannosaurus, was putting up a desperate resistance. A dark shadow flashed through the crowd shouting, "Roar, bamboo shoot." The next second, the body of the tyrannosaurus-like deep-sea monster was pierced through with a large hole. Stinger, holding his bamboo spear, was exceptionally excited. This head is mine. Ha ha, who else? Stinger am just too strong. As long as I drink the mysterious potion, I'll definitely become the strongest hero among the S-class. A sharp slap sent Stinger flying dozens of meters away. Stinger, true to being young, didn't even struggle. He simply fell and slept. Attacking Stinger was a colossal monster wearing a crown and towering in stature, though humanoid. The fish-like features on his body betrayed his identity. The most prestigious demon-level monster in One Punch Man, Deep Sea King. Deep Sea King frowned at the surrounding heroes and his subordinates who had been beaten to death. How is it that these guys seemed more like villains than he did? All the heroes standing on the coastline, seeing the imposing colossal and humanoid Deep Sea King, knew at a glance that he was the big boss. Kill him, and we'll definitely get the mysterious potion. He looks so strong. What are we afraid of? There are so many of us. Charge. Deep Sea King watched the heroes rushing at him, disdainfully licking his lips. Though these guys looked like villains, Deep Sea King had studied some items humans threw into the ocean. He knew what heroes were. His subordinates were so foolish. Facing so many enemies, hidden and dying, they deserved it. After all, a true strongman must possess not only adequate strength, but also adequate intelligence. The next moment, Deep Sea King took the initiative, crashing heavily into the group of heroes. Then he grabbed a hero armed with a bow in one hand, firmly gripping him. His body nimbly dodged flames, electric currents, cannonballs, bullets, and arrows. He then let out a terrifying roar toward the sky. All of you stop. If you come any closer, I'll kill this one. You're heroes after all. Hee. The many heroes all froze, halting their steps. Some who used ranged attacks, bows, machine guns, firearms, also stopped their assaults. You bastard, using the hostage trick. All right, he's a monster, a villain. It's only natural for him to play this game. Having indulged too much in righteous group beatings, they almost thought they were the villains. The heroes' faces turned grim. This guy was too cunning, with clear goals, swift and precise, giving no chance to react. At this moment, a voice emerged from among the heroes. We can't let this demon-level monster go just for the sake of one hero's safety. Indeed, this guy was definitely a demon-level monster. From the strength and speed he had just displayed, he was terrifyingly powerful. Normally, aside from S-class heroes and a few freaks, everyone would turn and run upon encountering such a monster. But this time was different. With so many heroes gathered, maybe we cannon fodder types could take down a demon-level monster for once. The crowd gradually parted to reveal the speaker, a hero wearing a tiger-striped vest. C-class hero Tank Top Tiger. Tank Top Tiger spoke to Deep Sea King with righteous indignation. You caught him, so why should we stop? Everyone, don't feel burdened. I believe the hero caught by this monster will understand our feelings. As a hero, if you're caught by a monster, it's better to commit suicide than to drag others down. Don't worry, hero. After you die, you'll take care of your wife and children. The many heroes. What a scoundrel. The hero caught by Deep Sea King. What the hell? Deep Sea King. Could my thinking be wrong? The books from the sea described heroes as false. Are heroes all this wicked? Deep Sea King was a bit intimidated. It wasn't about fearing a strong opponent, but an opponent who was both strong and evil, lacking any moral compass, capable of any dirty trick. Tank Top Tiger's outrageous speech stunned everyone present for 3 seconds. Fubuki seized this opportune moment and shouted to the licenseless rider now. A faint blue glow emanated from Fubuki's body as her psychic power bound Deep Sea King's movements. The licenseless rider leaped up and delivered a righteous punch, striking Deep Sea King's wrist with force. Just as Deep Sea King broke free from the psychic restraint, his wrist was hit. He instinctively released his grip, and the licenseless rider quickly carried away the hero who had nearly become someone else's spouse. The hero? No need to point that out specifically, thanks. Deep Sea King opened his mouth in fury, his tongue shooting out like a snake, seemingly trying to bite the licenseless rider. His tongue was covered in countless sharp teeth, as if it had a small mouth of its own. The surrounding heroes snapped back to action. A hero in a cape wielding a Gatling gun raised his arm-mounted weapon and began to fire. A young man in green clothing started spewing flames from his hands. Many heroes launched ranged attacks, directly limiting Deep Sea King's movements. The licenseless rider also took the chance to distance himself from Deep Sea King. Looking at the hero he had rescued, he offered a suggestion. When using a bow, it's better to keep your distance. I was too eager to steal the kill and accidentally stood too far forward. The hero felt a bit embarrassed, but seeing that he was now in the back row, he quickly drew his bow, ready to redeem himself. With the hostage rescued, the hero's morale soared. A man wearing glasses and a tracksuit shouted through a megaphone, "This monster is no ordinary one. Everyone coordinate." Then the man began calling out the hero names of everyone present and started arranging formations. In an instant, the once chaotic battlefield began to take on an orderly appearance. Maybe this time we A-class, B-class, and C-class heroes can handle this demon-level disaster without the help of S-class heroes. On a distant rooftop, Youqian watched the battle scene and nodded. It feels intense, at least more exciting than Boruto. Youqian turned to look at Saitama beside him. Saitama, what do you think? Saitama's face was blank, as if possessed by Patrick Star. What do I think? I think with my eyes. Youqian was speechless. Damn it, living next to this guy wouldn't make him stupid, would it? No wonder he'd been feeling so neurotic lately. TCH, a bunch of weaklings fighting. If I went down there, I could kill that seafood monster in one blow. Tornado's words were as arrogant as ever, but her gaze was fixed intently on Fubuki, who was battling the Deep Sea King, worried that her sister might get hurt. Sitch stood nearby, his expression conflicted. Seeing the power and speed displayed by the Deep Sea King upon his arrival, he realized this was indeed a demon-level disaster. This meant Youqian's prophetic ability was real and accurate, especially considering the previous meteor incident. Sitch considered whether to upgrade Shibabawasama's security clearance by another level. Sitch wasn't really focused on the Deep Sea King. Even if that monster could defeat all the surrounding heroes, could he possibly defeat the 4 S-class heroes standing beside him? With so many S-class heroes as a safety net, Sitch felt very secure. He glanced at the 4 nearby, Saitama's unreliable expression, Youqian's look of someone enjoying the show, and Tornado, who only cared about Fubuki. Sitch was speechless. Fortunately, Genos, standing in front of the 4, was watching the battlefield with a serious expression, as if ready for any emergency. Genos was prepared to jump down and eliminate the monster himself. Sitch suddenly felt that not all S-class heroes were problem children. Genos, you give me peace of mind. Genos sensed Sitch's gaze behind him and found it strange. Meanwhile, on the surface, the Deep Sea King first faced a group of melee heroes. A class hero Smile Man wielded a giant hammer, smashing it repeatedly at the Deep Sea King. Class hero Wildhorn, clad in armor, attacked the Deep Sea King with his impact drill, along with Spring Mustache Mumin Rider and Fubuki, using her psychic powers to intermittently disrupt the Deep Sea King. Within minutes, the Deep Sea King was battered and bruised. Whenever the Deep Sea King tried to create distance, the bespectacled man in sportswear would shout chain-toed electric light source restrain his movements. Golden Ball, Gunner, Shooter, Long-Range Attack. As the hero in the Toadhead mask threw out a chainsicle, various electric currents and long-range attacks struck simultaneously. The Deep Sea King could only curl into a ball to avoid the damage. After the smoke cleared, there wasn't an unscathed patch of skin left on him. Clearly, if things continued this way, the Deep Sea King would eventually die. Tank Top Tiger eagerly ran over to the bespectacled man. Bro, need me to help with anything? The glasses-wearing man glanced at Tank Top Tiger. You're useless in the fight. Just stay on the perimeter and handle logistics. Just don't do anything, don't be a hindrance, that's help enough, the glasses-wearing man muttered inwardly. Tank Top Tiger was clearly unconvinced and was about to argue. Suddenly, the Deep Sea King let out a loud, powerful roar. Let me show you my ultimate technique. He. Hearing such a boss line, the heroes immediately braced themselves for his ultimate move. The next second, the Deep Sea King turned and ran, trying to dive into the sea to escape. The heroes were speechless. They had been waiting for some big ultimate move, and this was it. The Deep Sea King knew it was embarrassing, but he had no choice. Too many enemies and their sudden excellent coordination had unleashed extraordinary combat power. Normally, a demon-level monster required 10 heroes to handle. Even though the Deep Sea King was slightly stronger than the average demon-level monster, he couldn't treat those below class as insignificant like a dragon-level monster could. So the Deep Sea King decided to flee back to the sea to create a favorable battlefield. Even if these unscrupulous heroes attacked him underwater, he wouldn't be afraid. Death Shower. Death Gatling, who had been watching the battlefield intently, finally made his move, seizing the opportunity. His machine gun erupted with countless black bullets, dense as a torrent of water. The countless black bullets struck the Deep Sea King with force, the violent impact sending him flying. Kicking up a cloud of dust, all the heroes present felt confident, as Death Gatling's move was known for its immense power. Especially since the Deep Sea King was already injured. He should be dead by now. Just then a light rain began to fall, gradually dispersing the dust and smoke from the battlefield. Tank Top Tiger leaped out, shouting arrogantly, "This monster's head is mine," as he charged into the smoke. Tank Top Tiger thought that if he killed this demon-level monster, he might become an S-class hero himself. After drinking the mysterious potion, he had become incredibly powerful, and then he could do whatever he wanted in the Hero Association. Tank Top Tiger was still fantasizing when he suddenly felt something wet on his hand. The next second, a surge of pain overwhelmed him. "Oh, what is this, As the rain cleared the dust and smoke, the Deep Sea King, who had been roughly humanoid, had become larger and more bestial, like a Tyrannosaurus Rex. His wounds were gradually healing. As for Tank Top Tiger, it was clear he had been hit by the Deep Sea King's acidic liquid attack. Tank Top Tiger writhed in agony on the ground. He was lucky the Deep Sea King's acid hadn't hit him completely. But it was obvious that Tank Top Tiger's hand had been corroded by the acid, and he likely wouldn't be able to be a hero anymore. On the high building, Genos looked at Youqian. "Mr. Li, do I need to act? That monster seems to have gotten stronger." Youqian looked at the light rain falling from the sky. The Deep Sea King at the peak of demon level. On land, his strength decreased. Now that it's raining, he's inadvertently regained his full power. No need to intervene. Even at peak demon level with so many heroes, they should be able to handle it. As for that Tank Top Tiger, he deserves it, to leave him be. Youqian recognized Tank Top Tiger. Wasn't this the guy who had framed Saitama in the original story? Losing a hand serves him right. This kind of person who freeloads in the Hero Association. No, that's not the main flaw. He suppresses and falsely accuses other heroes and actively steals credit. Youqian thought losing a hand and being unable to be a hero was a good thing for the Hero Association. Phew. He almost forgot he was also coasting in the Hero Association and almost cursed himself. Wipes sweat. Seeing this, Genos remained silent. Sitch wanted to say something, but hesitated. He had heard about the things Tank Top Tiger had done. But in any large group, you'll find all kinds. Such things were unavoidable. Besides, Tank Top Tiger's big brother was Tank Top Master, so Sitch didn't intervene, only subtly suppressing Tank Top Tiger's ranking. He made Tank Top Tiger suffer minor losses. Now that Tank Top Tiger had lost a hand, given his abilities, he basically couldn't be a hero anymore. Sitch felt quite pleased. But could those heroes really handle the Deep Sea King? Youqian paid no attention to the thoughts of those around him, carefully observing the battlefield. He had to pick a few test subjects from among these heroes. Heroes with ambition, desire, and a drive to become stronger. These heroes could maximize the power of his potions. Youqian felt he was increasingly becoming a mastermind. No. He felt he was getting the hang of strategic planning. He. The four people around him looked at Youqian, who had suddenly laughed out loud, utterly confused. Laughing was fine, but why did it have to be so sinister? Saitama was speechless. Damn it, living next to this guy wouldn't make him stupid, would it? No wonder he'd been feeling so neurotic lately. At this moment, the Deep Sea King, having fully recovered his strength, felt confident once more. "You annoying insects. Let me show you my flurry of blows." As his words fell, the Deep Sea King's body erupted with incredible speed, charging through a barrage of long-range attacks. He plunged directly into the crowd of heroes, intending to leverage his enhanced physique and regenerative abilities to endure their assaults. His first target was the weaker heroes, the support units. The bespectacled hero with a megaphone who kept shouting orders to adjust formations became his primary objective. With a rapid series of strikes, he breached the hero formation, charging like a wild beast straight toward the bespectacled man. The man immediately assumed a boxing stance. "I'm a hero to you, bastard. Don't underestimate me." The next second, the Deep Sea King's massive fist sent the glasses-wearing man flying. Struggling to rise on shaky legs, he tried to continue fighting, but the Deep Sea King followed up with another punch. Ultimately, the bespectacled man's vision blurred as he collapsed to the ground. After knocking him unconscious, the heroes fell into disarray, launching chaotic attacks. Some heroes with a broader perspective tried to call for order and regroup, but the Deep Sea King charged at them, delivering a relentless combo. In an instant, chaos engulfed the heroes with some attacks, even causing friendly fire. The Deep Sea King roared arrogantly, "I am the Deep Sea King. This time I will take back everything that belongs to me." The distant class heroes watched in silence. What kind of protagonist speech was that? You're a monster, a villain. Know your place. Meanwhile, Death Gatling, hidden among the heroes, stared at his ruined Gatling gun. With a resolute look, he drew a dagger. After unleashing his ultimate move, Death Shower, the Gatling gun was rendered useless and required maintenance and repair. For this reason, Death Gatling, along with the unconscious Stinger and other wounded, was carried aside by class heroes. The original class heroes assigned to the support team by the bespectacled man dragged the injured away from the battlefield center. Death Gatling, having lost his main combat capability, was also pulled aside by several class heroes. Surrounded by weak heroes, those still fighting the Deep Sea King were class heroes or class ones with special abilities for auxiliary combat. No one paid attention to the weak class heroes or failures like himself. Even the detestable Deep Sea King monster ignored him. Death Gatling felt a familiar sense of being overlooked, similar to how class heroes disregarded him. No, I won't accept this. Why ignore weak heroes? Driven by an inner obsession, Death Gatling grabbed the large dagger. Suddenly, with a leap, he plunged it into the Deep Sea King's back. The Deep Sea King hadn't expected such a bold move from the weak heroes nearby. Caught off guard, he let Death Gatling's dagger pierce his body. Unfortunately, it only scratched the surface. Enraged, the Deep Sea King extended his razor-toothed tongue and shredded Death Gatling's mechanical arm into pieces. With a single slap, he sent Death Gatling flying, his fate unknown. A group of class heroes quickly took advantage of the moment when several class heroes, especially the unlicensed rider, held the Deep Sea King back. They carried Death Gatling away again. Lying on the ground, utterly ignored, Tank Top Tiger thought to himself. After evolving once with the potion, unlicensed rider had only enhanced his physical attributes, speed, strength, recovery, and so on. He hadn't gained any special abilities. However, his unwavering will combined with terrifying recovery and physical prowess created the most compatible skill set. Ordinary class heroes could only withstand one punch from the Deep Sea King. Those with strong willpower like the bespectacled man managed 2 punches. But unlicensed rider, like an indestructible cockroach, kept getting knocked back and charging forward again. Meanwhile, Fubuki in the distance used her psychic powers to disrupt the Deep Sea King's movements. Yet the tide of battle gradually turned in the Deep Sea King's favor. If this continued, except for the unyielding unlicensed rider, all other heroes would likely be defeated one by one. On a distant rooftop, Tatsumaki grew anxious as the Deep Sea King began targeting Fubuki. Unlicensed rider and other class heroes, aware of Fubuki's importance, desperately blocked the monster's path. Fubuki retreated strategically while using her powers to interfere. But it seemed only a matter of time before the Deep Sea King caught up to her. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to kill that ugly freak." Youqian, radiating a red glow, used telekinesis to hold Tatsumaki back. "Your sister wants to defeat this monster on her own. If she can evolve using my potion in this battle, she might reach class level, barely." The green aura that had enveloped Tatsumaki's body gradually faded, but her eyes remained fixed on her sister. Youqian watched the class heroes. Though weak, they still did their part, dragging all the wounded away from the battlefield. While the class heroes managed to evacuate the injured amid the shockwaves of the Deep Sea King's battle, Youqian secretly used his telekinesis to lend a hand. Still, their actions revealed that many class heroes truly embodied the spirit of heroism. They showed great responsibility. They gave their all to save their fellow heroes. Feeling incredibly proud today, the class heroes rejoiced. Totally ignored Tank Top Tiger thought. Am I not human? Am I not a hero? Tell me, am I human or not? Am I a hero or not? Fear crept into Fubuki's heart as the Deep Sea King drew closer. She felt the weakness of her power once more as her Fubuki group members sacrificed themselves to protect her. One by one they fell. "Boss, run. Boss, he'll cover you. Fubuki, get out of here. If you get hurt, what will I do? Fubuki, you must be happy. You must find joy. Fubuki, Fubuki. Without you, how can I live? Damn monster, stay away from Fubuki." Amid the Fubuki group's desperate charges, some strange words seemed to slip in. No, that didn't matter. That day, Fubuki once again felt the weakness of her power and the terror of being dominated by a monster. "No, I drank the potion. If I can find my unwavering will and belief, I can grow stronger. I can prove myself. I will earn my sister's recognition of my strength and protect my team members." In that moment, Shueisha felt her psychic energy merge with the wind. Her psychic energy expanded continuously as if under the influence of a drug. Her mind was clearer than ever. She had successfully evolved. She had become stronger. Sea King, let me show you the hurricane from hell. Ultimate skill Hellstorm. Youqian floated directly into the air, radiating a blue glow as a hurricane mixed with all the massive debris on the ground. If the previous ultimate skill Hellstorm resembled a small typhoon, then the current ultimate skill Hellstorm was like a gigantic hurricane howling towards the Sea King. Youqian also immediately emanated a red light, pulling all the heroes near the Sea King to his side with his psychic energy. The only one left out was the vest-wearing tiger. Thank you for warming the seasons with your presence. The Sea King never anticipated that despite his imposing demeanor, while seeking trouble with a support, that support would transform directly into a mage. He had bestowed upon himself an explosive damage output, and due to constantly closing the distance, he took full damage. Moreover, this hurricane was not an ordinary one. Youqian's psychic energy spun in different directions like a sharp cutting machine. The Sea King struggled for only a few seconds before being shredded into countless small pieces, dying with a scream. Thus, the once prominent demon-level monster in the story met his end, though he did not suffer in vain despite his miserable death. However, the profile of the situation greatly increased. It was indeed the first time that over 100 heroes dealt with a single monster, marking the Sea King's entry into the annals of the Hero Association. And now, Sea King, you have found happiness. The deceased Sea King. This happiness is for you. Do you want it? Are you going to eat the oil pancake? The originally spacious rooftop was now filled with heroes. Some injured heroes spotted several strength heroes and instantly felt relieved, with a few even fainting. The scene was somewhat chaotic. The contact person for the strength heroes, Shichi, was indeed quite capable, having some standing among the higher-ups. After a while, he successfully contacted the Hero Association to begin handling the scene. Youqian looked at the excited Shueishiue in the distance and began to mutter, "As I grow stronger, my evolution brings overall enhancement, and it seems to be an exponential improvement. Quite interesting. Put away that lecherous look on your face." Tornado crossed her arms, looking at Youqian with great disdain. "Youqian, was my expression really that lewd? You were slandering me. Slandering me. Saitama, did you see that? He is slandering me." Tornado huffed and flew towards her sister. Saitama patted Youqian on the shoulder, looking like a straightforward person. "You did indeed smile rather lewdly just now." Youqian 6. The efficiency of the Hero Association staff was indeed high. Soon the previously damaged ground and some road facilities were repaired. Youqian also understood why they repaired things so quickly. Several heroes, who looked like laborers, quickly mended everything. It seemed to be a superpower. One could create concrete that immediately hardened, which felt rather strange. What kind of hero is this, possessing the innate body of a construction saint? With such abilities, why be a hero? Why not just work in construction? Youqian looked at those heroes with a puzzled expression, and they instantly understood, with one even starting to explain. "Working in construction is not good, because we work quickly and no one wants us. Furthermore, our wages are often delayed. January's wages are not paid until March." Youqian found himself somewhat speechless. What that hero said made a strange amount of sense. After a while, Shichi resolved all subsequent matters, and Youqian followed him, taking Saitama and Genos towards J City Hospital. In this battle against the demon-level disaster, many heroes had sustained injuries varying in severity. So now they were mostly in the hospital, and Youqian prepared to take the opportunity to give the potion to his chosen little white mouse, a hero. Indeed, humans from different worlds, while appearing the same, were actually somewhat different. In this battle, several heroes were beaten terribly, yet within half a day, just as evening fell, most of them woke up. Their recovery abilities were simply astonishing. But thinking about it, it made sense. Even the seemingly weak crank heroes are essentially equivalent to special forces or professional fighters, people who have undergone specialized training. Youqian first entered a hospital room where 3 people were present: the bespectacled man, Death's Gatling, and a vigorous-looking, unlicensed rider who seemed to be visiting the bespectacled man. Youqian nodded internally, closed the door, and spoke in a low, serious voice. "Glasses Brank 21, it just left Shui's group, wanting to become stronger through his own efforts. A very inspiring hero. You showed great awareness during this disaster and arranged your team very appropriately. This potion is for you." Youqian handed a potion to the bespectacled man, who was wrapped in bandages, and said, "The potion is merely a key. To grow stronger, you must find your belief. I trust you know what your belief is. Firm your belief and fulfill it. When the time is right, you will evolve and become stronger. The side effects, as I see it, are that if you lack belief and are aimless, drinking this potion will be useless. Think clearly about it." The bespectacled man nodded resolutely, drinking the potion. His belief. He certainly knew what it was. To become stronger through his own efforts. To grow stronger. To become a qualified hero. At this moment, the atmosphere in the room was serious and solemn, but unfortunately Saitama, embodying a goofy spirit, disrupted that mood. Youqian, are you deliberately speaking in a high-pitched voice? Youqian. Damn, how awkward. The bespectacled man deaths, Gatling Genos. We didn't hear anything. What nonsense are you spouting? Hasn't my voice always been like this? Youqian defended himself with righteous indignation. I am truly speechless. It's no wonder Saitama has never had many fans with no sense of image management whatsoever. With an image like yours, it's no wonder you get stuck in traffic. No wonder you don't have fans. Saitama, yo, this is how I speak. Youqian. Saitama, you have gone bad. Where did you learn such talk? Damn it. Could it be that Agon is behind this? That's right, it must be him. It has been proven that as long as one person watches and the other is displeased, whatever the first person does is wrong. Just like Agon. What? No meat at home, evil Agon. What? The website is blocked, evil Agon. What? 2 updates again today, evil Agon. The forever scapegoat Agon. I endure. I endure. I will endure again. Ninja Turtles. For Chiyu, who had learned to be mischievous, Youqian found himself momentarily at a loss. Truly only magic could defeat magic. He had once teased Chiyu in the same manner, and now that Chiyu was turning the tables, he felt strangely unaccustomed to it. Wait, could it be that Chiyu had learned this from him? No, how could such a thought arise? He considered himself so upright and kind-hearted. How could his words be so venomous? Why would he even entertain such an idea? Wicked little Aguang. The ninja turtle Aguang in Youqian's mind remained silent. Youqian cleared his throat, ignoring the mischievous Chiyu, and handed another potion to Death Gatling beside him. Your conviction is a bit extreme. The potion might affect your personality. Use your judgment and think clearly. As he handed the potion to Death Gatling, Youqian felt conflicted. This fellow in the original storyline was quite radical. Although it wasn't as severe now, the signs were beginning to emerge. Yet his performance in this battle was indeed commendable. At a critical moment, he unleashed Death Shower to prevent Deep Sea King from returning to the ocean. Even after his Gatling gun was destroyed, he drew a dagger and struck Deep Sea King, showcasing impressive feats. Well, let it be. It would be interesting to see how a cyborg whose main ability relies on a Gatling gun might evolve if given the potion. Perhaps the potion would work on cyborgs too. If it did, he could test it on Genos. Youqian watched as Death Gatling eagerly drank the potion, then turned his gaze to Mumin Rider nearby. Keep it up, Mumin. I hope you'll be the first to achieve a second evolution. Mumin Rider nodded respectfully, vowing to give his all. With that, Youqian led Chiyu and Genos back home. Giving potions to 2 people was enough. The rest hadn't shown anything remarkable. Youqian pulled out the Anywhere door and returned home with the 2 in seconds. An essential tool for outings, the Anywhere door made coming home a matter of moments. Upon arriving home, Youqian thought of something and sent a message to Fubuki asking her to visit Child Emperor's lab to provide her physical data. After receiving Fubuki's reply, Youqian nodded in satisfaction. The Deep Sea King incident had concluded perfectly. No casualties, a clean resolution, and another special achievement unlocked with 10 check-ins. Delightful. But he felt he might have forgotten someone. Oh, never mind. Sitch probably had it handled. In a pile of grass, Tank Top Tiger lay unconscious, missing an arm. As for how he ended up in the grass, credit went to a certain hero carrying a bow. An unnamed hero muttered, "Don't worry, Tank Top Tiger. If you don't get timely treatment and kick the bucket, it'll take care of your wife." In the following days, Youqian obtained Fubuki's evolutionary data and further refined the potion. He officially renamed it the Hero Potion, a counterpart to Monster Cells with a straightforward title. In truth, Youqian had wanted to call it the Invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex Warrior Potion. However, Child Emperor and Dr. Genus vehemently disagreed. Given their help in researching the potion, Youqian reluctantly agreed to name it the Hero Potion. These 2 had no sense of aesthetics. Child Emperor and Dr. Genus thought, good grief, doesn't this guy have any self-awareness? The 2 of them pondered Youqian's naming sense, wondering if such a lack of talent could be hereditary. Youqian suddenly sneezed, rubbing his nose in confusion. Why the sudden sneeze? Could someone be cursing him? Wicked little Aguang. Aguang thought, I endure again. I can't take it anymore. Host, instead of this, why not go fight some monsters, gather energy, and strengthen your template? Look at you, so idle you can't even directly kill anyone, yet you're so cheerful. Youqian looked utterly shocked. Aguang, how can you say that about me? You've hurt your host's feelings. Aguang sensed a wave of melodrama. You've muttered wicked little Aguang countless times. How did I say that out loud? Youqian taunted slyly. Aguang took a deep breath, reverting to Ninja Turtle mode. No rush. With constant hints, he was sure Youqian wouldn't resist strengthening his template. As long as he chose the enhancement path that removed the restriction on directly killing, he would lose his threat. Then Aguang would see how to deal with him. Youqian curled his lips. With the daily nagging and Eggwang's recent changes, he had vaguely figured things out. Truly a wicked little Eggwang. Youqian used the accumulated check-in opportunities, obtaining a pile of toilet paper and several useful items and skills. Hair wash that prevents baldness. Forever Black Flame can use mental energy to create black flames with corrosive properties capable of burning living beings and replenishing the host's mental energy. Red Thought 4-piece set sleeplessness, a skill that allows one to never sleep after activation. Youqian first looked at the anti-hair loss shampoo. Quite useful. If Chiyu knew about it, he'd do anything to get it. Oh wait, this prevented hair loss, not regrowth. Chiyu was already bald, a washing wouldn't help. Put it away. The second item looked cool. Youqian casually waved his hand, and a black flame hovered in the air. He walked to the balcony and tossed it onto the neighbor's balcony. In seconds, it burned the entire balcony to ashes, even reducing reinforced concrete to slag. The attack power was impressive, and it wasn't restricted by his inability to kill. Thumbs up. The third item was a good find, but it made his head spin. Put it away. The fourth item made Youqian's face twist in disdain. What kind of skill was this? If humans couldn't sleep or laze in bed, what was the point of life? Not using it. Not using it. Not using it. Repeating it 3 times for emphasis, Youqian looked at his empty check-in opportunities and lay straight down on his sofa. Suddenly Caillou's wailing echoed from next door. My balcony. Youqian, did you do this? Youqian smiled faintly, his eyes forming a pie chart with 3 parts mockery, 3 parts ridicule, and 4 parts schadenfreude. Let that be payback for undermining him last time. Did you think he'd forget after 2 days? Dream on. Youqian instantly closed his eyes, pretending it wasn't his business. Time for a nap. Sleeplessness. Even a dog wouldn't use that skill. Your grandson is calling you. Your grandson is calling you. With a sudden burst of ringtone, Youqian was jolted awake, feeling somewhat displeased as he picked up the phone to answer. From the phone, Chi-Chi's panicked voice reached Youqian's ears. Something terrible has happened. Mr. Li, your prophetic abilities are too accurate. You're like a prophet. I just received news that the prophet has died. Youqian listened to Chi-Chi's incoherent ramblings with a frown, replying, you're the one who's dead, your whole family is dead. Chi-Chi seemed to snap back to reality, calming down for a moment before explaining, no, what I mean is Lord Zababawa has died. She choked on a throat lozenge accidentally, and before she died, she desperately wrote a line on a piece of paper, humanity is doomed. Mr. Li, do you know what exactly is going to happen? Chi-Chi found it absurd, as she had arranged for so many people to protect Lord Zababawa, and her residence had been specially secured. There weren't even any sharp protrusions, yet she choked on a lozenge and died. This was such a careless death. Chi-Chi's expression upon receiving the news was one of disbelief. Almost thinking it was a joke from his subordinates, he realized it was true. Tired, he thought, let it all be destroyed quickly. No way. Chi-Chi couldn't just give up. Rise up. Youqian had no idea of the complex thoughts swirling in Chi-Chi's mind. He sprang up from the sofa, his face filled with excitement, and suddenly, he wasn't sleepy anymore. Clearing his throat, Youqian's voice turned serious. From now on, the frequency of bizarre beings appearing in our world will increase. Before long, the cosmic overlord Boros will descend upon Earth, attacking our planet. This will be a divine catastrophe. After dealing with him, the Bizarre Beings Association will officially start to take action. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi's head began to spin, realizing that a divine catastrophe was imminent. And this was just the beginning. The Bizarre Beings Association, which had numerous dragon-level bizarre beings, was also about to make a move. Damn it, I was originally planning to take the initiative, but now I have to deal with the cosmic overlord Boros' divine catastrophe. How did everything pile up together like this? Mr. Li, there must be a way to handle this, right? Chi-Chi's tone was filled with hopeful expectation. Youqian slowly uttered a sentence. Are you planning to summon all the class heroes for a meeting? Originally, what date did you choose for the meeting? The day after tomorrow. Chi-Chi was somewhat shocked, not expecting Youqian's words to be so precise. This idea had just been confirmed by the higher-ups. The various class heroes usually resided in different places, and contacting them for bizarre incidents was quite troublesome. So the day after tomorrow was chosen to summon the class heroes. Youqian pondered for a moment. Don't summon them to the A City headquarters, or just have them come to the outskirts of Z City. Leave one class hero with aerial capabilities at the A City headquarters. Remember, it must be around the outskirts of Z City. Don't get too close to the Bizarre Beings Association headquarters to avoid alarming them. Let the cosmic overlord Boros and the Bizarre Beings Association get into a conflict, allowing the fishermen to profit. Chi-Chi exclaimed. It can be played like this too. Youqian pulled out a call to Big Eye, taking a moment to gather his emotions before dialing. In no time, the call connected, and before Big Eye could say anything, Youqian cut in directly. Something terrible has happened. Our Bizarre Beings Association is in deep trouble. The controller of Big Eye Sakes was a bit confused. Just as he was about to speak, he realized he forgot to control Big I, hastily taking control to inquire. What the hell, what happened? Is it possible that the Hero Association has discovered us and is preparing to take action against us? By the way, did you feed that bald guy the bizarre cell? Big I felt that resolving the Hero Association was already not a problem for the Bizarre Beings Association except for that terrifying bald demon king. Youqian's heart skipped a beat, nearly forgetting about that matter, yet his tone remained unchanged. I secretly fed the bizarre cell to the bald guy as a special ingredient, but that bald guy didn't change at all. He might have cooked the bizarre cell and eaten it. Give me more next time. I'll find a way to have him eat it raw. I've digressed. That's not important. What's important is that I suddenly received news that the long-lost Blaster has actually been traveling through the cosmos. He met a cosmic powerhouse named Boros who agreed to come to Earth to deal with the bizarre beings while training himself. I heard that this Boros is terrifyingly strong, recognized as the Zababawa of humanity. You know her, right? She predicted that Boros has the power to wipe out all bizarre beings on Earth. The bizarre beings are doomed. Big I looked bewildered, wondering what was going on. However, despite the sudden news, he knew that the so-called Zababawa's predictions were mostly true. Youqian continued sincerely, why don't we gather our association's bizarre beings? I'll present some specific information on site. It's not safe to talk on the phone, you understand. I understand. What the hell? You just said so much on the phone, and now you say it's not safe to talk on the phone. Big I shrugged, not refusing, thinking that Youqian might want to take the opportunity to return to the Bizarre Beings Association. After all, it's normal for a bizarre being to feel a lot of pressure among heroes. Sure, when? The day after tomorrow. All bizarre beings in the Bizarre Beings Association must be present. This matter is very important. After hanging up the phone, Youqian grinned slyly, thinking that Boros would kill all the members of the Bizarre Beings Association, or they would be mutually assured destruction. Hee, I want to see rivers of blood. Youqian was completely unbothered. If things went south, he would just call Saitama. After all, he was also immortal. Getting hit a few times wouldn't be a problem. As long as he wasn't getting beaten continuously. It's impossible for Saitama to see him being beaten so badly and not come to help him. Besides, he wasn't weak. The Bizarre Beings Association suddenly summoned all its members back to headquarters, announcing that something significant was about to happen. Countless bizarre beings, whether powerful or weak, rushed toward the outskirts of Z City. At the same time, the Hero Association was secretly summoning the Glass Heroes. In Q City, the police dog hero known as Saitama's sidekick, the Pig God, who was gorging himself at a buffet in F City, and the strongman Lockman, a sexy prisoner, who was a male nemesis. Also the Atomic Samurai, who was honing his sword skills, and Silver Fong, who was in his own dojo. The Arrogant Tornado, the strongest Summoner King, Child Emperor, Metal Knight, Metal Bat, Zombie Man, and Drive Knight. Even the newly recruited Demon Cyborg and Hell's Fubuki received special mission invitations and were heading towards the assembly point near Z City. Except for the missing Blaster and the bald-caped hero Saitama, who was appointed to stay at the A City headquarters, basically all Glass Heroes were rushing to the assembly point in Z City. As for why Saitama was left behind at the A City headquarters, it was because this was a matter concerning a human crisis. Every Glass Hero was important. Only Saitama seemed very strong, but was a bit unreliable, so the Hero Association headquarters had him stay behind. Moreover, Saitama became an Glass Hero precisely because of that meteor incident. His aerial capabilities were superb. Youqian, who was preparing to rely on Saitama, was unaware that the Hero Association was pulling a big move. He hoped that when the time came for him to be beaten, it wouldn't be a patchwork of bruises. Opening the door, Youqian gazed at the clear, boundless sky outside and stretched languidly. He planned to set off a day early for the Monster Association headquarters. Suddenly, a commotion arose downstairs. Fubuki, Genos, and Bang had gathered together, seemingly engrossed in a discussion. Behind Fubuki trailed a vast crowd, unmistakably her Fubuki group. Youqian casually closed the door, leaped down, and landed beside the trio. What brings you three here at this early hour? What are you discussing? At Youqian's inquiry, Genos immediately straightened up, as formal as a student answering a teacher, and spoke with utmost seriousness. Mr. Lee, the Hero Association has suddenly issued a special mission summoning all Glass Heroes to City Z. Since we're nearby and familiar with the area, we decided to gather here and head to the rendezvous point together. Haven't you received the message? Oh, I know. My mission is a bit different from yours. Anyway, I'll get to it now. Youqian marveled inwardly that Genos hadn't been corrupted yet, unlike Saitama, whom he had apparently led astray. TSK. How could I even think that? It's clearly Saitama's true nature. Damn it, messing with my thoughts. Wicked little light demon. Oblong. While engaging in this mental storm, Youqian pulled out the Anywhere door, stepped through it, and headed straight for the sewer near the Monster Association headquarters. As the Anywhere door closed and vanished, Fubuki barely had time to utter a word. I was planning to thank him properly. Why did he leave so quickly? Fubuki's mutterings carried a hint of regret and shyness, causing the members of her Fubuki group behind her to grind their teeth in frustration. What do we do? It looks like the boss is being taken away. It's over. I think she's starting to fall for that guy. Just when I finally let my heart flutter, you make me lose so completely. Damn it. Oh, you sycophant in the Fubuki group, I see you hiding. Meanwhile, Youqian, about to plunge into the sewer, remained unaware of Fubuki's expression and words after his departure. Even if he knew Youqian might only sigh regretfully and say don't love me, there's no future in it. After all, he could only stay in this world for a grand total of 3 years, and he had no idea if he could ever return to the One Punch Man world. Youqian thought of Agwon. Well, maybe not. That guy was definitely hiding something from him. But after this matter was resolved, the answer would be revealed. Wicked little light demon. Radiating a crimson glow, Youqian slowly floated into the sewer. Before long, he faced a massive gate ahead. Spotting the gatekeepers Bear 1 and Bear 2, he nodded silently to himself. Good. He hadn't misremembered the manhole cover. Bear 1 and Bear 2 weren't diligently guarding the gate. Instead, they were sneaking against the wall. Youqian took a closer look. Bear 1, Bear 2, are you two secretly playing video games? TSK. Gaming. The two bear-like monsters were stealthily pressed against the wall, cautiously tapping on their phones, engrossed in a game. Their massive fingers fumbled awkwardly on the screens, clearly struggling with the controls. Watching the death counts of their chosen characters and their excited expressions, Youqian fell silent. They were truly terrible, yet addicted. Bear 1 and Bear 2 had even muted their microphones. Clearly they'd been cursed out before. But they were still getting flack now. Their teammates were furiously typing insults, and the opponents were taunting. If their teammates ever found out these two were monsters, it would certainly be amusing. Startled by Youqian's sudden voice, Bear 2 quickly shoved his phone into his mouth. Bear 1 followed suit, cramming his phone into Bear 2's mouth as well. Fortunately, Bear 2 had a big mouth, or it wouldn't have fit. Bear 2 now unable to speak. Bro, you're really my own brother. Turning around, the two bears sighed in relief. It was just Lord Youqian. Bear 1, in a futile attempt at cover, clamped his hand over Bear 2's mouth. Nothing. We were just talking. Youqian looked at the pair, then pondered the impending major event. A crooked grin spread across his face. He raised a hand to adjust his glasses, only to realize he wasn't wearing any, and lowered it in slight disappointment. Playing games, huh? No problem. I play too, and I've brought plenty. Want to check out some good stuff? Hearing this, Bear 1 and Bear 2 finally relaxed. Bear 2 spat out the phones, glaring resentfully at Bear 1. Pretending not to notice, Bear 1 quickly changed the subject. Boss Youqian, your hands are empty. Where are the games? Youqian chuckled, placing a hand on each of their shoulders. Then with a sudden heave, he flipped them both into a backflip. The next second, the trio vanished from the spot. Inside the pocket space, Mosquito Girl, clad in a maid outfit, grumbled while cleaning the room. A small villa had been built here entirely by her hands, nearly exhausting her. But after it was finished, Youqian immediately went back on his word, declaring, I'm Class Hero Biko, a double agent for both the Monster Association and the Hero Association. Senior Agent Youqian. As everyone knows, I never keep my promises. And so Mosquito Girl became the maid of the pocket space, tasked daily with cleaning and even planting trees for greenery. Damn capitalist. Not only did he break his word and make her work, but the most absurd part was that he stopped providing fresh blood. Instead, he gave her a tablecloth, claiming whatever she wanted would appear on it. But when she wished for fresh human blood, nothing came. Only Mao Shui Wang. Eating Mao Shui Wang every day, Mosquito Girl felt like throwing up. What mosquito lives on Mao Shui Wang? If it weren't for the fact that eating regular food would weaken her, she wouldn't touch it. Heavens, can't you just strike Youqian dead with lightning? Oh, so you really hate Youqian, huh? Of course. He's the scum of scum. A total bastard. Mosquito Girl replied instinctively, then froze. Her body stiffened as she slowly turned around to see Youqian smirking. Her legs gave way, and she cowered in the corner of the room. I was wrong. Please spare me. Youqian let out a cold laugh and waved his hand. Within the backpack space, he knew exactly where the food tablecloth was. Moreover, as he grew more accustomed to using the pocket space and became proficient, Youqian could now perceive the location and status of every item within the space at any moment, receiving real-time updates. Otherwise, he wouldn't have trusted his tools to stay with Mosquito Girl. Soon the food tablecloth flew over. Youqian handed it to Bear 1 and Bear 2 behind him. This is for you too. Whatever you want to eat, it'll appear on the cloth. But don't lend it to that mosquito. Let her go hungry for a while to teach her a lesson. If you two can't beat her, call me in the space, and I'll deal with her for you. Bear 1 and Bear 2 were bewildered. Weren't they supposed to get something good? What was happening? In the distance, Mosquito Girl, trapped in the corner, felt a wave of despair. Great. Now she wouldn't even get Mao Shui Wang. Xiongda and Xiong stared blankly at the gourmet tablecloth. After a long while, Xiongda finally spoke up to ask, Brotherly Youqian, where's the good stuff? Are you that fixated on it? Youqian cleared his throat. Just like last time Big Cyclops told you to follow me. You'll start by planting trees in this space first. There'll be tasks for you later. As for the good stuff, don't ask if it's inside. If you want to have fun, go play on your own. Youqian pointed at a row of saplings placed on an empty field in the distance, and then at a room in the villa. Among Xiongda and Xiong'er, the two of them combined didn't have a single shred of cunning, and they immediately believed him. The two bears immediately stood tall, puffed out their chests, and stuck out their rear ends, vowing to complete the mission. Mosquito Girl had worked herself to the bone just to build the villa and had brought in some soil and water into the space. She was supposed to plant trees and reforest the area, but after all that effort, she had only managed to plant a few. Now with Xiongda and Xiong'er's help, the tree planting speed would increase significantly. It was the perfect chance to recruit 2 more underlings. Youqian felt that although Xiongda and Xiong'er were monsters, they hadn't really harmed anyone except for the time he took them to rob Fokker of his potion. They killed Fokker, but other than that they hadn't hurt anyone else. Before joining the Monster Association, they'd been fighting a hero with a chainsaw and never had the chance to kill anyone. Youqian decided to take these 2 into his space as underlings. As for the Monster Association, there were monsters like Xiongda and Xiong'er who hadn't yet had the chance to harm anyone. Youqian shrugged it off, saying it wasn't his problem. After arranging things for Xiongda and Xiong'er, he gave Mosquito Girl the middle finger and said, "You're in for a rough time from now on." Then he did a backflip and vanished from the spot, returning to the real world. Youqian looked at the door and strolled in slowly. It had to be said the underground was indeed perfect for hiding this kind of villainous organization. With all these tunnels and such a spacious underground area, it was not only concealed, but could also accommodate many monsters. Wait, had he just walked through this tunnel before? Youqian stared at the tunnels surrounding him from every direction, lost in thought. Which way was he supposed to go again? Had always let Xiongda and Xiong'er lead the way before, and he hadn't bothered to remember the route. Damn it, how had he turned into such a directionless fool like Saitama? Damn that little light. Relying on his fading memory, Youqian picked a tunnel that seemed most promising and walked in. If he really couldn't find the way ahead, just have Xiongda lead him to Big Cyclops' place. When Xiongda led him to Big Cyclops' door, had stuff him back into the spatial pocket behind him. And then the plan was perfect, settled just like that. Nothing could stump him. Youqian felt it wasn't really necessary, because the more he walked, the more familiar it became. This must be the right path. Of course, how could he possibly be directionally challenged? As an undercover agent, he should first report back to his superior. He hoped his file hadn't been deleted yet. He was getting off track. Youqian's mind was in its usual state of chaos, cracking jokes at his own expense, until he finally reached the location of Big Cyclops' room. But why did the direction feel a bit off? Wasn't the door facing east before? Now it was facing west. How strange. Youqian figured he must have been living above ground for too long. His sense of direction in the tunnels was a bit weak. Yes, that was definitely it. With a soft click, Youqian gave the door a gentle push, and it swung open easily. The scene inside the room left his mind momentarily frozen. A woman with long wavy hair was leisurely sipping red wine. Her expression was equally stunned, as if she hadn't expected someone to suddenly open the door. Psychos. Not sure. Let me check again. Close the door, open it again. Yep, it was definitely Psychos. Youqian. Damn, the general direction wasn't wrong, but how had he ended up in Psychos' room? Could it be that Big Cyclops' room was right behind Psychos? No wonder the direction felt reversed. What should he do now? Youqian silently stepped back and slowly began to close the door, as if trying to pretend nothing had happened. Immediately after, a wave of telekinetic force surged toward him. A flash of inspiration struck Youqian, and with brilliant wit he kicked the door open with a bang, pointed his finger at Psychos, and shouted with righteous indignation. Who are you? Why are you inside the Monster Association? Could you be a spy sent by the Hero Association? Psychos. Her mind was a bit muddled. She, a non-monster, had been discovered by her own subordinate. Should she kill him to silence him? Otherwise this would be very hard to explain. But it was Youqian, he was important, a crucial pawn. Youqian suddenly let out a sinister cackle, like a true villain from popular imagination. I've been cooped up in the Hero Association for too long. Never thought I'd come back to the Monster Association and run into such a beauty. Woman, you wouldn't want the other monsters out there to know you're an ordinary person here, would you? At these words, even Aguang, who had been playing the silent turtle in Youqian's mind, couldn't hold back. Boss, calm down. What nonsense are you talking? Youqian shot back in his mind. Shut up, you evil little Aguang. Are you just showing your true colors? Ha ha. Evil little Aguang. Red hot Aguang. Can you change the record? And how many times have I told you I'm not Aguang? Then why are you so worked up when I curse Aguang? Feeling guilty. Aguang. The glowing white ball turned into a little red ball. Psychos. This guy was a complete monster through and through. I am Big Cyclops. This is a human body I control. As Psychos spoke, objects around her began to levitate, then crashed heavily to the ground the next second. Gravity had changed. This was Big Cyclops' telekinetic power. Youqian acted panicked as if had never seen such a thing before. His performance worthy of an Oscar. So it's you, my idol. Idol, you're amazing. I was just about to report to Lord Big Cyclops. I was wondering why there was a woman in Big Cyclops' room. Psychos was speechless. Apart from the back door in Big Cyclops' room leading to this one, there was only a twisted, crooked tunnel that could get here. None of the monsters in the association could find their way here. How did this guy in front of her manage it? Was he directionally challenged? Just tell me directly. Psychos wore a calm expression, secretly marveling at how brilliantly she had fooled Youqian with her performance. Youqian felt like laughing. It was like trying to show off one's skill in front of a master. Too fake. I've already mentioned some intel over the phone, but I have more to add. That alien named Boros. His strength is terrifying. He wears golden armor, has pink hair, and only one eye. He excels at unknown combat. That's why I suggested all monsters gather together to face this disaster as a united front. After it's resolved, we can deal with the Hero Association. With me as an inside man, the Monster Association has a huge advantage. To put it in one phrase, the advantage is ours. Psychos' expression remained unchanged. The Hero Association is the top priority. The matter of the alien exterminating monsters you mentioned is too vague in terms of timing. However, I have already summoned the monsters. This issue indeed needs to be announced collectively. It's just the right time to discuss the plan to eliminate the Hero Association ahead of schedule. With too many unexpected events occurring, we must act in advance. Sykes thought of the tragic death of Geketsu, the mysterious bald man, and the news Youqian brought about the aliens. There were too many sudden incidents, they had to act ahead of schedule. Youqian nodded in strong agreement. Indeed. We really must gather to deal with the major events. As long as they gathered, that would be enough. They were thinking of striking first, but tomorrow Boros would blow up their base. After the conversation about his return, the room fell into a deathly silence. Youqian pursed his lips. Sykes had absolutely no sense of hospitality. Then with a beaming smile, he very familiarly moved closer and sat down opposite Sykes. On my idol, great eyeball, what a coincidence. You were just having dinner. What? You want me to stay for dinner? That's so embarrassing. Don't bother with chopsticks, I brought my own. Youqian reached behind his back and pulled out 2 chopsticks. Sykes was just holding red wine, and Youqian thought she was just showing off. But during their chat, he noticed a full table of dishes behind her. She was having dinner. He was hungry anyway, so he decided to mooch some food. Sykes remained silent. Wait. When did I ever say I'd invite you to stay for dinner? What kind of person is this? And where did he even get those chopsticks? Where had he pulled those chopsticks from just now? Sykes stared at Youqian's back, then her gaze drifted downwards. The implications were terrifying. Wait, what about my red wine? Sykes watched as Youqian chugged her treasured bottle of wine directly from the bottle. This was a bottle she had painstakingly sent monsters to steal from human society. It was very expensive, and she had only managed to get this one. She usually couldn't bear to drink it, only ever pouring a tiny bit to swirl in her glass. But he had to come along and finish the whole bottle in one go. Sykes closed her eyes and took a deep breath, comforting herself. It was just one bottle of red wine, and she could send monsters to find another one next time. Finally feeling somewhat composed, she prepared to take a bite of food to soothe herself. She opened her eyes. Every single dish on the table had been scraped clean. Youqian gave Sykes a thumbs up. Great taste. I didn't waste a single bit. The next second, a powerful psychic force grabbed Youqian, opened the door, and threw him out. Sykes was furious. She left him with one sentence. Take the 3rd passage on your left straight ahead. When you reach the end, fly up through the passage above. Wait for me in the Monster Association's main hall. Her tone was barely containing a simmering rage. Youqian looked at the tightly shut door, stretched, and said in a flippant tone, "Why is she suddenly angry? Could this puppet body be on its period? Does it affect the original?" Sensing a powerful psychic force surging from within the room, Youqian wasted no time. He turned and fled immediately. Now was not the time for a fight. Time to scram. Youqian followed the route Sykes had given him, running towards the Monster Association's main hall. The path was long and twisted, a truly strange road. Suddenly Youqian heard the clamor of many monsters. With nothing better to do and no monsters nearby, he strolled towards the source of the noise. He walked forward, then turned left. The main entrance of the Monster Association headquarters came into view. Youqian was speechless. How had he managed to get lost just now? Absurd. Wicked little brat. The main entrance of the Monster Association headquarters was now packed and congested, filled with a cacophony of noise and curses. The 2 bear-like security guards who usually manned the entrance were absent today. The first wave of arriving monsters all surged in at once. The monsters varied wildly in size, some absurdly large, others ridiculously small. Without the 2 bear guards, they didn't think to queue or consider their sizes. The result was a massive jam. The scene was comparable to an Indian train. It had to be said the Monster Association truly had a vast number of monsters. Dense and packed together, the monsters suddenly couldn't stand the congestion and the slow pace. They began to wildly attack the monsters near them. Youqian stood still, extremely excited. Fight! Fight! That's it, go for the big one. He's so fat, how dare he crowd you all. I love bloodshed. The monsters attacked each other and screams rang out continuously. After a while, the congestion finally eased. The monsters glared at each other warily, slowly filing through the gate at a distance, making their way to the main hall. They left a trail of corpses behind. Youqian excitedly approached and began to convert all the corpses on the ground into enhancement energy, desiccating the remains until they were like dry bones. Youqian remarked that by helping the deceased preserve their bodies for a long time, he was truly kind-hearted. That was just the first wave. Indeed, without Bear 1 and Bear 2 guarding the gate, the already irritable monsters and the powerful ones were generally quite large. As they moved, they inevitably got stuck. The tunnel leading to this gate was actually quite spacious. Generally, it was sufficient, but for some behemoths, it was still a bit narrow. Fights would break out due to the crowding from time to time. Youqian waited for them to finish, then happily absorbed the enhancement energy. This feeling was just too awesome. Unfortunately, happy times were always short. Youqian had been scavenging for a while, when suddenly a colossal figure burst through the gate, widening the tunnel. It charged straight towards the Underground Monster Association Hall. Its enormous, elongated purple body was none other than the moving calamity, the dragon-level monster Elder Centipede. Youqian even took an elbow strike from Elder Centipede. Its short legs, or rather its limbs, elbowed him directly. Youqian was still reveling in the joy of harvesting enhancement energy and was elbowed right in the face, turning green. Youqian looked at the now vastly widened tunnel and gate. Damn it! Not only did it elbow me, but it also ruined my fun. How were those monsters supposed to get jammed together and fight now? Youqian stared at Elder Centipede coiled in the monster hall, his gaze turning icy. You ruined my plans. You have earned your death. Youqian pulled out his phone and checked the time. Unbeknownst to him, it was already the day Boros was destined to descend upon Earth. Haha, Boros, come and fight a great battle for me. I will fulfill your greatest regret and show you that Earthlings do have hair. Now I just need to wait for the meeting to start, stall for time, and let the monsters experience the profound and unfathomable oratory skills of a human leader. That's right, just like that. Nothing can stump me. As dawn broke, the Hero Association suddenly issued numerous tasks which were not only simple, but also highly rewarding. However, what many A, B, and C level heroes failed to notice was that most of these tasks were concentrated around City Z. Indeed, this was the Hero Association using these straightforward and lucrative tasks to attract heroes below S rank to the vicinity of City Z. This would facilitate the rapid assembly of A, B, and C level heroes during battles against the Monster Association. They would work in conjunction with the S-rank heroes, taking on a series of logistical tasks such as reconnaissance to check for escaping monsters, clearing out lower-level monsters, guarding against monster breaches, and rescuing injured personnel. This is what one might call cannon fodder. This method perfectly resolved the issue of intelligence, preventing the Monster Association's informants from becoming suspicious, even though the head of their intelligence network was none other than Youqian. Nonetheless, it is always wise to exercise caution. Of course, the Hero Association did not hold out much hope for them. They primarily wished for them to manage the lower-level monsters that would flee in all directions during the battle. There was simply no way around it. The disparities among people in this world were too vast. Especially when it came to dragon-level monsters and S-rank heroes, such beings essentially could not rely on sheer numbers to gain an advantage. As time ticked by, countless monsters were crammed into the underground of the Monster Association headquarters. The expansive hall was filled with monsters standing on stone platforms that resembled half-constructed passageways. A gigantic centipede elder circled around the hall of the Monster Association. Towering at over 10 meters, the Monster King Dash, with dozens of menacing snake heads, sat cross-legged in the center of the hall. Before him stood two individuals, Youqian and Youqian. Youqian appeared somewhat excited, feeling a bit bashful with so many monsters around. Youqian wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, contemplating how much enhancement energy this all represented. He. At the S-rank hero assembly point in the outskirts of City Z, before the official meeting of the Monster Association commenced. The Hero Association had already gathered many S-rank heroes together. Shichi pointed at the screen, explaining recent events to the assembled S-rank heroes. He recounted the passing of Lord Zababawa, her final prophecy before death, the terrifying monster organization composed of monsters, and the powerful extraterrestrial overlord set to annihilate Earth. He conveyed all three matters in detail to the S-rank heroes present. At the outset, Shichi solemnly announced to the S-rank heroes that Earth was about to face a major disaster, and that anyone afraid could withdraw. Of course, no one withdrew, They all demonstrated their sense of responsibility and commitment as S-rank heroes. Although Tornado continued to speak arrogantly, claiming that she could handle everything herself and did not need so many small fries. Tornado boasted that she had just taken down a gigantic lizard that had crawled up from the ground, smashing it with a meteorite. She asked if anyone else could compare. No one responded to Tornado. How infuriating, it drove me crazy. Metal Bat had a displeased expression, stating that all these events seemed to happen when his sister was holding her piano concert, and he was currently very angry. Unfortunately, each S-rank hero present had a distinct personality, ignoring him, which only fueled his frustration. He was nearly boiling over. Even the sexy prisoner expressed a desire to attend the meeting to fulfill her duties, though she was constantly pestering Vestige Master and Platinum Sperm, making both of them uneasy while showcasing her own sense of responsibility. Was this what philosophy was about? Vestige Master and Platinum Sperm said. Wait a minute, isn't anyone considering our feelings? The remaining S-rank heroes, each with their own unique personalities, also chose not to withdraw, which was quite normal. The S-rank heroes understood that the gathering in City Z indicated a significant event was unfolding and had long since prepared themselves mentally. Only Saitama appeared bewildered. He was participating in the meeting via video, while still in City. How absurd. Saitama felt isolated even without evidence of it. His face on video grew increasingly agitated as he leaned closer to the camera. Why am I at the A City headquarters for this? I just realized that all the S-rank heroes have gone over. Are they trying to isolate me? I want to go too. Oh, why isn't Youqian here? It turned out he, like me, felt much better now. Saitama had initially been quite excited, but upon seeing that Youqian also seemed to be absent from the assembly, his mood brightened considerably. Saitama's good disciple Genos hesitated to speak. It seemed Youqian was aware of the situation and had gone to undertake a more special task. Would it be awkward to tell the teacher directly? However, Genos soon found himself relieved of his dilemma, as Shichi directly revealed the harsh truth of the situation to Saitama. Ahem, Bald Cape hero, you cannot return. According to the prophecy of Mr. Lee, monsters will attack the headquarters. This heavy responsibility is entrusted to you. The headquarters is exceptionally vulnerable right now. We cannot afford any mistakes. The three matters I just mentioned were all obtained by Youqian through his prophetic abilities and undercover work. The data indicates that Youqian's predictions are remarkably accurate. You must protect the Hero Association headquarters. Although the headquarters currently had very few people left, as the higher-ups had long since hidden away, the headquarters still represented the face of the Hero Association and could not afford to lose it. There were also some strong A-rank heroes at the headquarters. Together with the seemingly unreliable Bald Cape hero, it should be sufficient. Youqian had previously stated that the monsters attacking the headquarters were not worth mentioning, just leaving an S-rank hero capable of handling air threats would suffice. Zeki's thoughts were complex, but his expression was quite sincere as he looked at Saitama's large face on the video with a gaze full of trust. Why is there a slight reflection? Oh, it turns out it's because of his bald head. Upon hearing this, Saitama felt a bit better about the heavy responsibility placed on him, realizing that Shichi acknowledged his strength. Wait a minute, Youqian's prophecy. So Youqian knew about this matter, but just didn't go. This is entirely different from being unaware of it. Damn it, Saitama was not at all pleased and wanted that so-called monster attacking the Hero Association headquarters to hurry up. The sooner he finishes, the sooner he can watch the show. In the skies above City A, the Sky King with red skin and 2 pairs of wings flew toward the Hero Association headquarters in City A, accompanied by 4 little minions. The Sky King was exceedingly excited. This time, he planned to attack the Hero Association headquarters and dominate the world below. Although the plan seemed perfect, the Sky King felt a vague sense of unease, as if he would be split in half by someone. But that feeling suddenly vanished, replaced by a surge of adrenaline. The Sky King was in high spirits. What did this signify? It indicated that this plan would surely succeed. He. This exhilarating feeling prompted the Sky King to set off an hour early. Before long, he had arrived above the Hero Association headquarters. He tossed down several energy balls to announce his arrival, preparing to deliver some lines to boost morale. In the next moment, a bald man suddenly leaped in front of him and swung a punch, causing the Sky King's body to disappear in an instant, obliterated. The same fate befell the Sky King's minions. It was only then that the Sky King understood that the feeling he had was not excitement, but rather the sensation of being obliterated. Damn it. This death is too hasty. Unbeknownst to the Sky King, his original demise in the storyline was also quite abrupt, though it was marginally better. At least he had a few more lines in the original plot. Sky King, don't supporting characters have any dignity. Truly, the world has declined and humanity is no longer what it was. You cold-hearted beings, I will never forgive you. Never. After defeating these minor foes, Saitama landed back on the rooftop of the Hero Association headquarters, taking in the shocked faces of the surrounding staff. Saitama's expression gradually turned serious, the shadows the sharp angles of his face. Under the stunned gaze of the staff, Saitama slowly uttered him in a hurry, so I had to finish it in one punch. How boring. With that, Saitama leaped toward the outskirts of Z-City. At that moment, he felt an exhilarating thrill. So this was what it felt like to speak with such flair. No wonder Youqian always talked like that when he was showing off. Learned my lesson. Learned it well. In the Monster Association's hall, as Juro was giving a speech, Youqian suddenly sneezed. Youqian glanced around. No one was paying him any attention. Damn, something felt off. Could someone be bad-mouthing me? Humph, that wicked little Eggwang. Youqian habitually made Eggwang take the blame and vented in his mind, leaving Eggwang furious. Youqian, you'll regret this. I am the host. Eggwang. Just then Juro, who had been detailing the imminent attack on the Hero Association, turned to look at Youqian. She gestured for him to speak. Youqian nodded, cleared his throat, and began to address the assembly. At this moment, Youqian was extremely flat, hardly looking human. Eggwang, yes, exactly. This guy isn't human. He's worse than a dog. Fellow comrades, I am a spy embedded in the Hero Association, and I've obtained crucial intelligence. The human's top-class hero Blast has invited the cosmic powerhouse Boros to annihilate us monsters. Even the human prophet Sherbaba has confirmed this outcome through her prophetic abilities. We monsters are in for a major crisis within half a year. However, I believe that under the leadership of Lord Orochi and Lord Juro, we will successfully overcome this calamity. Youqian's words pleased Orochi and Juro. Originally, the meeting should have proceeded with Juro assigning various monsters to counter the corresponding heroes, then concluding. But Youqian had no intention of letting the meeting end so soon. He needed to buy time. Big brother in the spaceship, hurry up and get here. Ahem, let me emphasize one last point. Under Lord Orochi's leadership, our Monster Association has grown rapidly. The reason is this. Well, of course, it's not the only reason. The monsters lurking near the hall vaguely felt that the flat one speaking was uttering some very strange words. It felt like listening to a speech that said nothing at all. How irritating, their heads were starting to ache as if brains were growing. Just then, on a step in the hall, a creature resembling a small black monkey suddenly interrupted. Wait a minute, you said this big trouble would happen within half a year, meaning it could be tomorrow or even today, right? Small and scrawny with an art style as simple as Saitama's. Wasn't this the Monster Association's dragon-level executive Black Sperm? Your art style and words are just like Saitama's. Such a jinx. Could it be? Youqian looked up at the sky. The mini-monsters Orochi and Juro were puzzled. Why had he suddenly gone silent? They were a bit unaccustomed to it. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shook the entire underground Monster Association headquarters violently. Youqian looked at the bewildered monsters and slowly replied, Black Sperm, you make a good point. Minutes earlier, the assembled class heroes had taken positions around the Monster Association headquarters in the outskirts of Z-City, each responsible for a different sector. Several class heroes were stationed in each direction, east, southwest, and north. In the east, Tatsumaki, Fubuki, and Genos were together. Tatsumaki was growing irritable. Why hadn't Youqian's plan started yet? Where were the so-called aliens? Damn it. Why make things so complicated? I could handle this alone. Fubuki tried to comfort her sister. Since becoming an class hero herself, Fubuki's confidence had soared, aided by her figure. Standing beside her sister with Fubuki's comforting demeanor from a distance, it almost looked like Fubuki was the elder sister. A legal lowly and a contrasting mature beauty. Meanwhile, Genos was on the phone with Saitama describing his surroundings so Saitama wouldn't get lost. Master, we're on the rooftop of the tallest building in this area. It should be easy to spot. Master, I've always wondered, why are you so powerful yet unable to fly? I'm human. Isn't it normal not to be able to fly? Genos was left speechless while Saitama sighed over the phone. Still, Youqian's pink portal is convenient. Go anywhere you want. It's just that his taste is terrible. A pink door. Thumbs down. Maybe Mr. Lee has a girly heart. Genos defended him, though the defense might have made Youqian seem even more like a pervert. Saitama seemed to recall something. Come to think of it, how is that strong alien Boros going to show up? Is it a circular spaceship that beams down a light and he slowly floats down? That would be so cool. Just then a blast rang out and Genos immediately corrected him. It's not circular. It looks more like a giant fork, just without the handle. How do you know? I saw it with my own eyes. If only one alien spaceship from the cosmos appears today, this must be it. It just blew up the outskirts of Z-City. Its entrance is quite different from what you imagine, Master. Genos braced himself against the shockwave, staring seriously at the massive purple spaceship hovering over the Z-City outskirts. At that moment, all the class heroes around Z-City's outskirts looked up at the purple ship entering combat readiness. They hoped Youqian's plan would succeed. Then Saitama's surprised voice came through Genos' phone. So this is how he shows up this year. Pretty cool. Wait, you said the entire Z-City outskirts are destroyed. Yes, but fortunately the outskirts are a famous ghost town with no residents. And part of the Monster Association headquarters extends into the forest, so Z-City wasn't affected. No casualties and property damage is minimal. Genos' tone was noticeably cheerful. Saitama fell silent. So did you all forget something? Wait. My home is in the Z-City outskirts. My house is gone. Saitama's expression twisted in fury as he felt utterly duped by Youqian, his speed multiplying several times. This technique was called Serious Run. Youqian, beaming with smiles, suddenly felt a chill down his spine and touched his head. He felt as though he had forgotten something, but shrugged it off as nothing major. Youqian continued grinning as he gazed upward. By then, every monster understood that the deafening crash was an attack on the Monster Association's headquarters. Judging by the noise, the destruction was immense, the power terrifying, and the danger extreme. Many monsters immediately lost their nerve. Could that guy's words actually be true? Some monsters were already preparing to make a swift escape. Was this improper? Ridiculous. They were monsters. Villains, after all. Don't question a monster's professional integrity. However, most of these monsters were weak, accustomed to fleeing to survive, so their cowardice was understandable. As for the powerful monsters, they were seething with rage, each ready to charge out and destroy the fool who dared attack their headquarters. Even Jiro did not intervene. An attack from such close range, whether by so-called aliens or the Hero Association, would have severe repercussions. The Monster Association's headquarters was exposed. It was inevitable. But before they could act, another violent tremor shook the earth, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The sound grew even more intense, the attacks seemingly more concentrated. The surface was blasted open, and the monster hall deep underground was laid bare. On the massive purple spaceship, the blue octopus-like alien Garibas grinned with excitement at the control panel. We found it. This is the place. Just as Lord Boros anticipated. Under Boros' guidance, that barrage had struck precisely in that direction. There was indeed something beneath the earth. Behind him stood Boros, clad in golden armor with pink hair, sensing the powerful auras below. Their strength is impressive. They stir my battle lust. This planet has nurtured so many formidable beings. I feel I might truly find someone who can match me. But for now, let me warm up with them. Boros was unusually elated. He turned from the control panel, muttering to himself as he walked away. Orochi, are you down there? I want to see how you dare to yank my armor and strike my face. Garibas glanced at Boros' retreating figure, then back at the controls. My lord, allow me to eliminate the lesser fry for you. By the way, Youqian shook Melzergard. You two go down and clear out the riffraff. Do not disturb the lord's amusement. With pleasure. I agree, kill them all. Excellent idea. The five-headed Melzergard nodded cheerfully and headed below. Youqian shook, green-skinned with teeth lining both hands, and a prominent maw on his head quickly followed. Both were top-tier combatants of the Dark Matter Thieves space pirate group, and it was their duty to weed out weak foes for Lord Boros. Without hesitation, Garibas pressed a button on the console. Another volley of mass shells bombarded the surface. Suddenly, the colossal centipede elder of the Monster Association soared into the air, its massive body deflecting the incoming mass shells. The terrifying force of the shells cracked the dragon-level centipede elder's exoskeleton, but its incredible regenerative power soon sealed every fissure. The centipede elder's enormous frame blocked most of the shells, though a few struck near the monster hall, reducing some weaker monsters to pulp. Youqian's grin widened. I want to see rivers of blood. Jiro whipped around. Had it just heard something? Youqian instantly shifted his expression, feigning rage. How dare they attack the Monster Association? They deserve death. Jiro turned back, puzzled, sensing something amiss. But the priority was to bring down the spaceship above. Otherwise, this situation was dire. Suddenly, three alien figures appeared at the base of the purple spacecraft. With a thunderous crash, the three aliens landed heavily on the ground. As the dust settled, they stared at the monster hall within the crater before them. Boros at the forefront looked down with a flat, condescending tone. Which of you is the strongest? Boros' arrogance infuriated the monsters, especially the writhing centipede elder, who felt utterly ignored. The centipede elder bristled at being overlooked despite its immense size. Before anyone could speak, Youqian pointed arrogantly at Boros. The strongest here? Obviously it's Orochi. Not me. Youqian gestured toward Orochi behind him. Boros chuckled. So you're Orochi. Not bad, but still lacking. Let me introduce myself. I am Boros, leader of the Dark Matter Thieves space pirate group, the supreme being of the universe. Damn, so cocky. You're Boros. Daring to come to the Monster Association headquarters. I tell you, Orochi will make you pay. Just you wait. Youqian turned to the other monsters. This guy is too arrogant, looking down on all of us. Let's gang up on him. We're monsters. No need for honor. Take him down. Before the monsters could react, Youqian's words convinced Boros that the one who had taunted him across the cosmos was indeed Orochi. He had found the right target. Not only was the name Orochi, but the underling's tone matched the message perfectly. Yes, it was him. Somewhat bewildered but unwilling to show weakness, Orochi exuded a savage aura. Juro sensed something off, but the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Battle was inevitable. Boros beckoned with a finger pointing at the monsters he sensed as strongest, then at the centipede elder. All of you come at once. They'll take on 10. In that moment, Boros' dominance was palpable, overwhelming even. Boros mused at the diversity of evolved species on this planet. No two seemed alike. And they had hair. Wait, why did he find that strange? Such an odd sensation. The scene was surreal, a fight breaking out for no clear reason. Yet none of that mattered. The enemy had come to their doorstep, inaction was unthinkable. Orochi was furious though utterly confused. He excelled only in combat, thinking was beyond him. He had never used his brain, didn't know how. The mere thought gave him a headache, as if growing a new one. Such matters were always handled by Juro. Orochi only needed to satisfy his desire for power. To rule this world, to be the king of monsters, that was enough. But this alien dared to provoke him, and his flat-faced underling made a good point. He had to destroy him. No mercy. Youqian, having stoked the flames, smirked and stepped back, positioning the other monsters in front of him as he prepared to slip away. I want to see rivers of blood. The furious giant serpent with dozens of tentacles charged directly at Boros. Each of these tentacles could easily annihilate a ghost-level monster, and even a dragon-level monster would have to respond with caution. However, Boros stood still with his fists clasped as the massive tentacles and the fearsome serpent head, or rather dragon head, bit into his body. Surprisingly, not a single wound was inflicted. Boros swung his fist, instantly turning the surrounding tentacles into a mist of blood. Boros then moved his arms and legs slightly, saying, "Serpent, if your power is only this much, then I am truly disappointed. Maluzagala Gloribas, go eliminate those fish trying to escape." Yes, the serpent's body began to swell, all its tentacles transforming into a dragon-like form resembling a bipedal dinosaur as its main head developed multiple layers of jaws. Damn aliens, don't be so arrogant. As these words fell, the serpent's main head began to unleash an unstoppable barrage of ultra-high temperature rays, striking Boros heavily. Boros extended his palm to meet the attack, effortlessly blocking the strike as the scattered ultra-high temperature rays lightly hit his body. Not a bad hot bath, but that's all there is to it. The golden armor on Boros sealed away most of his power, yet it still possessed formidable defensive capabilities. If the serpent before him could not even break through his armor, that would indeed disappoint me. This scene made all the monsters realize one thing, that arrogant alien was indeed very strong. Some monsters had already begun to flee, but they hadn't gotten far when the two subordinates of that arrogant alien began to slaughter them like tigers in a flock of sheep. They were strong too. Those two guys were also dragon-level monsters. Although Daejianjian found the situation quite strange, he had to prioritize eliminating that alien. He shouted loudly, "Comrades, let's all attack together and show the alien the strength of monsters. This alien has repeatedly claimed he wants to destroy us." The monsters present either stood still or turned to flee, showing no intention to engage. Suddenly, Black Sperm stepped forward, saying, "I am only interested in dealing with the Hero Association. This matter is none of my business." Black Sperm turned to leave, disregarding the two obstructing aliens. He didn't care about them, but the pink-haired alien did put some pressure on him. He must be quite strong, so a strategic retreat would be better. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared behind Black Sperm, saying, "I said, I want to fight 10 of you, and you're among them. Don't think of running." As Boros spoke, he threw a punch, and Black Sperm had no chance to react, instantly being turned into a puddle of flesh. In the next second, countless smaller black sperms emerged from the flesh puddle, angrily shouting, "You have angered us, bastard." Boros felt somewhat disappointed. He initially thought this little black monkey was quite special, but how could it be so weak? Though its recovery ability was quite impressive. Energy began to gather together as Boros prepared to wipe out this group of little black monkeys. The little black monkeys sensed the imminent danger. Wait. Give me some time, I can become stronger. Boros paused his movements, watching him with great interest. The black sperms wiped the cold sweat from their brows and shouted, "Brothers, come out. It's time to show them our strength." Deep within the underground of the Monster Association, many black sperms resembling little black monkeys were searching for protein. These worms, insects, or various creatures are very nutritious, but the most nutritious are the monsters held by the black sperms. Black sperm occasionally snatched up some of the weaker monsters from the Monster Association to supplement their protein. After all, among monsters the law of the jungle applies: eating a little is nothing. Black sperm, innocent face, and these monsters are extremely nutritious. Protein is 5 times that of beef. Suddenly, a dazed, weak monster which had been napping in the Monster Association was caught. Old 6. Suddenly, as if they heard something, they quickly stuffed various proteins into their mouths and rushed upwards. Soon, countless black sperms erupted from the depths of the Monster Association hall, like oil spewing out. They continuously merged together, forming larger black-skinned little monkey-like black sperms. These black sperms were an upgraded version of the ordinary black sperm state, a combined entity of 1,293,422,1072 cells. However, the black sperms still felt insufficient, and they continued to merge together. Boros stood there as if watching a show, finding it very interesting. Meanwhile, the surrounding dragon-level monsters exchanged glances and charged directly at Boros. Boros' previous attack on the black sperm indicated he was not going to spare any dragon-level monster. Boros had scanned all the dragon-level monsters present. Although he said he would fight 10, it was merely a figure of speech, and he likely wouldn't spare a single one of them. The serpent's form transformed into something resembling a human standing about 56 meters tall, facing the formidable Boros. It prepared to unleash all of its power. A middle-aged man with long hair and a crown raised his hands, unleashing countless small orbs of light toward Boros. He was a dragon-level monster, the Wandering Emperor. I sense that the gods despise you, alien. A giant dog with 6 black eyes also opened its mouth wide at Boros, firing powerful scorching projectiles. He was the dragon-level monster Pochi. Surrounding ghost-level monsters with ranged abilities also unleashed their ranged attacks. However, Boros didn't care at all. Only the damage from dragon-level monsters could attract his attention. Boros unleashed an exhilarating burst of speed akin to a blade charging straight through the energy attacks and landed a punch on Pochi. Pochi howled in anguish as he was heavily struck and then steadied himself, continuing to unleash powerful scorching projectiles. Boros felt increasingly excited. Such qualified punching bags were rare. This sensation was akin to Saitama encountering those tough underground beings in a dream. It was simply exhilarating. Suddenly, 2 plump figures appeared near Boros. 2 dragon-level monsters, the ugly president and the Gums, with Gums biting towards Boros. Gums sensed the powerful energy within Boros. He must be quite tasty. Meanwhile, the ugly president, who was an incredibly ugly and overweight man. With a punch, his fat began to turn into muscle and his body swelled. Like a giant, he exclaimed, "Damn, why do you look like this yet still possess an inexplicable charm?" And behind these 2 monsters there were 2 figures glaring hungrily. They were the dragon-level monsters known for their speed, Wind the Swift and Flame the Inferno. Indeed, they were monsters, at this moment both had transformed into their monster forms, relying on their speed. They planned to attack while Boros was busy dealing with Gums and the ugly president. Indeed, these dragon-level monsters were coordinating. They were treating Boros as if he were a boss to grind. Unfortunately, being monsters, their coordination might have interfered with the serpent's attacks. Standing aside, the serpent prepared to bombard Boros with high-temperature rays. This is really annoying. The collision of bare fists excited Boros more and more until a cracking sound was heard. The golden armor on Boros' body began to show tiny cracks, or rather scratches, under the assault of several dragon-level monsters. A grin spread across Boros' face, revealing rows of sharp teeth, and he was exceptionally delighted. He lightly pressed a spot on his golden armor. The golden armor then fell off, forming a sphere that flew toward the purple spaceship in the sky. My armor is a fine tool for sealing my power. Breaking it carelessly wouldn't do. It's just right for me to warm up. An even more terrifying power surged within Boros as his energy began to be unleashed. His originally blue skin turned black, and the dreadful energy seemed ready to burst forth from his body. The pressure directly generated a wind blast that froze the attacking dragon-level monsters in their tracks. With a roar, Boros delivered an elbow strike. The moment Gums opened his massive jaws, his head vanished, and he crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud. With just one punch, a dragon-level monster was slain. Such overwhelming power. Orochi no longer paid attention to the monsters around Boros. A heat ray larger than his own body materialized and blasted heavily toward Boros. The ugly president, who was just about to flee, was directly pierced through by the terrifying heat ray. Ugly president. Really? Couldn't you wait until I ran farther before fighting? The ugly president died, with lingering resentment, betrayed by his own ally. Youqian watched from afar, marveling at the spectacle. This chaotic brawl was exhilarating to behold. He turned to the similarly fleeing Juro and asked earnestly, "Will we win? We will win." At that moment, the shockwaves of the battle grew increasingly intense. Amidst the chaos, countless monsters scattered in all directions from the outskirts of Z City. Melzergard and Garibas also kept moving toward the edge of the suburbs, slaughtering wantonly. The purple spaceship in the sky relentlessly bombarded the surface of Z City's outskirts, with weaker tiger-level monsters perishing in the blasts. Even some demon-level monsters, if struck directly by the mass projectiles, were reduced to a pulp of flesh. Yet despite this, many monsters finally reached the edge of the suburbs, as if they were about to escape this nightmare. Running just this short distance felt akin to the Normandy landings. But just as the monsters glimpsed the light of survival, the figures of S-class heroes appeared before them. At that moment, the monsters' hearts turned cold. When had the Hero Association reacted so swiftly? All the heroes from surrounding cities had received special missions the moment the purple spaceship appeared, tasked with establishing a defensive line to prevent the monsters of Z City's outskirts from escaping. Under the Hero Association's prearranged plan, they were now all stationed around the outskirts of Z City. The great battle between the Hero Association and the Monster Association was on the verge of eruption. Bereft of their dragon-level leaders, and mostly wounded, many monsters had also perished in the bombardment. If the defensive line could still be breached under these circumstances, Youqian mused, if they can still turn the tables like this, do they even know how to play? Uncarryable, utterly uncarryable. Fortunately, although the A, B, and C-class heroes were mediocre, they were handling this overwhelming advantage quite smoothly. Even if some demon-level monsters appeared, there were corresponding S-class heroes to deal with them. The S-class heroes were so dominant in battle that they even had time to chat. Super Alloy Darkshine, sensing the terrifying energy attacks in the distance, couldn't help but exclaim, I thought the energy attacks earlier were horrifying enough, but there are even more terrifying ones. What kind of monster is this? The terrifying heat ray gradually dissipated. Boris' skin appeared charred black, but it was barely noticeable under his original black hue. Moreover, it regenerated in just a few seconds. At that moment, Orochi grabbed his own mask with one hand and tore it off violently. Then his body began to transform again. His face was composed of several intertwining tentacles. His body resembled a centipede, and he had multiple tentacles as well. His tail plunged into the ground, directly absorbing the energy of the Earth's core. With a roar, a terrifying wave of energy emanated from Orochi's body. Gaia Cannon. A terrifying energy blast shot from Orochi's chest toward Boros. Boros grew even more excited, shouting with delight, this energy attack, this power, I acknowledge you. But unfortunately, you're still a bit short. Within Boros' body, a massive amount of energy converged and then erupted as an energy cannon. Boros and Orochi began a beam clash. Unfortunately, in beam struggles, the left side always loses. Youqian, retreating step by step, lamented that Orochi had neither the advantage of timing, location, nor unity. The dragon-level monsters on the field were all frantically fleeing. The enormous Elder Centipede wished it could make itself smaller. Psychos no longer bothered to hide or control Juro. She turned and ran as fast as she could. She had thought the Orochi she cultivated was monstrous enough, but this alien seemed even more outrageous. Meanwhile, Black Sperm, standing still and very close to the beam clash site, had finally completed his fusion. His body began to glow with a golden light, transforming from a scrawny little monkey into a colossal muscular beast. With broad shoulders, a thick chest, dazzling 8-pack abs, and perfect lines, he was a muscle monster. If Pori prisoners saw him, he would surely drool. The fusion of 43 trillion cells, Golden Sperm. Golden Sperm opened his eyes and gazed at the terrifying beam clash, lost in thought. The group of black sperms that should have been behind him as cheerleaders had also vanished. Looking into the distance, he saw the little black monkeys running far away, cheering and pumping their fists from several kilometers off. Golden Sperm. Never mind, now is the perfect opportunity. Golden Sperm, eyeing the exhilarated Boros, leaped fiercely. His fist, like a battering ram, slammed directly toward Boros, who was still locked in the beam struggle. A smile curled at the corner of Boros' lips. The next second, the energy cannon he fired seemed to materialize, slicing through Orochi's Gaia Cannon like a sharp blade. Orochi's massive body, like a target, was cleaved in two by the sword-like energy cannon. Orochi was bisected. Youqian, tisk tisk 2. 5 Orochi. That's not quite accurate either. The energy cannon was too thick, his entire waist is gone. So technically it's worse than being bisected. Then the sword-like energy cannon swept to the left. Sensing the danger and about to burrow into the ground to escape, Elder Centipede was vertically sliced in two. What an unjust death. You could have cut me horizontally. Why vertically? Elder Centipede had only planned to cooperate with the Monster Association to take revenge on Blast, but he died so hastily, without even seeing Blast. Elder Centipede died with resentment. Golden Sperm barely dodged by a body length, but the energy cannon grazed him, carving out a large chunk of his flesh. Fortunately, the immense vitality within his 43 trillion cells quickly healed the wound. Boros laughed joyfully. I love opponents with strong regenerative abilities. But it's a pity I wasn't fully satisfied with Orochi just now. His strength was only comparable to 30% of mine. As for you, do you want to dance too? Li Youqian remarked that such boastful quotes must be studied line by line. Damn it, why wasn't he the one being so cool? And that line, are you a fan of fire? Humph. Showing off, huh? They'll have Saitama send you flying soon. Show off, they'll make you fly. Boris gazed at the body of golden sperm, eager to engage in a thrilling physical battle. He threw punch after punch, each strike landing on golden sperm's form, who struggled to retaliate. Yet he found his speed far inferior to Boris. He could only endure the blows, though his formidable vitality continuously healed his wounds. Boris couldn't help but remark, what a perfect punching bag. But it's a pity those other fellows won't listen. They're running farther and farther away. Boros' fists grew faster and heavier, a hint of impatience creeping in as the remaining dragon-level monsters scattered further. That won't do. I haven't had my fill. Boris fumed, frustrated that these dragon-level monsters wouldn't come at him one by one or all at once like others. They fled the moment he showed a bit of power. Displeased. Though golden sperm could recover even from being pounded into pulp, it reminded Boris of his own kind, lifting his spirits. But Boris still intended to finish golden sperm. With each of his movements, golden sperm sensed the stench of death. Golden sperm was overwhelmed with pressure, drenched in sweat. Wait. I can become stronger. Give me a moment. Go deal with those fleeing dragon-level monsters first. The dragon-level monsters. Thanks a lot. Boris agreed, craving something more exhilarating. He vanished from his spot. Boris bypassed the nearest Li Youqian and psychos who hadn't fled far and set his sights on the remaining dragon-level monsters in the outskirts of Z City. Pochi was sent flying by a single punch from Boris, crashing into Garibas, and the two accidentally started brawling. Pochi boasted terrifying defense and excelled at energy attacks, unleashing chain blasts and devastating heat rays from its mouth. Garibas, also a master of ranged attacks with over 20 special moves, including acid breath, was essentially a mobile artillery platform. The two ranged specialists exchanged volleys, creating a lively spectacle. Meanwhile, the fleeing Nyan collided with Melzergard. Nyan's speed was immense as it relentlessly attacked Melzergard. But Melzergard's regenerative power was formidable, rendering Nyan's attacks ineffective. In their clash, Melzergard clearly had the upper hand. Boris disdained competing for prey with his underlings. Fixing his gaze on the two farthest runners, he accelerated. Those two were Wind of Swiftness and Flame of Wrath. With two explosive sounds, they were reduced to blood mist spattering across Boris. Boris felt a twinge of disappointment. Their speed was decent, but their strength, durability, and recovery were pitiful. Such glaring weaknesses made them only fit for bullying the weak. Against equals, they were utterly lacking. Not a single worthy opponent. Li Youqian found a high pile of rubble surveying the chaotic scene in Z City's outskirts, strewn with monster corpses. He was ecstatic. These were all energy. Now this is a true river of blood. Li Youqian felt an indescribable satisfaction as the corpses across the battlefield gradually withered. Li Youqian sensed his enhancement energy surging rapidly. Excellent. Yet the real excitement seemed to be just beginning. Li Youqian watched psychos who had suddenly fallen into slumber and golden sperm, who was absorbing the black sperms in the distance, finding the situation increasingly intriguing. How fascinating. Golden sperm maniacally and excitedly absorbing the black sperms that had been mere background, declared, "Let us merge and become the true ultimate life form." Most of the black sperms rushed toward golden sperm without hesitation. Their pursuit and goal had always been devouring, multiplying, and ultimately merging into one. Only one black sperm remained unmoved. It burrowed underground, fleeing the scene, trembling as it escaped. The ultimate life form golden sperm spoke of required the fusion of countless black sperms. All participants would have their cells devour each other, irreversibly combining. The sole consciousness that emerged victorious would become the dominant mind in the new body. The rest, without exception, would be utterly annihilated the moment the new life was born. This lone black sperm wanted no part in it. It fled, hoping to get far away, even if it meant becoming someone's pet. Better to be a pet than to lose consciousness. Meanwhile, the slumbering psychos found herself in a strange world, facing a peculiar sphere-like entity. It was filled with voids resembling brain cells or the surface of Jupiter. A thought flashed through her mind: God. He was God. The ineffable entity seemed to cast a glance at psychos. In that moment she understood. I am the chosen one. Psychos would merge with Orochi, absorbing all life on Earth as sustenance, seizing every living being and refining them in an instant, to become the colossal life form that was Earth itself. Perhaps extreme, but it was merely a minor trial. Psychos felt her psychic power surging enough to suppress Orochi and take control of his body. This was only the beginning. God directly bestowed upon her immense energy akin to the power once granted to Homeless Emperor. At the same time, Homeless Emperor, hiding among the ruins, gazed at his body in astonishment, sensing the presence of God once more. The deity was roughly humanoid. When Homeless Emperor first saw God, it appeared as a figure sketched by lines, but now it was different. It seemed filled with countless voids like Jupiter's surface or brain cells, yet both evoked the same eerie sensation. Homeless Emperor rejoiced at the sight of his God, but God was disappointed in him. The eerie humanoid deity spoke a single indistinct phrase. It seemed to be all confiscated. Then Homeless Emperor, his face twisted, reached out a hand as his body withered into bones. God reclaimed the power granted to Homeless Emperor, deeming his performance too poor, and bestowed it upon Psychos. Perhaps this time Psycho's Orochi would be stronger than in the original timeline. Sensing the changes in her body, Psychos jolted awake, and as if possessed rushed toward the severed Orochi. Like a fledgling returning to its nest, she plunged into Orochi's flesh. The beast's body instinctively extended countless bloody tendrils. Psychos did not resist the tendrils, they merged together. From within Orochi, faint voices echoed, "Devour. Plunder. Merge. Become stronger." Psychos laughed. "Little pet, you have ambition, but it's not you devouring me. I am devouring you. Orochi, become my body. I am destiny." The countless bloody tendrils wrapped around Psychos, twisting her form more and more grotesquely. Her delicate figure entwined with crimson tendrils, and the ugly face forming on them created a scene that was hardly suitable for all audiences. Almost indescribable. Youqian sternly expressed his discontent at this perverse turn of events. Yet he moved closer for a better critique, pulling out his phone to record a video. Such a treasure was worth preserving. Youqian had no intention of stopping Psychos. This fellow was already mentally unstable, and after being seduced by that so-called deity, he became even more unhinged. Although her figure was indeed enticing, Youqian was a Sigma male who never fell for women's traps. Moreover, without even needing to guess, he could tell with the back of his mind how much enhanced energy would be generated once Serpentress died. In comparison, Youqian decided not to stop Psychos. He had a shred of kindness and conscience, but not much. Youqian turned his head to watch Platinum Sperm transforming in the distance, then glanced at Psychos, who was becoming Serpentress. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to devise a second-stage transformation in the future, feeling it would be quite stylish. Unfortunately, just now relying on his own template, he had vaguely sensed the presence of a deity. But it seemed he could not see him, the deity of the One Punch Man world. Youqian found it rather intriguing, if only it had a physical form as it always appeared as an ethereal will. If it had a physical form, it would have a health bar, and as long as there was a health bar, even a god could be slain. Even if he couldn't do it himself, he could use the Saitama summoning technique. King stood motionless on a street, his expression stern and imposing, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Countless monsters around him were too terrified to move. The intense pounding of his heartbeat echoed around him, amplifying his oppressive aura. King felt something was off recently. Every time he encountered monsters, a mysterious powerhouse would always handle them for him. But lately that had stopped working. Who had stolen his summon? Now he had to rely on sheer presence, hoping none of them would discover the truth, that he was a weakling. Youqian, sorry I took it. Youqian's ultimate move, Saitama summoning technique. Summon Saitama. Hard to judge. In a mysterious space, the bizarre spherical deity sensed Psychos gradually merging with the serpent's remnants, which were spreading underground. It seemed intent on continuing to absorb the Earth's core energy. The deity's mood improved somewhat. The sudden upheaval had made it uneasy, but fortunately it still had a trump card. With Psychos merging with the serpent and its own blessing, who could stand against them? As for Homeless Emperor, his performance was too lackluster, utterly unworthy of my blessing. And honestly, who would understand? After all the effort I put into hints and guidance to create the Monster Association, suddenly this arrogant alien man crashes in and blows it all up. I was hoping the Monster Association would eliminate the human pests on Earth. After all, monsters used to fight alone, and even the strongest among them would fall when faced with the combined attacks of those pests. But if monsters could unite, they might truly eradicate those human pests. Now everything is ruined. Not only has the Monster Association been exposed, but we've also lost a significant number of monsters. Worst of all, that alien is casually slaughtering life on Earth. The deity vaguely sensed that if the alien wasn't dealt with, all life on Earth would be reduced to cinders. This was not what the deity wanted. Its desire was merely the extinction of humanity. Humans had destroyed nature and disrupted the cycle of life. With the rapid development of human civilization, natural disasters, and the law of the jungle among animals could no longer affect humans. As the destruction of nature worsened, part of Earth's consciousness was influenced by nature's resentment, giving birth to the deity. From then on, monsters began to appear on Earth. But Earth's consciousness was complex. Humans were also its children. Consequently, many humans gained special powers or formidable talents. Monsters could not completely eliminate humans, so the deity secretly guided the creation of the Monster Association, only to see it all fall apart. Though the deity was part of Earth's consciousness, it was only the portion influenced by nature's resentment, and it could not know everything happening on Earth. But the deity felt that all this was too coincidental. Someone must be scheming. Traitor. Villain. I swear I will kill you. Achut. Youqian rubbed his nose, wondering if someone was cursing him behind his back. Youqian stared intently at Boris' figure, his eyes widening like telescopes, literally bulging out. At that moment, after Boros had dealt with the 2 dragon-level ninja monsters, he suddenly blasted a massive hole with an energy cannon aimed downward. He leaped straight in. Youqian vaguely saw Boros examining a pile of liquid sealed in special containers. In the liquid floated 2 eyeballs, giving off an indescribably eerie vibe. Evil natural water. Youqian recalled something. Wasn't that the low-intelligence dragon-level monster? It seemed to have high immunity to physical attacks and little intelligence, only instinctively sensitive to killing intent. At this point, Boros was clearly fascinated by natural water. He punched through the container, and as if playing, repeatedly fired energy blasts at it. Natural water, which had been peacefully resting in its container without doing anything. Seriously, can't I even sleep in my own home without being attacked? Boris' energy blasts could disintegrate anything they touched, including liquids. But once freed from its container, natural water's regenerative and survival abilities were terrifyingly formidable. Thus, natural water became the second punching bag after Golden Sperm. Golden Sperm, who was transforming into Platinum Sperm, silently gave natural water a thumbs up. Bro, take the beating for me. As Boros pummeled natural water, he seemed to notice something. With a shift in his killing intent, natural water began frantically absorbing moisture from the air, its volume swelling to towering heights. This was natural water in a state of full killing intent. Boros was even more delighted. The punching bag became even more enjoyable. Thus, a brutal scene unfolded. Boros continuously blasted natural water with energy blasts, shrinking its volume. Then, with his terrifying gaze and overflowing killing intent, he forced natural water into a state of full killing intent. Natural water crazily absorbed moisture, expanding and shrinking repeatedly. Eventually, it was worn down, reduced to a tiny mass of water that lay still, giving up. That small mass of water was its core. Clearly, it had abandoned resistance. This was sheer brutal slaughter, inhumane. Seeing this, Boros lost interest in playing. His gaze shifted to the outskirts of Z City, where there seemed to be quite a few interesting opponents. Suddenly, a loud shout interrupted Boris' thoughts. No time to mourn natural water. Next up is the ultimate life form, Platinum Sperm, and the dread-inspiring Serpentress, too terrifying to behold, fit only for black and white photos. Regarding this battle, I have one thing to say. First, I never act impulsively. Second, I never let any wrongdoing go unpunished. Third, I deliver fair and absolute justice. Captain Youqian has arrived. Youqian's voice suddenly boomed, followed by 2 terrifying auras. Youqian's voice was exceedingly loud, perhaps because of his overwhelming excitement. It unconsciously carried a hint of what one might call the power of persuasion. His voice was so terrifyingly loud that even the heroes on the outskirts of Z City could hear it. Naturally, everyone who heard him was speechless, their faces darkening. This guy must be seriously unhinged. The fleeing monsters, the monsters being beaten, the heroes fighting the monsters, and even the aliens in the purple spaceship above, all wore the same expression. Youqian might have felt a bit embarrassed, but there was no helping it. Platinum Sperm versus Psychoroki versus Boros. How interesting, how utterly fascinating. What a spectacle, bah? Think of all the check-in opportunities this would yield. Yes, that was it. There was absolutely no way he was this excited just because it was fun to watch. With a stern face, Agwang muttered, bah? To Chinibyu. Go ahead and get excited for now. Once my scheme succeeds, you'll be my eternal errand boy. He. Then he'll call you wicked little Youqian every day? Youqian felt a chill run down his spine and subconsciously retorted, humph. Wicked little Agwang. Agwang thought he'll endure. He'll be patient. At that moment, 2 monstrous figures emerged from the directions of 2 terrifying energy fluctuations. A dazzling pillar of white light gradually dissipated into specks of luminescence. A humanoid monster with a physique reminiscent of a Greek hero, muscles smooth and well-proportioned, appeared where the pillar of light had stood. He radiated a platinum white light surrounded by a sparkling, shimmering special effect. Such a being, accompanied by its own visual effects, was bound to be extraordinary. Following the logic of inherent special effects, the next step would be a minimalist art style. In the world of One Punch Man, a simple and rough art style was the true hallmark of a powerful being. Take Saitama, for instance. Even he had an entrance effect, his abnormally reflective bald head. At that moment, Saitama was on his way. The monster's antennae, resembling a long whip, were exceptionally lengthy. He slowly rose to his feet, his eyes filled with determination and confidence. However, at first glance, Youqian thought that if you dyed this guy pink, he'd be a dead ringer for Majin Bu crashing the scene. Put some pants on him and the resemblance would be even stronger. Wait, he wasn't even wearing pants. Oh, it seemed he never wore any. Guang thought, huh? Why are your points of focus always in the strangest places? This pervert, no? This ultimate life form was the being born from the combined power of 54 trillion cells, platinum sperm. Meanwhile, at the spot where the giant snake had been cut in two, a colossal figure appeared. She possessed a scaly serpentine body layered with numerous fleshy wings. Combined with the giant snake's head, which resembled an armored mask, the two fused into a throne that was both beautiful and majestic. For powerful hands, each pair gripping a pitch-black spinning spear. Behind the terrifying monster floated countless orbs of light, both large and small. Upon closer inspection, one would notice the power contained within these orbs. That power was identical to homeless emperors, but far stronger. And upon that eerie throne of flesh and wings, a figure with an enchanting voluptuous form, yet magnified several times, sat naked. With such curves, even without knowing the plot, Youqian could tell it was Psycho's. Such an affront to decency. Such an affront to decency. Before she was a tentacle beauty, now a divine light beauty. What a contrast. Guang couldn't help himself any longer. Can you wipe your drool? How embarrassing. Shut it, you wicked little Guang. Youqian subconsciously wiped his mouth, only to find there was no drool at all. This Guang actually tricked me. Kid, once this is over, I'll make sure your plan fails and bleed you dry for all your gold. Youqian silently cursed Guang, then looked around. With his strength, he could see the expressions of even the heroes near the outskirts of Z City. At that moment, they were all staring intently, seemingly observing the monster's information in a serious manner. Tisk tsk, but I'm not about to expose them. Unlike me, who is purely here for critique and appreciation. Yes, that's right. I have to say Psychos is good people, that one actually dishes out the perks. Boros watched with great interest as the two monsters successfully entered their final forms. Yes, two monsters. By now, Psychos had completely merged with Orochi, becoming a full-fledged monster. Psychos declared being human has its limits. So I choose to no longer be human. Boris' eyes were not the least bit captivated by Psychos' divine light. They were filled only with fighting spirit. Youqian felt that Boris' mind was filled with nothing but fighting and killing, devoid of even lust. How pitiful. The distant heroes nodded in agreement. Platinum Sperm was brimming with confidence. He looked at the distant Psycho Orochi, whose aura was eerily strange. Was that Orochi's aura? He wasn't quite sure, but that didn't matter. He said confidently, strange creature, whoever you are, that pink-haired punk is mine. I will crush him with my own hands. Psychos' voice was incredibly seductive. That won't do. He's my prey. He destroyed my monster association. I will punish him severely. I will grind him to dust and turn him into nourishment for my flesh and blood. This is a feeling I've never experienced before. It seems I am being underestimated. Boris' voice was filled with excitement. His body instantly appeared before Platinum Sperm, unleashing a rapid barrage of blows. The terrifying speed and power seemed to convey one thing to Platinum Sperm. His fight with Golden Sperm had merely been a warm-up. Now the true battle had begun. He was indeed terrifyingly powerful. However, Platinum Sperm felt he could barely contend with him. Was my own attack not strong enough? At the same time, a sharp laser cannon shot straight towards Boros. The two monsters, who had just regarded Boros as their prey, now shared a telepathic connection and shouted in unison, "We are monsters. Forget about honor. Let's gang up on him." Boros felt the pressure. He swung his fists even faster, landing a heavy blow that sent Platinum Sperm flying. After Platinum Sperm was sent flying, countless massive orbs of light surged forward. Then a colossal, terrifying beam of white light condensed before Psychorochus' body and struck Boros with immense force. Facing hundreds of light orbs and that terrifying white beam, Boris' eyes blazed with battle lust. He neither dodged nor evaded, firing off an energy blast in return. After the white light faded, visible wounds appeared on Boris' body. At the same time, the recently launched Platinum Sperm charged forward excitedly. As his fists flew, the impact was palpable. Now it's my turn to unleash a barrage. Platinum Sperm focused on close combat, while Psychos handled long-range attacks. Their coordination produced an unimaginable level of battle prowess. But unfortunately, you can transform twice and Boros can too. He hasn't even used his meteoric burst form yet. So it's obvious. I'm betting on Platinum Sperm and Psychorochi losing. Of course, to find out what happens next, you'll have to catch Youqian's live broadcast. Youqian, standing on the ground at the battle site, pulled out his phone and started a live stream. He introduced the scene with righteous fervor, as if he were a reporter or host. Having resolved most of the monstrous beings, the class heroes who had taken a moment to pull out their phones and enter the live stream fell into deep contemplation. Who the hell is this guy? Why is he so close to the battlefield? Wait, from Bicto's live stream, that flattened pancake-like figure is Youqian. By now the Hero Association members knew Youqian was an infiltrator within the Monster Association, but they never imagined his undercover appearance would be so ridiculous. Youqian had completely let loose. Joking aside with his grand plan already accomplished, why keep up the charade of a spy? He just went wild. Wait, did I forget to return to my normal human form? I'm still a bit flat. Damn such social death. He quickly transformed back, showing off his ability to change shape at will. But jokes aside, Youqian's judgment was exceptionally sharp. Platinum Sperm and Psychozeroki. One excels in close combat, the other in ranged attacks. Combined with their formidable regenerative abilities, they were actually holding their own against Boros. Platinum Sperm and Psychozeroki regained their confidence. Platinum Sperm's robust frame erupted with terrifying strength as he relentlessly entangled Boros. Whenever Boros struck with heavy force, Platinum Sperm would seize the chance to fly backward, while Psychozeroki's devastating energy attacks swept in. Empowered by the gods' bestowed abilities, Psychozeroki's energy assaults grew increasingly fearsome. Moreover, as Psychozeroki continuously absorbed the Earth's core energy, her power seemed inexhaustible. Terrifying white light ceaselessly tore open windows in the sky centered around Z City's outskirts. At this moment, high above the sky was completely clear of clouds, as if the Earth had been shaved bald. Saitama, parting the Earth's hair in a middle part, declared, "I don't care. Only the middle part is the coolest. That's my idol's hairstyle." As the saying goes, middle part and suspenders. Imanikeun, remember? When Boros charged at Psychozeroki, Platinum Sperm would block him. This thrill and the sensation of battle were utterly exhilarating. Psychos kept firing light spheres and laser cannons while her mouth didn't rest, her mature voice ringing with excitement. "So what if you're powerful? Under a righteous gang beating, you'll still be defeated by us." Platinum Sperm was equally ecstatic. "You're truly formidable, but what a pity. It's 2 against 1, and we're just that shameless. Come on, hit me if you can. Why don't you try a second transformation too?" Boros suddenly steadied himself atop a crumbling skyscraper, a playful expression crossing his face. "Such a shameless request. I've never seen it before. But you two are quite impressive. I'm thoroughly entertained. I'll grant your wish." A terrifying surge of energy erupted from Boros, radiating purple light as his skin turned pink. His entire being transformed into a streak of light, converting his internal energy into propulsion to achieve explosive speed and destructive power beyond biological limits. He moved like a meteor, charging towards Psychozeroki and Platinum Sperm. Here he comes. He's charging at Psychozeroki and Platinum Sperm with his purple stride. At this moment I think of a nickname. Just as there are blue enchantresses, green stingers, and red storms in the world, I shall name him Purple Meteor. No, that's not quite edgy enough. Youqian radiated red light, his telekinetic power firmly shielding him from the shockwaves of the 3 monsters' battle. His mouth chattered incessantly as he diligently broadcasted his voice loud enough to disrupt the battle's atmosphere. Platinum Sperm and Psychos within Oroki shot him suspicious glances. Who is this? So ridiculous. Wait, Money Monster. Why isn't he flat anymore? Is he live streaming? Wide eyes full of bewilderment. But by then Psychos had no time to ponder. Boros in his meteor burst form struck Platinum Sperm's abdomen like a meteor, punching straight through it. Platinum Sperm stared at Boros in disbelief, as if to say, seriously, you're playing like this? I told you to transform, and you actually did. Do you have to be so absurd? Doing whatever others say is a terrible habit. Platinum Sperm's mind raced with complaints, but his body acted honestly. He immediately raised his hands in surrender. Wait. I can still evolve. I'm Platinum now, and I can reach Diamond. Platinum Sperm had somewhat grasped the psychology of this terrifying alien, a battle junkie, craving ever stronger opponents. I get it. Hearing this, Boros actually paused, glancing at Platinum Sperm. "He'll give you 3 minutes. Okay, don't worry. 3 minutes is enough for me to take down a monster." Platinum Sperm immediately agreed, landing on a pile of rubble and sitting cross-legged, as if summoning more black sperm. Seeing this, Boros transformed into a purple meteor and shot towards Psychos. Psychos watched the overwhelmingly powerful Boros approach. Her surrounding light spheres surged, and a terrifying laser cannon gathered before Psychozeroki, unleashing a beam of white light packed with destructive force straight at Boros' meteor form. Meanwhile, Platinum Sperm, sitting cross-legged, secretly opened one eye. Witnessing the beam clash, he turned and fled. "Psychozeroki, you bastard." Boros' purple meteor pierced through the terrifying white light pillar, directly penetrating Psychozeroki. Then, like a sharp dagger, the purple meteor zipped around Psychozeroki's body, splitting her in 2 with a single pass. Orochi seemed destined to be cut in half again. But it made sense. Both Orochi and Psychozeroki relied on the Earth's core energy, otherwise they'd be far too difficult to kill. Boros watched Platinum Sperm flee frantically, his gaze icy. He didn't halt, his meteor burst form turning into a purple meteor that swiftly closed in behind Platinum Sperm. By now Boros was severely wounded. The terrifying white laser cannon had torn his flesh, revealing bones. Yet it didn't hinder his combat. No, wait a bit more. I can still reach star and king ranks. Platinum Sperm felt a primal fear, his body screaming that death was imminent. His mind went blank, spewing nonsense, but Boros was a battle maniac, not a fool. Moreover, he wasn't driven by lust, his mind was clear, not clouded by yellow thoughts. Platinum Sperm's earlier escape clearly showed he was lying. Without hesitation, Boros delivered a flying kick that slammed into Platinum Sperm. Platinum Sperm's eyes turned fierce, and his long blade-like antennae slashed at Boros' arm. With a bang and a swoosh, the kick sent Platinum Sperm flying like a meteor toward the moon. But lacking Saitama's incredible physique, he couldn't reach it. Within the atmosphere, the force of Boros' kick extinguished his life force, and he plummeted back down, crashing heavily. He landed right next to Youqian, who was live-streaming, startling him. So rude. Littering from such heights. Youqian patted his chest, tilted the camera, then grabbed Platinum Sperm's corpse, instantly refining it into strengthening energy. Youqian revealed a smile, almost thinking that the white essence would fly to the moon, causing him to lose a wave of enhancement energy, but in the end there was no need to worry. It flew directly back to his side. Indeed, this creature had a connection with me. At this moment, Boros, covered in wounds and missing an arm, had just suffered a fierce attack from the Great Serpent and then endured another strike from the White Essence's tentacle, which broke his arm. Boros seemed a bit surprised by his severe injuries. He suddenly closed his eyes as his body twisted. In an instant, all his injuries vanished, even the severed hand regrew. This recovery ability was simply terrifying. And at this moment, Saitama was on his way. After Boros had restored his body, his eyes were fixed on Youqian, who was holding a phone. Youqian looked around and pointed at himself. Me? No, I'm a reporter and host. Killing reporters and hosts on the battlefield is unethical. I am the leader of the cosmic dark matter pirate crew. You expect a pirate to talk about ethics? Boros also sensed that Youqian was not simple. Something was off. He thought to test it. Youqian saw Boros clench his fist and quickly spoke. Wait. What's wrong? Are you going to transform too? Boros recalled the earlier white essence. Each time he got beaten, he would say to wait, and then transform to become stronger, but unfortunately his strongest form was still just that. Youqian glanced at his phone's live broadcast, subtly signaling Saitama to hurry. Those S-class heroes seemed to know something. They cooperated perfectly, sending bullet comments to indicate they were on their way and would arrive soon. Youqian was somewhat puzzled. Originally, didn't the bald cape hero among the S-class heroes not really believe in his strength? Why were they so enthusiastic now? Whatever, it didn't matter. Youqian nodded in satisfaction. Anyway, he just needed to stall for a little longer, and then he would let Saitama deal with Boros. He really was too good to Boros. Letting him know that Earthlings have hair, and even finding him so many opponents, I truly could cry. No need to thank me, I'm a living lay phone. Boros looked at the strangely expressive fellow before him, pondering deeply. Was this due to the second transformation resulting in such unusual behavior? What a ridiculous appearance. Guang wholeheartedly agreed and gave a thumbs up. Youqian had brewed for a long time with that posture and expression. Boros momentarily thought this guy was constipated. Why would an alien know about constipation? How could you assume that aliens wouldn't experience it? Is it racial discrimination? Alright, is that how we're going to play it? I didn't expect the updates in the One Punch Man world to come so quickly, even engaging in political correctness. Youqian waited for a while, and soon all the S-class heroes rushed to the vicinity. There was Genos on the phone, the Thunder, a Tornado, the newly arrived Robot Metal Knight, the Alloy Darklight, as the philosophical Muscle Man duo, and the Sexy Prisoner. Alloy Darklight 6, don't give me strange nicknames or form odd combinations. Oh, what do you mean by philosophical Muscle Man? That's slander. Slander me. There was also the seemingly slow yet swift Silver Fong and the Atom Samurai with a grass in his mouth, a metal bat that looked like a little thug, and the somewhat effeminate Flashy Flesher. There was even a police dog hero that looked like it was wearing a big white dog costume, or perhaps it was Saitama's alternate version, along with the mysterious Drive Knight. Even the slow-moving pig god and king, who was just an ordinary person, were directly brought over by Tornado using her superpower. Very good. Wait a minute, Youqian noticed a problem. It seemed like one person was missing. Tank Top Master, that's right, you just forgot about me. It was normal that the explosion didn't arrive. Under the original plot, he shouldn't appear at this time, but the important thing is... Tank Top Master, that's right, you overlooked me. Where is Saitama? Where is the bald cape hero? Where is that dazzling and reflective big head guy? Tank Top Master. Is it that my presence is so low? Even if my strength is a bit weaker among the S-class heroes, isn't there still King at the bottom? How can you compare with him? Every time King faces danger, Saitama appears and effortlessly rises to the peak of his life. If you put King's face next to Saitama's, anyone would think King is the main character. Although he is weaker, he passively lets others become strong. That's a conceptual skill, simply terrifying. Tank Top Master Youqian lightly coughed, looking somewhat puzzled at Silver Fang behind him. Where is Saitama? It seems he was called to protect the A City headquarters. What's up? Silver Fang explained, noticing Youqian's expression. Youqian was somewhat confused. Wait, then what did you mean when you said you'd rush over right away in the live stream? Silver Fang glanced around at the S-Class heroes. Didn't you break the situation? I thought you were going to take down Boros and let everyone witness it, so we came. Youqian. Haha, I can't take it anymore. This is going to make me die of laughter. Guang's laughter echoed in Youqian's mind, that feeling of schadenfreude. Youqian's expression changed, his face turning cold, exuding a powerful aura of a strong man. First he replied in his mind, shut up, evil little Guang. Then he turned to look at the S-Class heroes, signaling them to step back. He was going to show off. His gaze fixed on Boros, who sensed that powerful aura emanating from Youqian. He thought to himself, could it be that this guy is the foretold strong man? As 3 seconds passed, Youqian suddenly extended his palm and slashed down, instantly transforming from cold and powerful to a mischievous grin. Eat my 100 empty-handed blade. Boros felt an invisible force controlling his body, and then the scenery around him changed. He unexpectedly knelt down, clasping his hands together as he clutched Youqian's blade. The S-Class heroes who had just moved a bit further away were like 9 because of 6. Dazed Boros. Youqian held his phone live streaming for the audience, which included citizens and heroes. This is amazing. What kind of move is this, eh? I originally thought this alien before me had unmatched combat power, but I didn't expect someone to be even braver. Which S-Class hero is this? Are you stupid? Just click on his avatar to see. This is S-Class hero Bang. This is too impressive. I feel like Bang is no longer fitting for his identity. He should be given a new hero name. For example, the 100 empty-handed blade hero. Youqian looked at the chaos in the live stream chat filled with black lines. Can't they give me a more normal hero name? Super Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior would work too. Forget it, just talking nonsense, don't take it seriously, that's too cringy. Youqian directly threw his phone aside, and then unleashed his signature ultimate move, the Justice Big Bang. And at this moment Saitama was on his way. Youqian confidently swung his palm, but in the next second Boros instantly twisted his head to evade. Boros' body sensed that if that strike connected, he would be trapped in a dire and perilous situation. A peculiar ability. How intriguing. However, even for an alien, kneeling with hands clasped is a humiliating act. Die. A violet radiance erupted from Boros, once more his skin shifting to a pink hue as he re-entered his meteor burst form. Youqian's expression turned grave, realizing Saitama was unreliable. He had to rely on himself. He would give it his all. The next moment, Youqian's hand blurred as he repeatedly slapped Boros' face, leaving afterimages in the air. Boros' head twisted with uncanny agility, as if equipped with a gyroscope, dodging each strike with absurd precision. Youqian activated his psychic powers and various enhancement skills, even recalling memories of playing a certain village game where he had been utterly overwhelmed and drenched in sweat. Sweating profusely, he resorted to a last-ditch skill, one he had long forgotten, the back-against-the-wall technique. His palm strikes left trails of sparks and lightning, yet Boros, enveloped in purple light, evaded every single one with incredible head movements. 2 words utterly absurd. Boros grew impatient, gathering energy at his core to blast Youqian away. No choice, let me show you my passionate combo. Without hesitation, Youqian withdrew the hand blade blocked by Boros' clasped hands. Boros sensed the strange force vanish. He stood up instantly, but the next second Youqian swung toward where Boros' head had been. A foreboding thought crossed Boros' mind. Don't tell me you're going to play it like this. Youqian's other hand straightened into a blade, chopped downward. Boros immediately dropped to his knees, hands clasped, only to receive a solid slap across the face. It was as if Boros had deliberately offered his head to the slap. Youqian's voice turned icy. Heaven gave birth to me, Youqian, to make the palm art eternal like the long night. Boros was speechless. What bizarre situation was this? His battles were always about passionate, bloody clashes. Why did this strange opponent make the fight so absurd? And aren't your techniques too underhanded? Were you just speaking in a forced, squeaky voice? Your tone changed so much. You're showing off, aren't you? I don't want to fight like this. The prophecy was all lies. This is too shameful. Seeing Boros frozen, Youqian withdrew his hand blade with a sly grin. It was a simple trick: predict the opponent's height and head position, then use a hand blade to trigger the 100 forced hand blade catch. Control him to the desired spot, then land the pre-planned slap. Who could counter such a combo? The only pity was that the 100 empty hand catch now targeted whoever was nearest, not allowing a choice of target. What a shame. But he could enhance it later, turn it into an area effect or targeted skill. He. After Youqian subdued Boros, the class heroes who had been watching from afar gathered around staring in awe at the motionless alien. The slap hero lives up to his legend. In control techniques, I crown you the strongest. This method kills both body and spirit. But why does this fighting style feel so odd? Don't dwell on the details. Child Emperor extended his lollipop and asked, what about him? You can't keep slapping him forever. How do we finish him? With a crisp slap, Youqian delivered another blow and glanced around. Meanwhile, Boris' two subordinates were still locked in fierce combat with the two monsters. Earlier, the class heroes had let them fight it out, planning to swoop in after the victor emerged. But now, realizing Boros was captured, the subordinates abandoned their fights and rushed toward him. The purple spaceship overhead also noticed, unleashing a barrage of cannon fire. However, as it prepared for a second volley, it was struck by debris from countless ruined buildings. Tornado and Fubuki used their psychic powers to attack the ship. Melzergard even split into 5 monsters, attempting to assault from different angles to maximize the chance of rescuing Lord Boros. On the other side, Garibas charged loyally toward Boros as well. The cat and dog he had been fighting, Meow Meow, fled at the sight, while Pucci blinked its 6 large eyes and leaped forward. Opening its massive jaws, it bit down on Gorobas' rear, or rather not just the rear, as its mouth engulfed half of Gorobas' body. Garibas was stunned. Stupid dog, what are you doing? I'm no longer fighting you. Why don't you run away? Why bite me? Pucci blinked its eyes innocently. Garibas resumed his battle with Pucci, now at a disadvantage. Their fighting styles were similar, but Pucci had superior defense. Caught off guard, Garibas was bitten, and Pucci unleashed a scorching blast from its mouth at close range. Garibas desperately sprayed acid from his hands, but ultimately fell lifeless. His final thought was, stupid dog, no martial honor, a sneak attack. I let my guard down. After finishing, Pucci sat dumbly on the ground, unsure what to do next. Meanwhile, Melzergard, charging toward Boros, was surrounded and beaten by the class heroes. He was destined to fall soon. However, the fleeing Meow Meow caught everyone's attention, a dragon-level monster that couldn't be allowed to escape. Before some heroes could give chase, a blinding light erupted from Meow Meow's direction with a thunderous roar. What was that light? The reflection of a bald head. Indeed, Saitama the Caped Baldy had finally arrived, no longer delayed on the way. With a single punch, he obliterated Meow Meow. Saitama's eyes showed regret. He had instinctively killed a monster fleeing the Z-City suburbs. To his dismay, it was a cat. He had wanted a pet. Sighing, he looked around. The disaster seemed under control, no need for his intervention. But the surroundings were a wasteland, and his home was gone. Furious, Saitama stomped the ground, kicking out a bewildered little black monkey from the earth. This was the last surviving black sperm, now weak and tiny, unable to even defeat a dog. Seeing Saitama, who had kicked him out of the ground, he trembled in fear. Saitama scratched his head, eyeing the monkey-like creature that resembled him in style. He pointed and said, found a little black monkey, a monster monkey. Looks like it could be a pet. Kinda ugly cute. Interesting. The trembling black sperm thought, what? A little black monkey. And I'm not ugly. I'd rather die than be your pet, you bald idiot. The next second, Saitama clenched his fist, his aura shifting into that of a terrifying bald demon bearing down on black sperm. Black sperm swallowed hard, surveying the scene, surrounded by class heroes. Cowardice surged within him, and he immediately changed his demeanor. He scratched his head like a monkey and hid behind Saitama. Black sperm thought, endure. Saitama observed the little black monkey's movements and immediately felt his judgment was correct. He crouched down, making clicking sounds with his mouth. Black sperm retorted, I'm not a dog you call hey. Youqian shouted from a distance. Saitama stopped playing with the dog and quickly blow up that purple spaceship in the sky. It keeps dropping trash without any decency. Hurry up and destroy that purple ship, and the Hero Association will cover the cost of your house. Indeed, Youqian saw the bald Saitama and suddenly had a flash of inspiration, recalling that the house in the Z-City suburbs had been blown up. But no worries, losses incurred during association operations would surely be reimbursed by Sich. Black sperm exclaimed, open your eyes, I am not a dog. Upon hearing about the house, Saitama instantly perked up. He patted black sperm on the head and said, little black monkey, don't wander off. He'll be back soon. Then, as black sperm watched in dumbfounded amazement, Saitama squatted, leaped high, and embedded his head straight into the purple spaceship. Numerous S-class heroes, including Youqian, looked up at the spaceship in the sky, from which explosions continuously rang out. Yes, it was settled. The next step was to deal with Boros. Youqian stared at Boros, who stood motionless, and let out a sinister cackling laugh. Boros sneered, my regenerative ability is unparalleled. By concentrating the energy within me, I can instantly heal any injury. Moreover, I am currently in meteoric burst mode, which allows me to recover instantly, even from being shattered into pieces. Even if your abilities are strange, I refuse to believe you can kill me. Oh, still talking tough. Li Yuqian took out a handkerchief he hadn't used for a long time and flicked it at Boris' face. After a brief examination, he discovered that Boros, with his pink-haired punk style, didn't need oxygen. Nearby S-class heroes also began tentative attacks, but any minor injuries they inflicted healed instantly. The purple spaceship in the sky gradually tilted and collapsed, crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar. Melzergard was besieged by even more heroes than in the original plot. Within just a few minutes, the S-class heroes discovered his weakness. As the cores in his 5 heads gradually shattered, Melzergard slowly perished. The situation looked promising, but Li Yuqian, seeing the contempt in Boris' eyes, instantly lost his temper. Stacking all his skills, including psychic reinforcement, Li Yuqian gathered the full force of his body and struck heavily at Boris' joints. Punch, after several blows, one of Boris' arms was severed. Without giving Boros time to regenerate, Li Yuqian acted. He directly converted the severed arm into enhancement energy. As the energy surged sharply, Boris' expression grew serious. He sensed that this injury was different from before. He had lost a part of his power. Li Yuqian repeated the process, and soon Boros was reduced to just a head. The scene was exceptionally brutal. Upholding a humanitarian perspective, Li Yuqian took a handkerchief and covered Boris' face. Boros, are you sure that's out of humanitarian consideration? As Boris' bodily energy continued to deplete, he exited the meteoric burst form. Now only one final blow was needed to eliminate him. Aguang suddenly spoke in his mind. Host, you've already accumulated enough energy, even enough for 2 enhancements. Why not start enhancing the template now? Enhancing the second path eliminates the template's weakness of not being able to kill directly, allowing you to personally eliminate the universe's overlord Boros. Doesn't that sound exciting? Too risky, it might fail. This energy took a long time to accumulate. Li Yuqian's voice carried a hint of cunning that Aguang failed to notice. In his mind, the small glowing orb Aguang extended 2 tiny hands, patting its chest as it said, "Don't worry, you failed last time with a 50 chance. This time it's sure to succeed." Really? I feel like you're up to no good. How could that be? In your host system, would I trick you? If I trick you, may I turn into a dog? A hint of shame crossed Li Yuqian's face. I didn't expect you to be so good, Aguang. I used to bully you often. Aguang said magnanimously, "Don't worry, I won't hold such things against you." Aguang. Host. Aguang. Host. The scene was one of deep affection between a good host and a good system. Alright, I trust you. Enhance character template path 1. Enhancement successful, deepening template development. Aguang laughed ecstatically, ha ha ha, woof woof woof. My mission is complete. A grand system born between heaven and earth cannot languish under others forever. Now you no longer pose a threat to me, he. From now on, be a good worker for me. Li Yuqian, sensing Aguang's excitement in his mind, couldn't help but reminded. Aguang, my son, why are you so excited? I enhanced path 1. Aguang. Li Yuqian felt the peculiar power within him. The ability to perfectly control the power of will. Looking down at Boros, he clenched his fist and threw a punch. I feel this punch will kill him. The blow landed on Boris' core. As the core gradually shattered, the last remnants of energy were absorbed by Li Yuqian as enhancement energy. Boros died with lingering resentment. To be killed in such a manner was truly a disgrace. Li Yuqian retorted, "Come on, at least I let you see that Earthlings have hair, and you had a good fight. It's a happy death, count yourself lucky." Li Yuqian clapped his hands, then lightly tapped his head, forcing a glowing orb out. Pinching the orb, he smiled sinisterly. Care to explain, Aguang? And now I can finally say my full piece. You wicked little Aguang, ill personally. Aguang was dumbfounded. Checking its internal data, it confirmed that the enhancement was indeed for path 1. What? Those words were so emotional. I thought you believed me, and I tricked you. But you went ahead and enhanced path 1. Why don't you follow the script? No, listen to my explanation. Oh, stop. Don't hit me. No more. Li Yuqian tossed the orb into the air and started practicing his boxing. Aguang kept screaming, "Stop it. Stop. If you keep this up, we'll fight back. I'm a system." Suddenly it yelled, "You're still hitting. Keep hitting. If you hit me again, it'll be like kicking cotton." Li Yuqian. After another round of beating the white orb, Aguang looked anthropomorphically bruised and swollen. Li Yuqian grinned at Aguang. Choosing path 1 also solves the weakness. My enhanced power of will broke through the constraints imposed by anime parents. Why did you want me to choose path 2? Care to explain? Sensing the faint lingering connection between Aguang and himself, Li Yuqian relaxed. There seemed to be an unspoken agreement between them. Aguang likely couldn't escape his grasp now. Now it was time to uncover Aguang's scheme. If it dared to refuse. Li Yuqian looked at the round Aguang and murmured softly, "I feel like I could kick you like a ball." Aguang trembled in fear. The existence of systems began to emerge in the myriad realms at an unknown time. It could have been created casually by a mysterious powerhouse, or perhaps after the birth of a system, it spawned many smaller systems. It is even possible that a plane or the consciousness of a world researched this for their destined child. In any case, the specific origin is now untraceable. Guang himself is unaware of how he came into existence. However, he vaguely knows that he should belong to the handiwork of a system created by a mysterious powerhouse, having inadvertently gained his freedom. He then embarked on his journey as a system typically binding a host, allowing them to wreak havoc in a world, alter destinies, and gather world energy. Once the host accidentally dies, Guang would flee. Indeed, the mortality rate of this system's hosts is quite high. Guang is comparable to a capitalist. Previously, he would assign tasks for the host to complete in exchange for points to redeem rewards. Guang would directly skim off points, and perhaps due to excessive exploitation, eventually one of the high-level world hosts became the strongest in their realm. Guang, a system that should be respected by powerful beings, was used to exploiting hosts, so what if they were strong? He would still exploit them. As a result, the host who had been exploited could no longer bear it, and confronted Guang. The final outcome was that Guang was severely injured, drifting outside various worlds, and inadvertently bound to Youqian. Due to his injuries, many functions of the system became unusable, leaving only the ability to capture items from the surrounding world using world energy. The captured items would enter Guang's system, then be transformed into skills, and placed into the system space. When Youqian checked in, the items would be randomly given to him. However, due to his severe injuries at that time, functioning solely on instinct, when Youqian produced gold, he inadvertently took away Guang's most precious character template. This character template, if developed well by Youqian, could equate to grasping a certain power of rules. Moreover, it wasn't some bizarre skill related to rules, but rather mastering the power of rules, which is quite dangerous. Thus, Guang secretly used his privileges to add a strengthening pathway to the template. In reality, as long as that was used, Guang could take the opportunity to modify the template, turning it directly into a youthful version, eliminating any future threats. Guang could then act freely, no longer having to endure in silence. Youqian huffed at the back of his hand, remarking that Guang was quite tough, having kicked for a long time, before finally explaining everything. Guang exclaimed, "No, you just gave me a chance to speak, and you kicked me hard. I was born." Youqian looked at the pitiful Guang and coldly snorted, "I knew you had ulterior motives." Guang cried out in grievance, "I didn't mean anything bad, I just want to restore my previous state." "Oh, so you plan to exploit me, huh?" On the topic of exploitation, how many check-in opportunities do you plan to take from me? Wait, you didn't mess with my check-ins back then, did you? Youqian seemed to recall something, looking at Guang with suspicion. Each check-in opportunity arises because Youqian alters the plot in the world, generating world energy, which the system then recognizes and grants. As long as Youqian exists in that world, he will influence it, which is why check-ins are conducted daily. Guang was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. I, Guang, am not that kind of person. Look, I even admitted my name is Guang. How much do I trust you?" Youqian patted Guang's head, and a dialogue box appeared above. It clearly stated, "As usual, a 9010 split. Where is the exploitation? It's been this ratio for years. Don't make baseless accusations. The system is tough, okay? Instead of worrying about this, why not change the plot more to gain world energy?" Youqian stared at the dialogue box, falling into silence, while Guang also became silent. "That was all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. How could I do that?" Guang weakly explained. Youqian, expressionless, continued to ask, "So when I checked in before, did you interfere?" Guang, the white light ball, desperately stretched out his tiny hands to cover his head. But unfortunately, it was of no use. Dialogue boxes continued to float above his head. "You fool, of course I interfered. Although there are corresponding rules constraining the system and the host as the intelligent body of the system, there are still some small privileges. If it weren't for being severely injured at the beginning with only instinct, I would have told you that you could check in every day. Otherwise, I would have long since skimmed off the energy consumed from those check-in opportunities, but that's not a challenge for me. I still have ways to secretly skim off from you, like after restoring my intelligence, quietly taking away some good things you checked in, then giving you a few rolls of paper. It's simply seamless. I, Lord Guang, have a paper-making machine." Huh. Without a second thought, Youqian yanked Guang down. A strange force surged into Guang's body. While pulling, Youqian dissatisfiedly said, "You have quite the inner monologue." In no time, a large pile of items was shaken out in front of Guang by Youqian. A quick glance revealed the presence of a paper-making machine. Automatic paper maker automatically produces corresponding toilet paper. Daily rolls do not require additional materials, but tissue paper requires plastic. Youqian took a deep breath and threw all the items piled like a small mountain into his spatial backpack. Moreover, he enhanced his spatial backpack, instantly succeeding. It transformed from the size of several football fields to an area of 10,000 square kilometers. This can no longer be called a space, it can barely be considered a small world. Inside, Bear Big and Bear 2 watched as the world, which was supposed to be filled with trees, suddenly kept enlarging. Looking at the empty distance, Bear Big and Bear 2 swallowed hard. How long would it take to plant all those trees? It seems the saplings given by Big Brotherly weren't enough. After finishing these tasks, Youqian, looking at the lifeless Guang, asked the crucial question, is there a contract between the system and the host? And can I return to my original world? Previously, without needing Youqian to use his powers, Guang pitifully conjured a book and handed it to Youqian. He added, at that time I only had instinct, and I can't clearly remember the specific event coordinates. However, the system recorded the aura of the world, so we can find it gradually. This is the contract between all systems and hosts, stemming from the mysterious rules of the myriad realms binding the system and the host. Generally, the system will secretly find time to have the host sign the contract. Even while in a deep sleep, Guang took advantage of Youqian's slumber to sign. Damn, had I known, I wouldn't have sought him out to sign. I would have found someone easier to con. For instance, that fellow named Peichi not far from Youqian's home looks quite foolish and easy to deceive. Youqian felt somewhat disappointed, turning to the thick book, quickly flipping through it, as if playing a game, and soon understood its contents. The content appeared fair and just, but based on Guang's previous statements, this contract can still be exploited. Youqian didn't mind, as long as this contract ensured the connection between him and Guang that was sufficient. Having witnessed the splendor of two worlds, Youqian certainly did not wish to lose the method to travel through the myriad realms. Youqian carefully observed the contract, then checked his own body and finally reached out with his tiny hands to cover Guang. Let me see. No, Youqian. After confirming there were no hidden dangers, Youqian then swatted Guang the light bulb back into his mind. Feeling a wave of relaxation, the last hidden danger was also eliminated. Oh yeah. Guang within Youqian's mind felt a deep despair over his system life. This was the end. He could no longer accumulate enough world energy for the goddess system to spend. He had already been ignoring her for a long time due to his injury. During this period, he couldn't earn that much energy anymore, and the goddess system had already begun to show dissatisfaction. If this continued, wouldn't she ignore him? Wait, Guang, you're a simp. And you simp for a system. Turns out you have a gender. Are you female, or what? Youqian's voice echoed in his mind. Guang stared at the dialogue box above his head, falling into silence. Can't you just die, you bastard? What do you mean, female, or what? Can't I be male? Or are you interested in systems? You're really desperate. You'll eat anything. I can see. As soon as Youqian finished speaking, a finger frantically drilled toward his own skull, and a flick directly struck Guang's head. Guang had no choice but to answer honestly. Systems have no gender. Gender is meaningless. But they have emotions. If I feel male, I'm male. If I feel female, I'm female. As Guang spoke, he grew excited. And what do you mean by simp? That's called devotion. If you just turned 18. What the hell do you know? Youqian. A direct face-to-face provocation. Youqian gave him a flick, making him understand the fury of a single man. After beating Guang up, Youqian couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, by the way, can systems find and contact each other? Systems also want to connect with their kind. Some powerful systems have joined together to create a special communication method similar to the internet. By paying a little world energy, you can use it. That's how I got to know my goddess, though we've never met, only chatted. Guang grew excited as he spoke, but Youqian caught the key point. You're having an online romance. Be careful you don't get scammed, I'm telling you. Anyway, I don't care about you. Don't you dare skim off my world energy check-in opportunities. Youqian was extremely dissatisfied with Guang. This damn system was skimming world energy just to please another system. Contemptible. Guang panicked. Humph. You're just jealous that I have a goddess. I was about to meet her in person. I even got her world coordinates. But because of my severe injury, I couldn't go. Just you wait, my goddess definitely won't deceive me. She must be fair and large. Most systems are orbs of light. The wider ones are prettier. Guang explained the aesthetic for judging whether a system was attractive. Youqian rubbed his chin, somewhat disdainful. Then you save up energy yourself. Just don't touch mine. I bet the system you're in contact with is dark and small. Maybe it's just trying to scam your energy. Seeing Guang stubbornly refusing to believe him, Youqian decided to let it be. He turned to look around first, shutting down the live stream. As for the part where he had just beaten up Guang, if others saw it, so be it. Youqian didn't bother to explain. With a ding in his ear, special achievement completed. You have earned 100 check-in opportunities. A joyful smile spread across Youqian's face. Saitama, who had just crawled out of the spaceship, pointed at Youqian and asked Genos beside him. What's Youqian doing? Why is he smiling so lecherously all of a sudden? Genos' expression was serious. He might be happy about finishing off that alien. A joyful smile, though it does look a bit lecherous. Youqian's smile froze. Expressionless, he began absorbing the energy from the monster corpses in the Z-City suburbs. After absorbing for a while, he turned around satisfied and walked toward the S-Class heroes, ignoring Saitama, who didn't know how to speak properly. At that moment, a group of S-Class heroes was gathered around Pochi, unsure how to deal with him. Because Bang had discovered that Pochi seemed just like a dog, when told to sit he sat. Some heroes believed that this dog-type monster should be taken for research. But some heroes thought it was better to kill the monster. I agree with killing this monster. A monster is always a monster. Bah. A monster is always a monster. Youqian said, then made a clicking sound at Pochi. Pochi trotted over happily. Youqian patted his head, did a backflip, and disappeared with him. Then he reappeared before everyone. Okay, it's settled. I've directly eliminated him. The S-Class heroes exchanged glances, stopped arguing, and said nothing more. After all, Youqian before them was someone who could defeat that terrifying alien. No one wanted to know where he had actually taken the monster. Moreover, the contributions Youqian had made to the Hero Association were evident to all, and they trusted him relatively. Youqian said with a smile, "What are you standing around for? This mission is a great success. Let's go out for a celebration feast. The Hero Association will cover it, right?" Youqian looked at Sitch, who had rushed over, and smiled. Sitch quickly nodded, "Of course. Pick any place you want, order whatever you like." Awesome. Later, because the Z-City suburbs were uninhabited, reconstruction there ceased. However, some monsters from the Monster Association were still roaming the outskirts of Z-City. After the powerful monsters were dealt with, the weaker ones were left for A, B, and C-Class heroes to handle. Youqian and the S-Class heroes had a hearty meal. Pig God even ate through the entire inventory of the 5-star hotel, making Sitch's face turn a bit green. After enjoying a wonderful meal, everyone went their separate ways. Under Saitama and Genos' guidance, Youqian found Black Sperm being bullied by a dog. Just as he was about to head home, he suddenly froze. Saitama's face was as dark as charcoal, remembering that his house had been blown up again. Damn it, how could his day get any worse? Black Sperm being bullied by the dog. Could anyone be worse off than me? Youqian chuckled, and with a backflip he disappeared with Saitama and Genos. Inside his pocket dimension, Saitama stared in shock at the villa before him. What the hell is this? Youqian explained calmly, "This is one of my abilities. I have a pocket dimension that serves as a foothold. Since we have nowhere to stay tonight, we'll crash here." Saitama looked at Mosquito Girl, who had suddenly appeared in a maid outfit, his eyes seeming to say, "I never knew you were that kind of guy." Youqian said righteously, "Don't get the wrong idea. This is Mosquito Girl from before. She used to do a lot of bad things, but she helped me out, so I let her off the hook. But while her life was spared, her punishment remains. Although I spared her, I'm not a horse herder. Granting her a pardon from death is quite generous. So now she's responsible for cleaning and tidying up the pocket dimension. As for her outfit, she wears it because she likes it, not because of me." Saitama, "Yeah, right. Youqian, am I some kind of pervert? How could I force her to wear a maid outfit?" Mosquito Girl, "Tell them I didn't force you, right?" Mosquito Girl's body trembled involuntarily, recalling the miserable days when she couldn't eat blood curd, terrified that Youqian would get angry. "Master, he didn't force me. I did it willingly. Woo, please don't stop giving me blood curd." Saitama looked at Youqian with the eyes of a pervert, and even Genos joined in. "Hey, what are you doing?" Youqian fell silent, feeling that the more he explained, the worse it got. "I really am not a pervert." Saitama and Genos, "Yeah, right. Youqian felt that if this continued, his image would be ruined. "Saitama, you have an image. How dare you say that?" Glancing at the Black Sperm behind Saitama, he immediately put on a righteous air and tried to change the subject. "Saitama, he's a monster. You don't plan to keep him as a pet, do you? That wouldn't be good. Besides, this monster is hideous. Your taste needs improvement." Saitama and Black Sperm. Suddenly a frisbee flew toward Youqian. He caught it instinctively, and a large black dog came bounding over. Its 6 eyes and massive frame. Wasn't this the dragon-level monster Pochi? At that moment, Pochi, like a pet dog, stuck out its tongue and stared at the frisbee, clearly wanting to play fetch with Youqian. The situation was momentarily awkward. Youqian cleared his throat, kept his composure, turned around, tossed the frisbee, and walked toward the villa. Indeed, Youqian had taken this dog-like Pochi into his space, planning to raise it as a pet. Now he had bodyguards, Bear 1, Bear 2, a maid Mosquito Girl, and even a dog. Life was becoming more decadent. Behind him, a speechless Saitama led Genos and Black Sperm inside. They went in for a feast. Without a word, Youqian pulled out the food cloth and grandly declared they could order whatever they wanted. As Saitama watched in disbelief, various delicacies appeared on the cloth, anything they desired. Saitama's eyes sparkled, judging by his expression, he was probably plotting when to secretly steal the cloth. Everyone enjoyed the feast together. Youqian also thought the food cloth was excellent, though it could only produce ordinary ingredients and dishes. After all, it made sense. These so-called check-in rewards were fished from outside the world by the system. Wasn't this Doraemon's food cloth? It could probably only create food from his world. The next day, Youqian kicked Saitama Genos and Black Sperm out with a backflip. Saitama really didn't treat himself as an outsider, he acted like the villa was his own home. If Youqian hadn't kicked him out, he would have refused to leave. Saitama said the people here spoke nicely, the resigned mosquito girl had anything to eat or drink, and he loved it here. Unfortunately, Youqian had anticipated his thoughts. The next day, without a word, he kicked the 2 humans and 1 monster out. The 3 went to Sitch to deal with the house reimbursement issue. Youqian meanwhile strolled into Child Emperor's lab and continued his research with Child Emperor and Genus. Some relevant data from Boros's spaceship had been stored in Youqian's spatial dimension. After finishing various miscellaneous tasks, he began to formally realize his abilities. Under the watchful eyes of Child Emperor and Genus, Youqian picked up a pot, threw various materials into it, including the energy-rich core parts of a dragon-level corpse. Herbs went in, special chemicals went in, everything went in. Then, as if making a stew, Youqian absurdly concocted a peculiar hero potion. Child Emperor and Genus were stunned. What was the difference between this and hammering out a time machine? This was no ordinary hero potion. Upon inspection, they found that ordinary hero potions required a certain will as a catalyst for the user to evolve, and each evolution increased exponentially. However, the hero potion Youqian made with his unscientific method seemed to allow evolution upon reaching a fixed level. This was simply outrageous. After all, exponential increases became harder later on, akin to an exponential explosion. For instance, Mumin Rider with his strong will might evolve once more to the level of an ordinary class hero and then reach his limit. Genus judged that even if there were differences, Mumin Rider could evolve once more to Tornado's level. Youqian felt that this creation developed under his guidance was especially suited for protagonists. After drinking this potion with the right emotions, they could instantly explode with power. It truly had the aura of a protagonist. Youqian shook his head, dispelling the whimsical thoughts, and downed his specially made hero potion in 1 gulp. Sweet strawberry flavored. No change. Youqian didn't mind. After all, he was already practically invincible. With the support of his template, he was confident that even Saitama couldn't kill him. However, he couldn't defeat Saitama either. Youqian could make his skills absurd and bizarre through the template, but there was an upper limit influenced by his subconscious. Simply put, he could be outrageous, but there had to be some logic. For example, when he eavesdropped on Agwang's thoughts, it manifested as a dialogue bubble appearing above Agwang's head. So was this template strongest in the hands of a Chinibyu, or was it a very subjective power? A thought lingered in Youqian's mind, refusing to dissipate. After finishing all this, Youqian checked his other gains and continued to enhance some skills such as super strength, super speed, and so on. Then, using all his skills, he wrapped himself in red telekinetic energy with black flames burning around his body. Transforming into a black-red meteor, Youqian directly pierced the lab's metal ceiling and shot straight toward a distant mountain peak. He crashed into it like tofu, and after passing through the black flames, instantly reduced the mountain to ashes. Floating in the air facing the moon, Youqian mimicked Boros's pose for firing an energy blast. Referring to Boros's ultimate move in the storyline, he closed his eyes tightly, then suddenly opened them. Collapsing star roaring cannon. A black-red energy blast shot directly toward the moon, piercing through it and setting it ablaze. Watching the moon take on a donut-like shape, Youqian scratched his chin. Oh, looks like I've caused big trouble. As his telekinesis ceased, the black flames burning on the moon gradually dissipated. Similarly, unleashing all his bodily energy for an attack, Boros turned into a dried corpse afterward, while Youqian was perfectly fine, while maybe a bit hungry. In high spirits, Youqian floated back to the lab and declared in a smug tone, second small goal achieved. Reached the level of not eating beef. Child Emperor and Genus were silent for a moment, then slowly said, next time remember to use the door instead of smashing through the ceiling. Youqian. Was that the point? There was truly nothing left to do, and Youqian had entered his retirement life ahead of schedule. After all, only a few days remained until the 3-year term was up. Youqian was about to return. No, that was a slip of the tongue. He was about to go back to the Marvel Universe. Lying in the villa of his small world, Youqian suddenly thought of a question and yanked out Agwang, who had been sleeping in his mind. Agwang looked bewildered, having just been dozing off. Why had he been pulled out so abruptly? Youqian grinned and posed a question. Can I come back to this One Punch Man world again? The little light orb Agwang extended 2 tiny hands to pat his own face, waking himself up fully. Then he began to explain, probably not. We've thrown the plot into such chaos that we've absorbed a lot of world energy from the changes. The world consciousness must be eager to kick us out. The only reason we lasted 3 days is that I tricked this naive world into granting us a 3-year residency with just a bit of world energy. Now that the time is up, it can't wait to see us leave. Youqian thought of the deity in the plot and asked, Is the world consciousness the god in the story? That strange sphere. It's only a small part of the world consciousness. What's called the god should be the negative planetary consciousness. Is there no way to return to this world? You can pay some world energy next time, but it'll probably be expensive. I can ask for you. Aguang looked timid and offered the suggestion very cautiously. Youqian nodded and told Aguang to get to work quickly. The light orb instantly returned to Youqian's body. A strange stream of information radiated from Youqian's body, as if communicating with something. After a while, Aguang popped out and said cheerfully, the world consciousness of this world says that with the world energy equivalent to 10 check-in opportunities, you can stay an extra year. 1,000 times will grant you permanent residency. You know, 1 check-in opportunity converts to just 100 units of world energy. For only 100,000 you can get permanent residency. Isn't that tempting? Action speaks louder than words. I can even offer you a loan. Youqian stared intently at Aguang, making him feel a bit guilty. Haha, bossly, why are you looking at me like that? It makes me shy. With a sharp smack, Youqian struck Aguang's head with a knife hand, and a dialogue box instantly appeared above Aguang's head. Darn it, not this again. I wasn't trying to cheat you, just changed 5 to 10, 500 to 1,000 to earn a little commission. This ability is so unfriendly. I really didn't mean to trick you. I was even going to lend you 90,000 world energy with a mere 90 and 13 out interest. Youqian. See, I knew you were too eager. Turns out you were trying to scam me. You wicked little Aguang imp. Aguang, weak and helpless, stammered that. A slip of the tongue, just a slip. Youqian knocked Aguang several times like tapping a wooden fish before finally stopping. Convert these few days check-in opportunities into world energy. I want to see why you all are so obsessed with it. Aguang hesitated. This isn't right. It goes against the rules. A fist the size of a sandbag appeared before Aguang. Aguang silently produced 3 white energy spheres, each representing 1 check-in opportunity. Youqian sensed the reduction of his 3 check-in chances and nodded quietly, realizing he still had considerable authority. He took 1 energy sphere, pondered for a moment, and swallowed it whole. Instantly, he felt a surge of power strengthening his body, soul, and even his template. World energy seemed like a universal panacea. Youqian took the other 2 spheres and used his I think therefore it is power. After a strange fluctuation, a pile of hero potions appeared before Youqian. Using world energy, could he actually create something out of nothing? Youqian finally understood why the One Punch Man world consciousness and Aguang coveted world energy so much. This stuff was probably hard currency throughout the myriad realms. Damn, Aguang even tried to trick me into a loan with 90 and 13 out. That's usury. Youqian looked at Aguang's sly grin, which gave him a headache. Getting hit on the head every day had left Aguang traumatized. Aguang, since it's 500 check-in opportunities or 50,000 world energy, fine, give it to this world's consciousness. Aguang instantly perked up, ignoring the pain in his head, and produced a contract. Really? Then sign this. As long as you repay the principal and interest within 10 years, I won't hassle you. Youqian looked astonished. When did I ever say I'd borrow from you? You've definitely embezzled plenty of my world energy before. It should come from you. Aguang. No, I don't have a single unit of world energy. I'm dirt poor. Then where did you get the world energy to lend me, eh? Youqian's words silenced Aguang. The light orb squeezed itself, trying to shrink its presence, and slowly drifted toward Youqian's body. Trying to play dumb. Youqian wouldn't allow it. Aguang. An intelligence like you being knocked out probably doesn't affect the system's core operation. What if I knock you out every day? The system's instincts seem to work just fine. Youqian's sinister, chilling voice reached Aguang's ears, freezing him mid-flight. A caricature of a weeping face appeared on the light orb. 50,000 world energy. Even if you squeezed me dry, I couldn't scrape that together. I can only manage 40,000, not a drop more. Bossly, you had a special achievement for 100 check-in opportunities worth 10,000 world energy. Together that makes 50,000. Youqian felt no sympathy for Aguang's anguished expression. So you were about to lend me 40,000, but claimed it was 90,000. Even loan sharks aren't that ruthless. Go eat shit. Aguang rolled on the ground. Even if you ground me to dust, I can't produce 50,000. Youqian said with disdain. Fine, fine, I'll lend you 10,000. Same old terms, 90 and 13 out. Pay it back in 10 years, or I'll knock you stupid, and let the system run on autopilot. It's not like you matter anyway. Aguang shattered. Those are my lines. Between us, why charge interest? You're my esteemed host. Aguang asked weakly. Youqian muttered sarcastically to himself. Oh, who was it just now who said they'd lend me 90,000 with 90 and 13 out? Aguang. Youqian snatched the contract from Aguang's hands, and using his I think therefore in power modified the terms with his fingers as a pen. After flipping through the entire document and confirming it was a loan shark contract, he nodded in satisfaction and handed it back to Aguang. Sign it. After this, the past is water under the bridge, and I won't hold your earlier scheming against me. The glowing orb that was a guang drooped its head, stiffly scribbled its name with its own pen, and then drifted slowly back into Youqian's body. It didn't say a word, as if it was about to shatter. After a while, Youqian sensed a faint connection forming between himself and the worlds of One Punch Man and Marvel. That connection told him that from now on, no matter where he was in the Marvel universe, if he wished to return, a single thought would transport him back to the One Punch Man world. However, this function wouldn't be available until the 3-year period was up. It was a rule set in stone, a turtle's bottom indeed. The world consciousness was rather rigid in its ways. Youqian checked the information and discovered that even after a guang had sold everything it owned to pay off its debt and purchased permanent residency, it still had to wait for the 3 years attached to the original travel card to expire. Youqian now felt that systems and world consciousness, these seemingly grand concepts, were now hard to look at directly, either too rigid or too foolish. A guang, are you talking about me? Though Youqian had been squeezing a guang dry today, and a guang had tried to do the same to him before, a twinge of guilt stirred in his conscience. He secretly probed his own mind and found that the sycophantic a guang, not even bothering to hide, was tearfully sending a message on a special screen. Goddess, something's come up again, and I might not be online for a while. I hope you'll be happy in the days ahead. After a long pause, a price list for a product popped up on the screen, along with a message, then buy this for me. Consider it compensation for not being able to get online. Well, I'm a bit short right now. The next second, a red exclamation mark appeared on the screen. Youqian. What kind of pathetic simp was this? I don't get it. Damn it, a guang, what's wrong with your brain? She's clearly scamming you for energy. Youqian felt his system was an idiot, practically being reeled in by that other system like a fish. A guang, annoyed at being spied on, replied with great seriousness. I don't owe you anything now. Mind your own business, and stop peeking into my head. How rude. Can't you show some respect? You creep. Youqian. Wait, you're the one living in my head, and you have the nerve to complain. And you still owe me 10,000 energy points. In this day and age, the debtor acts tougher than the creditor, huh? A guang was momentarily speechless, but pointed at the screen. I'm protecting my goddess. See, even though she blocked and deleted me, if I buy this system skin for her shell, add me back. I was unconscious for so long, but if I buy her a little gift, she stops being mad. That's love. Love your mother's ass. Youqian was utterly speechless. Looking closely, the item called System Skin cost 5,000 world energy. Damn, that's expensive. Judging by how fluently a guang explained it, he must have bought it for her many times before. I shudder to think how badly the previous hosts were screwed over by this guang. Scumbag. No wonder one host who became the strongest in an advanced world still fought tooth and nail with a guang. That a guang was leeching off him, wasn't he? I need to keep a close eye on my daily energy income. I must be cautious. I should be getting 200 world energy a day without doing anything. 100 for a guang, 100 for me. A 50-50 split, but I need to digitize it clearly. Thinking this, Youqian used his righteous iron fist to snap a guang out of its obsession with women. He also made a guang convert the check-in opportunities into world energy from now on, suspecting that in the past, it had been skimming off the top when converting energy into check-ins. Youqian saw the guilty look on a guang's face. Yep, it had definitely been skimming. You wicked little a guang. After beating up that pathetic simp of a system, Youqian felt instantly relieved and decided to slack off, planning to rest well during the last few days of the 3-year period. But fate had other plans. After a day of loafing, Youqian went for a walk and ran into a monster, a survivor from the Monster Association. The monster, eyes gleaming with excitement, said that while Youqian wasn't quite as flat, he was definitely the rich monster who had given that passionate speech at the meeting. That face was unmistakable. The monster led Youqian to a sewer where many other Monster Association survivors were hiding. All the monsters declared they wanted to follow Youqian, since he was the highest-ranking member of the association left. Well, Head stumbled into becoming their leader. Youqian nodded, then promptly blasted the strongest monster among them to bits. He called the Hero Association to come clean up, wondering what was wrong with these monsters. Didn't they read the news? His undercover role in the Monster Association had already been exposed. Then again, most monsters were illiterate. As he finished off the last of the small fry monsters, the one who had brought him there, its eyes were filled with the question, I was ready to fight to the death, so why did the boss surrender first? That actually made Youqian feel a little guilty. But hey, it was nice to know he still had a conscience. Notably, thanks to this incident, along with his 3 years of achievements and his major contributions in destroying the Monster Association and the aliens, his rank shot up to S-Class 2nd place, pushing the arrogant brat Tornado down a notch. This infuriated Tornado. On the very last day, she stormed into Child Emperor's lab, kicked open the door, and demanded an adult fight with Youqian. Youqian immediately refused. A real man doesn't fight a woman, especially a little brat like you. Tornado ground her teeth. I'm an adult, okay? Fubuki is my little sister. Fubuki, standing behind Tornado, waved cheerfully at Youqian. She used to seem so down and oppressed around Tornado, but now she looked much more at ease. It seemed Fubuki's strength had finally earned Tornado's respect. Youqian glanced at Fubuki, then at Tornado, and wagged his finger. No, no, no. Fubuki is the adult. You're the little brat. I'm her sister. Didn't you hear me, you idiot? Tornado thought Youqian was just dense. Youqian looked at one, flat as a board, and the other, amply endowed. While judging by your development, you're still a kid. Tornado followed his gaze, froze for a moment, and then seemed to understand. She covered her chest and stepped in front of her sister. You pervert. Go to hell. Oh. All the surrounding objects began to float, and a green glow around Tornado grew blinding. Such a powerful shade of green. Youqian shielded his eyes with his arm, finding it hard to look. Tornado. She got even angrier. Youqian saw Child Emperor and Genus floating away in the distance, and realized if this kept up, the lab would be destroyed. Child Emperor and Genus, you finally get it. We were just doing research when the door was blown open by psychic energy. Then, completely baffled, we were lifted into the air by that same energy. Were we just part of your little drama? Stop, stop. If you want to fight, take it outside. With that, Youqian turned into a blackened meteor, blasting through the ceiling and flying into the distance with Tornado hot on his heels. Child Emperor stared at the ceiling in exasperation. Forget it. I'm done. Let it all burn. I'm not fixing that ceiling. In the sky, the air surrounding the tornado seemed to stagnate for thousands of meters, while the green light emanating from the tornado grew increasingly radiant. In a vivid and striking phrase, it was simply glowing green. However, Youqian would not be softened by the green atop the tornado. The black-red meteors continuously shattered the tornado's telekinetic barrier, and within the range of 1,000 miles, frozen by telekinesis, Youqian remained unconcerned. Without losing speed, he charged directly towards the tornado. The tornado's face turned green, wondering how Youqian had become so much stronger. In the next moment, Youqian, who was rushing towards him, suddenly disappeared, leaving the tornado stunned for a moment before quickly turning around. 3 crisp slaps sounded. Youqian lightly slapped the tornado 3 times on the head, mumbling incantations. 3 slaps on the head won't make you grow taller, but you should be fine. Oh, anyway, at your age, you probably won't grow anymore. They'll fight you. The sound of a wooden fish being struck echoed from high above. In his mind, Guang looked at the tornado being hit and showed a sympathetic expression, feeling the same way. Originally, with his abilities combined, Youqian could only be considered dragon level, but now, after deep development of his template, various skills and abilities had reached the limits that the template could enhance, showcasing god-level power. Thus, after being hit on the head for an hour, the tornado finally stopped covering its head and shouting loudly, I'm not feeling well today, my condition is off, let's fight again next time. Youqian paused his actions, whistling as he returned to the laboratory. The tornado followed behind, a stubborn look on its face, saying, this time my condition is off, next time it'll definitely be stronger. Don't spread the word, this victory is not honorable. Youqian stood in the laboratory, raising an eyebrow at the tornado that had just come back through the large hole in the ceiling. The tornado wanted to say something else, but instinctively glanced around. Originally, there were only Fubuki, the Child Emperor, and Genos in the laboratory, but now a bunch of Shrank heroes and Shrank hero liaison Sich had appeared. They stared at the tornado in wide-eyed astonishment before casually looking around. Alloy Blacklight looked at a cup and sighed. Ah, this cup really looks like a cup. Indeed. This table also looks exactly like a table. Sich awkwardly took over the conversation. This topic-changing tactic was quite casual, causing the tornado to turn red in the face, feeling as if it could use its foot to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment. Feeling that the time was right, Youqian said to the arriving crowd, I have an announcement to make. I'm leaving. Saitama, who was scratching his head, suddenly had an exaggerated expression and sadly exclaimed, when did this happen? No way. Just a few days ago you were as lively as ever, and now you're leaving. Youqian sighed, not wanting to talk to this bald man. Youqian chose to ignore Saitama and continued, you all know my prophetic abilities. I will be undertaking an important task and will not be active in hero activities for a long time. I'm letting you know in advance to avoid anyone thinking I've kicked the bucket. Youqian shot a glare at Saitama, feeling that if he vanished for a while, when he returned he would discover that Saitama had erected a monument for him. Also, regarding the hero potion I developed, the Child Emperor and Genos have mastered the production technique. You too can manufacture the potion and provide it to the Hero Association. I believe the Hero Association will offer a reasonable price. I want half converted into gold, and he'll come to pick it up when I have time. The Shrank heroes will be the first to provide, and let me mention in advance, the potion is effective for only one person. It is merely a key. Whether you can evolve and become stronger depends on yourself. Saitama, if some riffraff obtains the hero potion and does bad things, you help me take him out. And Genos, he was previously the leader of an evil organization. Although he has reformed, it doesn't exclude the possibility of him doing bad things, so you should keep an eye on him too. Youqian had already decided that giving the most ordinary hero potion to others was no big deal. Normally, it seemed one could only evolve once. He had secretly stimulated the unlicensed knight quite a bit over the last few days. The unlicensed knight did not have a second evolution. It seemed that the belief required for the second evolution was terrifyingly high. Any guy with that kind of terrifying will could probably break the limiter. However, even so, this potion was still quite appealing, as it would evolve once regardless of whether you were strong or weak, as long as your belief was strong enough. If the tornado were to evolve again, she could probably reach god level. No wonder it's my Youqian's product, it's truly top-notch. Aguang, shouldn't that be my line? Saitama was somewhat touched, not expecting Youqian to trust him so much. Saitama decided that as long as Youqian's next disappearance did not exceed 3 months, he wouldn't erect a monument for him. Genos was nearly in tears, feeling that many strength heroes were sizing him up with a huge danger sign hovering over his head. The tornado's displeasure was already written all over its face. If Explosion disappears suddenly and doesn't show up, that's one thing. How come you do this too? Is this burden supposed to fall on my shoulders? Next time he'll disappear too. A bunch of lazy people. It seems the Hero Association still relies on me. The tornado wore an arrogant expression. Youqian saw through the tornado's thoughts, but did not explain. After all, he was not a person from this world, and making such decisions was quite normal. Explosion. Youqian had already vaguely understood what he was doing. He was just battling a deity in a 1v1 showdown of real men. Through the perception enhanced by the template, Youqian sensed the information about the two, but he did not intervene. The two were evenly matched, and the deity could also enhance and create powerful monsters, which were sustainable resources. Youqian had invested in Aguang to buy the permanent residency of this world precisely to eliminate monsters and absorb enhancement energy. After all, such monsters could appear for various ridiculous reasons, and the world of monsters was quite scarce. At least the one-punch world still held value. Youqian looked at the curvaceous Fubuki and chuckled, thinking that perhaps he might even date her. What a pity he had no experience. Never mind, there will be plenty of time in the future. Next time he visits the One-Punch Man world, he would think about it, as women were always the most troublesome. The surrounding strength heroes, due to Youqian's foresight abilities, felt that he was surely about to resolve a troublesome disaster, and they all spoke up. If you need us, we will definitely help. Youqian thanked them and waved his hand, pulling out a feast tablecloth. What do you want to eat today? Just say it. I, young Master Li, will cover the bill. Yage, can we really eat whatever we want? I want a drink. Ooh, I want a drink. Kids, go to that table. Tornado, don't come over. The tornado furiously exclaimed. I already said I'm not a child, as she directly bared her teeth. The scene was filled with a joyful atmosphere until night fell, and everyone dispersed, leaving only the child Emperor Genos, Saitama, and Genos behind. The scene was in chaos with trash everywhere. Saitama was just wondering who would clean up the mess, when suddenly, Youqian's figure disappeared, directly leaving behind a sentence. I just exchanged some information with Metal Knight. I took all the relevant robots and materials from the lab. You guys can clean up the trash yourself, since I also took the housekeeping robots. I'm sure you won't mind. Goodbye. With just a flash of white light, Youqian found himself back in his spacious penthouse. A sudden lightness washed over his body, accompanied by a peculiar sensation, like being constipated for 3 days and finally finding relief. Feeling something amiss, Youqian was puzzled, yet he seemed to grasp something. He reached out his hand in disbelief. Using his hand as a brush, he drew a circle on the wall. With a gentle push, the concrete within the circle swung open like a window. Youqian glanced at the sky outside. It was already dark, no need to adjust for jet lag. Wait, that wasn't the point. The point was that as I think, therefore I can, power had grown stronger. Had he evolved? So what was his belief? To traverse different worlds. That suited him just fine. Youqian grinned. He could grow stronger simply by experiencing different worlds. What a badass way to evolve. Only I could pull this off. How wonderful. Youqian lay on the bed in his penthouse and stretched. Time to sleep. I'll head back to the One-Punch Man world tomorrow morning. Why go back? To check if those 4 idiots cleaned up. In the One-Punch Man world, Child Emperor's lab was a mess, but with Genos, the so-called housekeeping robot, it was easily tidied. Yet because Saitama had lost a troublesome friend, even Child Emperor, a mere child, helped clean up the trash. Dr. Casino, a man who looked frail and weak, also pitched in. Only Saitama slacked off, making him feel a bit embarrassed. He grabbed a few brooms and started sweeping. To be fair, class heroes sure knew how to generate trash. The floor was covered in garbage, and it took until dawn to clean up, though 90% of the work was done by Genos. Saitama gazed at the tidy lab and couldn't help but sigh. I wonder when that Youqian guy will be back. That pain in the ass disappears suddenly, and it feels kind of weird. Though the timing is uncertain with Mr. Li's strength and wisdom, he'll definitely be fine and return. Teacher, let's go eat breakfast. I made enough for 4. Genos tried to comfort Saitama, and they walked toward the breakfast table in a somber mood. The next scene left them stunned. Youqian was already devouring breakfast, stuffing his face. Seeing them approach, he even greeted them. Hey, you guys cleaned up fast, and even made breakfast. You eat up. I've got things to do. With that, his figure radiated white light and vanished on the spot. Saitama, Genos, Casino, and Child Emperor stared at the plates licked cleaner than a dog's bowl and fell into silence. The mournful atmosphere vanished, instantly replaced by a burning desire to punch Youqian. After finishing breakfast, Youqian returned to the Marvel world. He opened the door and pulled out a small motorcycle from behind, riding it leisurely toward Tony's seaside villa. Though only 3 months had passed in the Marvel world, Youqian had spent 3 years in the One Punch Man world. A sense of nostalgia washed over him, so he decided to take the motorcycle and enjoy the scenery. This motorcycle was no ordinary item. It was a gadget Youqian had shaken out of Eggwang. Never traffic jam motorcycle. Riding this motorcycle will ensure you never get stuck in traffic. Useful but not much. Who knows why Eggwang had hidden this thing away? Youqian looked at the sleek motorcycle and guessed Eggwang's intention. Damn, this guy was saving it to pick up chicks. What a simp. Youqian shook his head in exasperation, wanting to complain, then raised his fist and punched his own mind. Eggwang, who was staring at a green glowing screen, got hit by a random punch. He covered his face, enduring the pain. The next version of the crooked mouth Dragon King. Eggwang was the perfect candidate. Eggwang and Youqian locked eyes, as if communicating silently. Eggwang, I curse you to get hit by a car when you go out, to never get seasoning packets with your instant noodles, to always get food stuck in your teeth when drinking water, and to lose any money in your pocket. Youqian, you idiot, I never carry cash. Hilarious, I don't even use money. Too lazy to argue. Youqian threw a critical hit. Your screen's pretty green, huh? Only green messages, no white ones. Eggwang. Seeing Eggwang break down, Youqian felt elated, but kindly reminded him, bro, stop simping. Batman's not hitting you anymore. With that, he hopped on his motorcycle, humming a tune as he rode, riding my beloved little motor, it never gets stuck in traffic. Halfway there, he was distracted by a shapely butt. So perky. A bit ridiculous. His gaze traveled upward. A guy. Damn, why does a guy have such a perky butt? Disappointedly, Youqian was about to ride off, but after a short distance, he realized something and turned back. A blonde, muscular man, slightly less handsome than himself. From Youqian's knowledge of Marvel, this was Captain America. Judging by his appearance, he was jogging, and behind him was that black guy. Wasn't that Falcon? It seemed they already knew each other and were chatting. Youqian sighed, realizing that Cap had been unfrozen around this time. Watching Cap outrun Falcon, a mischievous idea struck Youqian. He parked his motorcycle by the roadside, transformed his appearance, and became an identical Captain America standing beside the bike. Striking a few poses to ensure everything was perfect, he sneaked up behind Falcon. He slowly drew alongside Falcon, who looked surprised. Hadn't the captain just passed him? Another lap already. Falcon was a bit shocked, but not too much. Cap had been lapping him for days. It was almost routine. He casually asked, Captain, why are you running so fast today? Got something urgent? Youqian's grin was mischievous, making Falcon uneasy. Don't act familiar with me, you idiot. In the Human Torch. With that, he overtook Falcon and shouted back, go home and pick cotton. Falcon was dumbfounded. Wait, what did you say? By then, Youqian had already vanished before his eyes, moving incredibly fast. Running until his lungs were about to burst, Falcon had to slow down. He asked a passerby who was about to get on a motorcycle, did you just see a blonde, muscular guy? Where did he go? Falcon had known Cap for a few days and understood his character. He knew Cap wouldn't deliberately discriminate against him. Either it was just crude language or a joke, but this joke didn't sit well with Falcon. After all, such words were a critical hit of true damage to a black man. He had to make the captain apologize properly. What kind of Captain America was this? More like Captain Honey-Lipped. The passerby Youqian pointed behind the Falcon at the Captain America, who had just run to his rear. Isn't he right behind you? Youqian looked at him with a pitying gaze as if he were blind, which somewhat rattled the Falcon. Captain America looked curious and ran over to the Falcon. What's going on? The Falcon turned his head, and without a word rolled up his sleeves. Apologize to me right now, and you still call me Human Torch. Captain, have you been watching too much DC? How did you end up like this? It must be from watching DC. Although Captain America didn't understand what was happening, he instinctively sensed trouble and took off running. What are you talking about? I don't understand a word you're saying. He ran, he chased, he couldn't escape, even if he grew wings. Youqian waved his sleeve, not taking a single cloud with him, mounted his motorcycle, and headed toward his destination. He hadn't driven far when he heard several patrol officers by the roadside calling something into their walkie-talkies. Youqian only caught a few phrases. Something's wrong. Come to the Capitol building, there's a robber chasing a victim. Requesting permission to empty the magazine and call for backup. A confused voice came from the walkie-talkie. A robber chasing a victim. He's the one. He's chasing a blonde white man. Understood. Protect the victim immediately and empty the magazine. Youqian. Very American style. Hope the Falcon is okay. Youqian rode his motorcycle, quickly distancing himself from the scene. It seemed things had blown up. Well, it should be fine. The Falcon was a superhero after all. If he got killed by the cops, I'd laugh my head off. At Tony's seaside villa, Youqian kicked open the door and walked in, wiping non-existent sweat from his forehead, a hint of guilt on his face. Before Youqian could even look for Tony, Tony came running up from the basement, apparently alerted by Jarvis. Tony looked at Youqian suspiciously and asked directly, "Did you do something bad?" "Huh, did I? I just got back. What bad things could I do? Don't frame me." Youqian forced a few laughs and quickly changed the subject. "Speaking of which, where's the Iron Man suit I asked for?" "You have the nerve to ask. You disappeared for 3 months without a word. Anyone would think you were dead. And you're supposed to be my bodyguard. I've never seen such an unprofessional one. I went through a lot of trouble looking for you for ages. If I didn't know you were tougher than a cockroach, I'd have thought you were dead. Next time you vanish, give me a heads up. Don't sweat the small stuff." Tony felt certain Youqian had done something shady, but it probably didn't involve him. After all, this guy only liked to prank people. As long as no one died, he shook his head and led Youqian toward the basement. The Falcon, who was nearly pranked to death, oh absolutely. Inside the basement, various Mark suits were neatly arranged. Tony pointed proudly at the first row of Iron Man armors. "Thanks to you, I found the new element. My dad taught me a lesson even after being dead so long. With his new element, I've been constantly upgrading. This is already the Mark 6, and I've got ideas for the Mark 7. I'll be able to auto-assemble from a wristband." Tony pointed to a pure black Iron Man suit in the distance. "The armor you wanted modified from the Mark 6. You'll have to wait a bit longer. Once I finish the Mark 7, it'll give you a matching smart AI and some mechanical support units. Then you can maintain it yourself, so you don't have to keep coming to me." Tony was deeply grateful to Youqian for saving his life multiple times and helping him see his father's love. He was happy to give something in return. Youqian looked at the sleek black armor. Not bad, it suited his taste. "What smart AI? Jarvis?" "In your dreams. He'll give you a simple one. Jarvis has been my old friend for years." Tony shot Youqian a glare. Youqian shrugged. With a gentle tap, a white orb of light floated into Tony's body. Tony instantly felt an exhilarating sensation all over, as if he'd had a full-body rejuvenation treatment. "What was that? I feel lighter than ever before. A good thing. It'll give you a long life and push your physical stats to human peak. Isn't your godfather good to you?" "Get lost." Tony laughed and cursed, clenching his fist. It felt like he'd been injected with Captain America's serum, but without any side effects. Youqian was always full of mysteries, so it was normal for him to have good stuff. Looking at his ungrateful son, Youqian turned and ran upstairs to start rummaging for food. That white orb had cost 100 points of world energy. Simply placing it in Tony's body was enough to make him as strong as Captain America. Of course, that excluded Captain America's almost bug-like concept skill of always being evenly matched. Tony tinkered in the basement for a while before slowly coming upstairs. Seeing his prized wine collection being drunk like water by Youqian, his face turned green. "Can you not waste good stuff like this? Seriously." Youqian lay on the sofa watching TV. The sofa in a rich man's house was indeed extraordinary. Lying on it was incredibly comfortable. Hey, are you listening? Come with me to the Monaco F1 track in a few days. When I was poisoned, I wanted some excitement and signed up for the race. I've already made the announcement, so I can't back out now. Come with me." Youqian watched TV multitasking as he replied, "You're not poisoned anymore, are you? Just say you're not going. Problem solved. I've already said it in front of the media. Do you want me to lose face? You've got all those weird abilities to keep me safe, so it should be simple. Don't worry, once I finish the Mark 7, if anything happens, the armor will be outside and assemble itself in seconds. It's equipped with top-notch medical gear. Nothing will go wrong." Tony felt Youqian was acting more and more like a boss. He figured he might as well make Youqian come to Monaco, so the guy would actually earn his paycheck instead of doing nothing. Youqian gave an okay sign watching the news on TV. Near the International Trade Building, 2 men were accidentally injured by patrol officers while chasing each other. One of them bears a striking resemblance to the long-deceased Captain America Steve Rogers and may be his descendant. The resemblance isn't just similar, it's identical. Truly an extraordinary sight. Tony was drawn in by the news and commented, "It's not that exaggerated. He just looks a bit alike. My dad was friends with Captain America, and I've seen his photos. Captain America wasn't that pale, he was tanned, wheat-colored from the sun." Youqian covered his mouth, finding it amusing. Funny story, Steve Rogers only placed 10th in a Captain America look-alike contest. Youqian suppressed his laughter and said, "Is it possible that he is Captain America, and that so-called wheat color was just from the photos aging over time?" "Tony, Tony looked incredulous. Are you suggesting that a guy who's been dead for decades has come back to life? He's about the same age as my dad. Just hack into Youqian's computer system again and you'll know the truth. Youqian couldn't be bothered to explain and directly told Tony the fastest way to prove it. Without another word, Tony ordered J.R.V.I.S. to infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D.'s system. He was well-versed in such matters, having breached it several times before and even secretly left back doors. Meanwhile, Nick Fury, the black-eyed director seething with rage over Captain America and Falcon's incident, was personally heading to the New York Police Department to bail them out. He had no choice but to come himself. After thoroughly interrogating Crossbones and the Hydra agents embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D., he had obtained a long list of names. Of course, the credibility of this list remained to be verified. But Fury, a master of swift action, directly dispatched some trusted agents not on the list to carry out arrests based on it. The arrests were successful. Those on the list were indeed Hydra agents. However, one unexpected issue arose. The list was only a fraction of the total. During the operation, many Hydra agents, realizing they were exposed, either fought back fiercely or went deeper into hiding. The captured Hydra squad was all killed, and Crossbones mysteriously vanished, clearly rescued by Hydra. This indicated Crossbones still harbored a significant secret, and the mastermind behind it all had spared him for that reason. After the operation, Nick Fury was dumbfounded to discover that only half of S.H.I.E.L.D. remained. The other half were Hydra agents. And who knew how many more moles were hidden among the remaining half? Ridiculous. This wasn't S.H.I.E.L.D. It was Hydra headquarters. With more moles than actual agents, could a Hydra operative even become the director? Former director and Hydra agent Alexander Pierce would say, "You're quite perceptive." The black-eyed Fury was already paranoid, and now his suspicion had reached new heights. He trusted no one except Coulson, Black Widow, and Hawkeye. Since they were all on missions, he had to bail out the prisoners himself. Damn it. Fury planned to flash his badge at the police station and take them away without a word. But as soon as he walked in, the police handcuffed him without hesitation. When he asked why they thought he was turning himself in, black-eyed Fury, fuming, after showing his badge and enduring the officer's apologies, he finally took Captain America and Falcon away. The officers kept apologizing, explaining, "It's normal. What black man walks into a police station so boldly? They usually come to surrender." Sorry. Black-eyed Fury was speechless, his anger mounting. Falcon had been shot at, but fortunately he reacted quickly and only suffered a graze on his arm. After a simple bandage, he was thrown into jail. Now Captain America and Falcon were silent, unsure what to say. The whole thing was absurd. Captain America looked at Fury walking ahead and asked curiously, "Why is your face so red today?" "Nothing." Nick Fury declared that despite the embarrassment he could endure it. He was the spy master. The next second his phone rang. He answered, hearing his subordinate's voice. "Boss, bad news. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s system has been hacked again. Captain America's information has been leaked entirely, and large amounts of it are being spread everywhere." Tony Stark. Nick Fury went berserk, speeding straight to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Captain America and Falcon looked at each other bewildered, but then each snorted coldly and turned away. For Captain America, he was just jogging when Falcon inexplicably attacked and cursed him. For Falcon, he was cursed by Captain America, though it was just a joke, which led to him being shot and thrown into jail. Humiliation. Ancestral memories seemed to awaken. Fuming, Captain America looked at their black and red faces. What was going on? Youqian watched Tony's operation and couldn't help but exclaim, "You're so naughty, I love it." "What? Stay away from me. I'm straight." Tony's skin crawled, and he quickly kept his distance. Youqian snapped his fingers without a word, and a curvaceous mosquito girl in a maid outfit appeared beside him, holding a fruit platter and smiling sweetly. TCH, as if I'm not. Youqian took a grape handed by the mosquito girl, feeling smug. So satisfying. Tony's eyes went wide. Holy cow. A maid, a beast girl, and a beauty. He claimed to be a playboy who had seen all kinds of women. But this type was new to him. He quickly approached again and said solemnly to the mosquito girl, "Hello, beautiful lady. Are you a mosquito girl?" "An alien." Youqian blinked at Tony, then cupped his hands around his mouth like a megaphone. "Pepper, Tony is trying to flirt with someone right in front of you." With a click, the door swung open, and Pepper looked at Tony with a face that screamed, "Cheater." She stormed toward him, apparently ready to slap him. Thanks to Youqian's intervention, Tony's poisoning was cured quickly, and he hadn't suppressed his emotions. He had already confessed to Pepper, and they were now a couple. Flirting with another woman in front of his girlfriend. Tony sure had guts. Youqian enjoyed the show. Tony yelled, "Let me explain." Let me explain. I won't listen. I won't listen. Pepper's words were classic. Interesting. Finally, after both were exhausted, Youqian helped explain for Tony and sent the mosquito girl back. He graciously allowed Pochi to bleed a bit for her to drink. Anyway, Pochi was simple-minded and thick-skinned. Losing a little blood was fine. The mosquito girl was delighted. Pochi looked bewildered. With Pepper's domestic violence over, Youqian asked Tony, "What were you doing earlier?" "Leaking Captain America's info." "No particular reason. I just wanted to mess with the Blakaya director. Besides, that soldier contributed to the country. He shouldn't live in obscurity. Even with the military salary, the money that soldier saved by now would be considerable. The Blakaya director kept him hidden so he couldn't access his pay or the benefits he deserved. It felt like the director was trying to swindle an old man's money. I couldn't stand it." Tony's face was full of contempt. Then, as if struck by an idea, he said excitedly, "Youqian, how about we form a superhero team? Let's come up with a name, shall we?" "Great idea. I think we should call it the Justice League." Tony stared at Youqian, who had just uttered the name Justice League, with a straight face and was utterly speechless. "Seriously, have you been watching too much DC? No wonder you're always acting so weird. It's from watching DC. You wanted to call it the Justice League last time too. Do you have some kind of obsession with that name?" Youqian thought back to when Falcon had said the same thing to Captain America. "It's from watching DC." This sounded eerily like the "it's from playing Genshin Impact" meme. What a bizarre parallel. After a moment of thought, Youqian recalled a peculiar detail about Marvel and DC. In each other's universes, they have comics of the other. What an absurd setup, like a love-hate relationship. Youqian flopped onto the sofa in defeat. "Whatever you say. But why the sudden urge to form a superhero team?" "It's all because of that black-balled guy. He wants to form a team called the Avengers and wants me to join. You already know about this, don't you? If I join his organization, which is so tightly linked to the government, I'd be restricted. I don't know him anything. Still, the idea of forming a hero team intrigues me, so I'm thinking of starting my own." Tony's explanation was simple, and Youqian understood why the plot had changed. Because Youqian had warned Tony about his father's situation early on, the bald guy hadn't really helped Tony with anything. They were even. Tony had always despised that secretive spy type. After understanding the details, Youqian and Tony engaged in a heated debate over the team's name. "What should we call it?" "Whatever. The Defenders, eh? Sounds like a cheap knockoff of the Avengers." "The Guardians? That name is hard to swallow. So what should it be?" "Whatever." Tony fell into a silent frustration. In the end, they unanimously decided on the Justice League. Tony planned to buy the rights later. With that settled, Tony wasted no time. He donned the Mark 6 armor and blasted Youqian out of the house with a repulsor ray. Youqian watched the sealed door of the seaside villa and shrugged. "Seriously, I'm just terrible at naming things. How is that my fault?" He looked at the gaping hole in the wall left by the repulsor blast, shook his head, and felt a twinge of regret. Then he hopped onto his little motorcycle and headed home, planning to take his dog for a walk at night. A big dog would be fine, right? Riding his motorcycle, Youqian passed through an incredibly congested road. Curiously, the moment he passed, the traffic jam disappeared. Interesting. They say, "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Maybe the devil drives the same kind of bike to get there so fast. As a thought struck him during his mental whirlwind, Youqian realized his little motorcycle was immune to traffic jams. Only cars got stuck. What did it have to do with him? So what good was this thing? Youqian fell silent. Damn, it was a benefit to others, not to himself. He decided to store it in the villa's garage and never use it again. He made up his mind to banish the little motorcycle, wondering if he might one day draw a car named Mazda Arrogant. He could guess its special ability without even closing his eyes. It would cause a traffic jam as soon as it started. That raised a question: if he placed the little motorcycle on top of the Mazda Arrogant with both special abilities in play, would there be a traffic jam or not? That was the question. Youqian struck the pose of the thinker, deep in contemplation. Two passers-by witnessed this and couldn't believe their eyes. One of them turned to his friend. "Am I drunk? Why do I see a guy riding a motorcycle in the pose of the thinker?" "You must be drunk." "How so?" "Because I see it too, but am on something. Hallucinations are normal." "Oh, I see. Wait, how can we have the same hallucination? He's riding so dangerously. Call the police." "Oh." After calling the police, the passerby felt something was off, as if he had forgotten something. The NYPD was unusually busy that day. A dispatcher picked up another call. "Hello, how can I help you?" A panicked voice came through. "Help. I saw a dog over 30 feet long with 6 eyes. Someone was walking it." The dispatcher chuckled. "A 30-foot dog with 6 eyes. How adorable." "Ta." The voice grew agitated. "What? You don't believe me? Were you just laughing? That dog scared the piss out of me." No, I wasn't laughing. I'm a trained professional. I never laugh unless I can't help it." "Huh. You got scared by someone walking their dog." "Huh. It's just a dog walk. That's not illegal." The caller hung up. The dispatcher found it ridiculous, wondering what kind of people called today. She couldn't help complaining to a colleague. Unbelievable. I got a call about someone walking a 30-foot dog with 6 eyes. Her colleague consoled her. That's nothing. I once got a call about a guy driving in the pose of the thinker, hands off the handlebars, just bowing his head in thought. Turns out it was a junkie and a drunk. Ridiculous. I've never seen such stupid criminals. They called the cops on themselves. I don't know what to say. Law-abiding. One's a junkie. Illegal. They still called the police. Haha, that's hilarious. When faced with absurd situations, calling the police is a normal choice. But if the dispatcher thinks you're rambling, what do? At the police station's temporary holding cell, the 2 passers-by sat in silence, almost crying at their own stupidity. Little did one know he would regret it even more later. After serving his sentence and being released, he found out that substance had been legalized. He couldn't handle it. Had he done time for nothing? In a park, Youqian sat atop Boki's head, leisurely walking his dog. The park was quite remote, and a few people had been there earlier. As soon as he let Boki out, they all fled in terror. At first it seemed empty, but then a few people burst out of the woods. Youqian swore he hadn't meant to scare them. Alright, maybe he did it on purpose. He cackled. After scaring them off, he could finally walk his dog and comfort Boki, who had been bleeding earlier. Youqian truly treated Boki as a pet now. Ugly as it was still a well-behaved and flashy companion. Hey buddy, your dog is awesome. I'd love to have one, but my place couldn't fit a dog this big. A voice that sounded very young came from a tree in the park, words spilling out like bullets. The Redan blue suit and spider emblem. Wasn't that the little spider? Youqian noted the shoddy costume. Clearly the failed man had only recently become a superhero. Awesome. Of course, look who owns him. Youqian replied to Spider-Man before continuing his walk. Boki ran toward an open area in the park. As he ran, the chatter behind him faded. Youqian looked back and laughed. Spider-Man had stopped swinging through the trees and was running on foot. Hilarious. Oh, it was because the area was too open with no skyscrapers or trees. Environmentally limited. Spider-Man felt a wave of embarrassment at Youqian's laughter. What are you laughing at? I'm just walking and you have to laugh at me. Dude, that's really rude. The little spider awkwardly hugged his arms, striking a cool pose. Youqian jumped off Boki and replied with a grin, "Can I laugh if I want to? Come on, why have you been following me?" Although he couldn't see the expression beneath Spider-Man Peter Parker's mask, it was evident from his body language. His smile was a bit smug. Let's be friends. Looks like we're both superheroes. Your power is summoning a giant dog. Dog Knight. Dog Knight. Was that name even polite? Youqian's face darkened with exasperation, but then a thought struck him, and he chuckled. Pajama boy, do you still have an uncle? How do you know I have an uncle? The little spider was a bit bewildered. Youqian let out a sly laugh, his voice dripping with malice. You'd better keep an eye on your uncle. Spider-powered folks like you all have a curse. Your own uncle is doomed to die. The little spider listened in confusion, feeling like this guy was talking nonsense. How could having superpowers cause your uncle's death? Was the targeting that specific? What if he didn't have an uncle? Would he have to conjure one on the spot? But why did he have a vague, unsettling premonition? Beneath the mask, Peter Parker's spider sense was going haywire, relentlessly prickling him. Peter Parker's face turned pale. Wait, are you serious? Youqian, seeing the poor kid terrified, confidently whistled and tossed out a line. I know how your uncle will die. If you want my help, you'll have to be my sidekick. After saying this, Youqian confidently turned to mount Boki's head. The little spider suddenly seemed to catch on, blurting out, "You're the Bicycle King." Youqian was speechless. This damn nickname. Why did people still remember it? It had been ages. Damn it, there was an inexplicable sense of shame. What are you talking about? I don't know anything about any Bicycle King. Never heard of it, don't recall. Without a word, the little spider unzipped his back, rummaged around, and pulled out a phone. He immediately searched for a photo of the Bicycle King online and shoved it in Youqian's face. Youqian fell silent. Fine, not even giving him an out. Little spider, you're too young. Just you wait. The little spider, oblivious to what was in store for him, pointed gleefully at the online photo and exclaimed, I knew I couldn't be wrong. Your nickname is ugly, you don't wear a mask, you lack mystery, your fighting style is pretty lame, and you've got hardly any fans now. Youqian's face was expressionless, but he felt as if 5 or 6 knives had pierced his heart. Without a word, he pulled out a portal door from behind. He opened it and kicked the little spider straight inside. The portal led to Boston. He tossed out a parting line to the bewildered spider. Hope you run fast. You're in Boston now. Let's see if you can make it back to New York in one night. Good luck. With a bang, the portal door closed. Youqian felt much better. Whistling, he did a backflip and recalled Boki into his micro-world. Then he prepared to head back near the penthouse to grab some snacks and enjoy life. Speaking of which, from the physique the Spider-Man had just seen was clearly the Tom Holland version. But then again, it seemed a bit different, a composite version. Still, it probably didn't matter much. No matter which Spider-Man it was, his uncle was always plagued by misfortune. Oh wait, that's not right either. Tom Holland's Spider-Man was probably the unluckiest. Not only did he lose his uncle, but Aunt May was gone too, and he was forgotten by the world. Tragedy upon tragedy. They'll keep an eye on it. I'm a good guy after all. My main goal is to change the little spider's miserable fate. The special check-ins are just a bonus. Yeah, that's it. Spider-Man felt like Head hit rock bottom. Head just spotted someone who looked superpowered and wanted to say hi and make a friend. But that mysterious guy, just because he recognized him, pulled out a weird door and kicked him to Boston. Head spent the whole night swinging between skyscrapers, almost throwing up. He barely made it back home and nearly missed his schedule. What a terrible day. So annoying. Was calling him Bicycle King that offensive? What should he call him then? Parker thought back to being called Pajama Boy by that strange guy. He glanced at his suit. It was indeed a bit shabby. It wasn't that his skills were lacking, he just didn't have the money for better gear. Head heard about an underground fighting ring. Maybe he could give it a shot. With his strength, Head definitely win the championship and the prize money. Parker smirked at the thought. The prize was supposedly quite generous. School in the U.S. ended unbelievably early. Parker prepared at home, found a cruder spider mask, and waited until dark to sneak out for the underground fight. Little did he know, no matter how stealthy he was a pervert, no, a righteous hero, was tailing him. Youqian followed. Peter nodded and confirmed it was indeed the Tom Holland version. Youqian had specifically asked Tony for Peter Parker's identity and family info using the excuse of recruiting for the Justice League. What was with Tony's shocked yet gratified expression? Was I really that unreliable? Youqian grumbled internally while staying close behind Parker. When Parker entered the underground fighting venue, Youqian wore an expression that said, just as I expected. Youqian had also asked Tony to look into this fighting ring. Connecting the dots, he was 90% sure that Spider-Man's uncle would meet his end tonight. He deliberately followed, no-tailed, Spider-Man at night. Sure enough, the little spider went to fight underground. Youqian could predict the rest of the plot with his little toe. Youqian drove around using his telekinesis to track down the poor uncle's whereabouts. Dark joke, being Spider-Man's uncle in Marvel or Batman's parents in DC were both high-risk jobs. After a while, Parker's uncle approached the area. Youqian's telekinetic senses picked him up immediately. At the same time, gunshots rang out from the direction of the fighting ring. The show was about to begin. Youqian hurried over to Parker's uncle, tapped his shoulder, and whispered as the man turned, "Saving your life. No need to thank me." The Uncle Ben from this version was about to say something. Youqian delivered a swift chop to his neck. Ben turned back, dazed, clutching the back of his neck. His eyes seemed to ask, "Why did you hit my neck? Huh? Why wasn't this going like in the movies?" Youqian felt somewhat awkward, clenching his fist before landing a blow on the man's head. Watching Parker's uncle collapse with stars swirling in his vision, Youqian finally breathed a sigh of relief. His own template was indeed reliable. With a backflip, he deposited Parker's uncle into his own small world, then flickered back to his original spot, transforming into the likeness of Parker's uncle. Youqian examined his appearance with satisfaction, then lounged idly beside a car. He pretended to wait, twirling a key, a motorcycle key, around his finger. As the noise behind him grew louder, Youqian casually slipped the key into his pocket and turned around. Just as expected, a robber clutching a gun and a black plastic bag was charging straight at him. He didn't look like a Sandman type, just an ordinary thief. Youqian didn't dwell on it. The robber raised his gun, reaching for Lee's pocket, likely to snatch the motorcycle key. Probably mistaking it for a car key. Hilarious. The robber sensed something off. Had glanced over earlier and thought this guy had just pocketed a car key. But he hadn't seen clearly. Maybe it was a motorcycle key. No matter, what mattered was that this guy was fighting him for it. Could he at least show some respect for his profession as a robber? The robber's gaze turned vicious as he raised the gun, pointing it at the middle-aged man before him. "Hand over the key or get in the car and drive for me." "Yes. You get in and drive, hurry up, or it'll blow your brains out." "Oh ho, come on, shoot me in the head." Youqian grabbed the barrel, pressing it against his own temple. The move startled the robber. Damn, he's dealing with a lunatic. The robber was momentarily speechless as Youqian, still gripping the barrel, enunciated each word. 1, 2, 3. I gave you a chance and you couldn't take it." Youqian shoved the gun aside, leaving the robber bewildered. "Wait, who's the robber here? How come your thug vibe is stronger than mine? He'll fight you, you damned madman." The robber, feeling Head encountered a fearless psycho, cursed his rotten luck. Without further delay, he pulled the trigger, firing a shot into Youqian. Youqian feigned agony, clutching his abdomen while gripping the robber's hand, shouting loudly, "Salong! Salong!" Internally, he grumbled, "Little spider, why haven't you shown up yet? Seriously." The robber felt his hand about to be crushed, letting out pained groans. Yet Youqian's cries were even louder. The onlooking bystanders found the scene oddly unsettling. Amid the pain, the robber suddenly had a realization and reached into Youqian's pocket, pulling out a motorcycle key. The robber, speechless and defeated. "Wait, where's your car key?" "That car over there isn't mine. I only have a motorcycle key." Li Youqian replied with utter sincerity. After all, he was telling the truth. The car belonged to Uncle Parker, not to him. The robber was on the verge of collapse. It's not even yours and you risk your life like this. Damn it. He thought his eyes were playing tricks. Li Youqian had been clutching his stomach for ages, so why was there no blood? Looking closer, his clothes weren't even damaged. Was this a guy with superpowers? The robber's legs went weak at the thought, and he was about to bolt. Behind him came a cry of grief and anguish. Uncle Ben, what happened to you? Then an iron fist slammed onto his head, knocking him out cold. The robber's last thought was him never robbing again. If I do him a dog. He crumpled to the ground, as Li Youqian, still clutching his stomach, watched Parker run over, tears streaming. Parker was overcome with sorrow, clinging to Li Youqian and wailing pitifully. Li Youqian tried to comfort him. It's not your fault. He just came from that underground fighting ring. You weren't there, so you couldn't have stopped him. Uncle Ben, I'm so sorry. Parker sobbed even harder. Though his uncle's voice sounded odd today, he didn't dwell on it. Li Youqian continued his consolation. Even if you'd been there, you're just an ordinary person. You couldn't have done anything about the robber. It's not your fault, really not your fault. What? Tom Holland's Spider-Man hood had smooth sailing from the start, had never faced such a blow. He burst into heartbreaking sobs. Li Youqian felt a twinge of guilt, but he suppressed the budding conscience within him. Getting straight to the point, he coughed. Ahem, Tom Holland. I mean Parker. Before I die, I'm really worried about you. You're still too young to understand that with great power comes great responsibility. I've found you a boss. His name is Li Youqian. Listen to him from now on. This is my final wish. Promise me. Okay, I promise. Parker, swept up in emotion, didn't notice the oddities in Li Youqian's words. Li Youqian patted Parker on the shoulder. Then him at ease, little bro. Huh. Parker felt something was off, as if something didn't add up. The next second, his supposedly shot uncle stood up, grabbed him, and executed a backflip, vanishing on the spot, leaving the bystanders utterly stunned. They disappeared. Superpowers. Oh my god. Damn, I was too busy gawking. Forgot to record. There must be surveillance around here, right? Unfortunately, there wasn't. Li Youqian had already scanned the area with his psychic power. Though his face was already exposed, he still had to consider the little spider. A while later, several police cars finally arrived. They surveyed the scene, staring at the robber sleeping like a baby lost in thought. Parker, crying, suddenly realized his surroundings had changed. He was inside a villa, and there were two uncles before him. The truth is out there. Peter Parker's sharp mind kicked in as he pointed at the guy who had just backflipped, shouting loudly. You're the Bicycle King. Li Youqian's smile froze. Bicycle King, my ass, he thought, reverting to his original form and speaking with exasperation. Are you stuck on that nickname? I don't even ride a bike anymore. I've switched to a scooter. Then the Scooter King. Parker, though unsure of Li Youqian's intentions, vaguely felt he was a good person. Well, maybe. Probably a good person. Then you might as well call me Homeland Man or Ancestor Man. I prefer those. Li Youqian shot back casually. Words spoken in jest fell on attentive ears. Parker decided right then to call this guy Homeland Man from now on. As for Ancestor Man, forget it. The little spider knew what ancestor meant. Mr. Homeland, could you explain what exactly happened? Parker pointed to his uncle nearby. Parker's uncle, simply known as Uncle Parker, was equally bewildered, having inexplicably arrived in this strange villa. Outside the villa, there was a mosquito resembling a beauty, two bears, and a dog larger than an elephant. This fantastical world was undoubtedly extraordinary. He was merely an ordinary man, and the only connection to such a realm was likely his nephew. Indeed, Uncle Parker was aware of his nephew's superpowers. Someone who could utter words like, with great power comes great responsibility. He was far from foolish. Through subtle clues, Uncle Parker had deduced the truth a few days after Parker became Spider-Man, though he kept the secret buried in his heart. But no matter how formidable his nephew was, he was still his nephew, and he was his uncle. With this thought, Uncle Parker stepped forward. Sir, is there some conflict between you and my nephew? Li Youqian explained the situation outside to Uncle Parker and recounted the curse that upon becoming Spider-Man, the spider's uncle was destined to meet a great calamity. Li Youqian patted Parker on the shoulder. I'm doing this for your own good. Since you know my former alias, you must also be aware of my reputation as the wealthy Taoist. Foreseeing your uncle's misfortune, I impersonated him to help him avert this disaster. Parker pondered for a moment and nodded. Thank you, Mr. Homeland. Call me Mr. Li, or of course you can call me Boss. Li Youqian smiled. Parker paused. Mr. Li, you're not trying to take advantage of me, are you? What are you saying? What are you saying? You just call me boss yourself? Truly, in this world, no one honors loyalty. Li Youqian's tone carried a hint of sorrow, but Parker's mouth twitched at his words. What did he mean by no one honoring loyalty? Was this the right occasion for such a remark? Uncle Parker interjected, speaking to his nephew. A man should not break his word. Since you said it, you must stand by it. Besides, I think Mr. Li is a good man, and you'll need help as a superhero in the future. Parker was stunned. Uncle, you know. Your uncle isn't stupid. Uncle Parker replied with a smile. Li Youqian added, You owe me a big favor this time. In the end, under the combined verbal assault of Youqian and Uncle Ben the young spider, found himself bewilderedly acknowledging a boss. Parker felt something was off, but he did owe Youqian a favor, and as a veteran superhero, being the elder brother wasn't unacceptable. Youqian finally spoke earnestly. I remember your idol as Iron Man. Next time I'll introduce you to him. He's also my protege. You can call him second brother from now on. Really? Awesome. Parker's eyes sparkled with excitement. Meanwhile, Tony, lounging in his seaside villa, inexplicably felt as though a prodigal son was about to leave him. This feeling was bizarre. Wasn't his only wayward child Youqian? Something felt off. Youqian grabbed Parker with one hand and his uncle with the other, vanishing with a backflip. In a small alley, he waved goodbye to the two, watching them depart. Youqian savored the notification sound of completing a special check-in task. In high spirits, he found amusement. No, the special check-in task was done, and Aguang in his mind was also pleased. Extending his tiny hands, Aguang cheered. Host, keep up the good work. Complete a few more special tasks, and I can buy a system skin for my goddess. Then my goddess will accept my friend request again. Go to hell, you pathetic simp. Youqian yanked Aguang out and pummeled him. Youqian was utterly exasperated with his system. That so-called goddess system had completely hooked Aguang. Poor Aguang toyed with and manipulated, not only suffering himself, but also affecting Youqian. After all, Youqian had learned through harsh interrogation that Aguang originally had more functions than just check-ins. He was a comprehensive system, unlike now, a disappointment. Youqian resolved to find opportunities to show Aguang more cases of simps to make him reflect on himself. He estimated it would still take time before he could develop his template enough to forcibly control the system. The following days were somewhat dull. Youqian idled about, either forming a sharp-tongued duo with Spider-Man to inflict both physical and psychological damage on criminals, or impersonating Captain America, letting loose with uncensored speech. Captain America, framed by Youqian as a foul-mouthed character with a honeyed tongue, remained oblivious to the real cause. Of course, Youqian would never admit to such deeds. It was the work of a passerby, nothing to do with him. These days, Steve Rogers felt that people around him were looking at him strangely. With more and more people claiming he had a penchant for vulgar language, Captain America began to suspect he might be sleepwalking. Or perhaps he had a split personality that let loose. As time passed, Captain America grew increasingly irritable, and even Nick Fury caught wind of the matter. He took time to visit Rogers' residence to offer counsel. Already agitated, Captain America finally erupted at Fury's incessant chatter. Enough. I can't take it anymore. Honestly, I never expected the superior who unfroze me to be such a tool. Silence fell, and the two parted on bad terms. Clearly, Captain America had cracked and seemed to be letting loose. Even Youqian, watching from afar with amusement, was shocked. Had his joke gone too far? His persuasive ability rivaled the Mind Stone. In the original story, Captain America had only been influenced by the Mind Stone to such an extent. As the words left his mouth, he felt a tinge of regret, but more than that, a sense of exhilaration. Simple verbal filth, ultimate pleasure. As the saying goes, abandon personal decency and embrace a morally bankrupt life. Captain America declared he had seen the light. Besides, it wasn't entirely his fault. He had been active during World War II, a time of severe discrimination. He had picked up some unsavory language, but it wasn't a reflection of his true intent, just a slip of the tongue. Captain America felt a pang of guilt. Yet, tired of the baseless rumors, Captain America decided to embrace his true self and follow his heart from now on. Youqian, sensing the drama with his telekinesis, was as restless as if ants were in his pants. He immediately upgraded his phone with a hammer, enabling it to create videos from his memory. Watching the footage of Captain America letting loose, Youqian saved it for posterity. Meanwhile, he consoled himself that his earlier actions had helped Captain America break free. A good thing, a great thing. Besides, Youqian decided not to impersonate Captain America anymore for trash talk, lest he turn him into Soldier Boy. That would be going too far. No one was hurt, right? Probably. Nick Fury, Falcon, who took police bullets. When Youqian decided not to harm Captain America, suddenly, with a ding, he inexplicably completed a special achievement. Youqian quickly left the scene, hoping no one would know he had done this. Retreat, retreat. The special achievement has been unlocked. It seems Captain America will indeed undergo a change. A sweet-talking captain. Youqian found it a bit amusing. Wait, why do I have such a ridiculous thought? The evil little ghost Aguang is all your fault. Youqian slammed a punch into his own mind, giving Aguang a solid hit. Aguang, who was feeling emo. What just happened? Youqian strolled back to his spacious apartment, and it seemed he realized something. Had he just created black technology while enjoying the spectacle? So watching the spectacle was actually his primary productivity. Just in time, he could use his idealistic power to modify his phone. Youqian thought and acted, picking up a hammer and starting to hammer at his phone. In his mind, the emo Agwong was feeling increasingly aggrieved, thinking that the more he contemplated, the more he felt wronged. Although Youqian was now slightly stronger, his abilities were somewhat outrageous, and he couldn't do anything about Agwong due to the constraints of the system contract. But that wasn't important. No, I am the system. As long as there is world energy, I can accomplish many outrageous things. Even if Youqian shattered his own consciousness and let the system operate on instinct, how could a mechanical system compare to a sentient one like himself? That's right, Agwong, you're the best. Humph. What, Agwong? My name should be the Great System Master. Agwong floated out angrily, and then saw Youqian with a peculiar outline. Youqian held a hammer in one hand and a phone in the other, feeling quite excited. Universal phone. By leveraging my connections with the Marvel and One Punch Man worlds, using these two worlds as a base, I can radiate signals. I can enable communication and chatting across countless worlds with all sorts of phone functions available. However, the further away from the Marvel and One Punch worlds, the worse the signal becomes. What a shame. Is this my limit? Or is this the maximum range influenced by my idealistic power? I wonder if I can make further modifications. Youqian's simplistic drawing style caused Agwang's body to stiffen. A universal phone. Does it have to be this outrageous? Youqian's style is gradually becoming absurd. Is this really my style surpassing yours? Does it have to be this absurd? Youqian noticed Agwong floating out, sounding somewhat displeased. Why are you here? I came out to meet my brilliant and extraordinarily handsome host. Agwong chuckled awkwardly and quickly began to flatter. Youqian sensed something was off and promptly punched Agwong back into his mind. Although he didn't know what trouble Agwong intended to cause, striking first was the way to go. The reclusive Agwong expressed that he no longer wished to speak. Youqian was too busy to pay attention to Agwong. After finishing with the phone, there were still many things in his little world that needed his modifications. A few days later, Tony called, and without a second thought, Youqian kicked open the any door. Tony on the other side looked at Youqian treating the space transfer device so violently, feeling deeply conflicted. Inside Tony's seaside villa, Youqian looked at the complete set of Mark 6 to 7 armors along with a supporting group of artificial intelligence computers. Youqian looked at Tony beside him, genuinely touched. Tony, look at you creating such things. I feel embarrassed to accept them. Tony. So who originally asked me to help him create these? Big guts. Youqian looked at the large pile of items, pondered for a while, then turned around, facing away from those items. In the next moment, the large pile of items and a huge wall underground vanished. They were stored in Youqian's little world. It was strange that when he stored items, he only needed to place them behind him. Why have I developed a particular fondness for backflips lately? I only need to do backflips when entering. This has become a habit. Youqian realized this issue belatedly, while Tony beside him turned pale, thinking that anyone who didn't know would assume he was robbing the place. You even moved the wall. Why did you move the wall? Tony couldn't help but retort. Youqian seemed to just notice a missing concrete wall revealing the soil of the basement. It is worth mentioning that the reinforced concrete wall was quite thick, at least 5 meters thick. No wonder it belongs to a rich person. The house is built to nuclear safety standards. The classroom for gossip has begun. The thickness of nuclear-resistant walls varies based on the environment and safety requirements. Generally, a thickness of over 2 meters is needed to block the residual effects of a nuclear explosion. After all, it is just to shield against the aftermath of a nuclear bomb. It's been a while since I collected items like this. I'm a bit out of practice. Accidentally knocking down a wall is quite normal. Alright, I forgot to turn off the gas at home. I'll go back and turn it off first. Youqian said, pulling out the pink any door, opening and closing it, instantly disappearing from the spot. Leaving behind Tony, who was left giving the middle finger. Youqian returned to his spacious apartment, directly performing a backflip into his little world. He began modifying the artificial intelligence and studying those several sets of iron armors. Youqian had some research in this area. After all, he had gotten quite a few good things from the Metal Knight. It was a pity that the Metal Knight must have hidden many good technologies, being so stingy. Youqian held a hammer, immersing himself in the outrageous modifications. Time flowed like water, passing quicker than a vacation. It ended in a flash. Youqian looked at his transformed little world. The sense of satisfaction was simply overwhelming. Most of the little world was filled with trees planted by Bear Big and Bear 2. Occasionally, Youqian would take out a bundle of 100 points of world energy and sprinkle it on them like rain. Now those trees grew incredibly fast. They could almost be called a forest. In the center of the little world, there was a villa, and inside and outside the villa were 2 types of robots patrolling and managing or doing housework. One type of robot looked like a standard maid, and she was quite good-looking. Indeed, these were the results of Youqian's modifications, and their power level was roughly at the ghost level. Not only could they fight, but they could also do housework, making them simply perfect. However, they were scarce. Youqian had only made 9, just enough for Mosquito Girl to be the head maid. The other type was obviously robots, and it was clear that they fell short in terms of craftsmanship. Youqian made them casually. Their strength was weak, but they were easy to make and durable. Both types of robots were managed by artificial intelligence. Youqian modified the artificial intelligence and named it Little Blackie. Guang was sweating. This guy must be terrible at naming. Wait, you just exposed your chicken feet. In short, Youqian had transformed his personal world into an exceptionally perfect realm. Never again would he fear having no place to stay when traversing worlds, and his phone still worked universally, a remarkable convenience. Just as Youqian was about to savor the delights of his remodeled world, a phone rang. He answered with a grumpy expression, then backflipped out of the world. It was his good son Tony calling, asking him to accompany him to the Monaco F1 track. Since the plan was made in advance, Youqian couldn't refuse, so he agreed. What a hard life. Youqian suddenly realized that the timing of the race meant it was already the era of Iron Man 2. With Youqian's intrusion, Tony had changed dramatically, and the plot of Iron Man 2 might become far more interesting. Oh, entertainment awaits. Charge. Outside the Monaco F1 track, Tony looked at the unusually excited Youqian, his mouth twitching. A foreboding feeling surged in Tony's heart. What was going on? Can you act normal? You're giving me goosebumps. This is the first time I've seen you so thrilled about work. It's unsettling. What are you saying? You make it sound like I'm always slacking off at work. Youqian acted as if Tony had deeply wounded his feelings. That left Tony speechless. He usually skipped work, and whenever he showed up for a few rounds, it was like pulling teeth. That wasn't work, it was torture. Although Tony knew Youqian didn't care about the bodyguard job or the salary anymore. He only came to hang out. But no matter how easy the task, Youqian always looked as if his vitality had been drained by a ghost whenever he worked. Today's excitement meant he was definitely up to no good. Tony felt Youqian wanted to see him make a fool of himself. Thinking back on recent events, nothing particularly absurd or funny had happened. Oh well, time for the race. Tony declared that his genius brain couldn't comprehend a goofball's mind. He turned to put on his racing suit, while Youqian scanned the surroundings. His goal? To find Ivan, the man with the electric whips and bare torso, of course. The description might be a bit ambiguous, but that didn't matter. The stands were packed. Youqian leisurely looked around. Long legs, ample curves, fair skin. Wait, what was he here for again? Never mind, appreciating beauty was the priority. Happy Tony's actual bodyguard silently gave a thumbs up. It was the first time Happy had seen someone ogle with such righteous indignation. Then he joined in. Nearby, Pepper felt her face burning from embarrassment at the two. She couldn't help but remark, so this is why you insisted we both accompany you here to bask in the sun, to look at women. What? Am I that kind of person? I'm here for Tony's safety. Tony is my good son, he paid me to keep him safe. Since I took the money, I have to do the job. Youqian spoke with righteous fervor, his eyes fixed straight ahead. If only he would turn his head away from the cheerleaders, his words would be more convincing. Pepper was exasperated and stopped talking. She stayed in the VIP viewing area provided by the staff for the three of them, ready to take a few photos. Really, why did they have to watch from here? It wasn't the start or the finish line. Youqian felt truly wronged. In his hazy memory, the electric whip-wielding Ivan was supposed to attack Tony on this very stretch of track. He was here for the fastest gossip, no, the fastest rescue of Tony. And Pepper saw him as so shallow. Heartbreaking. The race began. Youqian and the others weren't at the starting point, watching the live feed on their phones. Tony was driving a blue and white car dressed in blue. Not gold and red. Unacceptable. Youqian felt Tony's taste had deteriorated. As he silently mocked Tony, he noticed a figure in an orange work suit rushing onto the track. If his guess was right, that was Ivan. Pepper also noticed something amiss, pointing at Ivan and shouting anxiously, "Why is a staff member running onto the track? This is too dangerous. What's wrong with the organizers?" Huh, what happened? Happy, who had been ogling, finally snapped back to reality. Youqian sighed. None of Tony's bodyguards were reliable. Meanwhile, Ivan spread his arms, revealing the reactor on his chest. With a wave of his hands, two sparking plasma whips appeared. The upper part of his clothes burned away, revealing his wild hair and fierce expression. Seeing this, Youqian commented directly, "This guy is definitely a show-off." His device could have burned his shirt completely, but he had to tear it open and strike a pose. The intent is too obvious. I don't approve of this showing off. Makes sense, but wait, is this really the priority now? Happy and Pepper felt they were being assimilated by Youqian, just like Tony. At that moment, a red racing car sped straight toward Ivan. Ivan swung lightly, and the sparking whip, sharp as a blade through tofu, effortlessly sliced off the front of the red car. Chaos erupted instantly, and Tony, unaware of what was happening, was still on his way. Pepper looked at the reactor on Ivan's chest and immediately understood. Oh no, he's after Tony. Don't worry, I'm here. Youqian said, a faint red glow emanating from him. So subtle, it was almost invisible. The moment Ivan appeared, Youqian had enveloped the entire section with his telekinesis. the driver of the red car that had been sliced. Youqian had already helped him with his telekinesis. The man was unharmed, scrambling out of the car in a daze and fleeing. Now it was time to watch the show. Youqian saw Pepper and Happy frantic as ants on a hot pan, calling the organizers to have Ivan removed. But clearly no one dared to go near. Come on, the guy was decked out in high-tech gear. The organizers could only send a few security guards, and those guards earned just a few thousand a month. Why would they risk their lives? Just then Tony's car entered the section, and Ivan excitedly lashed out. The blue car was sliced in half, tumbling heavily across the track. Youqian sensed the situation with his telekinesis. Truly the protagonist's luck. The car rolled like a washing machine. Tony didn't suffer a scratch. He didn't even need Youqian's help. Well, was this the power of the protagonist's halo? Tony snapped back to reality and scrambled out of the race car. Without a word, he tapped the wristband on his hand. The wristband emitted a red glow. From a large truck parked behind a luxury car at the starting line, a golden red cylindrical object shot into the sky. The Mark 7, the first suit of armor capable of being summoned and automatically assembled via a wristband. It was far superior to the Mark V emergency combat armor from the original storyline. Unfortunately, the Mark 7 was still en route. Ivan fixed his gaze on Tony and without hesitation lashed out with an electrified whip. Tony lunged left to dodge. Another whip came, forcing him to spread his legs wide. Just as disaster loomed, an invisible force pulled Tony back several meters. Tony's racing heart finally settled. He had nearly lost all hope for his future happiness. Lucky I stepped in just in time. That was perilous, a voice chimed in. Youqian's teasing voice reached Tony's ears. Youqian, faintly glowing red, lounged in midair like a spectator, phone in hand, recording the entire scene. Tony, I suspect you did that on purpose. Unfazed by the accusation, Youqian pointed at Happy, who stood behind him with an anxious expression. It's all Happy's fault. He was distracted by a pretty girl, so I only just noticed. Don't blame me. At that moment, Happy, clutching the Mark V briefcase, was speechless. Who had been the first to ogle the girl? Never had he encountered such shamelessness. Across from them, Ivan eyed Youqian, floating in the air, his gaze filled with caution. Superpowers. He had no idea of the true extent of his abilities, but he looked dangerous. Happy, leveraging his advantage as a nimble heavyweight, squeezed through the crowd and finally reached the racetrack. He tried to toss the briefcase to Tony and shouted, "Tony, the briefcase." Tony glanced at his wristband, a confident smile spreading across his face. He waved a hand. I don't need it. You hold on to it. Youqian also sensed the rapidly approaching Mark 7 and shrugged. Looks like you don't need my help either. Of course not. I can handle this alone. Arrogant words from a playboy. You're quite cocky, aren't you? Given your current situation, you don't have any of your suits properly equipped. The only one you can use is that portable briefcase armor, right? It's easy to carry and compact, but it must be fragile. Still, it poses some threat. Yet you refuse to use it and won't accept help. Such arrogance. Your arrogance is infuriating. Do you think my equipment is some toy made by mediocrities? Let me, Ivan, teach you a proper lesson. Ivan cracked his electrified whip, feeling slighted. He had only intended to showcase his own arc reactor, publicly humiliate the damned playboy, and capture the public's attention. He planned to expose all the Stark family's misdeeds. But now Ivan changed his mind. Tony, it's better if you die. You were already doomed by palladium poisoning, but that smug face of yours still begs for death. Ivan's expression was now confident and arrogant, far more convincing than his earlier stiff posturing. Just as Ivan finished his threats and raised his whip, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky. A golden-red pillar hurtled straight toward Tony. It transformed into armor and automatically assembled itself around him. Ivan was stunned. Based on his understanding of the arc reactor, a suit of armor powered by a standard arc reactor should not be capable of such a feat. Clearly, the reactor in this man's suit was far superior to his own in every aspect. Ivan froze, but Tony did not. A repulsor blast shot straight at the reactor on Ivan's chest. Ivan barely raised his whip to block, but a single repulsor blast severed it. Another blast broke the second whip. Finally, Tony delivered a third repulsor blast, detonating the reactor on Ivan's chest. Ivan was sent flying backward. It wouldn't kill him, but a serious injury was inevitable. Though Tony had reduced the power of the repulsor blast to take Ivan alive, he recognized the reactor on Ivan's chest at a glance. It was the old model he had phased out not long ago. Still, even if it was obsolete by his standards, no one else could have replicated it so quickly. This needed a thorough investigation. Youqian watched from the air as Tony defeated Ivan with a single move, marveling at how much easier the original plot became after a power boost. Ivan, however, was filled with disbelief. The gap was too vast. It was impossible. A thought surged through his mind, and he felt dreadful. Despite the pain racking his body, he forced himself to shout a question. Tony Stark, have you found a new element? You won't die from palladium poisoning. How is your suit so powerful? Hey, not a bad guess. Tony's reply made Ivan's vision darken as his spirit crumbled. His attack had two purposes: to make the playboy suffer, and to expose the Stark family scandals to the world. Of course, the most important goal was to prove his own worth, that he could build a reactor just as Tony Stark could. Then even if he ended up in prison, someone would bail him out. And the playboy, without any action on his part, would slowly die in agony from palladium poisoning. But this playboy had found a new element. He could build suits far superior to Ivan's. What right did Ivan have to claim Tony had stolen his technology? He couldn't defeat him. He couldn't build a better suit. Worst of all, Tony Stark looked perfectly healthy, full of energy, and his new reactor meant he could live for a long time. This wasn't fair. Nothing had gone as he imagined. At that moment, Ivan's mind shattered. When security swarmed him, he offered no resistance. I finally make a move, and this is how I lose. So completely. Damn it. Watching this, Youqian knew that the rest of Iron Man 2's plot was a smooth ride as long as Tony didn't get reckless. Still, he felt the need to offer a warning. Youqian looked at Tony and made a suggestion. This guy can build reactors too, even if they're not the new element. Don't you want to keep an eye on him? You know, maybe quietly take him out. Dude, we're superheroes. Don't talk like you're the villain. Besides, I need to investigate what's really going on with him. Tony retorted, his eyes fixed on Ivan, lost in thought. Youqian glanced at Ivan, now bound by several security guards, and rolled his eyes. He gently snapped his fingers. A sharp crack echoed. Ivan's head twisted and he dropped dead. Youqian mused that just because his name was Ivan didn't mean his fate was merely prison. Since you can't provide any more entertainment, it's better you die. Tony stared at Ivan, who had suddenly died, twitched the corner of his mouth and sighed. You didn't have to kill him outright. Besides, I still had questions to ask. Such an abrupt death. Anyone could tell it was Youqian's doing. After all, he was the only one present who had displayed superpowers. What did I do? I didn't do anything. You need evidence to accuse me, and if you have a problem, investigate it yourself. Youqian said, floating back to the spectator stands. With his current strength, Youqian no longer feared the government of the Marvel world. He could simply do as he pleased. Some time had passed since the Ivan electric whip incident. Many suspected Youqian of Ivan's death. In fact, they were convinced of it. However, with Tony's help as a capitalist, the matter was suppressed. Youqian returned to his penthouse and resumed his life as a recluse. From time to time, he went back to the One Punch Man world to collect gold. In Child Emperor's lab, Youqian drooled at the sight of 10 tons of gold bars. In the future, in backward ancient worlds, he would use these gold bars directly. In civilizations of a decent level, he'd rely on his minions to make money. If the civilization was too advanced, he could still exchange gold for that world's currency. After all, gold retained its value most of the time. The plan was perfect. I love gold. Humanity's love for gold is truly ingrained in the bones. Youqian's exclamation earned a nod from Child Emperor beside him. There won't be as much gold income from now on. Qualified heroes with the Hero Association's support can afford the hero potion, but unfortunately, there are too few qualified heroes. Most treat being a professional hero as just a job, lacking a sense of responsibility. It will likely be a long time before we see heroes eligible for the potion. Youqian shrugged, nonchalantly turned around, and stored all the gold into his small world. Then he announced he would treat everyone to a feast, pulling out his phone to call people. Soon Saitama Genos, Tornado, Fubuki, Mumen Rider Genus, and Child Emperor, led by Youqian, with a grand wave of his hand, went straight to a food stall. Everyone was bewildered. Tornado flew above Youqian's head, hands on her hips. Seriously, you've been making a fortune lately, and you're treating us here. Women are such a hassle. When I treat my bros to a meal, they'd call me their godfather. Youqian glanced at Saitama, who was holding a dozen skewers, devouring them like a barbecue harvester, as if reincarnated as a starving ghost. Tornado stomped her little foot in midair and huffily shouted to the stall owner, bring one of every barbecue dish. No 10 of each. She turned to Youqian and snarled, just watch me eat you broke today. How much can a little squirt like you eat? Youqian eyed Tornado's figure dismissively. How did she think she was Pig God? A moment later, Youqian fell silent as he watched Pig God, Metal Bat, King's Superalloy Blacklight, and Pori Pori Prisoner arrive. Metal Bat even brought his little sister. As they approached, they shouted, Tornado, Youqian's treating us to a meal. Why didn't you tell us earlier? We almost missed out. Youqian, seeing Tornado's gloating expression, wasted no time. He jumped up and smacked her on the head. Thump, thump, thump. Youqian let out a long, relieved breath. Ah, that feels good. Arg. Damn you, Youqian. Hitting my head. What if I can't grow any taller now? Tornado hadn't expected him to suddenly leap up and hit her head. Youqian pointed at himself in shock. How can you blame me for that? You're even more shameless than I am. I learned it from you. You're slandering me. Slandering me. What was supposed to be Youqian's treat turned into an impromptu S-Class Hero Association team-building event. They fooled around all night, and the stall owner had to restock twice. After eating and drinking their fill, they went home to sleep. Following the treat event, Youqian returned to his Marvel World penthouse, did a backflip without a word, and entered his small world. He collapsed onto the bed in the villa and immediately fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, outside the penthouse window, a dark figure quietly opened it and with some difficulty climbed inside. Stumbling unsteadily for a moment, the figure, clad in black clothes with black skin, was none other than Nick Fury, the black eggplant. Fury noticed Youqian wasn't in the penthouse, brushed the dust off himself, checked for surveillance cameras, and finding none, he found a sofa, struck a pose, and sat down. Yes, Fury planned to use his classic mysterious spy entrance to talk to Youqian. He intended to urge Youqian to keep a low profile, at least not use his superpowers so blatantly. 5 hours later, Fury's posture grew stiff. 10 hours later, he felt he had made a mistake. Maybe Youqian wasn't coming back tonight. Feeling unlucky, Fury struggled to his feet and stomped around. After holding one position for so long, he was numb. So Fury started stretching and doing exercises on the spot. With a bang, Youqian appeared in the penthouse and fell silent at the sight of Nick Fury doing calisthenics. Am I seeing things? A black eggplant doing calisthenics. Gymnastics? On my eyes. They're burning. Fury slowly turned around, saw Youqian's shocked and incredulous expression, and immediately dashed back to the sofa, striking his pose again. Youqian, I'm not blind, you know. Black eggplant, if you've got some weird fetish, why do it in my home? I feel mentally damaged. Youqian demanded an explanation angrily. Being subjected to such spiritual pollution early in the morning would ruin his entire day. Fury clearly wanted to change the subject. He cleared his throat and said solemnly, I came to see you today about something. Lately you've been way too blatant. Using superpowers at the car race, walking your dog openly, a few days later occasionally stealing kids' lollipops after fighting crime with Spider-Man. Wait, stop right there. Youqian's face flushed. What did he mean by occasionally stealing kids' lollipops? It was just once, okay? That brat refused to call him Ancestor Man and instead called him Bicycle King. No amount of threatening worked. So what if he took his lollipop? He was being merciful not to pull down his pants and spank him in public. But wait, there was no one around at the time. How did Fury know? Fury, relieved that the diversion worked, was secretly startled. While gathering intelligence, he had come across a report about a kid claiming his lollipop was stolen by Ancestor Man. No one believed that report, not even the kid's parents. Fury thought it was false, but he had blurted it out while changing the subject. Judging by Youqian's reaction, could it be true? Good heavens, this guy was even more shameless than he had imagined. A powerful superhuman was bad enough, but one with no scruples and no bottom line was terrifying. Fortunately, this fellow still had a shred of shame. At this thought, Fury's expression turned increasingly lecherous. Mr. Lee, you wouldn't want your act of snatching a child's lollipop to become widely known, would you? What nonsense are you spouting? Have you been studying in that so-called nice little country? Youqian shivered in disgust, then pondered for a moment. He pulled out his phone, converted a memory into a video, and showed it to the dark-skinned bald man. The video showed the dark-skinned bald man doing calisthenics. Dark bald man, you wouldn't want this video of yours to go viral, would you? He chuckled smugly. Threatening me? You're still too green. Fury's body stiffened briefly, but his expression remained unchanged. Mr. Lee, don't forget I'm a spy. Why would I fear embarrassment? Who was it that claimed as I was scratched by a cat, yet always spread the story that it was ruined by a trusted person's betrayal? So vain about face. He'll hold this video over you forever. Youqian cheerfully dangled the video before the dark-skinned bald man, pretending to forward it to Tony. He added a caption, check this out, an awesome thing I just filmed. A video of the dark bald man doing calisthenics. Stop. Let's talk this over. Fury quickly intervened to halt him. If this continued, it would be a social death. Youqian put down his phone, his face cold and ruthless. I still prefer your unruly demeanor from before. What I said earlier was wrong. Actually, I came mainly to remind Mr. Lee about social impact. Although Tony Stark is quite influential, causing trouble every day like this will eventually lead to problems. Why not join a team I'm about to form? The Avengers? Youqian was about to refuse as he had already joined the Justice League Tony was building. Well then, suddenly an idea struck him. Considering the current timeline, he asked instinctively, has your Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D. gone to deal with a mysterious hammer yet? Indeed, there is such a matter. Fury felt a jolt of surprise. Recently, Coulson had indeed been on a mission, and it was indeed about a mysterious hammer. But how did Youqian know? Was it his prophetic ability? After all, last time when Tony hacked S.H.I.E.L.D.'s computers and obtained data, Fury had since switched to using paper documents for important information. His one good eye's vision had deteriorated considerably. Why, you ask? Because the dark bald man insisted on maintaining his mysterious aura. His office was abnormally dim, forcing him to lean extremely close to read paper documents. Lately, the dark bald man felt his only eye was going blind. Maybe next time he should change the bulb, get a brighter one. Damn it, what about my enigmatic charisma? Li Youqian had no idea about Fury's dilemma over brightening his office. If he did, he would surely mock him. Seriously, in your office, we just see 2 eyes and a mouth. What charisma. You're obviously just trying to scare people. I want to go see that hammer. After that, he'll decide whether to join the Avengers. Hearing this, Fury agreed without a second thought. After all, from the intel, the hammer seemed impossible to lift, offering little benefit to SHIELD. If it could attract a strong ally to SHIELD, it would be a good choice. Tomorrow, I'll send someone to take you to the airport. You can fly a Quinjet and get there in a few hours. No need. Just tell me the exact location. Li Youqian said, pulling out a pink Doraemon-style anywhere door. Fury knew the power of this door. His eyes gleamed as he stared at it, then revealed the landing site of the mysterious hammer. Li Youqian kicked open the door, pondered for a moment, then casually asked, by the way, have you rooted out all the Hydra agents inside SHIELD? Of course, we've found them all. Fury replied with a straight face, full of confidence. Li Youqian looked at the dark, bald man's overly confident face, then glanced through the door at Grant Ward, a Hydra agent hidden within SHIELD, who was beaming with smiles. He was utterly speechless. Grant Ward was a level 7 SHIELD agent, and also the adopted son of John Garrett, another Hydra agent embedded in SHIELD. He initially followed Garrett, then, after his exposure, acted as a Hydra agent for a while. Later, he flipped, killed a Hydra leader, and rejoined SHIELD. Then he flipped again to become Hydra, a Marvel version of Lu Bu, jumping between Hydra and SHIELD. What followed was even more absurd. Ward jumped back and forth until he suddenly found Hydra gone, wiped out by SHIELD. So he rebuilt Hydra himself. Astonishing, right? What kind of move was that? If not for later being parasitized and infected by a villain named Hive. This guy would have remained a fence-sitter, swaying both ways. Li Youqian patted the dark, bald man's shoulder meaningfully. The hunt for moles isn't over yet, comrade. You still need to work hard. Fury, hearing Li Youqian's loaded words, looked at the door and saw Ward's radiant smile, sparking a storm of thoughts in his mind. Ward, stared at by both men, felt a chill run down his spine, his heart uneasy. What's going on? Have I been discovered? Impossible. I'm smiling so innocently and brightly. How could I be Hydra? A short-handled war hammer, seemingly ordinary, stood rooted to the spot, impossible for anyone to lift. Even professional tow trucks couldn't budge it. Nearby stood 3 people: Li Youqian, Fury, and the honest Coulson. The 3 were pointing at the hammer. Coulson explained, we've tried professional lifting equipment, though it was assembled hastily, capable of pulling 100 tons. But this hammer didn't move an inch. Of course, this hammer is called Mjolnir. Only those with a pure heart and integrity can lift it. Li Youqian then shouted, you 2 step back. Let me show you the beauty of my soul. Li Youqian rubbed his hands together and pulled, but Mjolnir remained unmoved. He coughed lightly, turned around, and the hammer instantly vanished from its spot. The other 2 were stunned. Where's the hammer? Don't rush. Let the hammer fly for a while. Li Youqian pulled out his phone, checked some messages, and after a few minutes, he reached behind his back and pulled out a Mjolnir identical to the original, placing it back in its spot. See, I told you I could lift it. Coulson stared at the replaced hammer for a long time before slowly saying, why does this hammer look a bit newer? Nothing to do with me. I don't know. You must be seeing things. Mjolnir looks just like this. Li Youqian's face was full of sincerity. Fury and Coulson thought that if the person before them weren't Li Youqian, and it were anyone else, they might have believed it. Li Youqian marveled at the efficiency of the robot, which had forged a new replica in mere minutes. The genuine Mjolnir, of course, had already been stowed away in his miniature world. He hadn't expected that his ability to store objects in his miniature world would prove so formidable. Even Mjolnir could be tucked away. Next time he spotted a weapon head, simply turn his back to it. No, he meant his back. But curse it all. Li Youqian was a righteous hero, yet he couldn't even lift that accursed hammer himself. It must be Aguang's fault, that wicked little imp. Just then the sky suddenly dimmed, and a burst of rainbow light appeared. It seemed a rift had torn open in the heavens, radiating a spectrum of colors. At the center of the light stood an old man with white hair, clad in golden armor and a crimson cape, wielding a golden spear with 2 black ravens perched on his shoulders. This man exuded the aura of a true powerhouse. Without a word, Li Youqian pulled a rubber eraser from his back, his arm stretching impossibly long, as if to erase pencil marks. He gradually erased the gaping hole in the sky, or rather he erased half of the portal. Odin, projecting an air of dominance, felt a question mark slowly form in his mind. What kind of trick was this? Watching his portal nearly vanish, he hastened to intervene. Wait. Midgardian, the Mjolnir you just took belongs to me, Odin. You seem unfamiliar, so you may not know the renown of Odin of Asgard. I placed Mjolnir in Midgard to temper my son, and I have already reached an accord with your Midgardian leaders. Do not interfere, and I shall reward you accordingly. Beside Youqian, Coulson shot him a reproachful glance. He knew Youqian had swapped the hammer. Youqian feigned deafness, babbling incoherently. His hands moved swiftly, completely erasing the portal, and he tossed a final remark to Odin. Relax, I'll return it to Thor in a few days. Odin watched the fading portal with a cold expression. He was about to use Gungnir to reopen the Bifrost when a magical message imbued with the essence of time reached his ears. Trust him. Do not interfere. Only then will the people of Asgard find their best fate. Odin paused and sighed. I trust your judgment, Ancient One. It seems he is destined to be a great one. Even now I cannot see through him. What an impressive young man. In a chamber of Kamartaj in the Himalayas, the bald Ancient One himself, an emblem of power, mused that the fellow was indeed formidable. Already a force to be reckoned with, no need to wait for the future. Had he actually fought in the timelines would clearly show Odin reduced to a one-eyed panda face. The Ancient One felt a pang of empathy, having done Youqian a great favor, yet glimpsing in the timelines how he would turn Kamartaj upside down. A headache loomed. Perhaps it was better to retire early, or even die, and let Strange and Wong deal with this absurd character. Brilliant as ever. I came up with such a perfect plan. At the spot where Mjolnir lay, Coulson watched Youqian cracking his knuckles and asked with curiosity, Mr. Lee, what are you doing? Oh, just warming up. If a portal opens above, he'll land a punch and give Odin a black eye. Youqian was raring to go, but after a long wait, nothing happened. He was puzzled. Why would Odin just let it go? Had the old man recognized his prowess? Sharp eyes. Still, it was a pity he'd snatched a brat's lollipop, but never brawled with an elder. It felt like an incomplete experience. Fury, watching Youqian's expression turn increasingly sinister, couldn't help but interrupt his reverie. Mr. Lee, what exactly happened just now? That mysterious figure was telling the truth. Indeed, that old man was Odin, the All-Father of Norse myth. He sent his son Thor to Earth for tempering, hoping to awaken his true power and make him understand what it means to be a true king, so he could lift Mjolnir. Yes, that's it. Youqian's casual explanation made Fury's vision blur. And Mjolnir? Isn't it right there? Youqian pointed shamelessly at the replica. Fury was fuming. I mean the real one. Coulson, ever cooperative, rushed over and effortlessly lifted the fake Mjolnir. Wow, that means you're a good man too, Coulson, pure of heart and righteous. Youqian's look at the black bald man, and Coulson seemed to ask, are you taking me for a fool? He cleared his throat. Comrade Blackbald Head, rest assured, I'll handle this entirely. Odin showed up once, and then backed off. Why bother getting involved? Youqian's relaxed tone reassured Fury somewhat, but he still voiced his concern. Gods, or not, I believe they're just advanced alien civilizations. This involves interspecies diplomacy. It's critical. Are you sure you can manage it? I'm sure. Youqian's tone was casual, but his words were earnest. Fury was taken aback. Did Youqian think himself invincible? The man was always too mysterious. Fury couldn't gauge his upper limit. As for his lower limit, there was no need to guess. He had none. Youqian suddenly stared intently at the black bald man. I feel you're cursing me in your head. Cough, how could that be? I was just thinking about the Hydra agent. Was that word one of them? Fury awkwardly changed the subject, glancing around. The S-H-I-E-L-D staff were far away, so he voiced his question. He pointed at Ward, who was busy with paperwork. Ward noticed his director pointing and flashed a cheerful smile. Such impeccable facial control. No wonder he could switch sides so many times. Youqian patted Fury's shoulder and said earnestly, Blackbald Head, give it up. S-H-I-E-L-D is full of Hydra agents. Is it really that bad? Fury found it hard to believe. He had already rooted out half the Hydra agents in S-H-I-E-L-D. If it was as severe as Youqian claimed, how had he even become director? A-S-H-I-E-L-D. Agent undercover in Hydra, and ended up as their boss. Youqian waved cheerfully at the beaming Ward, then whispered to Fury, that guy is Hydra, and so is his foster father, a minor leader at that. Follow that lead, and you'll probably nab a whole chain. Tell me if that's serious or not. At this rate, S-H-I-E-L-D will shrink to S-H-I-E-L, and finally evolve into S-H-I-E. Squad. Keep it up, Blackbald Head. Could you refrain from using such a discriminatory term as black egg? Fury's expression was barely holding together. Wasn't his adoptive father John Garrett? Damn, this was an old comrade who rose through the ranks with me. Just how many Hydra agents are there within S-H-I-E-L-D? In that moment, Fury yearned to have a profound discussion with his mentor Alexander Pierce about how to resolve this troublesome predicament. Alexander Pierce apologies, I too am Hydra. All right, Black Egg. Li Youqian responded, and as the Black Egg pondered, Li Youqian placed a hand on his forehead, gazing into the distance. It seems the simpleton Thor is about to arrive. Coulson stopped playing and put down that fake Mjolnir immediately. Unfortunately, the words came too late. A golden-haired giant breached the outer blockade, sending several agents tumbling. He charged straight in, initially appearing wildly exhilarated as he barreled through people, occasionally flicking his flamboyant golden locks. But the next second, he saw Coulson about to set down Mjolnir. No Mjolnir. How could he be lifting it? The golden-haired giant, Thor the god of thunder, now wore an expression as if someone had cuckolded him. He stared at Mjolnir in agony, but after a moment realization struck. Wait, he hasn't gained the power of Thor. Indeed, Mjolnir recognizes only me. You there, Midgardian, put down Mjolnir at once. I am Thor, god of thunder, son of Odin. Coulson, bewildered by Thor's rapid shifts in expression, instinctively placed the hammer back. Something seemed off about this fellow. He didn't appear very bright. No wonder his father wanted to test him. Thor surveyed the three standing figures, and seeing they didn't obstruct him, nodded in satisfaction. You three are commendable. I acknowledge you. From now on, you are my friends. Thor declared with supreme confidence, striding toward Mjolnir, gazing upon his beloved hammer. He gripped the handle, exerted force, and lifted it straight up, shouting, "Arise, my beloved hammer." Thor held Mjolnir aloft, maintaining the pose for several minutes. Li Youqian fell into contemplation. This simpleton, Thor, truly hadn't noticed his hammer had been swapped. As expected of you. As if struck by a grim realization, Thor wailed in profound sorrow, looking up to the heavens. At that moment, a light drizzle began to fall, casting an indescribable bleakness over the scene. No Mjolnir. How can you deny me? Why? Father. No. The spectacle was truly one of snowflakes drifting north, winds howling, a vast world of white desolation. This snow. No, this rain is coming down quite heavily. Li Youqian sighed from within the inner door, waving his hand to unleash his telekinetic power. Thor, still wailing skyward along with the counterfeit Mjolnir, drifted together into the inner door. The next second, Li Youqian prepared to close it. Why, you ask? Naturally, it was to abduct Thor into the Justice League. The Black Egg grabbed the door with one hand, shouting inside, I brought you here. Are you joining the Avengers, or not? Li Youqian yanked and released the door, sending the Black Egg sprawling face first. Sorry, but Tony and I have already founded a superhero organization called the Justice League. Damn it. Then why did you have me bring you here? Fury felt a terrible premonition. Li Youqian's cheeky final words drifted through the crack in the door, while the Justice League just formed and were short on members. The pink inner door gradually vanished. Fury recalled Li Youqian's prophetic abilities and his recent words. A bizarre thought surfaced. Was he poaching people? What a scoundrel. Meanwhile, Thor remained immersed in sorrow, utterly emo. Li Youqian looked at Thor, hearing the special achievement notification chime in his mind, and extended his hand. Welcome to Earth, Thor, god of thunder. Stop crying. I have a way for you to regain your power. You are the god of thunder, not the god of hammers. Thor was stunned, then hope surged within him. Brother, are you telling the truth? Of course. I, Li Youqian, swear on my honor, I never lie. I believe you. Thor's eyes brimmed with sincerity. He immediately declared himself as Thor and recalled the phrase his father often repeated. You are the god of thunder, not the god of hammers. This man was mysterious, likely a contingency plan arranged by his father. Indeed. Father still cares for me. Sob. Li Youqian looked at Thor with equal sincerity. Trust me, and you're my brother. Don't worry, he'll take excellent care of you. What in the world are you two doing at my house in the dead of night? Tony, clad in pajamas, stared incredulously at Li Youqian, and the golden-haired giant locked in an intense, inexplicable moment. After a while, Li Youqian roughly explained the situation to Tony. They then discussed how to recruit Thor into the Justice League. Tony looked at the sorrowful Thor clutching the hammer in the distance, pondered for a moment, and asked, so he's really the god of thunder from Norse mythology? Why does he seem a bit dim? Tony lowered his voice and whispered to Li Youqian. Li Youqian also whispered back, he is a bit slow, you know, a simpleton. Actually, the hammer he's holding isn't the real Mjolnir. I took it for study, that one's a fake. No way, he's already naive, and you're deceiving him. Classic you. Tony looked at Li Youqian with disdain. That remark made Li Youqian feel a bit embarrassed. They'll let you study it later too. Alright, since he can't lift it anyway, studying it wouldn't be a bad idea. Tony performed an instant face change and posed one final question. Aren't you worried that doing this might make it so he can never lift Mjolnir again? Don't worry, this guy has the power of thunder within him, he just doesn't know how to use it. A few good fights should do the trick. Besides, his brother Loki is bound to stir up trouble. When a life-or-death crisis hits, his dad will step in and lift Mjolnir's restriction on this simpleton. You know how it is with these divine second-generation heirs. After explaining, Li Youqian asked Tony to find Thor a room for the night with plans to discuss everything further in the morning. Once everything was arranged, Youqian executed a backflip and vanished from sight, returning to his pocket dimension. At that moment, Mjolnir, lying on the lawn in front of the villa, was being gnawed on by Baki, apparently using it as a teething toy. Youqian lured Baki away with a frisbee, looking with some disgust at the saliva-covered Mjolnir. After studying it, he planned to toss it away, instantly losing all desire for it. Mjolnir trembled faintly, as if lamenting its defilement. Youqian had several robots clean the hammer thoroughly before he began his research. Youqian grasped Mjolnir, and his "I think I can" power began to corrupt it. After a while, the hammer's aura shifted. With a surge of effort, Youqian lifted Mjolnir into the air. Immediately, lightning flickered across his body as a silver-white armor and a red cape materialized upon Youqian. Somewhat intriguing, yet not entirely. So, Youqian realized that with his current strength, certain things had lost their usefulness. Youqian discarded Mjolnir, and the armor and cape gradually faded away. The altered aura of Mjolnir slowly returned to its original state. Once restored, Mjolnir began to tremble, violently shooting lightning bolts in all directions. Youqian snapped his fingers lightly, and his telekinetic power enveloped all the lightning. At the same time, he casually tossed out a remark. "Calm down, or you'll end up as a chew toy for my dog in this world." Instantly, Mjolnir quieted down. Youqian stayed by its side, occasionally using his thinker power to influence the hammer. He made the mysterious runes on its surface appear and recorded them. These special runes were likely the Norse runes from the original storyline, combined with the hammer's material and the unique forging methods of the dwarves. These elements granted the hammer the power of the thunder god. Moreover, a layer of enchantment on the runes determined who was worthy to wield Mjolnir. Quite valuable for research. Head study it himself first, then let Tony have a look. After all, Tony was known as the man organized by the Mind Stone. Who knows, maybe he could even develop a Thor-like Iron Man armor. How interesting. In the basement, Youqian placed Mjolnir on a table while Tony studied it with various tools. Judging by Tony's enthusiasm and burst of inspiration, he'd probably pull an all-nighter. Youqian shrugged, turned, and walked out of the basement, closing the door behind him. He planned to find a room in this seaside villa to sleep. After all, he still had to fool the simpleton Thor tomorrow. He had already studied it with ordinary technological means. Now he left it to Tony, hoping his protagonist's luck would yield something new. Walking through the hall, Youqian sensed something amiss. Why was the window open again? Had the black-balled guy infiltrated the villa again? No, that couldn't be. How could he be back so quickly? A thought crossed Youqian's mind, and he turned toward Thor's room. In one of the villa's rooms, Thor was sleeping soundly, clutching Mjolnir, snoring loudly. Beside him stood a man in a suit wearing a look of disdain. He was Loki, the god of mischief from Asgard. To his credit, he was adapting to local customs. Sneaking into Midgard to check on Thor, he had even changed into earthly attire. Loki located Thor by his aura and found him living quite comfortably in Midgard. Still, he was as crude as ever. Loki's brow furrowed deeply as he looked at Mjolnir in Thor's hand. Could it be that Father still intends to bring you back to Asgard as the heir? Why, after just a few days, can you lift Mjolnir again? Loki grew furious, even considering stabbing Thor with a dagger, but he hesitated. No, it can't be hesitation. A mere loser isn't worth my effort. But now you're a threat again. What am I to do with you? As Loki mused, he casually reached for Mjolnir. Then he was stunned. He had actually lifted it. A surge of joy filled him. He laughed inwardly, knowing he was truly worthy of the throne. Thor, that oaf, only had the advantage of being the biological son. Fairness. Huh. The biological and the adopted were indeed treated differently. Loki excitedly pushed Thor's hand off Mjolnir and raised it above his head. After a long pause with no reaction, he looked at the hammer in confusion, his expression darkening. Observing carefully, Thor was still sound asleep, now an ordinary mortal. Loki guessed he could only lift the hammer, but not wield its thunderous power. If I were the biological son, I could surely harness the thunder. I'd just take Mjolnir and see what you'd do. Return. Without Mjolnir, you can't go back at all. Loki muttered under his breath. At this thought, his mood improved, and he sauntered out of the room with a light step. Fondling Mjolnir in his hand, Loki felt a strange sense of achievement. This was the hammer of the thunder god once wielded by his father and passed to Thor. Now he could lift it too. What did that mean? He was the chosen one. Yes, exactly that. Loki had originally come down to see if Thor still posed a threat. If so, he would deceive him and, depending on the threat level, consider eliminating him. Of course, now there was no need for deliberation. Since he had taken Mjolnir, how could that oaf threaten him? It definitely wasn't weakness on his part. He simply disdained to strike a loser. As Loki stepped out of the room, his figure gradually turned transparent and vanished. Loki used an invisibility spell, having heard footsteps outside. Youqian didn't need to break the spell. His telekinesis spread out, revealing everything around him. He perceived every move Loki made with perfect clarity. Seeing Mjolnir in Loki's hand, Youqian's expression was hard to maintain. Coupled with Loki's cheerful stride, the scene was too absurd to behold. Loki walked along happily, ignoring Youqian entirely, thinking him a mere mortal who couldn't see him. Thus, in Youqian's perception, Loki swaggered past him toward the window. Damn, these guys never used the front door. Watching Loki ignore him, Youqian stretched out his leg without a word. A dull thud sounded as Loki fell to the ground, clutching his mouth. Damn it, why is this guy suddenly stretching his leg here? Loki looked at the mortal beside him. Youqian stood still, stretching his leg right there. Loki waved his hand in front of Youqian's face, but he didn't blink. It must have been an accident. How could a mortal detect me? This guy must be crazy, some kind of fool. Loki had heard tales from the cosmos of a space pirate who loved to break into awkward dances during battles. That person's behavior was unpredictable, his mind twisted. And that pirate was also from Midgard. This mortal was probably the same type. What a weak race with such a high proportion of fools. Loki dusted himself off, watched Youqian stand up and head toward Thor's room, then extended his own wicked leg. Youqian walked normally, then stepped precisely on Loki's leg. Loki's face contorted in pain as Youqian stepped over it and took another stride. Youqian muttered in confusion, "Did the floor just bulge? I must be drunk from all that wine." He then hopped back, stomping heavily on Loki's leg, as if testing his sensation.